Qin Chen suddenly found himself transported to a highly militarized world where beast taming reigned supreme. As a peculiar panel surfaced in his mind, he instantly realized he had been granted extraordinary talents, Beast Tamer, and Descendant of the Dragon. This system provided him with the unique ability to only awaken dragon-type spirit beasts, whose loyalty would never waver. Their growth rate far exceeded common sense, and they were the most powerful of all spirit beasts. Standing in the Qin family estate, Qin Chen stared at the panel floating in midair, feeling somewhat dazed. The benefits of being a transmigrator didn't seem as promising as he'd imagined. The seemingly grandiose system neither allowed him to allocate points freely nor provided any tasks, it only came with a simple attribute table. He felt powerless. Was he really supposed to survive in this world with just this? In this world, every adult could awaken their own spirit beast on their birthday, becoming an esteemed beast tamer. Most people could only own one spirit beast in their lifetime, and only the exceptionally gifted might bond with multiple spirit beasts, an extremely rare feat. About 1% of the population couldn't awaken even a single spirit beast, destined to live out an ordinary life. Qin Chen, however, had been a winner in life since birth. His father was a renowned emperor-level figure, his mother an esteemed king-level figure, and his grandfather one of the three great sovereigns. With such an illustrious family background, he could live a life of luxury without lifting a finger, treated as the center of attention. The old Qin Chen had no real ambitions. He believed there was no need to work hard when his family background already paved the way for him. No matter how hard he tried, it would only serve others working under him. However, the harsh reality was unavoidable. The world of beast tamers was no playground. Savage beasts wouldn't spare him due to his noble lineage. No matter how prestigious his family was, without strength, he was just prey on the chopping block. For this reason, Qin Chen had no choice but to embrace his gifts and fight for survival. Beside him, a young girl dressed in a pink-maid uniform was kneeling, massaging his legs. Qin Chen snapped out of his daze and gently asked, "Ying, has my mother returned yet?" The girl softly replied, "Young master, I'm Yan. Madam hasn't returned yet, but she should be back soon." Just as she finished her sentence, another girl behind them teasingly interjected, "See? I told you he couldn't tell us apart no matter what. It's my turn to tidy your room today." Qin Chen felt a headache coming on. These twin sisters not only looked identical but insisted on wearing matching maid uniforms. He simply couldn't differentiate them. Resigned, he ordered, "From now on, one of you wears white, and the other wears black. That way, I can remember better." The sisters were orphans, beasts had taken their parents from them. Seeing how difficult their lives were, and in need of capable helpers, Qin Chen had taken them in and named them Ying and Yan. His words often hinted at a sense of responsibility, but in his heart, he felt genuine sympathy and care for them. As they bantered, a surge of inexplicable heat coursed through Qin Chen's body. His panel suddenly lit up, and a clear message appeared in his mind: "Awaken the pinnacle of fire, Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon." His body instantly felt burning hot, as though a thunderous inferno had ignited within his chest. In a flash, a majestic crimson dragon appeared deep within his consciousness, flames roaring around it. Qin Chen could even feel the sheer pressure of dragon's might, making the room unbearably oppressive, suffocating those present. While others were still anxiously waiting for their spirit beasts to awaken and struggling to achieve even meager combat power, Qin Chen's Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon had already swept through Jiangcheng City, unmatched by anyone. But he knew this was just the beginning. As he encountered various fortuitous events, he absorbed primeval green essence and awakened the Azure Wood Spirit, birthing the verdant Wu Sacred Dragon, obtained the Heart of Earth, giving rise to the Earth's sovereign Qian Sacred Dragon, and acquired the Wind Spirit Orb, summoning the Tempest Sacred Dragon to dominate the skies. No matter how powerful the opponents he faced, Qin Chen's Sacred Dragon army would always carve a bloody path forward. While other rookies were worrying over their examination results and struggling to defend their homes, Qin Chen had already led his Sacred Dragon team into the Beast Realm, slaying numerous formidable beasts and crushing all invading foes. The 100 royal dynasties, the 4 great courts, and the Supreme Hall were all brought to their knees by the footsteps of the Sacred Dragons. When invaders from another world, claiming to be gods, descended upon the land and plunged Blue Star into a cataclysmic crisis, with humanity on the brink of despair, the world saw Qin Chen and his Sacred Dragon army standing tall at the pinnacle. He responded in the simplest and most direct way: "I don't care if you're a god. Anyone in my way, I'll crush." This was only the beginning. Qin Chen had always been a kind and helpful person. He never liked flaunting his abilities, but when his friends were in trouble, he would silently lend a helping hand. It was this generosity that made him so admired by others. As the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, Qin Chen stretched and yawned. Anxiety weighed heavy in his heart as he murmured to himself, "I hope Mom can help me become a beast tamer." At that moment, the door suddenly creaked open. A man with an imposing presence walked in. He was tall and majestic, exuding an air of dominance that made everyone hold their breath. He was none other than Qin Chen's father Qin Xiaotian, one of the 10 emperors of the Grand Xia dynasty, known as the Fire Emperor. The spirit beast he awakened could easily destroy a city, making him an absolute top-tier powerhouse. Feigning nonchalance, Qin Chen asked, "Dad, where's Mom?" The smile on Qin Xiaoshan's face disappeared instantly, and a trace of anger entered his tone. "All you do is look for your mom. Can't you come to me with your problems? Am I so insignificant in your eyes?" Scratching his head in embarrassment, Qin Chen replied, "I haven't awakened my spirit beast yet, and I wanted Mom's light unicorn to check my body." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaotian could hardly believe it. "Are you kidding me? I'm an emperor-level beast tamer, your mom is king-level, and your grandfather is an ancestor-level tamer. With our family's genes, how could we possibly have a son who can't awaken a spirit beast?" At that moment, an extreme thought even crossed Qin Xiaoshan's mind: genetic mutation? Or perhaps, not his biological son? Before the atmosphere could grow awkward, a woman's icy voice echoed from behind. "Qin Xiaotian, dare to call my son a failure and see what happens." A dignified and elegant woman walked in. It was Qin Chen's mother, Jiangcheng. The moment he saw his wife, Qin Xiaotian instantly adjusted his demeanor, clearly feeling guilty. "That's not what I meant. What I was saying is that it's illogical for our son not to awaken a spirit beast. According to statistics, the probability of humans awakening spirit beasts was close to 100%, making this ability almost synonymous with potential. Even awakening the lowest level spirit beast counted as a successful awakening." Jiang Wanqing looked at Qin Chen lovingly. "Awakening is determined by fate. Genetics are at best a theory. Whether or not you have a spirit beast, your mother will ensure you live well." Qin Chen's nose stung as he fought back tears. "Mom, you're the best." Jiang Wanqing lightly patted his head. "Don't be afraid. Let the light unicorn examine you. Maybe there's hope." This light unicorn, surrounded by a holy aura, was one of the most elite healing spirit beasts. Its powers were even rumored to bring the hopeless back to life. Qin Chen pinned all his hopes on it. The next moment, the light unicorn emitted a warm glow, channeling its purifying energy into Qin Chen's body. Jiang Wanqing's expression was tense. "Xiaobai, can you figure out what's wrong with Qin Chen?" The light unicorn sensed for a moment before shaking its head, looking perplexed. "Master, the young master's body shows no issues. In fact, not only are all his indicators excellent, but thanks to previous training in body tempering and spiritual techniques, his vitality surpasses that of his peers. The only thing missing is the step of awakening a spirit beast." But then the light unicorn's expression turned serious. "However, something strange is happening. I can clearly sense the presence of beast taming imprints, not just one, but multiple." Jiang Wanqing was baffled. "Imprints without spirit beasts? And more than one? How is that possible?" As she pondered, Qin Xiaotian suddenly became elated. He slapped Qin Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with excitement. "Ha! This proves you're no ordinary person. You are absolutely my son." Having doubted the parentage earlier, he finally felt a sense of relief because this situation was eerily similar to his own past experiences. Jiang Wanqing immediately followed up. "Husband, do you know something about this?" With a mysterious smile, Qin Xiaotian motioned for them to come closer. After setting up a barrier, he whispered, "What I'm about to tell you must never leave this room. It involves the top secrets of Grand Xia, and possibly even all of Blue Planet." Qin Chen rolled his eyes, already tired of his father's excessive sense of suspense. "Dad, can you stop beating around the bush? Just help me awaken already." For once, Qin Xiaotian grew exceptionally serious, something rarely seen by Qin Chen. Gone was his usual boisterous demeanor, replaced by a tone of unprecedented gravity. Everyone assumes that humans will inevitably awaken a spirit beast. In reality, nearly 1% of people cannot awaken a spirit beast their entire lives. This group includes not only ordinary people but also a minuscule number of naturally gifted beast tamers. He scanned the room, his voice steady yet impactful. Becoming a beast tamer seems straightforward on the surface. Upon reaching adulthood at 18, one can absorb spiritual energy and form a beast taming imprint. Spirit beasts are born from this imprint, becoming loyal partners to their tamers. Qin Xiaotian paused, his expression growing heavier. "But there are others who can form beast taming imprints, but cannot actually birth a spirit beast without extremely rare items. When I first awakened, nothing happened. It wasn't until your grandfather brought me a rare fire essence crystal that I successfully awakened the flame golden Kirin. Without that treasure, I wouldn't be the man I am today." At this moment, Qin Chen chuckled softly, with the mischief and defiance unique to youth. So, Grandpa is your benefactor, and yet you still stole his daughter. Dad, your face is thick enough. Jiang Wanqing covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Her support lightened the atmosphere in the living room, but Qin Xiaotian, embarrassed and angry, glared at Qin Chen fiercely. You brat, I'm talking about something serious, can you stop joking around? I'm telling you one of the greatest secrets of this circle. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll starve you for a day. Qin Chen muttered, Mom, look at him. He only knows how to bully people. I'm still growing. Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows, standing up for her son. You're not explaining clearly, and now you want to punish the child? Keep talking. I have no idea what you've been hiding from us. Qin Xiaotian, suppressing his frustration, scratched his head, looking like he wanted to educate his son right then and there. He sighed and finally got to the point. This matter is something only the top elites of a few major nations know, absolutely not to be revealed casually. And as it turns out, you're one of the most special geniuses of all. Jiang Wanqing was utterly confused. Didn't you say Chen Chen's situation was the same as yours? Basically the same, but also very different, Qin Xiaotian explained. I only awakened the flame golden Qilin beast, but you're different. You have multiple beast taming imprints within you, which means you can possess far more spirit beasts than an ordinary person. This is extremely rare, even among top-tier geniuses. Qin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, a surge of warmth seeming to flow through his body. He was no longer just some idle, spoiled young master. Thinking about the prospect of having more than one spirit beast in the future, he felt filled with anticipation. Dad, so you're saying I also need a special treasure to awaken my spirit beast? But what did you mean earlier when you warned me about ruining myself? Qin Xiaotian nodded. Exactly. As long as you have the beast taming imprint, you are certain to awaken a spirit beast. The key lies in finding the treasure to activate the imprint. In this regard, you're similar to me, but you were born to be a rare multi-spirit beast tamer. He paused, his tone growing heavier. As a genius like you, under no circumstances can you awaken too many spirit beasts at once. Otherwise, your soul won't be able to bear it, and it could even threaten your life. Even if your mom is strong, she won't be able to save you. Jiang Wanqing's expression turned serious as well. He's right. Every additional spirit beast adds pressure to your soul. Normal people progress step by step, battling as they level up, allowing their bodies and souls to grow strong enough before slowly awakening new spirit beasts. But for someone like you, with multiple beast taming imprints, you must go about it gradually, or the consequences will be severe. Qin Chen asked curiously, then what would be the safest pace, exactly? Qin Xiaotian replied, based on research, the safest way is to awaken a new spirit beast only after making a major leap in your level. But no one can clearly discern how many beast taming imprints you have within you. Even the most powerful emperor-level beast tamers could only vaguely sense the number of imprints. No one could determine the precise quantity. For kings and monarchs like the Qin family, it was even harder to distinguish. Qin Chen concentrated, attempting to feel the imprints within his body, but he couldn't detect even a hint. Frustrated, he shook his head. His spiritual power was too weak to sense whether he had any imprints, let alone how many spirit beasts he could awaken. This uncertainty and hidden talent had led many who failed to awaken to mistakenly think they were useless. Because of this secrecy, major nations around the world secretly investigated all citizens who hadn't awakened spirit beasts, searching for those hidden geniuses. Among the vast monitoring and waiting, the moment for a genius rise might soon arrive. In this world, truly powerful beast tamers needed special artifacts to awaken their spirit beasts. Such opportunities were incredibly rare, but even encountering one was enough to change one's fate. Qin Xiaotian was one such awakened individual. The spirit beast he possessed, the flame golden Qilin beast, was nearly invincible in terms of fire and strength. Once, in a situation where everyone thought victory was impossible, he managed to retreat unscathed from a powerful beast. That battle made him famous overnight and earned him the title Fire Sovereign. To Qin Xiaotian, the family's honor and strength now rested on his son, Qin Chen. At this moment, he handed Qin Chen a piece of fiery mysterious crystal with great hope. Here, absorb this. You're my son, and I'm certain you'll awaken the most powerful fire-type spirit beast. His gaze was filled with anticipation. Qin Chen, however, was a little bewildered. How do I use it? Do I just swallow it? He blurted out. Qin Xiaotian nearly exploded with frustration, wishing he could directly imprint all his years of teaching into his son's brain. Don't be ridiculous. Use your mental power. You need to communicate with the fire energy within it and bring it into your body. What, has everything I taught you been for nothing? Qin Chen grinned, teasingly saying, Mom, look. He doesn't have any patience at all. Is this really love for you, or just for your money? Qin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. He turned around and explained, I'm just too anxious. What if our son gets spoiled? But Jiangcheng remained calm. He's my child. I'll raise him as I see fit. If you can't teach him properly, then I'll handle it myself. Qin Chen, realizing he had no choice, reluctantly gave in. The scene was tense yet humorous at the same time. Qin Chen realized that no matter how angry he got, it was futile, so he resigned himself to just watching his son. Afterward, Qin Chen earnestly held the flaming crystal tightly in his hand, concentrating for the first time as his father instructed. His spiritual energy seeped into the crystal, and in an instant, a surge of energy flowed into his body, as if a fiery heart began to beat within him. Dad, it really works! Qin Chen exclaimed with wide eyes, thrilled. For the first time, he sensed a connection to a beast's power. Seeing this, Qin Chen could hardly contain his excitement. As long as you awaken the same fiery golden Kirin beast as me, you'll become the next fire emperor. The flaming crystal was soon completely absorbed by Qin Chen, but the awakening remained incomplete. Instead, it seemed like a bottomless pit yearning for more energy. Qin Chen was stunned, thinking this shouldn't be possible. Back then, he only needed one crystal. Left with no other choice, he pulled out a second, a third, and even a fourth flaming crystal, continuing up to the eighth, each one a treasure he had painstakingly saved up over more than a decade. Yet, Qin Chen's awakening was still unfinished. This pushed Qin Chen to the brink of despair. He muttered to himself, 8 aren't enough. What kind of creature is this? He turned back to Qin Chen, his voice full of helplessness. Do you feel anything yet? Dad, don't stop. I'm almost there. Qin Chen sounded increasingly exhilarated. The situation was becoming absurd. Finally, Jiangcheng spoke up. Flaming crystals are incredibly rare and valuable. Over the years, your father managed to save only this handful. It wasn't easy. Qin Chen sighed. Then what should I do? I'm so close. At that moment, Jiangcheng slowly removed a necklace from her neck and handed it to Qin Chen. Your father retrieved this from a demonic realm relic years ago. It works on the same principle as the flaming crystals but provides purer energy. It should help you complete your awakening. Hearing this, Qin Chen was heartbroken. That's our token of love. Qin Chen responded with a mischievous smile. Dad, how can that be more important than me? Without hesitation, he gripped the necklace tightly and began absorbing its fiery energy. In that instant, a genuine power awakened inside him. The moment reached its climax, and everyone held their breath, waiting to see what kind of rare or even unprecedented beast might emerge. Amid the family's arguments and expectations, Qin Chen's destiny was being completely rewritten. A powerful surge of heat suddenly roared into my consciousness, like an inferno flooding into the beast tamer's mark that identified me. Then, a pair of fiery red eyes blazed within the mark. Before I could react, a deafening dragon roar tore through the air, making the sky itself seem to shake. Just as the necklace around my neck turned to ash, a shadow of a dragon, engulfed in crimson flames, burst out. The surrounding air seemed to ignite under the immense pressure, and its overwhelming aura was palpable for anyone standing nearby. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in my head, "Congratulations to the host for awakening the spirit beast, Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon. The dragon's journey begins." A stream of information flashed quickly before my eyes. Name, Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon. Race, Demonic Beast Dragon. Level, Tier 1, Star 1. Element, Fire. Potential, Mythical. Personality, passionate, bold, eager to battle. Skills, Crimson Flame Dragon Physique, SSS, Flame Dragon Annihilation Claw, SSS. The system provided detailed descriptions of the skills. Crimson Flame Dragon Physique. When activated, the dragon's body is enveloped in crimson flames, tripling defense and doubling attack power while its fire burns opponents. During activation, only 30% of pain is felt, and the desire to fight is significantly boosted. Flame Dragon Annihilation Claw. With claws engulfed in crimson fire, the attack unleashes up to 3 times the user's maximum power. Reading this, a satisfied smile crept across my lips. Who would have thought my very first spirit beast would come with 2 top-level skills? If combined using Flame Dragon Annihilation Claw while in the dragon physique state, this explosive power would be unstoppable for ordinary spirit beasts. In our world, sub-king tier skills are graded from F to SSS. Moreover, skills can evolve and be self-taught, they're not permanently static. Only those who ascend to higher realms, the true kings, pursue the power of origin, where even the strongest learned skills may surpass known limits. While digesting the system's information, I noticed. Not far away, the bright unicorn's expression grew increasingly grave. In its eyes, the aura the scarlet flame sacred dragon exuded was an indescribable oppression. True dragon bloodline, and a pure blood at that, it murmured with awe. Even a spirit beast like me feels immense pressure from it. Father Qin Chen could hardly contain his smile. The dragon lineage is the strongest bloodline in the demon world. Among humans, anyone with a dragon blood spirit beast is never an ordinary person. However, awakened spirit beasts with such a bloodline are exceedingly rare across the entire continent. And now, standing before me, is a scarlet flame sacred dragon. While father was exhilarated, he also began to worry. To resource such rare materials for just one spirit beast's awakening had been a monumental undertaking. If I continue awakening other spirit beasts, wouldn't this consume even more resources? Even as the Fire Emperor, he could feel the strain on his resources looming. After landing on the ground, the scarlet flame sacred dragon voluntarily transformed into a small humanoid dragon clad in flaming scale armor, his face brimming with confidence and energy. Kneeling on one knee, he solemnly declared, "Greetings, Master." I nodded lightly, attempting to diffuse the tension with a casual air. "Stand up. This isn't a battlefield, no need for so much ceremony." The scarlet flame sacred dragon obediently stood, his gaze filled with curiosity as he took in his surroundings. His life was just beginning, and he knew little about the world. "If you want to explore, go ahead. If you're hungry, eat whatever you want." I couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Master," he exclaimed, dashing off excitedly like an ordinary teenager, wandering around curiously. Watching him, Father Qin Xiaotian couldn't help but murmur to my mother, Jiangcheng, "To think a newly awakened spirit beast can take human form and speak our language, its intelligence and potential are practically human-like." Jiangcheng smiled proudly. "Of course, whose son's spirit beast do you think it is?" Taking advantage of father's pride, I teased him, "Hey, old man, I didn't disgrace the family, did I?" He rolled his eyes at me, his expression stern but his tone filled with approval. "With a spirit beast like this, properly nurtured, you might even have the potential to match your grandfather one day. The Fire Emperor's position might not be beyond your reach." The atmosphere lightened, but father grew suddenly silent. It was clear he was beginning to worry about how to continue supporting me. Awakening my first spirit beast had depleted such a large portion of our resources. It had not been a small expense. Muttering to himself, he sighed, "Raising a son really is like pouring money into a bottomless well." I scratched my head, trying to lighten the mood, but eventually brought up a new concern. "Dad, I have something else to tell you." "Say it. What haven't I seen before?" His confidence was unwavering. Feeling a little awkward, I finally spoke up. "I think my beast master mark is different from others. When I used the flame crystal just now, only the scarlet flame sacred dragon reacted." Father's brows furrowed instantly. He realized what this entailed before I could even finish my sentence. Awakening more spirit beasts would likely require treasures of different attributes. Raising me might be more challenging than his own reign in the demon world. Still deep in thought, I was suddenly brought back to reality by his sharp remark, "Are you planning to beg for food out there?" I had just learned that, as a beast master, I didn't only require fire-based treasures, treasures of rare and unique attributes could all be used as well. While that sounded relatively straightforward, the truth was far from simple. Some rare attribute treasures were even harder to find than anything within the influence of the Fire Emperor of Summer. While 5 elemental attributes were common enough, making their treasures easier to accumulate, rarer attributes were elusive and nearly impossible to come by. Qin Xiaotian couldn't help but wonder if Qin Chen was the greatest challenge of his life, a self-fulfilled karmic retribution, perhaps. "Don't worry, we have money," Jiang Wanqing said reassuringly, ruffling Qin Chen's hair. "Your grandfather is even more capable than your father. If I remember correctly, he has a treasure of the earth attribute. Even if you quickly ascend to a tier 2 beastmaster, there's no need to stress over resources." Qin Xiaotian sighed. "Alright, I'll talk to some friends to see if we can gather everything you'll need up to tier 4 first." While the family busied themselves with plans for supporting me, I watched from the sidelines, my heart swelling with pride and warmth. I thought, in your 40s, life is about striving onward. Without ambition, how else could one aim to stand at the pinnacle of beastmasters? The beastmaster profession was a difficult path, especially at the start. According to the current system of Blue Planet, there were 13 tiers in total. Tiers 1 to 3 were considered low-rank beastmasters, a stage where everyone was weak, and spiritual power was almost negligible. Tiers 4 to 6 were middle-rank beastmasters, where strength accumulated significantly and spiritual energy grew exponentially. At Tier 7, you were considered a master, capable of becoming a city mayor. Tier 8 marked the level of a supreme master, with authority akin to a provincial governor. At Tier 9, called the King level, only a select few elites could comprehend the power of origin, their individual combat abilities reaching astonishing heights. Like Qin, Tier 10 monarchs like Shao Tian are extremely rare across the entire Blue Star. The Grand Xia dynasty has 10 monarchs, and he is one of them. With such a prestigious lineage, ordinary families can hardly nurture someone like Qin Chen with top-tier potential. But with the Fire Emperor as his father and the River Emperor as his grandfather, what could he possibly fear? Not to mention that he has awakened the power of the dragon race, meaning every spirit beast of his could potentially become terrifyingly powerful in the future. Qin Chen couldn't help but mock himself. Am I going to need supreme treasures of different attributes for every spirit beast in the future? That would be too much for my father. Even emptying out the entire treasury of the Fire Emperor family in Grand Xia wouldn't suffice. While the basic 5-element treasures might still be manageable even if it means pulling strings and owing favors, having wealth and connections solves most problems. As for family money, the Qin family couldn't possibly spend it all. My grandfather Jiang Tinzen's personal wealth alone matches that of some small countries. A casual trip to the demon realm usually brings back benefits that ordinary people can't even dream of. My principle has always been to spend freely. I can't let my parents' and grandparents' hard work go to waste. Who says being wealthy means you don't have to strive? My allowance is a staggering number, longer than a phone number, and yet I've never managed to spend it all. Every time I'm close to running out, my mother transfers money directly into my account, leaving me lacking the motivation to spend. As it stands, the balance on my bank card has never hit zero. At this moment, Ying appeared wearing a white maid's outfit, hurrying over and gasping for breath. Young master, something terrible happened. Qin Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Your young master is doing great. Ying's face turned beet red. No, I mean a demonic beast broke into the kitchen and is eating all the meat. That's just my newly awakened spirit beast. Let it eat. If it's not enough, have Uncle Fong buy more. Oh, right. I'll go find Minister Fong right away. Ying said, spinning around and leaving hastily. Fong Tong, one of Qin Zhaoshan's trusted confidants, was in charge of all procurement matters for the family. Young Qin Chen used to think he could handle anything from rare demonic beast pets to celebrity autographs. Whatever the odd request, Fong Tong could make it happen. This was arguably the greatest joy of being the heir to a massive financial empire. When Qin Chen walked into the kitchen, he saw the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon sprawled on the floor, devouring a large fiery energy-infused flame demon leopard leg with great relish. Every piece of food brought into the Qin estate was top quality, and just one of those legs cost tens of thousands of dollars. Crimson Flame, eating raw meat is so boring. I'll have them roasted for you, Qin Chen said with a smile. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon paused momentarily. Master, is roasted meat really that good? Of course. Qin Chen replied with conviction. Without looking back, he ordered the two assistants beside him, go to the kitchen and bring all the fire energy-infused ingredients. Cook them into a meal. Yes, young master. The assistants immediately ran off. In less than 30 minutes, a grand table filled with delicious dishes had been prepared. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon's eyes lit up with excitement as it began eating enthusiastically. While chewing, it laughed and said, "This is amazing. Cooked meat is so much better than raw." Qin Chen smiled faintly, his tone both gentle and expectant. Eat as much as you'd like. The more fiery energy you absorb, the stronger you'll grow. From now on, whenever you're hungry, just let the kitchen know. But once you're done eating, I'll need to assess your abilities. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon gorged itself while grinning. I'll make sure my strength doesn't disappoint you. Ordinary demonic beasts are no match for me. Watching the dragon eat contentedly, Qin Chen took out his phone and began researching information about the dragon race. He knew that to fully unleash the potential of the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon, he first needed to understand just how powerful the dragon race truly was. The search results shocked him. The dragon race was once the rulers of the entire demon realm. Every dragon was born with mastery over elemental powers, possessing unimaginable strength. Nearly all dragon-type creatures were extremely resilient physically. Sheer brute force alone was enough to terrify other beasts. However, true pureblood dragons had mysteriously disappeared long ago, leaving little detailed information behind. Qin Chen felt intrigued, silently pondering what kind of powerful entity could have eradicated such an overwhelmingly dominant species. If he could awaken over a dozen of these mighty sacred dragon spirit beasts, who in the future would dare challenge him? Even his illustrious father, Fire Emperor Shao Tian, would likely only look up to him in awe. What pleased Qin Chen even more was the fact that whenever a spirit beast advanced or broke through, its beast master would also gain significant growth. With high quality and numerous spirit beasts, a beast master hardly needed to put in much effort. as long as the spirit beasts grew stronger, so would they enhance not only in mental power but even physically. Compared to ordinary beast masters, someone like Qin Chen, who commanded multiple spirit beasts, was practically cheating. His survival and combat prowess advantages were enviable. He knew that with a dozen or so spirit beasts growing almost in tandem, it was as if he always held a dozen trump cards. Even if the individual spirit beasts had yet to reach their peak strength, the sheer number alone was enough to creating an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, the more spirit beasts one has, the more choices one can make during battles, leading to more flexible strategies. Others would think twice before provoking him. After eating and drinking his fill, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon appeared much more energized. The heat within him surged like a volcano, with waves of scorching heat radiating off his body. Given his talent, breaking through to rank 2, 9 stars might just be a matter of time. At that moment, a middle-aged man in armor approached Qin Chen, bowing respectfully as he said, "Young master, the beasts you requested are ready and waiting in the back mountain." Qin Chen nodded firmly. "All right, Uncle Zhang, lead the way." "This way, young master." Zhang Quan, Qin Chen's loyal captain of the guard, was himself an 8th rank master-level beast tamer, just one step away from becoming a 9th rank king. Qin Chen knew that only by letting the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon spar with real beasts could its battle instincts be awakened, allowing its power to fully manifest. The group slowly headed toward the back mountain, where Qin Shaotian kept an impressive number of beasts, ranging from rank 1 to rank 7, though anything beyond that would be too dangerous. The assistants had already made the necessary preparations. Ying carried over a beast hide chair, while Yanyan set up a parasol and brought a chilled drink. Seeing such thorough preparations, Zhang Quan felt a bit concerned, cautiously advising, "Young master, your spirit beast just awakened today. Isn't direct combat a bit too risky?" Qin Chen confidently waved him off. "I have faith in my spirit beast. Uncle Zhang, bring in a stronger rank 1 beast." "As you command." Zhang Quan nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, it was the spirit beast fighting. If Qin Chen himself had been injured, Zhang Quan wouldn't have been able to face Qin Shaotian. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon looked thrilled, its scales glowing a fiery red. Waving his massive claws, he shouted excitedly, "Old man, bring out the strongest rank 1 beast you have. Today, I'm here to show off my skills." The dragon's raspy voice shocked Zhang Quan, who chuckled bitterly to himself. But he wasn't just any beast tamer. His 8th rank spiritual skills made taming a rank 1 beast no challenge at all. Not long after, Zhang Quan hauled over a massive lava beast. The firehound strolled in slowly, seemingly unaware that it was stepping into a battlefield of certain death. Qin Chen frowned slightly and sneered, "This? Just a rank 1, 2-star beast? Don't we have anything stronger in the back mountains breeding grounds?" Zhang Quan could only offer a wry smile. He clearly understood this was merely a beginner's trial for Qin Chen. No matter how gifted Qin Chen was, they couldn't afford to be careless. "Young master, we must take things step by step. A novice beast tamer can rarely understand their limits. Even with your extraordinary talent, caution is necessary." Before she left, the madam specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. Qin Chen sighed, reluctantly agreeing. "Fine, have it your way." Still, deep down, he held pride in his bloodline. The strength of dragons needed no proof. Battles of the same rank were mere formalities to him, nothing to fear. Even if the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon has only just awakened, its power is incomparable to ordinary spirit beasts. Zhang Quan released his hold, and the firehound immediately lunged at the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon as though obeying some unseen command. The fiery shadow flashed, its jaws bloodthirsty and menacing, but the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon merely raised a claw disdainfully. A streak of crimson flame erupted from his sharp talons, and with a single swing an explosion of fire. In the next second, the firehound's head was rolling on the ground, its body split in two, fresh blood staining the earth. The scene fell into stunned silence. Even Ying and Yanyan were wide-eyed, gasping in unison. "Oh my god, this spirit beast really does belong to our young master." Even Zhang Quan was shocked. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon had barely exerted itself, yet its power was immense. If it revealed its true form, the devastation would be unimaginable. What kind of monster had the young master awakened? The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon seemed utterly indifferent to what had just happened, instead looking irritated. "Too weak. This trash isn't even worthy of fighting me. Old man, go fetch a rank 2 beast." Qin Chen turned to Zhang Quan and issued an order. "Let's not rush things. Bring over a rank 1, 9-star beast first to test the waters." Though he spoke with confidence, he wasn't entirely sure. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon had only recently descended, and challenging rank 2 beasts right away seemed too risky. He wanted to first gauge the gap in strength between the dragon and the strongest rank 1 beasts. Before long, Jiangcheng led over a massive Earthrock savage bear. As soon as the bear was released, it let out a furious roar, its enormous body radiating an oppressive aura. This bear had been starved for some time, its eyes filled with bloodthirst. Its massive paws, armored like slabs of rock, were poised to crush anything in its path. Far from intimidated, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon looked even more excited, its fiery eyes glimmering as it charged forward. Swift as a blazing inferno and unimaginably powerful, it closed the distance between itself and the colossal bear in an instant. The Earthrock savage bear swung its massive right paw, crashing down with the weight of solid stone. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon let out a cold snort. Too weak. With a casual swipe of its claw, it shattered the bear's rocky armor, forcing the giant beast to stagger back. For the first time, this Earthrock savage bear, renowned for its defensive prowess among Tier 1 beasts, found itself in such a pitiful state, gripped by instinctive fear. Enraged, the bear roared once more, its body instantly encased in a thick layer of earth armor. Like a moving boulder, it charged at the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon. Unimpressed, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon revealed its true form. A crimson dragon silhouette soared into the air, unleashing an overwhelming oppressive presence that seemed almost tangible, engulfing the entire area. With a sudden sweep of its mighty tail, the earth armor covering the bear disintegrated instantly. The crack of breaking bones echoed sharply. After only 2 strikes, this top-tier Tier 1 9-star beast was already teetering on the brink of death. Qin Chen's eyes lit up with exhilaration. This is unbelievably powerful. Even my dad's blazing gold Kirin couldn't take down the Earthrock savage bear this effortlessly. He couldn't help but imagine if he could acquire a few more sacred dragon tier beasts, his future achievements would surely be extraordinary. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon descended gracefully, crushing the Earthrock savage bear's skull with a casual claw. The beast's roars and dying cries sent the nearby birds and animals fleeing in terror. Shaking the blood from its dragon claws, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon urged without mercy. Stop wasting time. Go grab another one. These Tier 1 weaklings are nothing. Show me a real opponent, a Tier 2 beast. Jiangcheng looked visibly troubled. Just then, Jiangcheng Qin Chen's mother strode forward with an air of confidence, showing no signs of hesitation. Madam, Tier 2 beasts are far too dangerous. This isn't something to take lightly. Jiangcheng tried to explain. Jiangcheng simply smiled faintly. Don't worry. With me here, no harm will come to anyone. Go ahead. Without my permission, no one is allowed to fall today. Qin Chen turned around, startled to see his mother. Mom, why are you here all of a sudden? Jiangcheng responded lightly. Your awakened spirit beast intrigued me. I saw that battle just now very clearly. Honestly, the potential of the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon is far beyond that of your dad's blazing gold Kirin. Her spiritual sense swept over the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon, her gaze filled with awe. Even among the top-level beings she had encountered, few could compare to such a spirit beast. Qin Chen smiled confidently. Actually, Scarlet Flame hasn't even used any skills yet. If it went all out, its power could completely suppress most Tier 2 beasts. Jiangcheng raised an eyebrow. Wait, you mean it already has skills? In her experience, newly awakened spirit beasts typically didn't possess skills that were like blank slates, requiring time and combat to truly understand their abilities. Yet Qin Chen's spirit beast had innate skills right from the start. It was an absurd anomaly. As I reflected on the strange feeling during my awakening, Jiangcheng and I discussed the phenomenon. She explained that awakening a spirit beast and obtaining innate skills was like starting with a blank canvas that required continuous battle to gradually comprehend and wield one's power. But my spirit beast was an exception, with skills inherently possessed from the beginning. This was almost unbelievable. My mind raced. Could it be that because my Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon was so rare, it required an abundance of precious materials to awaken? After all, the stronger the spirit beast, the more unique it would be. A creature born with skills had a significant head start on others. If those skills could be further enhanced, it would dominate early stages with unmatched superiority. Still, as I scratched my head, I reminded Mom, SSS level skills can't be upgraded further, right? I thought true mastery could only be achieved by understanding the essence of one's power. She was momentarily caught off guard, ultimately attributing this uniqueness to the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon's exceptional nature. Just then, a commotion caught my attention. Jiangcheng had managed to drag in a massive blazing rhinoceros. Known for its incredible brute strength, the blazing rhinoceros's horn, enhanced by flames, possessed astonishing penetration power. Even among Tier 2 beasts, it was a formidable challenge. Jiangcheng clearly wouldn't take such risks unnecessarily, but with my mother Jiangcheng present, herself a 9th tier sovereign level beast master, even a 7th tier beast wouldn't dare approach us. Beast masters were powerful not only because they fought alongside their spirit beasts but also because they possessed an ultimate technique, spirit beast armament. By merging with their spirit beasts, they could unleash immense power. However, controlling such power required extraordinary mental fortitude and physical strength. Without it, the technique could backfire catastrophically. No wonder father had pushed me to train my body since childhood. Gazing at the blazing rhinoceros, I casually waved my hand and sent the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon forward. Scarlet Flame, go take it down. The dragon soared into the air, engulfed in searing flames that instantly intensified the opponent's pressure. The dragon's tail slammed down fiercely, and the fiery rhino instinctively met it head-on with its horn. The tremendous force caused the ground to collapse, yet it did not take even half a step back. The blazing flame sacred dragon nodded in satisfaction, clearly admiring its new opponent. Not bad, you're worthy of me using my skills. In the next moment, flames surged like a torrent from between the dragon's scales, distorting the surrounding air with intense heat. With a low growl, it unleashed the blazing flame dragon form, temporarily tripling its defense and doubling its attack, even ignoring any wounds inflicted. The blazing flame sacred dragon swung its claw down, directly targeting the proud horn of the fiery rhino. On the side, Jiangcheng muttered, "That horn is its hardest point. It would be safer to take out its limbs first." But Ying retorted immediately, "Young master's spirit beast is insanely strong. It can handle it from any angle." Jiangcheng merely smiled, thinking my spirit beast still lacked some real combat experience. Relying solely on raw force could backfire. A crisp crack echoed, and the fiery rhino's proud horn was forcibly snapped off, blood spurting from the broken edge. Losing its horn drove the fiery rhino into a berserk state, charging straight toward me. The blazing flame sacred dragon immediately fumed with anger, slamming it into the ground with a single claw. The explosive force left the fiery rhino utterly helpless, its entire body torn into pieces, leaving nothing but charred meat emanating a roasted stench in the air. Everyone around was stunned. They were both afraid and astonished as second-tier fiery rhino, destroyed in moments without the blazing flame sacred dragon even exerting its full strength. No one had expected that a spirit beast awakened for less than a day could be this terrifying. I smugly looked at my mom and asked, "So, what do you think?" "Not bad, right?" Jiang Wanqing nodded approvingly, saying, "Very impressive. If every spirit beast you raise reaches this standard, you'll definitely become an 11th tier sovereign one day." I grinned, "There's still a long way to go. It'll take more time to help this one break into the second tier." Jiang Wanqing's lips curved upwards slightly. "I've already contacted your grandfather to send over the earth elemental treasure. It should be here in a few days. As long as you raise 2 spirit beasts in a short time, getting into the Imperial Beast Academy in Kyoto won't be a problem." Qin Chen stroked his chin and laughed lightly. "Even with just 1 spirit beast, I doubt anyone could beat me at next month's Beast Master assessment." Jiang Wanqing reached out and patted the dust off Qin Chen's clothes. "Don't get overconfident. I've heard there are some strong rookies this year. Your grandfather is expecting good news from you in the demon realm, so don't disappoint him." Qin Chen's gaze was resolute. "I won't disappoint Grandpa." Jiang Wanqing sighed. "Don't push yourself too hard. Let me know if you're short on money. I'll have finance transfer it directly to you." Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. "Mom, I've got more money on my card than a phone number's worth of digits." Jiang Wanqing chuckled and shook her head. "Silly child, money is meant to be spent. Why do you think your father works so hard? It's all for you." Qin Chen smiled bitterly. His mother truly was extravagant. At that moment, he thought the person having the hardest time in the family was actually his father, Qin Xiaotian. To collect the elemental treasures necessary for awakening spirit beasts, Qin Xiaotian not only owed countless favors but had also sacrificed his pride repeatedly. At this very moment, Qin Xiaotian stood silently at the Zhao family's grand entrance. Zhao Tianfeng, one of the 10 emperors of Great Xia and known as the Wind Emperor, frowned as he saw him. "Qin Xiaotian, what are you doing at my house?" Qin Xiaotian spoke directly. "I remember you recently killed a Wind Elemental Emperor-class demon beast and obtained a Wind Spirit Pearl. Sell it to me now." Zhao Tianfeng looked incredulous. "Qin Xiaotian, are you insane? This is outright robbery. In the entire Great Xia, only a handful could single-handedly slay Emperor-class demon beasts. The Wind Spirit Pearl was incredibly rare, priceless even, and Qin Xiaoshan's demand sounded audacious." Qin Xiaotian remained indifferent. "Don't be ungrateful. I'm not asking for it for free, I'll pay you. Otherwise, do you think I'd waste my time talking to you?" Zhao Tianfeng cursed under his breath. "Not selling. The Wind Spirit Pearl is for my cultivation. Go find someone else." Though both were among the 10 emperors, Zhao Tianfeng knew he couldn't defeat Qin Xiaotian, so his defiance could only remain verbal. Qin Xiaotian seemed ready to act, and Zhao Tianfeng immediately became vigilant. Are you mad? This is my home. Sure, your fire elemental power is stronger than mine, but don't forget my speed is faster. Leave now. Qin Xiaoshan's lips curled into a faint smile, and fiery red patterns emerged on his body as an intense, scorching aura spread, flame domain. A unique field unleashed by mastery over the essence of flames, enabling him to easily suppress Zhao Tianfeng here. Leaves scattered on the ground immediately burst into flames and turned to ash under the aura. Zhao Tianfeng's pupils contracted sharply, his trembling voice betraying his shock. You've already advanced to a 7-star emperor? And your mastery of flame essence has deepened. Look at any spirit beast as if it were born for him, achieving complete fusion. Whenever he activated the spirit beast armament, his power and the spirit beast would merge entirely, resulting in a massive surge in strength. He could freely utilize all his skills, defeating second-tier demon beasts with ease. However, his true trump cards extended far beyond that. After dinner, his personal bodyguard Zhang Quan escorted Qin Chen to school. Accompanying them were the sisters Yingying and Yinyan. Don't get the wrong idea, these sisters were also heading to school. They were a year younger than Qin Chen, attending the same school, and their family had specifically arranged for them to travel with Qin Chen. To avoid flaunting wealth, Qin Chen always chose modestly priced, standard vehicles for travel. More importantly, it ensured their safety. Although Blue Star was a human-dominated world, powerful adversaries and ferocious demon beasts could emerge at any moment. Staying low-key was never wrong. The car came to a steady stop, and Yinyan was the first to open the car door for Qin Chen. After you, senior, she said, striving to sound as ordinary as possible. Qin Chen frowned slightly. What should you call me at school? Senior. Good. Junior, good morning. Qin Chen, wearing a faint smile, stepped out of the car, ready to embrace the new challenges of life. In the distance, murmurs of envy and resentment could be heard from several people. He's only rich. Why does he get to boss those two girls around? Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? Yeah, every day it's luxury cars and someone opening the door for him like he's royalty. Who does he think he is? I despise this kind of person who uses their power to bully others. It's just disgusting. Hearing these words, Yingying angrily glared at them, standing akimbo, her voice ringing out clearly and firmly. What nonsense are you spouting? My sister and I work for senior, this is our job. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Chen's classmate Zhang Yanhe couldn't help but tease. Chen bro, are you employing child labor? Qin Chen chuckled and shrugged. Don't misunderstand. I'm not paying them, so it doesn't count. Zhang Yanhe's eyes widened. You're unbelievable. The two of them walked into the school shoulder to shoulder, leaving behind a buzz of whispered discussions and complicated looks from the surrounding students. At that moment, a boy wearing a tie walked up to the Yingying sisters with a falsely friendly smile. Ladies, there's no need to work for that family. Why not come to my place? I'll pay each of you 50,000 a month, much better than what Qin Chen's family offers. Yingying looked at him with undisguised disdain. Sister, let's go. Ignore this self-important fool. Yinyan snorted coldly. You're not even 1/10 as good as senior, yet you dare talk nonsense. Watch out when you walk home at night. The boy, infuriated, didn't even have time to respond. From inside the car, Zhang Quan cast a cold glance in his direction, releasing a silent mental attack. The boy instantly froze, then collapsed onto the road like a lifeless pillow, falling into a deep sleep. Yinyan gave a mischievous smile and said, Thanks, Commander Zhang. Zhang Quan only nodded, remaining silent as ever. In truth, the sisters working for Qin Chen's family was never about the money. The Qin family's food and living expenses far exceeded 50,000 a month. Even their tuition and living costs were covered by Qin Chen. Living at the Qin family manor was an opportunity countless people across the nation longed for but could never attain. Comparing this privilege to a mere 50,000 was simply laughable. On the way to the classroom, Zhang Yanhe leaned in close to Qin Chen and asked in a whisper, Chen bro, I heard you need a spirit beast to participate in the dojo trial. How are you competing? Haven't you failed to awaken one? Qin Chen countered, who said I haven't awakened a spirit beast. Zhang Yanhe immediately got excited. I knew you could do it, Chen bro. The dojo trial is in the bag now. Everyone will finally witness Jiang City's #1 prodigy in action. Then, lowering his voice further, he asked, But Chen bro, how did you awaken? I heard that failing an awakening makes it almost impossible to try again. Qin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Maybe the school environment didn't suit me. I awakened successfully as soon as I got home. Zhang Yanhe looked as though he had an epiphany. Of course, the spiritual energy at school must not be enough. Experts say the more abundant the spiritual energy, the more powerful the spirit beast awakened. Chen bro, you're a genius. Qin Chen silently nodded. He knew well that letting others come up with their own explanations was sometimes more effective than providing one himself. His true abilities had to remain hidden, otherwise, not only would they disrupt the human world, but they would also attract the hunt of the demon clans. The identity of a so-called failure had, in fact, shielded many talented but vulnerable individuals. Very few people knew Qin Chen's real background. Even Jiangcheng, who was in charge of protecting him, repeatedly emphasized that no one could discover his true identity as the son of the Fire Emperor. Such a revelation would unquestionably bring endless trouble and danger. By the time they entered the classroom, every seat was already occupied. Everyone. The atmosphere was tense. Homeroom teacher Zhang Fomying stood at the podium, calmly looking over. Sit down, everyone. I have something important to announce. The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone understood that the next topic was undoubtedly the most critical one before the National Beastmaster exam, the trial in the dojo. Zhang Fomying's gaze swept across everyone as she seriously announced, "You are indeed Beastmasters now, but only in theory. The trial in the dojo will be your first real opportunity to step onto the battlefield. It is not only safe but also the most effective way to hone your combat skills." Everyone listened intently to the teacher, the air filled with tense anticipation. Suddenly, a male student raised his hand and loudly asked, "Teacher, what exactly is the dojo? Is it really safe for us to go inside? Isn't fighting with beasts dangerous? Are the ones in the dojo robots? Even machines could malfunction, right?" Teacher Zhang Fomying merely smiled faintly, as if expecting someone to ask such a question. "I've actually talked about this before. Does anyone still remember?" The entire class turned to Zhao Suining. Usually outshined by Qin Chen, she confidently stood up this time and clearly said, "Teacher has explained before that dojos are ancient ruins left behind by powerful warriors. To be called a dojo, it must at least be a training ground of a tier 10 sovereign level expert who has mastered origin power. Inside, there are traces of their origin power, forming a special alternate space. After modifications by the instructors, it has become a place for us, trainee beastmasters, to train. The beasts encountered inside are manifestations created by this origin power. They will attack us, but they only push us to grow and won't be truly fatal." Zhang Fomying clapped in appreciation, her smile filled with approval. "Very detailed. Zhao Suining, you've done your homework. Let me add one more thing. The dojo we're entering this time was personally deciphered and modified by the Flame Sovereign, one of the great Xia's 10 sovereigns. Some students previously acquired spiritual techniques from this place." As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted into chaos. Students buzzed with excitement, and some were so thrilled they clenched their fists. "Is it really a dojo personally modified by the Flame Sovereign? That's incredible. The Flame Sovereign is my ultimate idol. If I could meet them in person, I'd give up living in a mansion my whole life, even kneel on the spot. I'd give up everything to become a disciple of the Flame Sovereign." Qin Chen rubbed his temple, muttering under his breath, "Is the Flame Sovereign really that famous?" Zhang Yanhui glared at him, his eyes sharp and his tone almost reverent. "How dare you address the Flame Sovereign outright like that? Do you even know how high their status is?" Qin Chen shrugged indifferently. "They're just one of the 10 sovereigns, right? Not that big of a deal." Zhang Yanhui almost lost his temper. "Wrong. The Flame Sovereign and the Thunder Sovereign aren't just ordinary powerhouses. Both of them have fought against the terrifying Tier 11 Emperor-level beasts and walked away unscathed. Do you know what that means?" "What does it mean?" Qin Chen asked with a faint smirk. "It means they are only one step away from the highest level, Emperor tier. Great Xia might soon enter an era with 5 emperors." Qin Chen scoffed, unimpressed. Sure, the Flame Sovereign was impressive, but even they still had to face scolding from his mom at home. At home, his word was final. Zhang Yanhui suddenly seemed to think of something, scrutinizing Qin Chen intently. "You share the same last name as the Flame Sovereign. Are you related? Get me an autograph." Qin Chen joked half seriously, "Want the Flame Sovereign's son's autograph?" The Flame Sovereign has a son. The classroom exploded again. Wang Xiong, a burly boy, stood up with a dark expression, glaring at Qin Chen. "Don't talk nonsense. The Flame Sovereign is devoted to the nation. How could they have a child? You're insulting a legend." Voices of agreement immediately filled the room. The Flame Sovereign is entirely focused on the country and its people. How could they be distracted by romance? If they had a child, how could there be no rumors about it? "Qin Chen, you don't even have a spirit beast. Why are you even back here?" Qin Chen looked bewildered. He had just made a casual remark and didn't expect their idol worship to be this intense. He thought to himself that if they found out the Flame Sovereign liked wearing flip-flops at home and hated washing their feet, these fans might just lose their minds. Amid this strange atmosphere, Zhang Fengying rapped the desk, trying to regain control. Her gaze fell on Qin Chen, and her voice turned serious. According to the rules, entering the dojo requires having a spirit beast. Since you haven't awakened a spirit beast yet, Qin Chen, you won't be able to participate this time. Qin Chen smiled faintly. With a subtle release of mental energy, the shine from the Beastmaster seal within him began to flow, an aura impossible to conceal. Who said I'm not a Beastmaster? Zhang Fengying looked slightly surprised, but after a brief moment, her expression, she revealed a meaningful smile, as if she had already understood something. Very well, prepare yourselves. The entrance to the dojo will open shortly. The students stood in front of the dojo's spatial entrance, the atmosphere notably tense. Principal Gao Jianbin and the teachers stood on the platform, their expressions a mix of anticipation and solemnity. Disciplinary Director Wu Haoan, receiving a signal from the principal, triggered an immediate shift in the air. Ripples appeared on space like water, and a rift slowly opened in front of the students. For the majority of the students present, it was the first time witnessing such a scene. Within seconds, murmurs spread through the group. Someone whispered in disbelief, "Is this an extra-dimensional space? Just how powerful were ancient humans?" Another softly refuted, "You're overthinking. Creating such a space requires both immense strength and rare materials. Even a top-tier beastmaster couldn't create this out of thin air." Some curious ones fantasized about striking it rich in the demon realm, only to be doused with cold water by nearby classmates. Rich? You think you wouldn't die first? Even 7th-level grandmasters wouldn't dare wander freely, let alone someone like you who just started on this path. Even Qin Chen, the prodigious talent with high expectations upon him, had only seen such void rifts a handful of times, let alone crossed through them himself. The rift was unstable, only true beastmasters could withstand the mental impact inside. Recklessly entering could leave one a fool upon return. Otherwise, he would have long wanted to explore the legendary demon realm. Following his spot in the lineup, he couldn't help but think, the demon realm passage guarded by my family, when will I get to cross it with my father? Just then, he noticed ahead that Wang Xiong was glaring at him, muttering a low threat, "Kid, pray you don't run into me, or you'll taste the power of my bear claws." Qin Chen sighed and shook his head. He understood Wang Xiong's hostility all too well. It was all because of his once famous father, leaving Qin Chen caught in the crossfire. Zhang Yanhe beside him patted his shoulder, murmuring, "Brother, why bother with him? If you really threw down, he wouldn't stand a chance." Wang Xiong retorted venomously, "Your sickly cat, what's it doing here?" Zhang Yanhe glared back indignantly. "It's a golden flame tiger, and it's strong." But Wang Xiong only sneered before stepping into the rift first. Qin Chen ignored the bickering entirely and followed steadily behind. Principal Gao Jianbin watched from the platform, nodding slightly. Despite coming from a military family, Qin Chen had independently advanced to a 9-star beastmaster of the first tier within just half a month, demonstrating both talent and perseverance. To Gao Jianbin, Qin Chen wasn't just a promising prodigy, but a testament to the years of his dedication paying off. In truth, Principal Gao Jianbin had fought alongside Qin Chen's father years ago, defending the dangerous demon realm passageway. His spirit beast had perished in that brutal invasion, forcing him off the battlefield. Though his mental strength remained, he had permanently lost the ability to evolve as a beastmaster, and could hardly advance further in cultivation. Surviving with some strength was considered fortunate. In this world, spirit beasts weren't just tools for combat but companions in battle. Losing a spirit beast was akin to losing a limb. This was why beastmasters capable of contracting multiple spirit beasts held an edge. Even if one beast died, while severe injuries were unavoidable, at least the path to strength wouldn't be entirely severed. Teachers below the stage expressed concerns about the students' performance. "I wonder what level the strongest will achieve this year. Even having a few S-tiers would be quite good. Withstand 4 hours or slay 31st tier monsters solo to qualify as S-tier. It's no small feat, not to mention the random deployment. They're completely on their own." A more confident teacher nodded. "Qin Chen, Zhao Xuaning, and Li Qianyang, they'll definitely make S-tier, as long as they perform normally." But Principal Gao Jianbin merely smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. His expectations were far beyond S-tier, for in his view, true future hope would never be limited to ordinary assessments. His gaze remained fixed on the young ones who had charged into the void rift, brimming with hope in his heart. "You're the son of a general, after all. You'd better achieve at least SS or SSS tier. Don't let your father down." Inside the dojo, Qin Chen suddenly fell from midair. Before he could react, the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon emerged from his Beastmaster seal, catching him mid-fall. If not for that, he might have hit the ground hard. How does a random deployment end up dropping someone out of the sky? Qin Chen muttered, clutching at his clothes. The 10-meter high drop might not have been deadly for someone with his years of physical training, but such an unexpected fall could still leave him with some serious bruises. Fortunately, the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon spared him from the worst. At least, let him make a fool of himself in public. Besides, in the evaluation of spiritual beast strength, the ability to fly has always been considered crucial. After all, if the battle can't be won, they can at least fly away to save their lives. Controlling the skies means controlling the choice, and that is important. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon vigilantly surveyed its surroundings. Master, it's so dark here it feels like a sealed chamber. I can't see any beasts. Is this really a dojo? The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon asked softly. Qin Chen smiled slightly. Don't let your guard down. The real trial has just begun. While output is vital, caution cannot be overlooked. His voice was low, yet firm and powerful. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon shook its head, its tail ready for action. I don't understand all this. All I know is that if we kill all opponents, then there won't be any trouble. Offense is the best defense. Its voice was filled with fiery confidence. A glint of light flashed in Qin Chen's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. You're right, offense is indeed the best defense. Alright, let's get started. The system display panel clearly showed the personality traits of the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon: adventure-loving, battle-obsessed. Qin Chen had once worried that this holy dragon might act impulsively and make mistakes. But later, he understood, fire itself is an element of attack. Forcing fire to act as a shield would only result in diminished effectiveness. In the future, when he no longer relies on just one pet dragon, there's no need to demand the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon to excel in everything. In the long term, earth and wood elements could take on defense and control, while the fire element focuses purely on output. Team complementariness is the key to the perfect lineup. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon spread its wings and soared high, flames blazing from its body. Not long after it took off, several beasts made of blazing flames suddenly emerged in the sky and on the ground. Qin Chen chuckled lightly, rubbing his chin. No wonder my father had to personally crack this dojo. Turns out it was made as a trial perfectly matched to his abilities. Speaking of which, my dad is not someone who takes losses easily. In truth, internationally, the Strong had already given Qin Xiaotian a nickname, Qin the Bandit. The reason was simple and crude. Regardless of the human or demon realms, everyone knew he acted decisively and thoroughly, plundering all sorts of ancient battlefield ruins and treasures. The scenes often resembled moving companies at work, even taking floor tiles without hesitation. Latecomers could only stare at the empty ruins and complain online about his lack of restraint. If you want treasures, fine, but taking everything down to the floor tiles, isn't that going too far? Can't you even afford tiles? Qin Xiaotian, however, didn't care about these remarks. He did all this because poverty had traumatized him in his youth. As an ordinary man who had climbed to greatness, he cherished every hard-earned opportunity. Who knows, perhaps an unremarkable tile from a ruin might turn out to be an invaluable treasure. How could he let it slip away? Facing the rapidly approaching flame beasts, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon's eyes ignited with fierce battle spirit. It swiftly reverted to its draconic humanoid form and charged directly at the fiery creatures. As the King of Flames, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon was naturally immune to fire-based attacks. Even the fire attacks of higher-tier beasts struggled to genuinely threaten it, let alone the ordinary fire abilities of these low-tier creatures. Ha ha ha, bring it on. These are too weak. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon exclaimed excitedly, tearing the incoming flame beasts into pieces with claw after claw. Qin Chen observed the scene without any change in expression. He knew full well that these beasts were no coincidence but were created as part of the system's regulations. Everyone entering the dojo would face a constant barrage of challenges, with the strength of the flame beasts increasing as time passed. This trial space, left behind by a powerful ancient being, was intended to refine the new generation of warriors. Qin Xiaotian had merely made slight modifications to adapt it for Jiangcheng High School. These beast tamers in their infancy had less than half a month's worth of experience. Their highest rank was only stage 1 9 stars, like Qin Chen. Most others capped at stage 1 6 stars. In other words, when facing stage 2 beasts, they'd be left with no choice but to flee in panic. Jiang Wanjing believed the dojo trial was a great opportunity, not because the participants could easily win, but because the flame beasts would become stronger over time. As long as they could endure long enough, the beast's power would eventually exceed stage 2. According to the rules, trial participants wouldn't face life-threatening danger, making this the perfect environment for honing combat skills. In the end, they could both uncover the limits of the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon and gain ample battle experience. It was simply too fitting. At the same time, several kilometers away from Qin Chen, Wan Xiong was commanding his spiritual beast his stage 1 5-star Earthshaker bear in fierce battle with several flame beasts. The bear shattered the fiery creatures with each swipe of its claws, encountering no resistance whatsoever. His companions immediately began flattering him. "Brother Xiong, you're so strong. Being in the top 10 of our grade is no exaggeration. Brother Xiong's Earthshaker bear has so much potential. It might become a king-class beast someday, and by that time, you'll definitely fight alongside the great fire sovereign." "Stop calling him Brother Xiong. Just call him Bear King." Wang Xiong pretended to laugh humbly, but couldn't hide the pride at the corner of his mouth. "Don't exaggerate. Just seeing my idol's presence is enough for me. Lord Fire Emperor is the peak in my heart. If Qin Chen dares to talk bad about my idol, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." A lackey nervously reminded, "Brother Xiong, there are surveillance cameras here. If you attack other students, the whole school will publicly criticize you." Wang Xiong looked unconcerned. "So what? My idol defeated 3 opponents at once back in the day, snatched the inheritance, and still left unscathed. He wasn't afraid of retaliation. Why would I care about some disciplinary action?" As he spoke, Wang Xiong's eyes fell into the distance. He saw a crimson divine dragon coiling in the sky and was stunned. "What the heck is that? Is that also a flame beast? Brothers, this is way too outrageous. If it transformed into a fire wolf, fire leopard, or firebird, I could understand. But a fire dragon? That's so over the top." A lackey beside him immediately called out, "Brother Xiong, why don't we go take down that fire dragon? Winning would earn us a ton of points." Wang Xiong burst into excitement and laughed aloud. "Earth-shaking bear charge. This year's first S-class score is mine." They charged aggressively toward the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon, not considering the consequences at all. To them, flame beasts might cause some minor injuries at most. At worst, they'd just get teleported out. There was no real risk of death. They figured there was nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Qin Chen and the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon were locked in battle with flame beasts. With the might of the Holy Dragon alone, the opposing creatures were already completely suppressed. Yet as the Holy Dragon continued using its skills, a glaring problem emerged. It consumed a massive amount of spirit energy with every skill activation. Being a first-tier spirit beast by nature, it had limited energy reserves. For a high-tier spirit beast like the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon, the immense power of its skills came at a big cost. Using them twice might completely drain its energy. Even worse, Qin Chen's combat ability was subpar. Beyond casting a basic mental shield, he had virtually no self-defense capabilities. Asking him to punch a beast was pure fantasy. Qin Chen quickly grasped the issue. He murmured quietly, "Qi Yan, you need to learn some basic skills. Using advanced techniques against weak beasts is like firing a rocket at an ant too wasteful." The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon scratched its head shyly and replied, "All right, Master, I'll give it a try." Though spirit beasts awakening new skills sounded simple in theory, it was far from easy in practice. Each spirit beast had unique blood attributes, with Crimson Flame being a dragon of the fire strain. The challenge lay in effectively utilizing its energy for balanced, efficient attacks. Summoning all its effort, the Holy Dragon began working on a new technique. Its first attempt, a stream of fiery dragon breath, instantly obliterated 2 flame beasts. While the power was impressive, Qin Chen frowned immediately. The energy consumption is too high, and it's too spread out. Not efficient enough. The Holy Dragon tried fine-tuning its energy output next. While the consumption was reduced, the attacks became lackluster and less deadly. But amid this trial and error, a system notification suddenly echoed. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon had created a new skill, Explosive Flame Breath. An S-class skill. It consumed fire-based spirit energy to unleash scalding dragon breath, causing severe burning damage while reducing the target's defense. Upon impact, the skill also triggered an area explosion. Qin Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. "Nice. You inferred and innovated all on your own, adding an explosive feature. Truly worthy of being the most talented holy dragon." When facing enemies, most dragons instinctively relied on fire breath attacks, simple, direct, and effective. But by compressing the flames and adding an explosive trigger, the impact far surpassed regular burns. It was akin to humans using explosives, less about lighting a fire and more about creating an instantaneous blast of force and heat to destroy everything. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon now exclaimed excitedly, "You little beasts, I'll show you real power." With those words, it opened its jaws wide, letting loose a surge of explosive flame breath aimed at the ground. As the flame beasts approached, the dragon breath reached the center of their group, exploding on impact. The resulting heatwave scorched the very air, and the flame beasts were instantly incinerated into charred remains, collapsing lifelessly. Spectators watching from afar cried out in shock, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Some stared in disbelief. Oh my god, these virtual flame beasts know how to use skills? The Fire Emperor truly is unrivaled. Standing on a giant rock at the edge of the battlefield, Qin Chen noticed someone pointing at him and shouting. Looking up, he found the scene somewhat comical. The flame beast those onlookers were marveling at was clearly his own Crimson Flame Holy Dragon. How could a simulated flame beast exhibit such agility or unleash high-level skills like his dragon? The only real similarity was that both could breathe fire, otherwise, there was no comparison. Wang Xiong's lackeys quickly reacted. Qin Chen appeared, and someone excitedly shouted, "Brother Xiong, that's the guy who made our idol angry." Wang Xiong's eyes lit up, and he laughed with a hint of schadenfreude. Sitting atop the earth-shaking giant bear, he spoke provocatively, "Qin Chen, you dare to set your sights on that special flame beast? Aren't you afraid you'll only get a D grade in the assessment?" Qin Chen merely raised an eyebrow, looking at Wang Xiong nonchalantly. "If I were you, I'd leave right now. Otherwise, the one ending up with a D grade will be you." In truth, he didn't want to fall out with Wang Xiong. After all, Wang Xiong was a fan of Qin Shaotian, his father. Although his father was often criticized online, he had still earned the respect of a certain group with his abilities. If Qin Chen went too hard on Wang Xiong, it would only drive away the few remaining fans. Wang Xiong, however, was ungrateful and seized the opportunity to shout, "How dare you insult my idol? This time, you'll pay the price." Lord Fire Sovereign could create such a powerful flame dragon with just a casual strike, and you dare to act reckless. With that, he waved his hand, and the earth-shaking giant bear roared as it charged toward Qin Chen, each step shaking the ground violently. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon, seeing this, instantly became furious and shouted, "You clueless insects dare attack my master in front of me." With that, it swung its massive tail, scattering the other flame beasts, then dove down fiercely. Wang Xiong initially thought the talking flame beast was just some visual effect. He gaped. Flame beasts can communicate now? The Fire Sovereign is truly almighty. His underlings were equally amazed, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Qin Chen could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't help but grumble, "My dad's just a beast master, not some deity. If he could actually create a talking flame dragon, he'd have been deified already." He understood all too well how such blind worshippers truly knew nothing and blindly idolized. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon had already begun its assault. It dove down aggressively, its massive dragon claws crashing toward the earth-shaking giant bear like a landslide. Feeling the mortal threat, the bear unleashed all its earth element spiritual power in desperation, erecting an enormous stone shield in front of itself with a loud roar. Wang Xiong shouted confidently, "This is a defense skill I painstakingly trained my earth-shaking giant bear to master. It can withstand even a high-level beast's fatal attacks." In the next moment, the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon's claws smashed down heavily on the stone shield. A muffled sound echoed as the shield shattered instantly. The earth-shaking giant bear was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with several bloody claw marks across its chest. The scene fell completely silent. Wang Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The skill was completely useless? In just half an hour, how could there be such a high-level flame beast? Qin Chen remained composed as he calmly commanded the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon, "Escort them out, but don't go overboard." The dragon complied immediately, swiping its massive claw and sending Wang Xiong and his lackeys flying. The emergency teleportation marks on their bodies activated at once, ejecting them from the trial field. Even after they tumbled outside, Wang Xiong and his group were still in a daze, looking at one another in shock and whispering, "Why did that flame dragon follow Qin Chen's orders? Could it be his awakened spirit beast? You're saying your family's first-order demon beast can actually talk? And that it can knock a earth-shaking giant bear flat with a single swipe of its claws? Don't you think you're exaggerating a bit too much?" Wang Xiong's expression completely collapsed. He had just been saying he was going to teach Qin Chen a lesson, but he hadn't expected to get slapped in the face this quickly. Everything that happened was clearly seen by the teachers and students on the stage. Could that flame divine dragon really be his spirit beast? How could Qin Chen have such good luck? Discussions buzzed non-stop in the audience. On the ceremonial platform, Principal Gao Jianbin wore a disappointed look, his brows tightly knitted. The school's upper administration had long been monitoring and observing the students' performances throughout the test. Some had performed quite well, but there were also those like Wang Xiong, who made mistakes at every turn and didn't even know the most basic common sense. One teacher said in a low voice, "Wang Xiong isn't lacking in potential, but he makes far too many low-level mistakes. Worst of all, he simply can't learn the basic operations." Another teacher immediately suggested issuing a school-wide public criticism, saying his behavior must not be tolerated. Gao Jianbin turned to look at Zheng Fengying and concluded, "Ms. Zhang, you'll still need to strengthen the basic training from now on. A moment ago, Zhang Fengling had been glowing with pride because of Qin Chen's outstanding performance, but she hadn't expected to lose points again because of Wang Xiong. She felt bitter. She had clearly taught these things countless times, yet Wang Xiong and the others simply refused to listen. She could only nod and agree with the principal. The Dean of Instruction, Wu Haoan, stared fixedly at Qin Chen on the screen, his eyes full of shock. I truly didn't expect Qin Chen to have such talent. Not only has his own strength broken through to stage 1, 9 stars, he's only one step away from entering stage 2. That Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon of his is even more astonishingly powerful. It would still be among the elites even at Kyoto Royal Beast University. Getting an SS grade result will be easy for him. More than half of the class can only look up to him from afar. He continued, look, he's taken only half an hour to slay more than 40 flame-type magical beasts. This is the best result in the entire school, bar none. Gao Jianbin nodded with a smile, his tone full of expectation. Let's keep watching. Qin Chen's potential is far from reaching its limit. The other teachers had thought several dark horses would emerge this year, but none of them expected Qin Chen to remain the brightest of them all. Even Zhao Ningxuan, who ranked second, had only managed to hunt about 10 flame-type magical beasts, which couldn't compare at all. Inside the training arena, Qin Chen was still fighting side by side with the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon. As the trial progressed, the flame beasts grew stronger and stronger. The strongest among them had now reached the level of First Order 4-star. Many students could no longer hold out and were forced to withdraw after being defeated. Those who could still remain were almost all powerhouses with spirit beasts at First Order 4-star or above. Qin Chen lowered his head and glanced at the score plate on his chest. I've already taken out over 100 flame beasts, and my points have exceeded 3,000. I've long since met the requirements for SSS rank. At this moment, Zhang Yanhe rode over on a First Order 5-star Golden Flame Tiger. Brother Chen, we finally ran into each other, he said, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Qin Chen's Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon, the stunned look on his face not looking fake at all. You awakened a dragon. He looked down at his own little tiger and felt nothing but envy. Qin Chen smiled slightly. Your Golden Flame Tiger is also very good. It has dual attributes of gold and fire, and the fact that it's advanced to First Order 5-star so quickly shows you've put in a lot of effort. Zhang Yanhe scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Still can't compare to you. Brother Chen, have you already reached Tier 1 6-star? Qin Chen replied calmly, no, I just broke through to Tier 1 9-star. Zhang Yanhe's jaw nearly dropped. He himself had barely slept for half a month for the sake of his Golden Flame Tiger, burning through all his resources just to barely reach Tier 1 5-star, but Qin Chen had already rushed to Tier 1 9-star? This kind of gap was enough to make one despair. Brother Chen, you're way too shameless about martial virtue. Zhang Yanhe lamented. Rich family, good looks, great talent, all the good things are yours. How are people their age supposed to live with that? On the other side, Zhao Xuning was fighting desperately in a corner of the dojo. She battled side by side with the Ice Crystal Giant Python against several flame-type fiend beasts. The Ice Crystal Giant Python simply let the flames bombard it. Its icy scales could block most of the fire. In the air, steam formed where ice and flame collided, and every wisp of vapor reflected Zhao Xuaning's stubborn, unyielding face. In her heart she silently recited, Qin Chen, I won't be trampled under your feet forever. No one will always be second, and no one will always be a failure. All 3 years of high school, Qin Chen had always been number 1 in the whole school, but she had already made up her mind things would never go on like this. Zhao Xuning had always lived in Qin Chen's shadow. No matter how hard she tried, she could only ever come in second. The frustration in her heart grew heavier and heavier. She didn't care about winning or losing. If Qin Chen had really taken first place through hard work, she would have accepted it willingly. But Qin Chen was always so lazy, yet his grades were still above hers. That was something she couldn't accept. She secretly made up her mind that before the upcoming National Beast Taming exam, no matter what, she had to defeat Qin Chen once in the trial field. Even if it was only once, she would be satisfied. Inside the trial field, the Ice Crystal Giant Python spewed out bone-piercing cold air as it swung its massive tail, smashing the demonic beasts into pulp one after another. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Xuning looked up at it, and only one thought remained in her mind, Qin Chen, don't you dare just coast through this. You'd better hold out until the end. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Chen seemed completely out of place in the tense atmosphere of the trial field. He was lazily leaning against a large boulder, scrolling his phone in utter boredom, his face full of impatience. They don't even give us signal in this trial? Good thing I downloaded some offline games in advance. Plants vs. Zombies, let's go. Seeing Qin Chen like this, Zhang Yanhuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen, we're in the middle of a competition here. Qin Chen didn't even look up, still focused on the game. So what? These demon beasts are ridiculously weak. How am I supposed to take this seriously? He longed for a real opponent. To him, these low-level demon beasts couldn't stir up any fighting spirit at all. They were just small fry to kill time. Other than playing games to pass the boredom, he truly had no idea how to endure these hours. He certainly wouldn't actually fight these small fry demon beasts for real. Zhang Yan has simply sat down as well. Then I'll play too. Brother Chen, can you give me a hotspot? I'm out of data on my phone. Qin Chen rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen a dojo with cell reception? What hotspot am I supposed to give you? Zhang Yanhas shook his head helplessly, holding his phone with a defeated look on his face. He only had a few health apps on his phone, not even a single game to kill time. Without looking up, Qin Chen asked, Xiaohu, do you know how to speed up this dojo's progress? Letting it drag on like this is really a waste of time. Zhang Yanhas suddenly thought of something. Brother Chen, you want higher-level demon beasts to come out sooner. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Qin Chen's lips. What else? I've already farmed all 300+ demon beasts, and my points are about to break 10,000. I want to test Qian's limit strength as soon as possible. Zhang Yan said seriously, there is actually a way. According to the dojo rules, the more monsters you kill, the faster they evolve. As long as you keep killing, their strength will naturally increase at an accelerated pace. Qin Chen's smile grew wider. Then let's fast forward it. He threw himself into it, starting a one-pull mass aggro run in the vast trial field. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon was his absolute trump card, and its newly awakened skill Explosive Flame Dragon Breath was a divine weapon for large area attacks, tailor-made for group battles. Crimson Flame, get to work so we can go home for dinner when we're done, Qin Chen said as his final command. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon's eyes lit up and it immediately lunged into the distance, drawing all the fire-type monsters over. The Golden Flame Tiger rubbed against Zhang Yanhe's arm, looking like it was on the verge of tears from fright. Being in the same place as the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon made him feel like a little mouse facing a great lion. He didn't dare struggle at all. In his heart he silently cried, compete with this holy dragon? You're overestimating me, aren't you? Zhang Yanhe, however, didn't notice the Golden Flame Tiger's mood at all. Instead, he looked like he was searching for treasure, glancing around. Brother Chen, do you think there might be some hidden treasures in this arena? Qin Chen didn't even think about it before brushing him off. No chance. Zhang Yanhe refused to give up. How do you know? We haven't even looked. Qin Chen smiled faintly and said in a tone only he understood, because my dad has been here. He's the Flame Emperor. Anywhere he's been, there will never be anything good left. Don't expect there to be any omissions. Qin Chen's father's nickname was Qin the Bandit. Any training ground he swept through would be stripped of every treasure. Those occasional spiritual secret techniques the students picked up were most likely things his father had disdained to take and casually left behind. In the distance, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon had already attracted a large number of flame-type demon beasts. With a single move, its explosive flame dragon breath erupted outward, instantly blowing up the entire field and clearing out nearly 90% of the beasts, with just a few left to be easily finished off. As soon as this wave ended, the next round of pulling monsters began immediately. Meanwhile, the other students on the field grew increasingly anxious. Staring at the flame demon beasts that had already grown to 1-star, 5th rank strength, they were completely dumbfounded. Only one thought filled their minds: this escalation is way too fast. It hasn't even been 2.5 hours, and the demon beasts have already become almost impossible to suppress. Who is it? Which ruthless bastard killed so many that the demon beasts are evolving this fast? Can't you leave us a way to survive? I was just about to sprint for an S rank score, and you completely messed everything up. If I find out who did this, I'm definitely going to challenge him one-on-one. Under the control of the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon, the Flame Demon Beast's strength skyrocketed, already breaking through to the level of Tier 1, 6 stars. Zhao Xuanying and Li Qianyang, who had been able to deal with it easily before, were now beginning to feel immense pressure. There were only 4 of them left in the dojo. The reason Zhang Yanhe hadn't left was entirely because he was sticking close to Qin Chen, not daring to act rashly. Qin Chen, meanwhile, watched the battle while glancing at the rapidly climbing score on his points board, and at last a satisfied look appeared on his face. Now this was more like it. But he knew very well that no one had ever killed 1,000 demonic beasts before. Zhang Yanhe couldn't help reminding him, yeah, the school record in Jiangcheng High's history is only 300. No sooner had he spoken than everyone saw the number of monsters killed on Qin Chen's score plate break through 1,000. At that moment, a dense fiery spiritual energy suddenly filled the entire arena. Stimulated by it, the power of all the flame-type demonic beasts skyrocketed. but their numbers plummeted sharply. The demonic beasts broke through from Tier 1 7-star to Tier 1 8-star all the way, and there were even Tier 2 1-star existences. Zhao Xuanning and Li Qianyang met each other's gaze for the first time, their faces changing dramatically. They had absolutely no idea what was going on. Li Qianyang looked utterly puzzled and muttered loudly, "What's going on? Since when has the arena trial ever been this outrageous?" Zhao Xuanning furrowed her brows, her mind rapidly reasoning. This growth rate was absolutely abnormal. She realized that someone had triggered some kind of hidden rule. The answer was obvious, only Qin Chen could have done it. Now, only the three of them were still holding on. Just as they were panicking, several Tier 2, 1-star flame beasts suddenly pounced at them ferociously. The two of them fled in a sorry state and finally ran into Qin Chen, who was casually strolling around while slaughtering monsters. Seeing that he was still so at ease, Qin Chen curled his lips, his face full of unabashed confidence and a hint of teasing. "You're still here? I thought you'd have quit long ago." Zhao Xuanning was so angry that she was practically fuming. Li Qianyang, on the other hand, was pushed to the limit and questioned furiously, "Qin Chen, what the hell did you do? Why did the flame beasts suddenly all get stronger? Are you trying to get us killed?" Qin Chen gave him a sidelong glance, his expression indifferent. "If you don't know how to play, then don't. You'll be eliminated sooner or later." Li Qianyang was infuriated and provoked through gritted teeth. "Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Don't just talk big. If you've got guts, come and try." Qin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly called to the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon in the sky, "Crimson Flame, come back. Someone's not convinced by you and wants to have a little spar." A dragon's roar instantly shook the heavens as the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon plunged down from the clouds, its head lowered to stare down at Li Qianyang and his Xianwood two-headed lion. Disdain was written all over its face. "Who's so ignorant and overestimating themselves that they dare interrupt me while I'm busy with serious matters?" The atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Li Qianyang's legs went weak, but he forced himself to keep talking tough. "No, it wasn't me." Zhang Yanhe couldn't help mocking him. "Li Qianyang, you issued the challenge yourself, and now you want to back out." Li Qianyang's face turned livid, unable to argue back. He was both ashamed and enraged. In fact, deep down he knew that Qin Chen had already left him far behind. His own spirit beast was only rank 1, 6 stars, while Qin Chen's Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon was already a top existence at rank 1, 9 stars. The dragon's aura alone completely crushed his will to resist. Seeing this, Qin Chen casually waved his hand. "Qi Yan, continue what you were doing. Ignore them." Receiving the order, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon instantly swept toward the battlefield. In just a few seconds, its dragon breath raged through, and several flame-type demon beasts were reduced to ashes on the spot. Zhao Xuanning and Li Qianyang looked at each other, their inner shock beyond words. They realized that compared to Qin Chen, their previous confidence was almost a fantasy. Zhao Xuanning clenched her hands tightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of frustration and pressure. Li Qianyang gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. "We thought we had a shot at reaching double S rank. Now it seems even walking out of this trial alive is a problem." They made up their minds to withdraw voluntarily. Zhao Xuanning gathered her mental power to leave the field, but her expression suddenly froze. Her mental mark didn't respond. She couldn't exit at all. Zhang Yanhu also tried in utter disbelief. Everyone soon realized that no matter how hard they tried, they could not leave this space. A vague, nameless fear spread rapidly. The safety mechanism that had always been foolproof failed completely. For the first time they realized that today they were very likely going to face a true test of life and death. The mark was supposed to trigger automatically the moment a student got injured, protecting their safety and transferring them in time to a safe space outside the dojo. But now, the mark had actually failed. In other words, if they couldn't defeat that flame demon beast, they would really die here. This was not only enough to make anyone break down, it also pushed the tension on-site to the extreme. Yet that flame demon beast was still growing stronger. There was already no chance to escape. Zhang Yanhe grew increasingly agitated and clearly began to panic. He paced back and forth non-stop, his face filled with despair and confusion. "We're doomed. How did this trial suddenly turn into this? The school never said anything about a special danger mode." The school distributed spiritual marks precisely to ensure the safety of every student. They absolutely cannot allow students to die before the beast taming assessment. To die in this kind of trial is simply infuriating and frustrating. Li Qianyang clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down. He turned his head and stared fixedly at Qin Chen, who had remained completely unruffled to the side. "Let's calm down first. Right now there's only one key question. What exactly did you do to make things turn out like this?" Qin Chen scratched his chin, thought about it seriously, and spoke in an astonishingly calm tone. "I did the same as everyone else. just kept killing demonic beasts, though maybe I killed a few too many. Panting, Zhang Yanhu added, not a few, more than 1,000. Hearing the number, Li Qianyang's eyes widened, and even the always composed Zhao Xuaning's expression completely changed. More than 1,000 demonic beasts? Even if every strike hit its mark, it would still tire out most spirit beasts, right? So why didn't the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon show the slightest sign of fatigue, and instead grew more and more ferocious as it fought? What they didn't know was that the dragon race was already famous for its extraordinary stamina and recovery. No matter how long they fought, they could stay at peak condition. Although Qin Chen's Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon had a terrifyingly large appetite, it did just as much work, and remained full of energy throughout. Seeing his teammates' unease, Qin Chen gave a sunny smile. Don't worry, just keep killing. We'll find a way out sooner or later. His resolve seemed to infect everyone else. Their moods calmed a little, and they silently believed the school wouldn't actually let them die here. Meanwhile, on the rostrum of Jiangcheng High School, several teachers exchanged puzzled looks. It was the first time any of them had seen such an unexpected situation, and they could only pin their hopes on Principal Gao Jianben. Principal, what is this? Does the school have some kind of special mode like this? One teacher couldn't help asking. This kind of accident has never happened in previous years. Could it be a special test arranged by Lord Fire Emperor? Trials are fine, but even blocking the spiritual imprint is way too dangerous. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Gao Jianben's forehead, and he could no longer hide the panic in his heart. All these years he had never encountered anything like this. It seemed as if Qin Chen's frenzied slaughter of demonic beasts had triggered some unknown limit. Forcing himself to remain calm and suppressing his unease, he said, there is indeed a special assessment from Lord Fire Emperor, but don't worry, it's just to see where the limit lies. Everyone, keep watching the monitors. Report to me immediately if anything changes. With that, he hurriedly left the ceremonial platform and rushed into the principal's office. As soon as he stepped through the door, Gao Jianben fumbled to pull out his phone and hurriedly dialed Qin Xiaotian. The moment the call connected, Qin's hearty voice came through, Xiao Gao, what made you call me all of a sudden? Gao Jianben didn't even have time to wipe the sweat beading on his forehead. General, something's happened at the Jiangcheng High School dojo. Did you set up some kind of special trial? On the other end of the line, Qin Xiaoshan's tone faltered for a moment before he replied decisively, what special trial? I'm not that bored that I'd play those kinds of tricks. No, I didn't. Gao Jianben's heart sank abruptly. He took a deep breath, his voice tight with anxiety. Something serious has happened. There's been an accident in the dojo space, and Qin Chen is still trapped in there. Please come over immediately. Qin Xiaotian immediately realized the gravity of the situation, and his tone turned sharp in an instant, give me 5 minutes. After Gao Jianben hung up the phone, his face was still deathly pale. If something happened to Qin Chen, not only would he be unable to escape responsibility, he might also bring down a catastrophic disaster. The entire Jiang city was wary of Qin Xiaoshan's temper. At this moment, in the Qin family estate, Qin Xiaotian had just gotten home and hadn't even sat down properly before he immediately stood up and headed for the door. Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly, why are you in such a rush again? Qin Xiaotian tried his best to appear calm, though his eyes were full of anxiety, it's nothing. Xiao Gao said our son performed too well and wrecked the dojo, asked me to come and take a look and fix it up. I happen to be free anyway. After speaking, flames surged up around him, and his whole body turned into a streak of fire, shooting into the sky in an instant. As a 10th-tier Emperor-level Beastmaster, he could rely on his spiritual power alone to fly at high speed through the air, at a speed that could even rival a fighter jet. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Xiaotian had already appeared at the gate of Jiangcheng High School. Upon seeing him, Gao Jianben immediately greeted him respectfully, General. Qin Xiaoshan's expression was grim as he went straight to the point, what exactly happened? I personally inspected that training ground, there shouldn't have been any problems. This training ground had originally been designed by one of the Empire's top Emperor-level Beastmasters to select outstanding disciples, and in theory its safety factor was extremely high, with no life-threatening danger under normal circumstances. But this time, everything had shattered. Their understanding danger had descended without warning, and everyone's fate had been completely rewritten. After the modifications, this trial ground is almost free of danger. Even a novice Beastmaster who just entered the profession wouldn't lose their life inside. Gao Jianben's face turned bitter as he said in a low voice, we're still not sure of the specific reason, but I suspect it was caused by Xiaochen. What did you say? Don't joke around. He's just a first-rank Beastmaster, how could he possibly cause such a huge disturbance? Qin Xiaoshan's voice was full of disbelief. But he killed 1,000 flame demonic beasts. Gao Jianben's tone was especially heavy. Qin Chen was stunned, his mind unable to process it for a moment. How is that possible? 1,000? He wondered if he had misheard. Qin Chen nervously pressed for confirmation. How many did you say? Say it again. For an ordinary first-rank beast tamer, let alone killing 1,000 demonic beasts, being able to keep going after defeating a few dozen would already be their limit. Each spirit beast has very little spirit power to use in the first place and can't cast many skills. Precisely because of this, the rules stipulate that as long as one can hold out in the arena for 4 hours and kill 100 flame demonic beasts, they can receive the highest SSS rating. Yet now, Qin Chen's performance inside had completely shattered their understanding of what limit meant. Even Qin Chen, who was used to seeing big scenes, was stunned. The spirit beast he had awakened back then was very powerful as well, but in terms of ferocity, it actually couldn't compare to his own son. At this moment, Gao Jianban's face was even more solemn. General, the power level of the demon beasts in the arena has already risen to tier 2, 3-star. If it goes any higher, Xiaochen won't be able to hold on. Can you pause the arena and get him out of there? Qin Xiaoshen's expression turned serious. He closed his eyes and used his spiritual power to probe the arena. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his expression growing even more grave. This is troublesome. There's a hidden rule in this arena. Once someone inside kills 1,000 demon beasts, a special trial will automatically activate. Once this special trial begins, even if I forcibly destroy the arena from the outside, there's a very high chance the space will collapse. When that happens, he paused, making the atmosphere even more tense. Once space collapses, the void storm outside will instantly tear everyone inside to pieces. Even if I take action personally, at best I only have an 80% chance of getting Xiaochen out safely. Gao Jianban's face had already turned deathly pale. Is there no safer way? What if we ask Emperor Jiang to intervene? His abilities will definitely settle this securely. Qin Xiaotian shook his head. Impossible. Emperor Jiang isn't here, he's in the demon realm. The Dao arena can hold out for at most 1 more hour. The flame demonic beast's strength will keep skyrocketing, reaching tier 2 9-star or even tier 3 1-star. Only if Qin Chen perseveres to the end and wins the fight will the trial conclude. This dojo was originally built to screen out the most gifted disciples. The special trial isn't something ordinary people can endure. Most first-tier beast tamers don't have any extra trump cards at all. Being barely able to fight a single second-tier monster beast is already defying the heavens, let alone facing top-tier opponents. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaotian spoke with resolve. We can only rely on the kid's own ability for now. If he really can't win, I'll go all out, tear this entire dojo apart if I have to, just to keep him safe. As for everything else, I can't worry about it. Inside the trial ground, the flame beasts grew ever more intense, their searing radiance scorching the air. By now, they had already evolved to the second-tier, 7-star stage. At first, Zhao Xuning and the other two could still rely on their spirit beasts to interfere, but now they were completely useless. They could only watch helplessly as the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon fought the horde of beasts alone. Though the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon was utterly exhausted, its blood burned with fervent battle spirit, and every strike carried an explosive power that refused to concede. The only good news was that the number of demonic beasts was indeed decreasing. Only 4 of the strongest second-rank 7-star demonic beasts remained. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's stamina was nearly spent, yet its fighting spirit did not wane in the slightest. Zhao Xuning grew increasingly tense, panting heavily. Why are dragon-type spirit beasts this powerful? Even the Fire Emperor's top-grade fire-type spirit beast probably can't compare, right? Li Qianyang sighed in agreement. Just look at that presence. No wonder it needed to absorb so much spiritual energy just to awaken. Zhang Yanhe couldn't resist teasing him. Mr. Solo Duel, have you noticed? All your limelight's been stolen. How about you go up there and do another one-on-one? Li Qianyang's expression was bitter as he shook his head somewhat shamefacedly. He could no longer ignore the gap in front of him. They were all students, yet the difference between them was like heaven and earth. This is how reality is. Some people are born destined to stand out, while others can only look on from afar. Qin Chen held his breath, completely ignoring the conversation beside him. All his attention was focused on the massive Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon in the arena. Only by thoroughly grasping every trait of this fire dragon could he, in the upcoming battle, judge his opponent's true strength to the greatest extent. His mind was racing as he analyzed. Its defense is freakishly strong, its endurance is excellent, and its burst power is just as terrifying, but its weaknesses are also obvious: slow speed and limited spiritual power reserves. Although the fire dragon has extremely high burst damage when it strikes, it's clearly not as agile as a wind dragon, and its high-intensity attacks cause a staggering consumption of spiritual power. If not for the abundance of fire elements in this arena, allowing the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon to barely replenish part of its energy, it probably wouldn't even be able to cast the most basic skills by now. Just being able to fight to this extent already proved that the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon was strong enough. In a one-on-one fight, it could even easily defeat a tier 2 9-star beast. What was even more terrifying was that this guy could use 2 SSS level skills at the same time. The power was simply unimaginable. The 4 tier 2 7-star beasts were almost torn apart in an instant, and even the 3 tier 2 8-star beasts were brutally slaughtered by the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon. However, at this moment, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon finally showed signs of fatigue, its breathing growing heavier and rougher. But the arena didn't give it any chance to catch its breath. Fire elements in the air surged violently, and 2 powerful tier 2 9-star flame beasts suddenly took shape, releasing suffocating fiery might from their bodies. Li Qianyang instinctively clenched his teeth, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Is this special trial trying to push us to a dead end? Who can withstand this if it continues? Next, I'm afraid tier 3 beasts will really appear. Outside the field, Qin Xiaotian and Gao Jianbin wore equally tense expressions. This battle had already far exceeded anything they had imagined. Gao Jianbin frowned and said in a low voice, "If we hadn't consumed so much physical strength and spiritual power earlier, with the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon going all out, it might not be impossible to crush those brainless demonic beasts in one go. But in its current state, how much longer can it hold on?" A trace of resolve flashed in Qin Xiaoshan's eyes. Wait a little longer. No matter how difficult it is, Qin Chen must break through this trial on his own. Only by truly walking out of it himself is this the safest path. After a brief pause, the battle ignited once more. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon's killing intent surged, its colossal body carrying an overwhelming momentum as it crashed head-on into those 2 flame demonic beasts. Smoke and fire blasted in all directions, making the scene incomparably brutal. Qin Chen's heart tightened, and he shouted in a low voice, "Qi Yan, activate the Crimson Flame Dragon body ahead of time. What you need now is powerful physical strength, not just pure spiritual power." The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon responded without the slightest hesitation, "Understood, Master." He knew very well that if you only had power but no stamina, you would still be utterly helpless when facing the final big boss. In an instant, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, and blazing flames burst out from the gaps between its dragon scales. This was the Crimson Flame Dragon body. Its defense instantly tripled, its attack power doubled, and even its sense of pain was reduced to the lowest point. At this moment, it had become a thoroughly enraged colossal dragon. A massive flaming dragon claw hurled down from above, swatting a tier 2 9-star demonic beast away with a miserable scream, several ferocious claw marks carved into its body. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing and using its dragon claws to brutally tear it to pieces. Another demonic beast that tried to sneak attack it was struck into 2 halves by a merciless swing of its dragon tail before it could even get close. The 3 people watching the battle nearby were stunned by everything they saw, their gazes almost vacant. Zhao Xuning drew in a sharp breath of cold air. This skill, at worst it's S rank, right? A sudden explosion in physical stats, but the spirit power consumption is insane. With that kind of drain, can it really withstand a tier 3 flame-type demonic beast? Flame beasts have no brains, nor do they fear running out of stamina or spiritual power. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon's burst is astonishing, but if its spiritual power is consumed too quickly, the result may not be optimistic when it encounters a third-order flame beast. Unless Qin Chen still has some trump card he hasn't revealed. The problem is, for a newly awakened spirit beast, being able to continuously master 2 skills is already defying the heavens, yet the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon can unleash one ultimate move after another. Does it really have some kind of cheat? Just as everyone was crying out in shock, the corpses of the previous beasts rapidly dissipated. A massive amount of flame energy gathered and swirled, and finally, a flame giant beast a full 3 meters tall slowly took shape. This was the Flame Titan, and its level had astonishingly reached 3rd order, 1 star. The tremendous sense of oppression swept across the entire arena, and even the experienced Qin Chen couldn't help growing nervous. He took a deep breath, but the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. Zhang Yanhe's eyes widened, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. He thought this was definitely a setup to get his own son killed. The Flame Titan in front of them was not an ordinary 3rd-rank beast, but a top existence among fire-type beasts, with strength and defense far surpassing common opponents. In the world of beasts, this kind of monster, relying on its overwhelming brute force, could easily suppress enemies of the same level or even stronger. Although what stood before them now was a mindless phantom beast, its oppressive aura still made it hard for people to breathe. Why hasn't the principal let us out yet? Zhang Yanhu's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't believe they still had to face such a monster and felt there was absolutely no chance of victory. Just as everyone was about to fall into despair, Qin Chen stepped forward. His expression was calm as he said in a deep voice, "How will we know if we don't try? Qi Yan, return." With a sharp whistle, the crimson flame holy dragon flew back to Qin Chen's side. At this moment, the holy dragon had lost its former confidence and spoke in a low voice, "Master, I'm not in great condition right now. I'm not sure I can win." These words made the teammates even more uneasy. Zhao Xuanning panicked for a moment and blurted out, "Are you planning to use spirit beast armament? With your current strength, there's no way you can defeat a flame titan." Yet the determination on Qin Chen's face did not waver. He simply replied calmly, "If it's not enough now, then I'll break through and show you." What happened next shocked everyone present. Qin Chen forcibly drove his own spiritual power, injecting strength into the scarlet flame holy dragon and hastening its absorption of fire elements. In just a moment, the aura of his contracted spirit beast surged violently and directly stepped into the second rank. At the same time, Qin Chen's own aura underwent a drastic transformation. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his spiritual power to link to the beast taming mark within his body. The scarlet flame holy dragon instantly turned into a mass of searing flames and merged into Qin Chen's body. In the next instant, a dazzling divine fire dragon scale battle armor wrapped around him from head to toe. In a flash, rotating flame patterns in crimson spread across the surface of his skin, and his aura became incomparably powerful. Qin Chen gave a low shout, "Heavenly Fire Battle King Body, first form open." In an instant, his body transformed from that of an ordinary youth into a majestic flame battle king, blazing heat waves radiating from every inch of him. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Qin Xiaotian couldn't help standing up in excitement, his face filled with unconcealable gratification and pride. "Ha ha ha, look at this, old Gao, my son hasn't been at it for long at all, and he's already completed the first transformation of the body secret technique I developed. With talent like this, he'd be extraordinary anywhere." Gao Jianbin nodded from the heart. He truly is a genius among geniuses. He finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this kid had actually managed to withstand such pressure. This ultimate technique called Heavenly Flame Battle King Body had originally been a trump card independently improved and perfected by Qin Xiaotian. It possessed a limit of 10 metamorphoses. With each breakthrough of one transformation, the strength of the physical body would soar by a whole level. If one could cultivate all 10 transformations, one could even stand toe-to-toe with the most top-tier fiend beasts. But the drawbacks of this cultivation method were also obvious. It depended extremely heavily on fire attribute treasures and consumed them in huge quantities. Even if ordinary people knew of this secret technique, without sufficient wealth they simply had no right to practice it. Now, seeing his son easily complete the first transformation, Qin Xiaotian felt all the more certain in his heart. He rejoiced inwardly that his child had clearly made preparations long ago. The more trump cards one held, the longer one could survive in this world. This was precisely the principle he had always adhered to in his actions. Back on the dojo battlefield, Qin Chen was clad in the divine fire dragon armor, his eyes blazing like torches as he faced the flame titan. Though their strength seemed worlds apart, Qin Chen forcibly narrowed the gap by a fraction. He knew his own weakness all too well. His spiritual power was too weak, and he couldn't maintain his spirit beast armament for long. In a drawn-out battle, he had no chance of victory. So Qin Chen decided to pour out all his power in a short burst and defeat the enemy in a single strike. The flame titan before him knew only how to charge and bombard wildly. Lacking intelligence, its fierce attacks still left openings. Qin Chen clenched his teeth and met the blazing giant fist head-on, forcibly dissipating its impact. His steps retreated, yet he suppressed his fear, waiting for the perfect moment. "Its strength is indeed great, but I'm not weak anymore." A confident smile tugged at the corner of Qin Chen's mouth as he waited for his chance. At the very instant the flame titan punched, he suddenly shifted his footwork. While forcibly enduring the colossal force, he raised his hand to gather power, brewing his own killing move. For a moment, it was as if time on the entire field stood still. He roared, "Flame Dragon World Annihilating Claw." All the flame energy in his body surged into his right arm in an instant. A gigantic fiery dragon shadow soared into the sky, carrying the power to annihilate everything as it lunged straight at the flame titan. Qin Chen exerted his full strength to control the scarlet flame holy dragon and rammed it hard into the flame titan's head. The tremendous crash echoed through the arena as the flame titan collapsed with a roar, its head already shattered. A few distinct claw marks were even left on the floor, a clear testament to the power of the attack. Li Qianyang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A boy muttered, "The damage is overflowing, this is way too brutal." The people next to him were also full of shock. Brother Chen's spirit beast only awakened half a month ago, and it's already mastered 3 powerful skills. Maybe that's what a genius is, one of those geniuses others can only look up to. Zhao Xuning looked at Qin Chen, and the desire to compete in her eyes vanished completely, leaving only deep admiration. All the little stubborn feelings of unwillingness in her heart disappeared in an instant, and instead she felt that her past attempts to challenge Qin Chen had been truly childish. She suddenly understood that the reason Qin Chen had never responded was to protect her from being hurt. This kind of restraint and magnanimity made her respect him from the bottom of her heart. On the other side, Qin Chen felt the power in his body completely drained, his mental energy severely overdrawn, and the spirit beast armament state automatically dissolved. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's energy was almost exhausted, so it voluntarily returned into the beast-controlling imprint to rest and recover. The Flame Titan's corpse on the ground slowly faded into nothingness, leaving behind only a stream of fiery light that tunneled into Qin Chen's forehead. There was a hint of surprise on his face. So there was still one spiritual secret technique my dad didn't take away. Guess he's being merciful this time. Qin Chen waved his hand. Hey, you, come help me up, my legs are all weak. The students looked at one another. Zhao Xuning hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to support Qin Chen. Qin Chen glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Second, I was actually calling little tiger. Zhao Xuning's face flushed bright red as she explained softly, I thought you were calling me. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. Forget it, as long as you help me out, it's fine. With the Flame Titan defeated, the special trial in the arena officially came to an end. Through the spiritual imprint within their bodies, everyone could now communicate with the outside world at any time, and could also return directly to reality. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Qin Chen's father, Qin Xiaotian, was watching the surveillance footage with a satisfied smile. Not bad at all, he actually got out on his own. He turned to Gao Jianbin and said, Xiao Gao, I'll take my son home first. I'll leave the remaining matters to you. Gao Jianbin looked worried. Principal, aren't we going to deal with the bug in this trial? If it happens again next time. Qin Xiaotian shook his head, his tone firm. No need. This kind of special trial only happens once. Besides, killing over 1,000 first-tier demonic beasts in just a few hours, this kind of genius shows up maybe once in 500 years. Those monsters lined up for you to slaughter, but you still need the talent and strength to withstand it. With a time limit, it's not something an ordinary person can pull off, unless they have a top-tier spirit beast like the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon. As he spoke, he directly transformed into a streak of flame and left the office, and in the blink of an eye had already taken Qin Chen away from the school. Zhao Shui gazed in the direction where Qin Chen had disappeared, her face full of confusion. Where did he go? How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? Zhang Yanhui smiled slightly, looking very knowledgeable. You don't get it, do you? Brother Chen is always like this, he makes use of every second. Once school is over, don't even think about finding him. Don't forget, his family is rich, and there are plenty of top-tier beastmasters at home. At this moment, Gao Jianbin also returned to the podium, and the other teachers greeted him, their faces full of excitement. Principal, did you see that? Qin Chen not only broke through to a Tier 2 beastmaster, he just used spirit beast armament to slay a Tier 3 1-star flame titan. Our school is about to produce a big shot. This year's first place in Jiangnan province is basically in the bag. A genius like this is really rare. Think further ahead, maybe in the future he'll be on par with the Fire Emperor, or even stronger, becoming another Emperor-level Beastmaster of Great Xia. Zhang Fonying grew so emotional that she couldn't help loudly declaring, he's from my class, he's one of my students. The teacher beside her smiled and shook her head. I heard you the first time. If you keep shouting, I'm going to get jealous, alright. Gao Jianbin made a gesture for everyone to quiet down. He looked at the students below the stage and said gently, in this trial, quite a few of you performed well. Our goal was to see where your limits lie. Qin Chen was able to achieve this because he has always worked extremely hard. I hope you can take him as an example, regardless of how talented you are. The atmosphere on the playground suddenly became lively. As soon as the teacher finished announcing that everyone should carefully digest the experience from the trial, the students started talking. No one could stay calm when it came to Qin Chen. He had taken first place 3 years in a row, and no one had come close to his results. Someone couldn't help quietly grumbling, wishing that Zhao Xuning could win just once. But in reality, Qin Chen's total score had reached 100,000, the highest in history. In previous years, the top score hadn't even reached 10,000. Everyone's scores added together still couldn't match his alone. Someone joked self-deprecatingly that if he could just try a bit harder, even if he added another 50 or 60,000 points, maybe their entire group combined could surpass Qin Chen, but deep down, everyone knew that was impossible. This enormous gap in points laid bare the chasm in strength between Qin Chen and everyone else. Moreover, Qin Chen had now become a second-tier beastmaster, which made everyone look forward to the upcoming National Beastmaster examination. Perhaps only then would a true ranking be decided. After school, Qin Chen got into the car heading home. The car was quiet, and his father, Qin Xiaotian, handed him several recovery potions. The medicine quickly brought the color back to Qin Chen's face, which was crucial for the upcoming meeting with his mother, Jiang Wanqing. She would never overlook even the slightest abnormality. Setting the bottle down, Qin Xiaotian chuckled and said, "Brat, you did well this time. I thought I'd have to go to the dojo myself to drag you out, but you ended up settling it on your own." Qin Chen rolled his eyes and said half-jokingly, "Dad, that special trial wasn't arranged by you, was it? How could that be? I'm not that idle." Qin Xiaotian shook his head. Qin Chen grinned wickedly. "Then you're out of luck. When we get back, I'm going to tell my mom. If you did it, that's attempted murder of your own son. If you didn't, then it's negligence at work. Either way, it's your responsibility." Qin Xiaoshan's body stiffened. Feeling guilty yet still putting on a tough front, he said, "Aren't you safe and sound? It's just a little accident, no big deal. And with me here, how could anything happen to you? Try to be a bit more magnanimous, will you?" Qin Chen smiled and went along with it. "No problem. But in exchange, you have to take me to the demon realm once." "Deal." Qin Xiaotian agreed readily. Qin Chen was stunned. This straightforward agreement actually took him by surprise. "You're being so decisive, it's really not like your usual style." Qin Xiaotian smiled faintly, and his gaze grew deep. "In fact, I've been prepared for this request for a long time. Sooner or later you'll have to get involved in matters of the demon realm. Rather than letting you take risks on your own, I'd rather take you to see it personally." Qin Xiaoshan's tone grew heavier. "Everyone says the demon realm has countless treasures and resources, and that the ancient human clan's legacy is there as well. But what you don't know is that it's actually a man-eating world, a place filled with danger and death. Once we enter the demon realm, I'll tell you everything in detail." Qin Chen nodded, his heart filled with both anticipation and unease. Before, when he wasn't yet a beast tamer, he couldn't even enter the demon realm passage. But he knew very well that the Qin family was responsible for guarding one of the most stable demon realm passages, and his father was only one of the 10 emperors. His maternal grandfather, Emperor Jiang Tianjing, was stationed in the demon realm all year round, to the point that it was almost impossible for him to return home for a family reunion. Only by going through all of this could he understand how deep the secrets behind this world truly ran. Qin Chen still had doubts in his heart. Why did the demon race keep invading Blue Star? Blue Star's resources were clearly far inferior to the demon realms. There had to be a huge secret hidden behind all this. People online said, if you want to get rich, go to the demon realm, but things definitely weren't that simple. The demon race's true goal might be even more dangerous than anyone imagined. Qin Chen withdrew his thoughts and suddenly smiled at his father. "Dad, I learned a very powerful spiritual secret art during this trial. Do you want to take a look?" When Qin Xiaotian heard the word spiritual secret art, his expression remained calm and indifferent, maintaining an aloof demeanor. "Who am I? I am the Fire Emperor, Qin Xiaotian. What kind of treasure could be hidden in your little training ground? If you've got something good, just keep it and play with it yourself." In fact, Qin Xiaotian knew better than anyone that he was the one who had deciphered the training ground. He was clear about everything inside it. However, he had not expected Qin Chen to bring back an emperor-level spiritual secret art. Qin Chen stared at his father in disbelief. "Dad, you don't even care about an emperor-level spiritual secret art? Is your standard really that high?" Qin Xiaoshan's expression changed, and a fiery look surfaced in his eyes. He had never imagined that this son of his would actually obtain the legendary emperor-grade spiritual secret art in an ordinary trial. Qin Chen smiled faintly and nodded in reply. "That's right, this is my new discovery, Starfire Soul Refining Art." His voice was full of confidence, but this confidence did not come out of nowhere. He already understood very well that this technique, which specializes in tempering spiritual power, not only far surpassed the blazing fire spirit focusing art he had practiced before, but could also increase the capacity of his spiritual power several-fold. In a certain sense, this was no longer a mere skill, but a secret weapon sufficient to change the rules of the game. For a moment, Qin Xiaotian could hardly believe his ears. "Are you really sure that this cultivation method can triple your spiritual power?" His voice carried a note of doubt. As for something that broke common sense like this, any veteran would naturally feel skeptical. Facing his father's doubts, Qin Chen did not offer much explanation. Instead, he used his spiritual power to directly transmit all the key formulas of the Starfire Soul Tempering Art to Qin Xiaotian. After a brief moment of silence and concentration, Qin Xiaoshan's eyes suddenly lit up. He could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart, as if he had been reborn in an instant. Ha ha ha, this is precisely what us beast tamers who specialize in controlling fire attribute spirit beasts dream of having. Qin Xiaoshan's laughter was full of surprise and excitement. If I really managed to cultivate this technique to perfection, my combat strength might even rival those top-tier emperors. This breakthrough harvest almost left Qin Xiaotian at a loss for words. After all, skills that can effectively temper and greatly expand one's spiritual power are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns on the entire planet. Not to mention that this secret art has already become a strategic resource, enough for a family, or even a nation, to fight over. When the car drove into the Qin family estate, the air still carried the lingering joy and excitement of the family. As soon as Qin Chen stepped through the door, his mother, Jiang Wanqing, locked her gaze on him. Noticing that he was covered in dust, worry flashed in her eyes. How did you get so dirty? Are you hurt again? Qin Chen waved his hand with a smile, feigning ease. Mom, don't worry, Qi Yan is even stronger than before. The training ground was indeed quite tough, but I withstood the pressure and handled it myself. Jiang Wanqing studied him carefully, a trace of a smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Judging from how you look, could it be that you've already broken through to a second-tier beast tamer? Qin Chen nodded, casually picking up the glass of water and taking big gulps. He was actually exhausted, but he still spoke lightly. Pressure is what drives you forward. I'm dying of thirst. In fact, to achieve that 3-minute burst of power, he had nearly exhausted all his physical strength. The body of the Skyfire Battle King could indeed unleash astonishing explosive force, but it also burned through almost all of his energy in a very short time. Jiang Wanqing patted his head and said gently, "Are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare dinner." Qin Chen nodded with a smile. "I'm starving. Qi Yan and I can barely hold on." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wanqing turned around and instructed the kitchen to serve the meal at once. At the same time, Qin Xiaotian laid out the rare attribute treasures he had painstakingly collected recently, arranging them one by one on the table. The earth attributes Heart of Terra, the water attributes Xianming Water Soul, the wind attributes Wind Spirit Pearl, the wood attributes Innate Azure Wood Essence, and the light attributes World Cleansing Radiant Crystal. Each one was enough to drive any Emperor-level Beastmaster mad with desire. Qin Xiaoshan's attitude was extremely serious. "I went through hell and high water to find these treasures. The Heart of Terra was sent by your grandfather, and as for the rest, I ran all over half the country to get them. I even owe a pile of favors now because of these. If there's still not enough, I'll really have to go take some risks myself again." Qin Chen could feel his father's earnest expectations. He focused all his attention and used his mental power to connect with the beast taming marks in his body. Very soon, the consciousness of the 5 spirit beasts leapt out one after another, all impatiently expressing their desire. These priceless treasures were useful to all of them. Qin Chen answered honestly, "All 5 are useful. It looks like each spirit beast has a different attribute." Qin Xiaotian was stunned all over when he heard this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and couldn't help complaining, "You really plan to bleed me dry, huh?" Jiang Wanqing looked at the father and son pair, obvious amusement in her eyes, yet she teased, "You're his dad. If not you, then who?" Qin Xiaotian let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "Looks like I still have to rope my father-in-law in to toss this around together. This is his grandson, after all." The atmosphere in the room instantly relaxed, but everyone understood that the Qin family's new challenges had only just begun. Qin Chen stared intently at the spirit beast cultivation data in his hands, constantly weighing in his mind which element he should choose to awaken. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and asked, "Mom, if I want to awaken my second spirit beast, which element do you think would suit me best?" Jiang Wanqing analyzed carefully. "The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon has extremely strong offensive power, but its speed is average, it lacks control, and it can't heal you. Earth element beasts have very high defense and pretty good control. Wood element ones can provide excellent crowd control as well as outstanding healing. Wind element beasts are a bit weaker in control, but their speed is astonishing. Water element beasts have strong control and medium attack power, not outstanding, but not behind either. Light element beasts can heal and purify, and their offensive power is also very good. Overall, I recommend you choose a wood element beast as your second spirit beast, and use an earth element one as your third to shore up your weaknesses." Qin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile after hearing this. "That's what I think too. Then I'll listen to Mom." Qin Xiaotian muttered quietly beside him, "Why didn't you ask me?" Qin Chen retorted with a laugh, "In the end, you still have to listen to Mom, don't you?" His teasing remark left Qin Xiaotian speechless. Without further hesitation, Qin Chen directly picked up the innate azure wood essence on the table. This was a special material he had prepared for his new spirit beast. The moment the essence entered his mouth, the beast-taming mark within his body began frantically devouring the azure wood energy. A rich, grassy fragrance spread through the room, and everyone could faintly sense a trace of vitality in the air. Qin Chen only felt all the fatigue in his body completely vanish, as if he had instantly returned to his peak state. In the blink of an eye, the entire bottle of essence was consumed. Suddenly, a crisp yet resounding dragon's roar rang out, shaking everyone to the core. A moment later, a dragon-shaped shadow that had been circling in midair descended into the room. The new spirit beast had awakened. Standing before them was the Kangvyo Holy Dragon. Its body was tall and imposing, yet it did not deliberately flaunt itself. In front of everyone, it slowly transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form wearing a long green dress, with a pair of delicate dragon horns atop its head. Its features were gentle and quiet, its expression reserved yet resolute. Faint azure dragon scales dotted its tail, a stark contrast to the domineering image of the Chi-Flame Holy Dragon. Kangvyo bent slightly at the waist, speaking respectfully. Kangvyo greets Master. Qin Chen carefully sized up his new spirit beast, comparing it with the image of the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon in his mind. He nodded in approval, feeling satisfied. As expected of a holy dragon, it truly has its own unique strengths. Although the Kangvyo Holy Dragon's offensive power was nowhere near the Scarlet Flames, its control, team healing, and support effects far surpassed the vast majority of spirit beasts. It had just awakened and was already displaying extremely high potential. It would surely comprehend many more powerful skills in the future. Qin Chen knew very well that this dragon would become an important trump card for him in future battles against monsters. Qin Xiaotian looked at Qin Chen in disbelief. "What's with you today, kid? 2 dragons in a row? Did you drain all the dragon clan's luck dry?" Qin Chen shrugged with a smile and didn't explain further. Even he found this kind of luck unbelievable. Many beast tamers might not encounter a single true dragon in their entire lives, yet he had awakened 2 at once. His mother, Jiangcheng, was extremely proud. "This shows my son has outstanding talent. Just with these 2 dragons alone, he'll be able to go very far in the future." The atmosphere among the family was warm and lively. Qin Chen's stomach rumbled loudly, and he said in a raised voice, "Let's eat first, I'm about to starve flat." The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon also emerged from the mark and started eating heartily without the slightest restraint. Kangvyo, like a strict older sister, urged disapprovingly, "As your master's spirit beast, you should eat more gracefully." She entreated the words as if they were carried off by the wind, picked up a whole roasted lamb leg, and bit into it directly. Kangvyo snorted softly and couldn't help muttering under her breath, "What a crude fellow." She herself, in contrast, was drinking soup just like Jiangcheng, her manners elegant. Qin Chen couldn't help but smile as he watched the 2 dragon spirit beasts with their completely different personalities. He knew very well in his heart that with a team like this, no matter how perilous the challenges he faced in the future, he would never back down. The delicious soup made her eyes light up at once. "Wow, it's so tasty. Master, I want another bowl." Her voice was full of excitement and satisfaction. Qin Chen glanced at Yanyan with a smile and said, "Have the kitchen make another pot of soup." "Okay, young master." Yanyan agreed immediately. Before long, Kangvyo was completely conquered by the food, having already tossed all his previous complaints about Xian to the back of his mind. As it turned out, even the most stubborn person could be defeated by a bowl of delicious soup. The food on the table was quickly swept clean. Kangvyo lay happily on the sofa, a smile still on his face. "Master, I want to eat this again tomorrow." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Qin Chen's lips. "Sure, but you have to hurry up and level up. From now on, every time you break through, I'll have the kitchen make you something tasty." Kangvyo clenched his little fist and said confidently, "All right, I definitely won't let Master down." The fatigue of the day hit him, and Qin Chen soon went back to his room to rest. On the other side, Qin Xiaotian, his face full of excitement, pulled Jiangcheng toward the room. Jiangcheng's cheeks flushed red as she said softly, "This isn't really appropriate. What if Qin Chen sees us?" Qin Xiaotian smiled carelessly. "We're a legally married couple anyway. What does it matter if he sees? Besides, I've got something special to give you today. You're definitely going to like it." Jiangcheng's face flushed even redder. She gave him a push. "What are you so anxious for? Can't it wait till later?" "This can't wait. It has to be right now." Qin Xiaotian insisted. After entering the room, Qin Xiaotian solemnly took something out and handed it to Jiangcheng, a brilliant smile on his face. "This is an imperial-grade spiritual secret art Starfire soul tempering technique. After you cultivate it, there's a good chance you'll step onto the level of a sovereign. Hasn't your dad been lacking in imperial-grade secret art for a long time? Xiaochen is helping the family solve that problem now." Jiangcheng listened, and the smile on her face slowly took on a deeper meaning. "You dragged me in here just to say this." Qin Xiaotian nodded. "Of course, this is a rare treasure." Jiang Wanqing lightly bit her lip, half coquettish and half venting her anger. "This is a good thing, but you might not be." Qin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then, seeing the grievance in her eyes, finally realized. He leaned in with a wicked grin. "Then I'll show you what a real bad guy is." The night grew deeper. The room quieted down, still holding traces of lingering, honeyed warmth. Qin Xiaotian leaned against the headboard, taking a drag and blowing out a smoke ring. Jiang Wanqing rested against his arm, a faint blush still on her face. "Did Qin Chen really find this mental secret art? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Jiang Wanqing finally asked in curiosity. Qin Xiaotian briefly recounted what had happened, naturally leaving out his own little blunder. After listening, Jiang Wanqing nodded with pride. As expected of a child with a dragon-type spirit beast, he's only at the second rank and can already defeat a third-rank flame titan. "Qin Chen is much more impressive than you were back then," Qin Xiaotian said indignantly. "No matter how powerful he is, he's still my son. You think I'm not strong enough? Then don't plan on sleeping tonight." Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Qin Chen opened his eyes. His expression was somewhat complicated. An imperial-level mental secret technique really isn't that easy to cultivate. Even if it suits me very well, it'll probably take several days just to get started. Still, the time is worth it. Being able to enhance mental power and toughness is more precious than anything for a beast master. If this secret technique were to spread, I don't know how many people would fight to get it. He knew very well that Qin Xiaotian would never keep it to himself. Handing the imperial-level secret technique over to the higher UPS in exchange for some precious cultivation resources was the most reasonable choice. Qin Xiaotian was now already a 7-star royal rank beastmaster, just one step away from becoming an emperor rank. If he advanced one more step, he would become the 4th emperor rank beastmaster of Great Xia, and also the youngest in 300 years. At that time, the title of the Flame Emperor of Great Xia would surely rise to an even higher level. After breakfast, Qin Chen went excitedly to look for his father, Qin Xiaotian. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. This time, he could finally witness the true face of the monster realm. Qin Xiaotian stood in the courtyard, his aura unfathomable, a confident smile on his face. He turned his head and said to Qin Chen, "Xiaochen, don't wander around later. You must stay within 10 meters of me." Qin Chen nodded helplessly. "Got it, Dad. You've said it a countless number of times already. Mom isn't half as nagging as you. The reason you think I'm nagging is because you haven't yet tasted the hardships of society. In the demon realm, far too many arrogant people never made it back in the end. You must be cautious and stay alert at all times." Qin Chen shrugged. "Got it. So can we hurry up and go?" Qin Xiaotian walked in front, quickly leading Qin Chen across the back mountain to the encampment where the Qin family manners troops were stationed. Deputy General Xiatao came toward them and respectfully gave them both a military salute. "Greetings, General, greetings, young master." Qin Xiaotian only gave a casual nod. He directly issued an order, "Open the passage to the demon realm. I want to take Xiaochen inside to have a look." Xiatao did not hesitate in the slightest. He took out a special token and manipulated it in the air for a moment. The originally stable space ahead suddenly twisted, as if torn open by something. A dark and eerie spatial passage appeared just like that. Before Qin Chen even stepped in, he already felt an oppressive aura. It wasn't as simple as a ferocious beast on Earth. This aura was cold, brutal, as if the entire world rejected outsiders. Qin Xiaotian patted his shoulder, his voice calm and resolute. "Let's go. Today I'll let you see with your own eyes what kind of threat we're really facing beneath this facade of peace." The moment they took a step forward, the world instantly changed. The sky here was darker, and the air carried a suffocating pressure that made one uneasy. With each breath, he could clearly feel spiritual energy far denser than back home, unlike the thin aura on Blue Star, but there was always a strange tension hanging in the air. The first thing Qin Chen saw was a vast military base. The base was grand in scale, its defenses imposing, like a great wall stretching between heaven and earth. He couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "How many generations of effort did it take to build a base like this?" Qin Xiaotian smiled, with a trace of nostalgia and pride in that smile. "More than just 1 or 2 generations of effort. This Jiangcheng base you see before you took several thousand years to fully construct. It carries the painstaking efforts of dozens of human generations. Countless people of the past contributed to this place." As he spoke, he took Qin Chen up into the air, overlooking the entire base from above. To his shock, Qin Chen discovered that the defensive line beneath his feet extended from the horizon all the way into the far distance beyond his sight. He drew in a sharp breath. Could this be, like the Great Wall?
Is it connected to other bases as well? Qin Chen burst into hearty laughter and patted his shoulder. That's right. We call it the Ember Great Wall. This is the line of defense that our human race has guarded for generations. It's precisely because of this incomparably solid Great Wall that the threat of the demon race has never been able to break through. As long as the wall stands, Blue Star can have the peace it enjoys now. From high above, Qin Chen looked down. This Ember Great Wall appeared ancient and unadorned, yet it gave off an unshakable sense of security. His father went on to explain that this wall had been built by virtually draining all of Blue Star's resources. Every brick and stone contained the sacrifices and dedication of thousands of years. But precisely because of that, the wall had remained unbroken for millennia, and all the military bases were built relying on it. Blue Star has 100 such passages in total, and the 100 bases are the last barrier of the human race. Each time one is lost, the demon race gains a chance to cross realms and invade. The existence of the wall allows every base to support the others, ensuring that as long as there are people left, there's no chance of being defeated one by one. Qin Chen realized there was still something he didn't understand. Dad, why exactly does the demon race keep attacking Blue Star? Isn't it said that their world surpasses ours in both size and resources? The demon realm is dozens of times larger than Blue Star, and the demon race controls far richer spiritual energy. Isn't that very contradictory? Qin Chen didn't answer immediately. The two of them slowly landed on top of the Great Wall. He said calmly, the reasons are complicated. Even now, scholars don't have a definite answer. He began to explain, using simple, straightforward language so that Qin Chen could also understand the whole story. Blue Star is divided into two eras. A long time ago was the ancient human era, and later came our current new era. In fact, starting from the ancient human era, Blue Star already had a connection with the demon realm, and the passage has always existed. Humans of that time were far stronger than they are now, and countless beast tamers who shocked the world appeared. The demon realm back then was incomparably powerful as well, filled with terrifying demon beasts everywhere, and there were even dragon clans that ruled over all living beings. The emergence of the dragon clan once brought the demon realm into its most prosperous period. Qin Chen specifically emphasized that the dragon clan is born with mastery over various elemental powers and holds a lofty status. All demon beasts regarded them as kings, which once made the demon realm almost unbeatable. Later, a cataclysm that swept across both worlds descended. No one can say clearly what exactly happened anymore. All that's known is that after the catastrophe, everything changed. From that point on, Blue Star embarked on the path of technological development. Although the number of human elites declined, they exploded with even greater power through will and technology. Even if their overall strength is still no match for the demon realm, at least humans are now able to defend themselves. The only thing we can be sure of right now is that the greatest motive for the demon race to launch attacks on humans is very likely not resources, but fear of the threat humans pose. They're afraid that we'll keep growing stronger. There's another theory circulating within the demon race that the flesh, blood, and souls of humans and beast tamers are purer than those of the native demon realm races, and devouring them brings enormous benefits to the demon's strength. Qin Chen changed the subject. And if the human race wants to gain a foothold and protect Blue Star's future, we must also enter the demon realm to fight for survival resources. So all of this has destined that the war between the demon race and the human race will drag on for a long time. No one can stop moving forward, because to stop is to perish. Qin Chen listened in silence. For the first time, he became aware of the responsibility he bore, and no longer felt that all of this was just a story from a textbook. Crisis and hope were both laid out clearly before his eyes. Complex thoughts surfaced in Qin Chen's gaze. He pondered quietly, realizing that this world was far more complicated than he had imagined. In his understanding, Blue Star and the demon realm were originally two completely separate worlds, yet reality had forcibly linked them together through demon realm passages. The races of the two worlds fought with everything they had for resources and survival, ceaselessly contesting and slaughtering one another. Qin Chen could sense that behind these conflicts, the causes were far more numerous and complex than what appeared on the surface. He vaguely understood in his heart that ever since that calamity erupted between Blue Star and the demon realm, no one could clearly say what the truth really was. He thought of the power of the ancient human race. Those ruins and inheritances scattered across both worlds, with the strongest even leaving behind treasures of imperial level and above. Powerhouses like Qin Chen would fight for such ruins at all costs precisely because they contained immense power and secrets. Qin Chen knew that everyone carried a flame in their heart, but what his father pursued was clearly far more vivid and blazing than that of others. Dad, how many demon realm passages does our Daxia guard in total? Qin Chen asked curiously. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes and answered very crisply, 18 in total.
The 3 emperors of Great Xia and 10 sovereigns each guard 1 passage. Of the remaining 5, 3 are jointly guarded by multiple sovereign-level beastmasters, and the last 2 have been handed over to the 2 topmost beastmaster universities in the country.
Qin Chen was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that sending students into danger? If these passages are so dangerous, why let schools guard them? Shouldn't the army be in charge? Qin Chen laughed. Do you think the army has limitless manpower?
Most of the main forces are already deployed to the most dangerous passages.
The ones managed by the Beastmaster universities are very low threat, mainly to train the students' reaction and real combat experience.
It both cultivates newcomers and serves as a kind of trial.
Qin Chen understood instantly.
The demon race had vast power, tight organization, and abundant resources. The locations of the demon realm passages varied greatly. Some were extremely dangerous, while others happened to open in resource-poor areas where the threat wasn't too great. The schools were responsible for guarding the easiest passages, which both trained the students and wouldn't lead to major incidents.
Qin Chen suddenly laughed, his gaze at Qin Chen full of scrutiny and encouragement. Do you understand now? Why I kept forcing you back then to temper your body and train your spiritual power?
Even if you were just an ordinary person, I could still make sure you lived a good life.
But unfortunately, you happen to be my son, Qin Xiaoshan's son. It's not just the demon race, there are people all over the world who hate me. If my enemies can't beat me, they will definitely come for you. This isn't what I want, but it's reality. If you don't learn to protect yourself, sooner or later something will happen.
I want you to understand that sometimes I have to put my responsibility to the family and the nation first, and that means I might fail at being a good father. Leaning against the great wall, Qin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile.
Dad, why is it so hard just to eat a meal in your house? Can't you live an honest, peaceful life?
With your reputation, the demon race hates you, and even among humans there must be a bunch of people who hate you, right?
Qin Chen burst out laughing, completely unconcerned.
Cultivation always consumes a massive amount of resources, especially after the king level.
If you don't seize them, you don't have resources, then how do you make sure your family lives well?
It's perfectly normal for tens of thousands of people at home and abroad to have their eyes on me.
The hatred I've drawn isn't just domestic, there's plenty overseas too. Qin Chen felt a wave of helplessness. So you've even dragged your enemies overseas? If one day someone comes at me out there, that would be a bit too thrilling, don't you think?
He thought of the peaceful university life he had originally planned. At this moment it was completely shattered. Fortunately, he had always kept a low profile, and no one had ever publicly said he was the son of the Fire Emperor of Daxia. Thinking about it now, he was actually glad he hadn't been too high profile.
Qin Chen walked over and patted Qin Chen on the shoulder. Kid, have some ambition.
Your dad, I did have your grandpa backing me up, and I did rely a bit on my charm to marry your mom, but once you step outside, it's all about strength.
When a man faces danger, he should toughen up.
If anyone dares lay a hand on you, just make it a big deal, your grandpa and I will carry it for you. People of the Qin family have never been afraid of trouble. Qin Chen curled his lips and muttered under his breath, if I had a choice, I'd still rather be a low-key rich second generation and official second generation.
I finally have full marks in talent in this life, and you still want me to suffer.
Qin Chen sat in the room, completely indifferent to what his dad, Qin Chen, had said. In most people's eyes, he was a typical rich second generation, lazy and unambitious. But Qin Chen was not angered by this. Instead, he looked at him and spoke in a calm tone.
How you live your life is your own choice. I can't wake someone who is only pretending to be asleep.
As your father, I'll only do my best to have your back, but I hope you don't waste your innate talent, and don't leave yourself with regrets.
These words suddenly made Qin Chen's eyes light up.
With a teasing smile, he said, Dad, you're really talking like a real man today. This is the 18th time in my life that you've earned my approval.
Mom really didn't misjudge you back then.
Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. When Qin Chen was little, as long as he caught a beast as a pet for his son, he could earn his son's admiration once. But now, even if he brought out a precious treasure, it was hard to get a single word of approval.
Perhaps, in his son's heart, a father's sacrifices for his child were simply taken for granted.
At this moment, Chen Kaiming, the Grand Commander of the Jiangcheng base, walked over. As a general personally trained by Qin Chen over many years, he had now become a top-tier beast tamer at Tier 10, 2 stars. Although he had only advanced recently, his strength was in no way inferior to anyone else.
Chen Kaiming handed over a thick stack of documents. General, these are Jiangcheng base's records for this month. The Heavenly Wolf Dynasty has launched 8 attacks on the base. We've lost over 100 people, and more than 1,000 have been injured. The intensity of the attacks isn't unusual, but the frequency is somewhat abnormal. In addition, we've detected what seems to be a demon race ruin about 500 li from the base. Once the information is confirmed, I'll take people to excavate it. Qin Chen was startled and blurted out, Uncle Chen, we can excavate demon race ruins too. Chen Kaiming burst into loud laughter. Of course we can. As long as there are treasures, we can dig anywhere. Even if we can't use them, we can't leave any benefits for the demon race.
Besides, many of the psychic secret arts and physical secret arts on Blue Star were originally adapted from demon race methods. The remains of powerful demon race experts can not only be refined into powerful weapons, they can also aid cultivation. They're all treasures. So, humans and the demon race actually had many things in common. Both were adept at manipulating spiritual power and mental power. For example, the heavenly fire battle king body that Qin Xiaotian cultivated was remodeled from the physical secret art of the demon race's top-tier heavenly fire battle king lion clan, only optimized according to human characteristics so that it would be suitable for human beastmasters to use. But if you want to truly and successfully modify a secret technique, it still depends on how deeply you understand the essence of power. If ordinary people rashly try to imitate it, the casualty rate is extremely high. Qin Chen scratched his head with a sigh. The adaptability of the human race really is impressive, truly worthy of being the most creative race. Chen Kaiming nodded in agreement. Yes, the human race and the demon race are tied as the strongest known races. Humanity rose to power through top-tier intelligence and innovation. But aside from us, there are actually many small races in hidden worlds, such as elves, bloodkin, witches, and those who use Gu curses. Young master, if you run into unknown beings in the future, you must be extremely careful. The price of exploring the unknown may very well be death. When he said this, there was a hint of sadness and nostalgia on Chen Kaiming's face. Many of his comrades had fallen to these dangers. Qin Chen nodded seriously. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Chen. Chen Kaiming smiled, looking at the young man with hope. You're already a beast master now. In the future, you'll definitely be like your father, making the demon race tremble at the sound of your name. Qin Xiaotian pressed the corners of his mouth down, cutting off his flattery. Alright, old Qin, this kid is still a long way from being mature. You've worked hard these past few days. Switch shifts with Xia Tao and take a few days off. Chen Kaiming laughed loudly. I finally get a vacation. Or do you want to take back your order? Qin Xiaotian gave a soft snort. It's far too late to take it back now. Go get some rest, and really let yourself relax. As Chen Kaiming lengthened his stride toward the passage to the demon realm, he pulled out his phone to call his deputy, Xia Tao, laughing like a child.
Xia Tao, come take over my shift. I can finally rest. A sigh came from the other end of the line, Xia Tao's mood clearly complicated.
Watching this scene, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The warriors guarding the border city had it far too hard. As long as the war between the two races didn't cease, they would have to stand their post here, without the slightest relaxation. When war breaks out, it may look relatively calm on the surface, but in reality, once the fighting truly begins, it turns into a complete bloodbath.
Qin Xiaotian sighed, his expression complicated. Dad, the Heavenly Wolf Dynasty Uncle Chen just mentioned is it the main force attacking our Jiangcheng base? Qin Chen asked curiously. Qin Xiaoshan's expression turned serious. That's right.
In order to invade the Blue Star world, The deliberately established 4 royal courts, and under each royal court they divided 100 dynasties, each corresponding to a passage connected with Blue Star.
The greatest threat to our Jiangcheng base is the Heavenly Wolf Dynasty.
The current king of that dynasty, the Snow Wolf Emperor, is a genuine 11th order emperor level. And he's not the only one, there may be other emperor level powerhouses within that dynasty.
I've crossed hands with the Snow Wolf Emperor before, and even when going all out I still wasn't his match. Our only advantage is the Eternal Flame Great Wall.
This wall is a defensive structure left behind by the ancient human race, imbued with extremely powerful restrictions that pose a great threat even to emperor level. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hold this place at all. After years of confrontation, the human and demon races had come to know each other far too well. Every clash was not only a contest of strength, but also a collision of wisdom and strategy. The demon race quickly learned to imitate the humans' method of regional governance. Blue Star was too vast, so they too adopted a similar management strategy, dividing their territory into 4 royal courts, each administering its own region, and then further subdividing it into 100 empires. Each empire corresponded to a passage to the demon realm, and the demon tribes were assigned under the various empires. The demon race did not care whether this system was optimal, but they understood that if humans could use a certain tactic, copying it would never be too wrong. Once put into practice, they discovered that it indeed significantly improved the efficiency of their offensives. It was precisely this kind of system that kept every base beneath the Everflame Great Wall under immense pressure at all times. The enemy does not fear how strong you are, only that you might become smarter. If the demon race were not this united, the world of Blue Star would never be facing such a brutal challenge. Unfortunately, by learning human-style management, they had increased their overall combat power and in turn increased the pressure on us. Fortunately, however, what humans are best at is using intelligence and psychological warfare to win. Just then, the alarm at Jiangcheng base suddenly blared. The shrill sirens tore through the oppressive air. An intelligence soldier immediately pulled up the surveillance feed, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly reported, "General, the Heavenly Wolf Empire's 9th attack this month is here again. According to the radar, at least 30,000 demon beasts are participating this time, and the strongest has already reached king level." Not far outside the base, Jiangcheng, who had been about to take off his uniform and return to Blue Star for a few days of proper rest, suddenly went dark in the face. He cursed furiously, "These bastards, your dad here finally got a few days off, and they just won't let me rest." He suddenly snapped his head around to look at Qin Chen, suppressed fury burning in his eyes. "General, you stay here, leave this to me. I'll go hold this side, but this vacation cannot be cancelled. Tell Xiatao to get ready to take over my shift." Xiatao, who had just finished his patrol and returned, spread his hands helplessly. "Relax, I'm not going to run off. If you dare run, I'll drag you back myself." Chen Kaiming sneered, swung onto a massive avian beast, and led his troops charging out of the base. This spirit beast was called the Gale Griffin, a top-tier dual-attribute wind and fire spirit beast with extremely powerful strength, its aura even more terrifying than a natural disaster. Qin Chen stared at the radar screen, deep in thought. "Dad, every attack from the Sirius dynasty is small, but they're getting more and more frequent. Isn't it all a bit too fragmented?" Qin Xiaotian revealed a smile. "I taught you when you were little. Tell me yourself, what is their purpose?" "They're probing us." A light of understanding flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. "Dad, as the highest commander of the Jiangcheng base, you're responsible for many things every day, so it's impossible for you to stay in the base all the time. The Skywolf dynasty might want to use a series of small-scale attacks to figure out the pattern of your activities in the base, so they can better draw up their next battle plan." Qin Xiaotian showed a satisfied expression. "Exactly, you got it right this time. Full marks." Although the Everflame Great Wall was extremely sturdy and protected by powerful restrictions, it was, after all, an inanimate object. The energy it consumed was limited, its recovery was slow, and every bit of energy had to be used with utmost care. Only when they encountered an Emperor-level beast launching a fierce assault, and truly could not hold the line, would they activate the restrictions. If the Sirius dynasty really figures out your duty pattern and concentrates its trump-card forces to launch an attack while you're away, the pressure on Jiangcheng base will be enormous. Even if they can't break through the base, they can still cause us devastating losses. That's what makes the enemy so terrifying. They're not only strong, they've also learned meticulous strategy and patient probing. Every small-scale assault may seem minor on the surface, but in fact it is step-by-step reconnaissance, testing your true weak points. Precisely because of this, everyone in the base must stay alert at all times. The real ordeal is only just beginning. The ambition of the Sirius Empire is obvious. They are steadily gaining the upper hand in the war with the demon beasts. But Qin Chen had long foreseen all of this. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "If we can lure out an Emperor-class demon beast this time, Dad, you strike directly and ambush them, they'll suffer so badly they won't know how to handle it." "Ha ha ha, worthy of being my son, you're thinking exactly what I'm thinking." Qin Xiaoshan's voice was low and confident. They had long since seen through the enemy's plan, so they deliberately made their movements in the base appear completely irregular. Today, he had specially brought Qin Chen into the demon realm so he could personally witness the moment the war erupted and experience a true life-and-death clash. At this moment, both of their expressions were calm, but they each had their own plans in mind. Although the demons' intelligence had increased as their source power grew, they still lagged far behind humans. This was the only area in which the human race could contend with the demon race when they were at an overall disadvantage in strength. Now, they intended to use real actions to show their enemy what true wisdom and strategy were. In the distance, the battlefield had already erupted into fierce conflict. Chen Kaiming charged into the fray without hesitation, locking onto several king-level snow wolves and launching his attack. Meanwhile, in the shadows, two emperor-level snow wolves were coldly observing Jiangcheng base. "Sanyamo, according to the usual pattern, Qin Xiaotian shouldn't be in the base today. This is a great opportunity for us." San Lai, hiding in the dark, was filled with killing intent. "If we can take out Chen Kaiming, the overall combat strength of Jiangcheng base will be weakened by at least 30%.
Sang Yemo bared the corners of his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. We've been probing for so long, and we've finally waited for this day. But if the humans still have a final trump card, like forcibly activating the city-guarding Grand Array and draining all its energy, we must retreat immediately. Even our Emperor Lord can't withstand that thing. Sung Lai sneered coldly. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Chen Kaiming is killing to his heart's content right now. If we ambush him at this moment, there's at least an 80% chance it'll work. Even if we can't kill him, we can seriously injure him. Get ready to move. As the order was given, dust and smoke billowed across the battlefield. Chen Kaiming rode the fiery Gale Griffin, chasing down several king-class snow wolves. With a single flame storm, he killed one of the snow wolves outright. Yet just before they died, a flash of smugness actually appeared on those snow wolves' faces. Suddenly, two icy beams of light shot toward Chen Kaiming from behind. His heart tightened, and he immediately used Wind Attribute spiritual power to accelerate and dodge, while condensing a wind shield to block. Boom! The icicle exploded, blasting Chen Kaiming back several meters. Part of the Storm Griffin's wings was frozen, and its flying speed dropped sharply. Chen Kaiming stared warily at the ambusher, his tone turning cold. Aren't you afraid we'll use our ultimate defense and blast you straight into ash? Sang Lai revealed a mocking smile. Go on then, try activating your defense. How many times can you use it? Since you came today, don't think about leaving.
In this critical situation, Chen Kaiming mobilized all the wind and fire dual-type spiritual power in his body, which roared together into a massive flaming whirlwind that swept directly toward the two snow wolves. But the two snow wolves remained calm, unleashing a deeper layer of icy power. The temperature plummeted, and the flame's might was greatly weakened. Chen Kaiming responded with a cold sneer. You think suppressing me like this means you've won? You're still far from it. Just as the stalemate continued, Qin Chen inside the base judged that the time had come and decisively charged out. He rode the blazing gold Ni beast, flames surging all over his body. The frosty aura instantly collapsed, displaying the absolute dominance of a top-tier expert. Seeing this from a distance, Qin Chen was startled. The blazing gold Ni beast was even stronger than before, its aura almost overwhelming the entire battlefield. At the same time, the two snow wolves sensed mortal danger and suddenly turned around, only to see that flaming behemoth pouncing straight at them. In their haste they condensed ice shields, but the blazing golden Ni beast shattered them with ease, blasting them into the mountainside along with their bodies, their life or death unknown. Although these two snow wolves were also Emperor-level experts, they were utterly unable to withstand a frontal strike from the great Xia Flame Emperor. Staring at Qin Chen in stunned despair, they finally realized they had been played. Qin Chen, you've been at the base this whole time. Everything before was an act to lure us in. Sang Yemo gnashed his teeth. Qin Xiaoshan's expression was icy cold, flame patterns crawling across his entire body. Since you dared to come onto my turf, don't even think about leaving alive. Flames roared skyward as confidence and authority spread through the air. This time, they finally understood that wit and strength were the only reasons to stay alive. The murderous intent suddenly exploding in the air was like a switch being flipped in an instant. Qin Chen, carrying his heavy broadsword, barely paused in his steps as the blade in his hand tore through the air, slashing straight toward the enemy. Sang Lai's hair stood on end, and before he could even think, he instinctively turned and fled at top speed. He and Sang Yemo already understood that in front of an opponent like Qin Chen, they had no chance of victory. But they also knew that once the disturbance grew too big, the Snow Wolf Emperor would not dare send even stronger demon beasts to take the risk, not wishing to easily provoke a powerful enemy or be blasted apart by the humans' secret treasures. This was the Snow Wolf Emperor's calculation. Sending troublesome powerhouses like Sang Lai and Sang Yemo would not be enough to make the humans activate their highest level defense systems, yet would still put the humans under tremendous pressure. But to Qin Chen, this kind of do-or-die suicide squad was nothing more than throwing lives away. The flaming blade slashed down. Relying purely on instinct, Sang Lai narrowly dodged, only to run headlong into the flaming claws of the fiery golden Ni beast. Its blazing hot claws swept across, striking Sang Lai's waist without any suspense. He cried out in pain as blood spurted. Panic-stricken, he rasped hoarsely, "Help! Sang Yemo, help me!" But the only response was his companion desperately fleeing without even looking back. It wasn't that Sang Yemo didn't want to save him, he simply understood the situation all too well. Facing Qin Chen, staying behind would only mean throwing away another life. He ran for his life, almost abandoning his dignity. The saber came down again, without any extra flourish. Qin Chen directly chopped off Sang Lai's head, clean and efficient. The corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Standing in the crowd, Qin Chen watched the battle end and muttered in disbelief, "Seriously?
Even my dad couldn't take down 2 emperor-level snow wolves in one go? And he even let one get away.
Xiatao let out a soft sigh and explained, "Young master, you may be underestimating how troublesome emperor-level demonic beasts are. Commander Qin is only a 2-star emperor, while Tsang Lai and Tsang Emo are even stronger than him. Relying on one-on-one combat, it's almost impossible to kill them in a short time.
Only a true general is qualified to achieve a one-strike kill. Actually, your father is still holding back, he hasn't even revealed his ultimate technique yet."
Qin Chen grew a little curious and followed his words with his gaze toward the battlefield. He saw a spherical wall of blazing fire suddenly rise out of thin air in front of Tsang Emo along his escape path.
Qin Xiaotian pressed forward step by step, his expression indifferent. He said coolly, "I told you, none of you are leaving here alive today." This was his signature technique, the blazing fire barrier. It could instantly define a battlefield, easily trapping an opponent. Unless one was a powerhouse of equal strength, there was absolutely no chance of breaking through.
Qin Xiaotian had repeatedly relied on this barrier to trap and kill enemies in ruins, then seized the opportunity to loot treasures, disappearing without a trace by the time the barrier shattered.
Many top-tier experts still harbored a deep-seated hatred for this ultimate technique.
In despair, Tsang Emo clenched his fists, his voice trembling with fear. "Qin Xiaotian, killing me is a complete break with the Snow Wolf Emperor.
Do you really think your Jiangcheng base can withstand a massive army sweep?
Release me, and I can make sure the Heavenly Wolf dynasty doesn't attack you for a year."
Threatening me?
Qin Xiaotian sneered, his blade poised to strike. "Even if your emperor comes, I'll kill him.
He didn't do anything to me back then, so I'm even less afraid now."
With that, Qin Xiaotian swung his blade like the wind. Even with Tsang Mo's desperate resistance, he was no match for him. In less than 10 rounds, with the help of the fiery golden lion beast, he ended Tsang Mo's life with a single strike. As the battle came to an end, Qin Xiaotian lifted the 2 gigantic wolf corpses with the tip of his blade and casually tossed them into the base's defensive line. The soldiers erupted in cheers. He announced in a loud voice, "Everyone's worked hard. Tonight we feast on beast meat, there's enough for all." The atmosphere of victory spread, and the will to kill the enemy was instantly ignited. The officers and soldiers of Jiangcheng base once again withstood the pressure. Killing 2 emperor-rank snow wolves in succession greatly boosted everyone's confidence.
Invincible general! Mighty general! The shouts of acclamation rose one after another.
When they cleaned up the battlefield, the records showed that nearly 30,000 demonic beasts had been slaughtered this time, with several hundred of them being at Grandmaster level or above. This not only signified safety, but also represented a vast amount of strategic resources.
The flesh of demonic beasts contains powerful spiritual energy. Humans can't consume too much of it, but as feed for spirit beasts it's practically the perfect upgrading material.
Letting spirit beasts devour the flesh and blood and absorb the spiritual power not only strengthens their bodies but also boosts their strength. For the human race, if they want their spirit beasts to grow quickly and increase their combat power, these demonic beast remains seized from the battlefield are simply an indispensable resource. Everyone in the base understands that the supplies they enjoy in their daily lives are all thanks to the battle achievements bought with the soldiers' lives. If it weren't for the demon race occasionally generously delivering supplies, they would never have so many chances and so much confidence to improve their military strength. Chen Kaiming was so excited he couldn't help bursting into loud laughter, his whole body overflowing with bold, unrestrained vigor.
"This is awesome."
Those wolf cubs thought they were clever, but who knew they'd all go down here today?
Still, the demon race will definitely be more cautious from now on. I really hope we can get a few stronger ones next time.
Qin Xiaotian put away his greatsword, smiling casually as he burned the blood on the blade into drifting ash.
"Don't get cocky too soon.
Right now we still don't have the confidence to take the initiative in attacking. Only when a sufficiently powerful leader appears among humans, someone who breaks through to the legendary saint rank, will the situation really change."
Chen Kaiming looked at Qin Chen with a half-joking expression. "Who knows, maybe the next one will be you, young master." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Xiaoshan's lips, but he didn't respond. He knew this era was destined to be anything but peaceful.
Yet he also understood that as long as humanity did not give up, someone would eventually lead them toward hope even if the road ahead was full of danger, and that today's victory was nothing more than a beginning.
As soon as Xiatao took over the command token, Chen Kaiming was already itching to leave. He shouted loudly, "Xiatao, I'm handing this token over to you. I'm going out to really relax for a few days. Don't you dare call me back in a day or two, I'm honestly sick of this place." Xiatao could only shrug helplessly. "I'll do my best." Chen Kaiming shot him a fierce glare and went on angrily, "Not try your best, you must do it. If you'd broken through to Emperor level earlier, we could at least take turns,
and I wouldn't have to shoulder all this pressure alone. The general is hardly ever stationed here, so everything at the base falls on me. Honestly, Xiatao, have you even worked hard these past years? Sometimes I suspect you've been deliberately dragging your feet and avoiding a promotion just so you can slack off. Listening to these accusations, Xiatao felt both helpless and wronged. How could he not want to break through? He wanted it more than anyone. But reaching Emperor level was incredibly difficult. You could count all the Emperor level experts in Great Xiao on one hand. He had been stuck at 9-star King level for so many years and simply couldn't do anything about it. Back when Qin Chen led everyone to risk their lives in the ruins and they looted so many resources, the most capable few each got a generous share. Chen Kaiming had the best talent and smoothly advanced to Emperor level. Xiatao wasn't bad either, but he just couldn't take that next step and had been stuck there for many years. Chen Kaiming's tone turned a bit weary. That newly discovered Demon Clan ruin matches your attribute very well. How about you go and try your luck? Maybe you can use the opportunity to break through. Look, Xiatao, take this as me begging you. I'm over 40 and still single, looks like I'm going to be a lifelong bachelor. Do me a favor and break through to Emperor level soon so you can share some of this hardship and let me go out and find someone to marry and have kids with. If I wait a few more years, I really won't be able to anymore. By then, my family might not even have a descendant left. Xiatao sighed. There's no use rushing this. It has to be taken slowly. Let me mull it over for a bit. But Chen Kaiming directly smashed a fist over and cursed, if you keep dawdling and I really end up without a son, you can just be my son instead. Meanwhile, in the distant demon realm, the atmosphere was completely different. Inside the great hall of the Heavenly Wolf Imperial Dynasty, the air was oppressively heavy. The ruler of the dynasty, the Snow Wolf Emperor, wore a blank expression, his eyes as cold as frost. The ministers below all lowered their heads in silence, none daring to meet his gaze. The Snow Wolf Emperor's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. Which of you is actually capable of injuring that human, Chen Kaiming? I can't even be bothered to point it out. And what was the result? We lost 2 of our top generals for nothing. Do you all think powerhouses are just growing out of the ground on our side? The many demon beasts lowered their heads, not daring to breathe too loudly under his scolding. To be fair, they had been full of confidence before the operation. In the meeting they'd spoken eloquently, guaranteeing that at worst they would seriously wound the enemy. In the end they gained nothing at all, were utterly defeated instead, and several elite members had lost their lives. At this moment, an elderly black wolf slowly raised his head and spoke, Your Majesty, the human race has a barrier guarding them. If we clash with them head-on, we won't gain the slightest advantage. The Snow Wolf Emperor's gaze fell on him as he asked coldly, Then what solution do you have? The corners of Black Wolf's mouth lifted slightly. If we're going to attack, we have to hit them where they're softest. The atmosphere in the Great Hall suddenly shifted, and Black Wolf went on, Humans value feelings more than we of the demon race do, especially when it comes to family. They can endure anything, except cutting off their own bloodline. According to information from the Blue Star world, that Qin Chen has a son. Emperor Snow Wolf's eyes lit up with interest. He asked with a hint of amusement, Now that's something. Go on. Black Wolf lowered his voice. Qin Chen has kept his son's existence tightly under wraps. That means he's trying to protect him, and it also proves that his son is his deadliest weakness. As long as we get hold of the child, Qin Chen will have to dance to our tune. We can even make him work for us. Once he becomes our inside man, the whole situation will be turned on its head. The Snow Wolf Emperor burst into loud laughter, his voice filled with a sinister excitement. I really didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. However, this is no simple plan. Black Wolf nodded in agreement. Indeed. Qin Chen is very strong, his combat power is already close to that of an imperial-ranked fiend beast. We must find a way to hold him back. But according to the intel, Blue Star's Great Xia is about to hold a Grand Beast Taming examination. Qin Xiaoshan's son is sure to appear then, but that boy has only just begun learning, just an ordinary child. As long as we choose to act during the examination, with the crowds and confusion at Jiangcheng base, we launch a surprise attack and Qin Chen won't be able to take care of both sides. With our methods, capturing a child will be nothing but a piece of cake. The Snow Wolf Emperor suddenly stood up, his gaze blazing. If they could truly bring Qin Chen firmly under control, it would be the most crucial step for the Heavenly Wolf dynasty. They would have the opportunity to become the first faction to break through the blockade of the Monster World Channel. When that time came, the high-level rewards would pour in and 10,000 beasts would bow their heads. Good. Black Wolf, I'll leave this operation in your hands. If you can pull it off, I guarantee that no one will be able to touch your position. The Black Wolf's eyes were filled with wild joy, his mouth split in a grin so wide he could hardly close it. He knew that this reward might be his only chance to break through to the 11th rank Emperor realm. In the entire Skywolf Imperial dynasty, the number of demonic beasts who could step into this realm could be counted on one hand. Whoever became the new demon emperor would practically be one of the most powerful existences in the dynasty. The other demonic beasts all had reddened eyes, secretly jealous yet powerless to change anything. Once the demons had left the Great Hall one after another, only the Snow Wolf Emperor remained, standing alone at the doorway. His gaze fell upon the central region of the demon realm, with an unhidden awe and longing shimmering in his eyes. Right now, the strength of humans was steadily waning. As long as the seals restricting access in and out of the demon realm were loosened even slightly, the saint-level powerhouses of the demon race would be able to charge out of the inner domain. When that time came, no matter how sturdy the human race's firewall of civilization was, it would not be able to stop the demons' advance. All of this had been meticulously planned and waited for by him. He could almost see the glorious future that awaited the demon race. Meanwhile, over at the Qin family estate, the atmosphere had undergone a subtle change as well. Ever since Qin Chen had returned safely from the demon realm, it was as if he had suddenly grown up a great deal, no longer as carefree as he used to be. Seeing this, Jiangcheng felt both comforted and distressed. In a low voice, she said to her husband, "Don't you think we're putting too much pressure on Chen? He's still so young. Some of these things could actually wait until he's older before we let him know." Qin Xiaotian pulled her into his arms, his tone firm. "But we can't afford to wait any longer. Our burden is too heavy. Sooner or later, Chen will have to learn how to protect himself. And think about what it was like for me back then. It was even harder for me than it is for him." Jiang Wanqing shot him a glare. "How could you compare to him? No matter how hard things get for you, at most you only have your father-in-law to support you. Compared to you, Xiaochen is much more fortunate." Qin Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh. If Xiaochen had grown up smoothly without any hardship, what would he do when he encounters danger in the future? "Don't worry, I'll work hard to become stronger. As long as I break through to the Emperor level, even if Xiaoken's true identity is exposed, no one will dare lay a finger on him." But Jiang Wanqing wasn't buying it. She let out a soft snort and threw down her words, "Then starting tonight, don't come into my room. If you don't break through for a day, don't even think about coming back for a day." With a helpless look on his face, Qin Xiaotian hurriedly chased after her, begging nonstop, "Wife, I really am doing my best. Please don't make me spend the night alone in the study, that's too cruel." The room was in an uproar. Watching his parents' usual bickering, Qin Chen only smiled faintly. He'd long since gotten used to these arguments, and they filled him with a warmth he couldn't quite put into words. At that moment, he remembered there were only 2 days left before the beast taming grand exam. His strength had already reached tier 2, 4-star, and breaking through to 5-star was just around the corner. Kangweo had also reached tier 1, 9-star, growing at an astonishing pace. In the past, it was precisely because the pressure on Xian had been great enough that he'd successfully stepped into tier 2. For a spirit beast to grow quickly, resources could still be fought for, but the key was to keep fighting continuously. If it hadn't been for the opportunities from the previous trials, the 2 sacred dragons wouldn't have progressed this fast. Now, the exam posed almost no pressure to him anymore. He was well aware that even if other genius students with similar family backgrounds were close to him in ability, at most their levels would merely be on par. As for true combat strength, they could not be mentioned in the same breath as his 2 sacred dragons. As long as he coordinated them properly, any opponent with a tier 3 fiend beast would be no problem. Suddenly, a quarrel sounded not far away. "You boorish dragon, why do you never cooperate? I don't want to team up with you anymore, go fight on your own." Kangweo was so angry her face was flushed red, stomping her feet and muttering. Normally gentle and docile, even she couldn't help losing her temper now. It showed she had really reached her limit. Xian, meanwhile, lifted his chin with an air of arrogance, clearly looking down on everyone. "You little support, always flinging those vines around at every turn. Have you any idea how annoying that is? If you can't cooperate, then don't get on the field. Master picking you as the second spirit beast is completely pointless. If you ask me, he should replace you with an earth type that can tank damage for me. I can defeat all opponents by myself, why would I need your help?" Kangweo clenched his fists, so furious he wanted to start a full-on fight with him. "Fine, then. Don't ever expect me to treat your injuries again." Xian didn't care at all and spoke with a tone that said he was ready to go head-to-head to the end. A true warrior charges straight ahead. Anyone who needs healing is a weakling. As long as I wipe out every enemy, why would I be afraid of getting hurt? You're just a thick-headed, barbaric dragon. And you're just a grass dragon who only knows how to twirl vines. What right do you have to criticize me? Qin Chen was stunned, completely baffled. He really couldn't figure out how his two dragons had turned out like this, from fighting side by side in the past to bickering with each other today, even talking about severing ties. The sudden outbreak of conflict within the family was like the growing pains and changes of youth, and a new trial was quietly descending. The two dragons faced each other, the atmosphere tense, neither willing to back down. Qi Yan's gaze burned like fire, while Kangvia's eyes were full of defiance. It was as if sparks were crackling in the air, ready to explode at any moment. As soon as Qin Chen came closer, Kangvia rushed over to complain, his voice full of grievance and stubbornness. "Master, I don't want to work with him anymore. Believe me, I can protect you too. Let him go fight alone." Qi Yan snorted coldly, a trace of disdain tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I don't need your help at all. When I go all out now, I can easily defeat a third-tier demonic beast. You basically can't help with anything. You didn't help at all." Kangvia shot back, her voice filled with anger and embarrassment. Qi Yan gave a cold laugh. "Facts are facts. If you're really that capable, go kill a third-rank demonic beast and show us." A wave of bitterness washed over Kangvia, her eyes reddening as she turned to Qin Chen with a pleading look. "Like a child afraid of being abandoned," she said, "Master, look at him, he keeps saying I'm useless. I'll never partner with him again. I'll only protect you, I don't care about him." Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and patted Kangvia's head reassuringly. "Stop it, we're a team. If we want to win, we have to support each other. You have a talent for control and healing, and Qi Yan is good at offense. You complement each other perfectly." Kangvia pouted, muttering in a low voice. "But master, you don't know. When we were fighting that third-rank demon beast just now, I put in so much effort to trap it, and in the end Qi Yan not only didn't attack, he even set my vines on fire. All my spiritual power was wasted. When I heal him, he only complains I'm too slow and keeps blaming me for holding him back." Qin Chen nodded and looked at Qi Yan. "You need to understand Kangvia too. Her level is lower than yours, so it's normal for her healing to be limited. What she's best at is using vines to restrain the enemy. All you have to do is seize that opening and attack. It's simple." Qi Yan, however, didn't accept it, his expression full of dissatisfaction. "Master, she manipulates those vines without any order at all, and often makes it so I can't hit the target. When I'm about to strike, her vines end up entangling me instead. If I don't burn them away, I can't even make a move. You can't blame that on me." Kangvia's face turned bright red as he explained in a low voice. "My level is still low, and my mental power isn't strong. Controlling too many vines is really hard, and they'll get out of control all at once." Qin Chen finally understood that the two were not truly hostile to each other, but that frequent coordination failures had intensified their conflict. Kangvia's plant control ability had great potential, but his own level was still too low. Every time he tried to control multiple vines at once, they easily slipped out of control and directly dragged Xian down. Xian had a hot temper, and with problems in their teamwork, it was only natural that he'd be angry. If this issue wasn't resolved properly, then in real combat their cooperation would actually become a liability. At this moment, the family maid Ying walked over. She was dressed in a clean white uniform and placed a glass of ice juice by Qin Chen's hand. "You've worked hard, young master. Take a break and have some juice." Qin Chen took the juice, already having a preliminary plan in mind. He moved closer to the two dragons, the authority of their master appearing on his face. "Having your conflict exposed is a good thing. Just in time, I'll help you resolve it." Kangvia's eyes widened, her face full of expectation. "Master, do you actually have a solution? I can help you optimize your coordination." As soon as Qin Chen finished speaking, Xian couldn't help laughing smugly. "Ha ha ha, didn't I say this guy is useless? I alone am more than enough." Kangvia almost burst into tears. She reached out and grabbed Qin Chen's arm, shaking it anxiously. "Master, don't abandon me. I'll work hard, I can stop taking tonics, taking them once every 3 days is fine, just please don't throw me away." Her reaction left Qin Chen a little torn between laughter and tears, and he spoke directly. "Who said anything about abandoning you? Optimization isn't throwing you away, it's helping you improve your combat level and your ability to control the situation." Kangvia lowered his head, his voice a little pitiful. "But I saw on TV that optimization is the same as elimination." "No," Qin Chen explained earnestly, "by optimization I mean helping you use your power better in battle." Qin Chen went on, "You were born with an affinity for plants, but your level is too low right now. If you can't control a lot of vines at once for the time being, you can start by using fewer, and slowly improve later." Kangvia shook his head, a little discouraged. "But if there are too few vines, they can't restrain the monsters at all. They're too weak. Unless I condense several of them into one." Qin Chen smiled faintly.
In fact, it's unrealistic to achieve perfect control every time you face an enemy. On the battlefield, control isn't just about making the enemy stand still. Kangvia tilted her head, confusion in her eyes. In this moment, she finally began to truly think about what Qin Chen's words meant, that victory in battle is far from being determined by strength or numbers alone. Qin Chen's goal was very clear. He knew that what could turn the tide in a fight was not only absolute power, sometimes a single control at a critical moment could cause the entire situation to reverse. He led Qi Yan and Kangwea to the back mountain, his tone calm but full of authority. Qi Yan, next you'll fight against me and Kangwea. Your level is higher, but you can't use any skills. Qi Yan grinned, the kind of confidence that said this is way too easy, it doesn't even count as a challenge written all over his face. Master, this little dragon girl has got nothing on me. Within 10 moves, I'll definitely have her beaten so badly she won't know which way is up. Qin Chen's expression turned stern as he directly cut off Qi Yan's arrogance. Do it. That's an order. The smile on Qi Yan's face gradually faded. He knew Qin Chen didn't like useless talk. He didn't dare breathe too loudly and immediately assumed a fighting stance. In an instant, flames flowed over Qin Chen's arms like tattoos, and the heavenly fire battle king form activated immediately. He knew very well that if he fought Qi Yan head-on alone, he'd have a hard time winning even against a Qi Yan who wasn't using any skills. But with Kangvia's support, it was a different story. Don't underestimate control-type spirit beasts, sometimes it's the changes in the battlefield that rely on them to create. Qi Yan launched the attack first. He withdrew his claws into fists. This wasn't a fight between enemies, just a practice bout. He hadn't intended to really hurt Qin Chen. The two of them collided fists with little noise, but Qin Chen was clearly at a disadvantage. Watching from the side, Kangvea grew anxious. She frantically manipulated the vines drilling out from the ground, trying to bind Qi Yan. But there were too many vines, her attention was scattered, and her control was stiff and clumsy, almost ineffective. Don't panic, Qin Chen reminded her softly. You are the sovereign of these vines. Feel them, and command them. Kangvea nodded, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and committed it to memory. His words calmed her down. She simply reduced the number of vines, leaving only 7 or 8, each especially thick and sturdy. Qi Yan suddenly shot into the air, moving extremely fast, ready to end the battle in one decisive strike. He hadn't expected that a new wave of vines would abruptly burst out of the ground and tightly coil around his legs. Qi Yan snorted disdainfully. Kangvea, do you really think such petty tricks can work on me? My body is stronger than anything you've ever seen. Blazing flames roared to life all over him as his power erupted violently. In theory, fire should have easily burned through the vines. Yet, his first attempt failed to break free. Qi Yan froze, stunned that these vines were actually this tough. What's going on? A rare confident smile appeared on Kangvea's face. This isn't an ordinary vine. It's an enhanced version I just learned. Even if you burn it with fire, it'll take a few seconds before it breaks. Qi Yan's expression grew serious as he boosted his flames again, finally smashing through the vine. But just as he broke free and was about to launch a new attack, Qin Chen's fist was already in front of him. Qi Yan was seething with rage. That doesn't count. One more time, I'm not going to lose to Kangvea. Qi Yan's face flushed red, his tone stubborn and unwilling. He refused to accept failure, and he was not used to the consequences of underestimating others. Master, give me one more chance, I'm sure I can win. Sangwu folded his arms triumphantly. Losing means you lost. Now that Master and I are working together, there's no place for you at all. Qi Yan frowned, harshly blaming himself for having underestimated the other side just now. I admit I was careless, but this time, I absolutely won't lose again. Qin Chen agreed. Sure, let's go again. This time, Qi Yan's gaze turned resolute. He understood the reason for his earlier failure. He absolutely must not underestimate his opponent, and he must not let himself be entangled by the vines. Right from the start, he set his sights on Kangvea. As long as I take her out first, the situation is guaranteed. Like an arrow loosed from the bow, he charged at Kangvea, his dragon claws wreathed in flames and wind. To make sure everything goes smoothly, I'll deal with the biggest threat first. Sensing the danger, Kangvea immediately summoned a massive greenwood shield to block him, but Qi Yan was unfazed. He burst forth with fire-attributed spiritual power, and with a single strike blasted the wooden shield into splinters. See? All defenses are meaningless before my power. Qi Yan pressed the advantage, relentlessly attacking Kangvea. Qin Chen watched from the side and saw it clearly. Qi Yan had already begun to learn how to analyze the situation and knew to proactively eliminate threats. Kangvea dodged nimbly, occasionally counterattacking with strengthened vines. This time, however, there was no panic in her eyes, only slyness. In this moment, Qi Yan's mind was highly focused,
the instant he saw new vines start to stir, he immediately braced himself to respond. In this life-or-death clash, Qin Chen was fully focused on evasion, cautious at every moment. He noticed that the wildly twisting vines had suddenly become much thinner, their power clearly weakened. This stirred his heart. Seizing the chance, he swung his dragon claws fiercely and easily severed the vines, knowing full well that the opponent's strength had already been greatly depleted. Qi Yan's expression turned ugly as he gritted his teeth. "You're draining my strength and focus." He was seething inside, clearly unable to bear being toyed with. For Qi Yan, a dignified powerhouse being dragged into this kind of war of attrition was nothing short of humiliation. How could he possibly accept that? Kangvia, however, looked completely calm, even a little smug. "You're only just realizing that now? You're already slow." Qi Yan roared back in fury. The energy in his body erupted, flames roaring like an engine, and his speed surged in an instant. He suddenly changed direction, pouring all his anger into a single punch as he charged straight at Qin Chen. He was going to blast Qin Chen off the stage with his fist and wipe away his disgrace. Damn, the vines aren't ready yet. Kangvia grew anxious, and in the next second she clenched her teeth and made up her mind, pouring out all her spiritual power. Turquoise energy rapidly gathered, forming into solid armor that wrapped around Qin Chen's body. Kangvia's Aegis. At this moment, the Aoki armor emitted a faint glow, tightly protecting Qin Chen. Qian's heavy punch crashed onto the armor, producing a dull echo, but Qin Chen merely staggered back a few steps without suffering any injuries. A system prompt sounded immediately. The Kangvio had actually awakened a new skill, Kangvia's Protection, in real combat. This was an extremely rare SS-level skill that could instantly create a tough armor, greatly enhancing a companion's survivability. Qian stared at Qin Chen and Kangvio in disbelief. He had never imagined that his opponent would comprehend a new skill at such a critical moment. This instantly disrupted his plans and dealt a blow to his confidence. Before Qian could recover, the vines on the ground erupted once more. This time, they were thick and powerful, and in an instant they tightly bound Qian, leaving him unable to move. Kangvia raised his head to look at Qi Yan, a hint of pride in his tone. "Convinced now?" Qi Yan panted, finally bowing his head in defeat. "I admit it." Qin Chen walked over and patted Qi Yan on the shoulder. His voice was calm, but his words carried affirmation and encouragement. "Qi Yan, not everyone can only rely on brute force. Your offensive power is top tier, and with Kangvia's protection and healing as your support, you'll be stronger than anyone in the future. Working with your companions is the fastest way to grow stronger." Qi Yan was silent for a moment, then his expression relaxed. He finally understood that if he could have a constant supply of energy, he would have no weaknesses at all. He looked at Kangvia and finally apologized frankly. "Kangvia, I was wrong before. From now on, I won't underestimate you again." A brilliant smile appeared on Kangvia's face. "Honestly, my control still has many shortcomings, so let's coordinate more from now on." Qin Chen looked at the two of them, a satisfied smile at the corner of his lips. "Alright, everyone's worked hard. When we get back, it's my treat. Have the kitchen prepare a big feast. I want roasted flame tiger leg." Qi Yan shouted excitedly. "I want to try the jadeite white jade soup." Sang Wu also laughed. "Alright, you'll have both." Qin Chen patted his chest as he promised. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education was tense. Governor Hian, Director of Education Sun Jianmin, and many high-ranking officials were gathered together. In addition to the Fire Emperor Qin Shaotian and the Barbarian Emperor Yu Zhenquan, 2 of the 10 emperors of Daxia, the room was filled with countless watchful gazes. Jiangnan held a crucial position, and the Demon Realm Passage posed a direct threat to human safety, so these 2 top experts had been stationed here year-round. "This year we'll have to trouble the 2 of you again," Hian expressed his gratitude to the 2 guardians. Yu Zhenquan's expression remained calm. "It's my duty. Every year when the major exams take place, there are always people itching to stir up trouble in the chaos, and in the past an outstanding newcomer once became a sacrificial victim. Since then, the Education Bureau has invited top experts to oversee the exams every year, just to make sure nothing goes wrong. As long as these people are present, the undercurrents can be kept in check. But everyone knows that no matter how tight the defenses are, they never guarantee absolute security. Once something happens, not only will you lose your job, even keeping your life will be difficult. Especially this year, when 2 sons of the 10 emperors are among the contestants, the pressure on everyone's hearts is even heavier." Hian did not dare relax in the slightest. As soon as the meeting ended, Fire Emperor Qin Shaotian and Barbarian Emperor Yu Zhenquan walked out of the Education Bureau side by side. They exchanged a look, their eyes firm. Both of them understood that this was not just an exam, but also a battle to protect the newcomers and the future of humanity. Yu Zhenquan's eyes flashed with anger and stubbornness. He stared at Qin Xiaotian, his words laced with gunpowder, every syllable sounding like a warm-up for the coming clash. Qin Xiaotian, I lost to you back then, but this time it's my turn. This year, the strongest beast master in Jiangnan province will definitely be my son, Yu Lingxian. Qin Xiaotian seemed completely unfazed by his provocation. He merely rolled his eyes and replied lazily, your dad said the same thing back then. But in the end, didn't you still lose? The air fell silent in an instant. Yu Jinquan was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushing red as his voice unconsciously rose. This time is absolutely different. My son Yu Lingxian is a born genius. If your son Qin Chen can defeat a 3-star, first-tier flame titan in the arena, my son can do the same. Qin Xiaotian just let out a faint "oh," as if everything was under his control, yet his confidence became even harder to read. Yu Jinquan's chest heaved with anger. How was this the same Qin Xiaotian he remembered? The Qin Xiaotian of the past would never let anyone talk to him like this, he could always tear the other party to shreds with just his tongue. Had he really become this low-key today? Just wait until my son knocks your son flat, don't get so mad your face twists. Yu Jinquan finally forced out a threat. Qin Xiaoshan's lips curled up, his eyes full of disdain. Want to make a bet? Bet on what? Yu Jinquan grew a bit wary. How about 10,000 origin crystals? Yu Jinquan sucked in a sharp breath. In the minds of people at their level, origin crystals were far more than just money, they were chances to improve their own strength. The stakes of the bet made him hesitate for a moment, but Qin Xiaoshan's words stabbed into his pride like a knife, you're already a father, and you're still this cowardly. Yu Jinquan's expression changed instantly. Fine, let's bet. Whoever doesn't bet is a dog. Before dawn had fully broken, Qin Chen was already dressed with the help of the 2 little girls. He walked out of the room to find breakfast already laid out on the table. When Jiang Wanqing saw Qin Chen, the warmth on her face was almost like a spring breeze. Chen, come eat. I'm taking you to the Royal Beast Grand Exam today, I hope you can get a good result. Qin Chen gave a confident smile. It's just an exam. I've never taken second place in my life, and I won't today either. He picked up his bowl and ate slowly. Qin Xiaotian sat to the side, a playful note in his tone. You have to beat that Yu Lingxian this time. I've already bet 10,000 origin crystals with his old man. Qin Chen could tell his dad was joking, but the Yu family name still caught his attention, that was the son of the barbarian emperor of Great Xia, Yu Jinquan. Qin Xiaotian nodded. Yes, that guy. When he was young, he was always provoking me, and now that he's seen my son achieve a bit of success, he can't help jumping out again. Just as well, I'll make him bleed heavily for it. It's about time he learned a lesson. In fact, over these years, Qin Xiaotian had spent who knew how much of his savings on Qin Chen. Last time, preparing a special treasure for his child's spirit beast awakening had almost emptied out his coffers. Now that someone had delivered such an opportunity to his doorstep, it would be unreasonable not to make a hefty profit. One had to know that origin crystals were not ordinary currency. They were rare resources that only 9th-rank king-level powerhouses could obtain from the bodies of demon beasts. They could only be found occasionally when hunting powerful beasts or searching ancient ruins, and a single origin crystal was incredibly significant for improving a beast master's strength. An 8th-rank grandmaster had only just reached the point where they could make proper use of them. Using them earlier was basically pointless. Qin Chen replied easily, no matter how strong he is, he definitely won't be my match. I'm confident. The Crimson Flame Holy Dragon by the table grabbed some meat and bit off a large chunk. Who cares about that Yu Lingxian? Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it wouldn't be enough for me to stomp on. No one can beat me. Another spirit beast, Kangwea, unwilling to be outdone, cut in, what a braggart. I even beat you last time. That's because I wasn't using my skills. If I got serious, you wouldn't last 3 seconds. There was a natural trust and fighting spirit in the father and son conversation. Qin Xiaotian nodded with a smile. He liked the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon's confident personality. It was just like when he was young. Time's up. Jiang Wanqing stood up and gently straightened the corner of Qin Chen's clothes. Are you ready? Qin Chen glanced at Qin Xiaotian. Dad, on such an important day, you're not coming with me. Qin Xiaoshan's expression was solemn. The Skywolf dynasty is making big moves and may choose to attack today. My blazing flame golden Nemean beast will protect everyone at the examination grounds, but I can't leave. Don't worry, even without the blazing flame golden Nemean beast, I'm still a top expert. Go take the exam, and don't disgrace our Qin family. Looking at father and son, Jiang Wanqing said in a half-scolding tone, don't put all the pressure on the child. Just do your best. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. Dad, Mom, you really underestimate me. I never once thought I wouldn't get first place. Qi Yan fell silent,
quietly accepting his master's command. Outside, car lights sliced through the night as the vehicle slowly drove away from the Qin family estate. No one noticed the few watchers hidden in the shadows of the manor. They immediately reported the news. Jiangnan Province, headquarters of the Tianyeo Society. President Shadow Crocodile received the intelligence, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. On the candidate list for this Jiangnan Province Grand Examination, there were 2 sons of the 10 princes. He gave a low order, both of them must be captured alive. Those who complete the mission will be richly rewarded. The people beside him immediately accepted the order, answering in unison that there would be no mistakes. After the order was given, the members of the Tianyeo Society quickly dispersed. Each of them looked utterly ordinary, blending inconspicuously into the crowd. It was precisely because they could perfectly conceal their identities that this evil organization had been entrenched in Jiangnan for so many years. The Tianyeo Society was in fact a secret association founded with the support of the demon race, and was one of the most powerful evil organizations in all of Daxia. Within it were 5 presidents, each one a king-level beast master. They used the bloodlines of the demon race to strengthen themselves, gaining power almost beyond the bounds of normal humanity, but at the cost of losing their own selves and becoming tools and puppets of the demon race. Organizations like the Heavenly Demon Society are far from the only ones of their kind on Blue Star. They are adept at hiding themselves and infiltrating all kinds of social powers, making it extremely difficult to completely eliminate them. At this moment, security was tight outside the examination venue of the Jiangnan Province Beast Taming Grand Examination. In the exclusive parking area, a luxury car came to a smooth stop. Qin Chen and his mother, Jiang Wanqing, got out together. Before the 2 of them had even found their footing, several officials had already come forward to greet them. "Welcome, Madam Qin, young Master Qin. This way, please." One of them, dressed in a suit, spoke with clear respect. Qin Chen quietly asked his mother, "Mom, who are all these people?" Jiang Wanqing's expression was calm yet imposing. "This is Heian, the governor of Jiangnan Province, and son Jianmin, the director of the General Education Bureau. The rest are all leading figures of the province." Heian explained with a smile. This time, the Fire Emperor dispatched spirit beasts to guard the examination venue throughout the entire process. "They've rendered great service, so we've specially prepared an exclusive lounge for Madam Qin and young Master Qin. When the exam is about to begin, someone will come to remind you." Qin Chen nodded and followed them to the resting area. To Qin Chen, this kind of preferential treatment couldn't be more natural. While others waited anxiously and nervously outside, he, as the son of the 10th emperor, could enjoy VIP treatment with attentive service, without having to queue and suffer at all. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that life with connections truly was different. He swept a glance at the surveillance feed. The area outside the exam hall was packed with waiting candidates and parents, crowded and noisy. With so many people, are they going to test for several days? Qin Chen asked in a low voice. Jiang Wanqing smiled. "Don't worry, 2 days at most. This year, the new equipment can test nearly 5,000 people at the same time, so the first round of aptitude evaluation can be completed in an hour. The second round is a strength assessment, and eliminations are very fast. Last year it took just over a day, this year it'll most likely be finished in a single day." Qin Chen let out a sigh of relief. What he feared most was wasting time on this kind of occasion. Getting it done in a single day was ideal. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A staff member informed him respectfully, "Young Master Qin, the Imperial Beast Grand Examination is about to begin. Please get ready." Qin Chen stood up, looking relaxed. He turned and waved to his mother. "Mom, wait for my good news." "Go for it, Chen Chen." Jiang Wanqing showed an encouraging smile. Qin Chen followed the staff toward the assessment area. At the same time, the door of the adjoining lounge was pushed open. A tall young man walked out, and his gaze met Qin Chen's in the corridor. "You're Qin Chen." Qin Chen looked at him, a bit confused. "I am. And who are you, uncle?" The other man's expression instantly froze, his face full of disbelief. His name was Yu Lingxian, the 10th prince, yet someone his own age had just called him uncle. He clenched his teeth in fury, forcing himself to stay calm. "I'm 18, same as you, and you actually called me uncle." Qin Chen looked completely innocent. "All right then, mark it uncle." Yu Lingxian was so angry he almost jumped up. He clearly just looked a bit more mature, that was all. His features were sharply defined, making him seem older than his peers. He stared fixedly at Qin Chen, refusing to back down. "The top score in this exam is definitely mine. Just you wait and see." Watching Yu Lingxuan's arrogant back, Qin Chen secretly rolled his eyes. He muttered inwardly that Yu Lingxuan's temperament was exactly the same as his hot-tempered father's.
The only difference was that his appearance looked far more mature than his actual age. People would believe it if you said he was 30.
Qin Chen suppressed a laugh and refocused on the exam.
Yu Lingxuan's rank was decent, he was already tier 2, 3 stars, only 1 star lower than Qin Chen. It seemed the other guy had made rapid progress this past month too. Qin Chen walked along the VIP passage, and the waitress beside him led him straight past the long queue. As soon as the other candidates saw this, some immediately began to grumble under their breath, feeling they were being treated unfairly.
Why does he get to cut the line? Since when are there privileges for the exam? A boy couldn't stop himself from shouting. Someone next to him hurriedly tugged at his sleeve and warned in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense.
Anyone who can walk that passage either comes from money or from power.
They're not people we can afford to offend." The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. No one dared to complain openly anymore.
In this world where power and status decide everything, everyone knew exactly where they stood. Meanwhile, rubbing his eyes, Li Qianyang stared at the figure in the VIP passage and asked in puzzlement, "Zhang Yanhu, don't you think that person looks a lot like Qin Chen?"
Zhang Yanhu replied without even lifting his head, "Don't talk nonsense.
Brother Chen has always kept a low profile, he'd never go for that privileged stuff." Li Qianyang shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to withdraw his gaze. At that moment, the proctor appeared, exuding a powerful aura, and spoke coldly, "Candidates, keep quiet and complete the inspection quickly.
Anyone who disrupts order will be disqualified." The previously noisy line immediately fell into solemn silence, and order was restored.
Every examinee understood very clearly that there is only one chance at the college entrance exam, and no one would risk their own future as a joke. Qin Chen passed security smoothly and entered the examination hall. Someone was already being tested in the inspection area ahead. Yu Lingxian was among them. He turned back and glanced at Qin Chen, the battle intent in his eyes completely undisguised, as if he had long since regarded Qin Chen as his rival.
"Today I'll show you what a true genius is," Yu Lingxian said deliberately, provoking him.
Seeing this, Qin Chen sneered inwardly. He quietly walked over to an invigilator and said in a low voice, "Teacher, that person over there is clearly older than we are."
He might be an older student taking someone else's place. If a university student sneaks in, wouldn't that be really unfair to us seniors in our final year of high school?
The invigilator hesitated for a moment, then his gaze toward Qin Chen grew more cautious. "We will examine everyone's identity very carefully, but an extra reminder doesn't hurt."
"Thank you."
Soon, the invigilator walked up to Yu Lingxian, his expression stern. "Please show your admission ticket, we need to verify your identity again."
Yu Lingxian was clearly impatient and asked coldly, "Didn't you already check it?"
The invigilator replied seriously, "Because your appearance doesn't match your age, someone reported you for taking the exam in someone else's place.
We have to verify it again." Yu Lingxian immediately exploded, shouting angrily in the crowd, "Who reported me? Got a death wish?" But the invigilator did not back down at all. "Please cooperate, and do not cause a disturbance."
Seething with resentment, Yu Lingxian still handed over his documents. After the device finished scanning, the invigilator discovered, somewhat awkwardly, that the guy's age did in fact match, he just looked prematurely mature.
"Your identity is fine." He couldn't help adding, "But I'd suggest you shave your beard next time, examinee." The surroundings suddenly fell silent, but the murmurs spread even faster through the air. Who was it that reported him, anyway?
"Honestly, I've been wanting to do that for ages. That guy looks older than my dad," a student muttered under his breath, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "Exactly, his growth rate is like he's turned on some kind of speed hack, just skipped straight up a few levels." Another person chimed in, but quickly realized the topic was off, and shut his mouth awkwardly.
Yu Lingxuan's face instantly darkened.
His eyes swept icily over the people talking, and they hurriedly averted their gazes, pretending nothing had happened.
It wasn't until his eyes met Qin Chen's that he understood who had been pulling strings behind his back. "Qin Chen, this has to be your doing. I'll make sure you understand in a moment that looks are useless, what truly decides everything is strength." Yu Lingxian swore silently to himself.
This was a world that valued strength, people only believed in fists and scores. He was going to use his grades to shatter everyone's prejudice in one stroke. The examination device ahead suddenly emitted an electric crackle, a laser lit up at the top, and the first stage of the assessment officially began. This modern device was called the Beastmaster Potential Analyzer. It was specially used to test the strength and reserves of spiritual power, as well as the basic abilities of spirit beasts, and then, based on all the data, to give each student a comprehensive potential score. The higher the score, the greater the talent, and the higher their future ceiling. Soon, the candidates' data began scrolling on the large display. Candidate, Zhao Sanjin, ability level, tier 1, 7 stars, spirit beast, golden pangolin, comprehensive score, 215, spiritual power strength 60, spiritual power reserves 50, spirit beast quality 105. Candidate, Yu Lingxian, ability level, tier 2, 3 stars, spirit beast, Vajra wild battle ape, comprehensive score, 360, spiritual power strength 95, spiritual power reserves 90, spirit beast quality 175. As Yu Lingxuan's score was announced, the entire exam hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted in discussion. The normal total score is around 400, and he actually scored 360, with his mental power close to full marks. It's simply unbelievable. Don't underestimate mental power. Rich people all use top-tier training, so their scores are high, but his spirit beast score is what's truly outrageous. The full score is 200, and he got 175. He's a total monster. You really can't judge by appearance. This guy looks mature and steady, but his actual strength is rarely seen in the whole country. In recent years, there simply haven't been such a ruthless contender in the exams. I can tell he's in a bad mood right now. Stop calling him uncle, or he might really lose his temper. Didn't you call him that too? The people speaking in the crowd rolled their eyes at each other. At this moment, after his data refreshed on the screen, Yu Lingxuan's rank shot up to first place among all the candidates. Even the second place was more than 60 points below him. In the monitoring room, the proctors Heian and Sun Jianmin held their breath, exchanging a glance that revealed a trace of excitement. As expected of the savage emperor's son, talent like this could get him snatched up by a top-tier university on the spot. His spirit beast, the Vajra savage war ape, has explosive power that's practically unbeatable, and it even comes with a special full-body defensive enhancement skill. This kind of talent ranks among the very best in the entire country. Although he looks pretty ordinary, no one can question his true talent. He really might inherit his father's position in the future. The imperial exam has only just begun. The Fire Emperor's son is probably already under crushing pressure. For an ordinary student, a mental strength score of 70 is considered excellent, but someone like Yu Lingxian, far above the average, with a spirit beast aptitude close to full marks, is rare even nationwide. His only rival, Qin Xiaoshan's blazing flame golden Nemean lion, only has 180 points. On the field, Yu Lingxian brushed confidently past Qin Chen, a proud smile on his face. Qin Chen, you get it now, right? Your dad and my dad bet 10,000 origin crystals. Your family had better not fail to come up with them when the time comes. Qin Chen smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. Uncle, don't speak too soon. Have your dad send the crystal to my house early, so my dad doesn't have to go through the trouble of picking it up. Yu Lingxuan's face turned livid again, his heart shaking with anger. Why did everyone only focus on his appearance, and no one acknowledged his strength? The aptitude assessment was still ongoing, and new results were continuously refreshing the big screen. But no matter how many people were tested afterward, no one could shake Yu Lingxuan's top position on the ranking. The testing atmosphere on the field was tense, and everyone stared fixedly at the scoreboards. At this time, the highest recorded score was only 325 points, still quite a gap from the legendary full score of 360. Finally, it was Qin Chen's group's turn. The entire examination hall became unusually quiet as he slowly walked toward the testing device. A laser swept across his body, bringing a trace of warmth. It didn't feel particularly special. I just mastered an imperial-level secret art Starfire soul tempering. My result shouldn't be too bad, right? Qin Chen murmured to himself. There was both confidence and a hint of anticipation in his words, because he had paid so much along the way in his struggle. He could hardly conceal his desire to become stronger, to prove himself. The screen began to refresh the result. Everyone's gaze was drawn to it. The data rolled by line after line. Candidate, Qin Chen, rank, tier 2 4-star, spirit beasts, Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon, Kangwea Holy Dragon, potential score, 600, spiritual power strength 100, spiritual power capacity 100, first spirit beast aptitude 200, second spirit beast aptitude 200. The venue turned deathly silent. Moments later, the candidate's ranking shot up wildly, kicking Yu Lingxian directly out of first place, the rank soaring as if riding a rocket. All the examined stared wide-eyed, their mouths hanging open for a long time. Everyone was frantically guessing in their hearts, how could Qin Chen have 2 spirit beasts? He only awakened a month ago, and he's already reached tier 2, 4-star? Not to mention, both of his spirit beasts are actually dragons. Yu Lingxian stared at the score, his fingers trembling. He protested in a hoarse voice, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Cheating? Even if he cheated, he wouldn't dare to go this far. The other students also started to jeer.
Spirit Beast testing usually has a maximum total of 400 points. How did he get 600? If it's a dual Spirit Beast Tamer, you also have to calculate each beast separately, so that's why his score is so high. The problem is, both of these dragons got full marks. No one has ever seen talent like this. Even the 3 emperors and 10 sovereigns back then didn't have scores like this.
The discussion grew increasingly heated, and the atmosphere was on the verge of spinning out of control. At this moment, Provincial Governor Qin stepped forward, his presence surging as he coldly announced, "Everyone, quiet.
The testing equipment is completely reliable.
It was created by the most authoritative scholars and verified dozens of times.
It cannot be wrong. Now continue with the assessment, don't delay the overall progress."
Qin appeared calm, but once he turned back to the monitoring room, his palms were already sweating.
He muttered under his breath, "What on earth is going on?"
First it was Yulingshan with 360, and now another one pops up, Qin Chen with 600 points.
This has completely defied common sense.
In the monitoring room, the expressions of all the members of the Jiangnan province assessment team were stiff. No one dared to question the equipment anymore.
They even felt a bit jealous. Was this the foundation of the Fire Emperor's son?
He wakes up from a single sleep and gains 2 top-tier pure-blood dragons. No one could have predicted that this year would turn out to be the one that completely changed history. In the examination hall, Yu Lingxuan's face was pale.
Every one of Qin Chen's scores completely crushed his.
He muttered to comfort himself, "My Vidra wild ape isn't bad.
Even if I'm a bit behind, it doesn't mean I'll lose in actual combat." Yet his confidence was only forced bravado.
Qin Chen's 2 perfect score spirit beasts and top-tier spiritual power had already opened up a huge gap. Qin Chen simply said in a calm tone, as if joking, "What a pity the highest score is only 600. If I could grind it up to 666, that would be even more interesting." When those words fell, Yu Lingxuan's heart almost collapsed. He had broken the record of previous years, only to find someone else had directly blown the score cap, leaving him as nothing but a runner-up. All the students present understood that in this round, Qin Chen had already become the center of everyone's attention. No one could rival him. Some gazes were tinged with jealousy, others filled with awe. Zhang Yanhe, Li Qianyang, and Zhao Xuaning stood in a corner, their expressions complicated. They knew very well that true powerhouses always build up their strength in silence, and once they make a move, they become existences that everyone can only look up to. At this moment, Qin Chen finally understood, no matter how much doubt or exclusion he had gone through before, now he had already become the center of everyone's attention. In this cold and cruel world, his rise was not just for himself, but also to tell everyone, so long as you don't give up, one day the world will see your light. Li Qianyang patted his chest and loudly comforted himself, "Not bad, not bad, at least I came prepared in advance." Unlike those people seeing a big scene for the first time, almost scared silly on the spot. "I'm well-traveled and knowledgeable, this little show can't stump me." But his words immediately drew a wave of displeasure, with several resentful looks shooting over.
Someone couldn't help shouting, "Bro, take that back, right now, this instant." Others chimed in from the side, "Yeah, I agree." Someone even added in an exaggerated tone, "I agree 10,000 times."
At this time, in Jiang Wanqing's lounge, she was staring at the surveillance feed in front of her, unable to hide the smile on her face. Everything she saw filled her with pride. Her son's talent was so outstanding, he really hadn't let her down. She took out her phone, snapped a photo of the screen showing the talent score, and then sent the score to Qin Xiaotian.
In less than 3 seconds, Qin Xiaoshan's video call request came through. As soon as the call connected, his voice sounded, "Which brat could have a talent rating of 600 points? Doesn't that mean our son is in danger? It can't be that kid from Yu Zhengquang's family, right? Is their family's gene really that strong?" Jiang Wanqing replied coolly, "It's your son."
The anger on Qin Xiaoshan's face vanished instantly, and he immediately replaced it with a smiling expression.
"Honey, don't joke around. I knew it, our son is definitely capable. It's just a pity I can't see his performance with my own eyes right now." Jiang Wanqing, however, frowned slightly and asked, "Has the Sirius dynasty gone to war again?"
Qin Xiaotian nodded, his face very calm.
"Yes.
Maybe because I took out 2 emperor-level great fiends last time, they couldn't swallow the insult this time, and even sent an Emperor Ice Wolf Demon Emperor."
Jiang Wanqing's expression also grew solemn. "Should we have the blazing gold Nyazi beast go back to help you? How can you alone stand up to an opponent like that?"
Qin Xiaotian shook his head, still looking utterly fearless. "Don't worry. Even if the Nyazi beast comes back, it'll still be hard for me to take on an Emperor head-on.
But I feel the demon race is not just here for revenge this time. They might be planning something big.
Especially since our son is too eye-catching, keeping the Nyazi beast by your side is the safest." Jiang Wanqing hesitated for a moment, then still nodded in agreement.
All right. If there's real danger, I'll immediately send the Nyezi beast to help you. Don't forget, I'll protect things here.
Qin Chen said crisply, I'm hanging up, time to start fighting, and ended the call.
Jiang Wanqing put away her phone and let out a silent sigh. Let's hope it's all just us overthinking.
At this moment, waves of examines were pouring into the exam hall. The score leaderboard on the big screen kept refreshing.
Qin Chen's first place was beyond dispute, but unexpectedly, even second place had been taken. A new ranking appeared: Mo Rushuan, second order, 3-star.
Her spirit beasts were the Skyfrost Mystic Armor Beast and the Void Nether Piercing Beast, with a potential rating of 435 points. The most eye-catching thing was that, just like Qin Chen, she was also a dual spirit beast Beastmaster. Especially that Void Nether Piercing Beast, its space attribute was extremely rare, its aptitude as high as 150 points, and its strength not to be underestimated. Qin Chen located Mo Rushuan's figure in the crowd, only to unexpectedly find that she was also staring straight at him. He touched his own face and muttered, I mean, I do look pretty decent, but the way she's looking at me is definitely not pure. Something's off. At that moment, Kangvyu's reminder sounded in his spiritual mark: Master, I can feel that she is filled with killing intent toward you, and extremely strong malice.
Qin Chen was stunned. Kangvyu, you can actually sense that.
Kangvyu explained earnestly, Master, I am a spirit beast of nature, highly sensitive to the emotions of all things. Although her killing intent is well concealed, at close range I can still detect it. Another spirit beast, Xian, cut in with a rough voice, Master, why don't you just let me rush over and tear her apart? Anyone who dares harbor murderous intent toward Master must pay the price.
Qin Chen suppressed his anger calmly. Don't rush. Private fighting is forbidden here.
When the competition enters the second stage, we'll deal with her then.
Kangvyu, just keep a close eye on her and don't let her get a chance to act. Kangvyu immediately responded, Understood, Master.
Qin Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes taking on a thoughtful look. He really couldn't figure out why a girl he had absolutely never met would have such intense killing intent toward him.
Simple jealousy couldn't explain it at all.
Take Yu Lingxian, for example. No matter how unconvinced or competitive he was, he still wouldn't go so far as to try to kill.
The corner of Qin Chen's lips curled up. Only someone mentally unstable, or someone who came here specifically for me. Things were starting to get interesting.
In the distance, Yu Lingxian had already completely shut down as he stared at the rankings, clearly unable to withstand the successive blows. I stared fixedly at the rankings and saw my name in third place.
A surge of rage almost burst out of my chest.
Qin Chen being first, I can accept that he has the right to be that strong.
But now some no-name brat actually dared to surpass me? How could I tolerate that? I'll make you pay the price, I'll make you regret it.
I glared fiercely at Mo Rushuan, my gaze almost piercing through her. Standing in the crowd, Mo Rushuan frowned, her heart full of doubt.
She thought, why is he staring at me? I clearly didn't reveal anything unusual.
With my skills, even the most advanced detection systems can't find me out.
How could a mere second-tier beast tamer possibly uncover my secret?
That hostile gaze made her very uncomfortable. Mo Rushuan secretly grew wary. He really is the barbarian emperor's son. He looks a bit sloppy, but he must be a genius in his head.
Maybe I accidentally leaked a hint of killing intent just now and he sensed it. I'd better stay away from him.
In her eyes, although Yu Lingxian's Beastmaster talent was not as good as Qin Chen's, he was meticulous and very skilled at reading people's emotions. For him to sense a faint killing intent in such a noisy setting really was not something an ordinary person could do. Yet Mo Rushuan could never have guessed that Yu Lingxian's hostility toward her had nothing to do with sensing danger. It was simply that, as a young master with an extremely strong sense of pride, he could not tolerate failing to even keep second place and being stepped on by some nobody no one had ever heard of. He instinctively felt humiliated, even without any reasonable justification. The moment the rankings were announced, the entire venue fell into brief commotion. First place, Qin Chen, Dual Spirit Beast Beastmaster, total score 600 points. Second place, Mo Rushuan, Dual Spirit Beast Beastmaster, total score 435 points. Third place, Yu Lingxian, Single Spirit Beast Beastmaster, total score 360 points. Sun Jianmin, the director of the Education Bureau, walked to the front of the stage, a meaningful smile on his face. Raising his voice, he announced, the first phase of aptitude testing is over. Next comes the more crucial assessment, actual combat. The rules are simple. You will be transported into a special space. There are monsters of various levels inside, with the most dangerous reaching Tier 3. You must hunt monsters to earn points, which will be added to your first phase scores. You may also attack other candidates. If you defeat someone, you can take all of their points.
Those who are defeated will be eliminated immediately, and their points will be locked. Note that there is a risk to your life in this exam. Remember to put survival first when you act. Candidates may fight each other, but lethal attacks are strictly forbidden, or you will be disqualified. You have only 10 minutes to prepare.
As soon as he finished speaking, a low murmur of discussion rose all around. Are we going to have to risk our lives this year? A student whispered anxiously. Maybe, this is about selecting true geniuses, and they have to go through a real life and death trial, another person guessed.
If we can't get into a top-tier Beastmaster university, we can still enlist in the army. Serving in the army is honorable too, someone tried to console themselves.
Qin Chen stood in the crowd, not inviting any other classmates to form a team. In the past, he might have helped the people around him, their strength was decent, and becoming grandmasters in the future wouldn't be a problem. But ever since Mo Rushuan appeared, there were too many variables in this exam.
Bringing them along would only put everyone in greater danger.
When the countdown ended, the second stage of the combat test officially began.
High in the sky, a gigantic vortex roared into existence, and all the examines were instantly sucked inside.
Qin Chen felt his vision blur, the scene around him shifted, and he found himself standing beside a stretch of barren hills and towering ancient trees. He patted a tree trunk, his expression turning serious. This isn't a virtual simulation at all, but a real miniature world. He realized that the trees were real, the air was real, and the demonic beasts here were clearly real living creatures. Qin Xiaotian had once told him that there were many hidden ancient ruins on Blue Star, containing complete passageways to small worlds. Some were controlled by the human race and used to cultivate the strong, while others were still filled with dangerous creatures. It seemed that the place they had been brought into was one of those occupied miniature worlds.
The demonic beasts inside went up to at most 3rd rank, and had all been cleared in advance by the Education Bureau. No wonder they said this time was life-threatening. This kind of assessment is way harsher than any before.
Only at a true life and death juncture do you realize that no amount of drills can compare to facing the fear of the unknown.
Yet instead, Qin Chen actually felt a bit of anticipation.
He believed he had the strength to face any challenge. He was a man bearing the dragon vein, after all. His contracted beasts, Xian and Kangyu, appeared by his side, filling him with a sense of security.
Kangyu lifted its head to sniff the air around them, a trace of satisfaction appearing on its face. Here, I can control all the plants in the forest. This little world is simply a natural treasure trove.
All the plants and trees became my eyes.
Qin Chen revealed a confident smile. Hurry up and help me find Mo Rushuan. As for the fighting, leave it to Xian.
Xian grinned and slapped his own chest, as if assuring Qin Chen.
Don't worry, master. Even if we run into a 3rd-tier demon beast, I can handle it easily.
Before he finished speaking, several ferocious demon beasts were already charging toward them. Xian didn't take them seriously at all and lunged straight at them. In just a few moves, he slaughtered all those demon beasts. Blood splattered as he moved with crisp efficiency, as simple as taking out the trash.
Qin Chen's points instantly shot up to 640.
He even mocked himself under his breath. If I keep farming points this fast, I really might strip the old man of even his underwear. At the same time, outside the small world, everyone sat in front of the monitors, watching Xian easily slaughter those demonic beasts, all completely stunned.
Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief.
He exclaimed under his breath, as expected of a pure-blood dragon race, its basic defense is insanely high.
Beasts of the same level can't even scratch it, this is crazy.
Someone added, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon is a typical fire attribute dragon. It's not the fastest, nor does it win with defense, but its offensive power is off the charts, and its control over flames is downright terrifying.
Don't forget, there's another dragon. As long as the 2 dragons join forces, which beast in this combat space could possibly stop them? Yu Lingxuan's Vidra Wild Battle Ape is decent, but still way off.
Qian's lips were pressed in a faint smile, clearly in an excellent mood. He thought to himself that with Qin Chen stepping onto the field, the entire Jiangnan province's reputation was now fully upheld. If the outside world knew that Qin Chen was not only the Fire Emperor's son but also Jiangdi's grandson, that news would be trending in minutes. But he still put on a serious face.
All right, stop staring only at our own people. Don't forget to keep an eye on potential threats. If anything happens, we'll all be retiring to the underworld together.
Sun Ji and Min, standing nearby, hurriedly cracked a joke to lighten the mood. Don't worry, Governor, with Fire Emperor's Lihuo Genie beast here, who are we afraid of?
The Barbarian Emperor is watching this place too.
Anyone who dares stir up trouble, whoever comes, dies. The Lihuo Genie beast was famous throughout all of Daxia. Almost no one dared face its combat power head-on.
Even peak Emperor-level demon beasts would only end up getting crushed if they ran into it.
Those opponents who thought themselves powerful, once they entered this place, were only marching to their deaths.
Meanwhile, in the combat space,
Yu Lingxian had just landed when he caught a glimpse of Mo Rushuan's figure. The fury in his heart was instantly ignited.
"Little girl, you actually dared to walk right into my hands, are you looking for death?"
Mo Rushuan nearly broke down when she saw him.
This was simply a disaster.
She had been doing everything she could to avoid being targeted by Yu Lingxian, yet who would have thought the teleportation would cause them to run right into each other? In her mind, she quickly calculated, I absolutely can't expose my identity now, or the whole plan will be ruined.
I have to shake him off, fast.
Without thinking further, Mo Rushuan turned and ran, not intending to confront Yu Lingxian head-on at all.
The Heavenly Demon Society's primary target was never Yu Lingxian to begin with.
If she couldn't take down Qin Chen, Yu Lingxian was only her backup option.
But now they had just entered the combat space, and her preparations weren't complete yet. She definitely couldn't risk a fight. How could Yu Lingxian possibly let her get away?
He immediately activated a special body strengthening technique, his figure surging as he charged after her relentlessly.
"Little girl, you won't escape. You think you can beat me with just 2 spirit beasts? How naive." Mo Rushuan's patience had reached its limit.
As she fled, she kept thinking. He had actually already noticed that something was wrong with her. But what was strange was that Yu Lingxian hadn't reported it. What did that mean? To test her theory, Mo Rushuan suddenly stopped and summoned the Tianchuan Suanjia beast, engaging him in a brief exchange of blows. At this level, Yu Lingxuan's Vidra wild battle ape was indeed formidable, overpowering the Tianchuan Suanjia beast. Mo Rushuan looked at him coldly like frost and asked bluntly, since you've already seen through me, why didn't you choose to call the police?
Yu Lingxian didn't really understand her true intention and only showed a hint of cruel smile. "Why talk nonsense like that? If I can beat you, that's the best proof. Strength is everything, why would I need to explain myself to anyone?"
He didn't care about rankings. Yu Lingxian only wanted to crush Mo Rushuan with sheer strength, and then openly face Qin Chen in a decisive battle, proving that he was the truly strongest. No matter how dazzling the rankings were, they could never compare to raw power. The two of them were talking past each other, yet they had faintly already drawn open the curtain for the next conflict.
Mo Rushuan's expression grew more and more resolute.
Her face suddenly darkened, and her eyes were filled with vigilance and unwillingness.
"He's too confident,"
Mo Rushuan calculated rapidly in her heart.
"This kind of confidence definitely isn't just arrogance.
He must have many hidden trump cards. With my strength, I might very well not be his match."
Very quickly, she realized that the other party had actually planned this long ago.
This was not an ordinary confrontation at all, he was deliberately laying a trap for her. As long as he controlled her, he could follow the clues to track down the other members of the Tianyeo Society. A chill crawled up Mo Rushuan's spine as she understood that this man absolutely could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would definitely become the greatest threat to the Tianyeo Society in the future. The first time she saw Yu Lingxian, an intense sense of unease had flashed through her mind.
Yu Lingxuan's actions and way of speaking seemed utterly ordinary, even a bit unremarkable.
But perhaps it was precisely because of this that he could push himself to the extreme in other aspects, using quietness and normalcy as a disguise to hide his true sharpness. Mo Rushuan bit down hard on her lip and swore silently in her heart, "Yu Lingxian, I'll remember this.
One day, I'll make you pay for this debt." At that moment, the void nether beast suddenly appeared beside her.
A strange power wrapped around her, and before she could think, she slipped directly into the void. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished without a trace. In fact, the void nether beast's abilities had many limitations. For example, each traversal could cover at most 1,000 meters, and it could not be used repeatedly in a short time. Normally, she was reluctant to use it casually, but this time Yu Lingxian had forced her into a desperate situation, and she had no choice but to use her trump card in advance. The battle had only just begun, and she had already played her last safeguard. The suffocating frustration and fury in her heart were beyond words. After Mo Rushuan escaped, Yu Lingxian was almost driven mad with rage. He stomped his foot fiercely and smashed several thick, sturdy trees with a single punch. The anger in his heart was about to erupt. "Bastard, don't run. This time I'm definitely taking your points, then I'll go challenge Qin Chen," he shouted through gritted teeth. "Vidra, chase him for me. I have to teach that little brat a lesson. This is what you get for provoking me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Chen's situation was completely different. As if nothing had happened, he was leisurely resting in the shade under a tree. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon's strength had already reached Tier 2, 4 stars. Even without Kanggui's help, it would feel no pressure facing a powerful beast that had just stepped into Tier 3. Slaughtering monsters all along the way, Qin Chen's points quickly broke through 2,000.
The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon soon discovered a new prey, a Tier 3, 2-star Starlight Tiger Leopard. The two powerful beasts tore into each other, while Qin Chen stood off to the side at ease, watching his spirit beast put on a show. Kangwea, have you found Mo Rushuan yet? Qin Chen asked. Kangwea shook his head somewhat helplessly. Not yet, master. Although this small world isn't that large, relying on plants to pass on messages is inevitably slow. It'll still take some time. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes, warily observing the surroundings. His voice was low. Don't relax. Speed things up as much as possible. If Mo Rushuan really is a mole from the Heaven Demon Society, she's definitely prepared. We have to make the most of our time. Kangwea nodded and immediately sped up his sensing and communication with the surrounding plants. By this time, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon and the Starlight Tiger Leopard were already locked in a white-hot battle. The flames on his body were burning ever fiercer, his movements vicious and decisive. A pair of dragon claws directly tore through the flesh and blood of the Starlight Tiger Leopard. The Starlight Tiger Leopard let out a miserable scream and tried to flee, but there was no way it could escape the crimson flame wrapped in blazing fire. With just that little bit of skill, you dare to fight me? Qi Yen sneered coldly. His dragon tail suddenly swept sideways, smashing the Starlight Tiger Leopard and sending it tumbling several times. The light in the Starlight Tiger Leopard's eyes quickly went out, and it died completely. Just as Qi Yen was about to finish off his prey, a faint rustling sound came from deep within the dense forest. Qi Yen, be careful, there's a plant-type demonic beast. Qin Chen's warning reached Qi Yen's ears. Qi Yen's expression tightened, then he snorted disdainfully. Just a mere plant monster. I can deal with it easily. Accompanied by his low growl, the surrounding flames suddenly surged and swept across the entire area. Under the oppression of his fire, several vines that suddenly lashed out were instantly forced back, as if they had encountered their natural nemesis. But this was no accident. In the shadows, a few examines who had been secretly tailing Qin Chen were staring fixedly at the battlefield ahead. Some of them looked terrified, while others were full of anticipation. They knew Qin Chen's strength and understood that once the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon exhausted its power, it would be their best chance to swoop in and reap the spoils, yet they had no idea they had already been discovered by Kangwea. This guy is too strong. He really deserves to be called the most outstanding Beastmaster prodigy in Jiangnan province this year, they whispered among themselves. Relying on the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon alone, Qin Chen might be able to take first place. His second dragon may still be low level, but it's got a lot of potential too. Just that design alone, back where we're from, it'd definitely be used as a mascot. Why does he get to have strong talent and a good-looking spirit beast? My spirit beasts are either ugly and weird, or covered in wounds. Have you seen my split-face ghost fiend? It looks like a humanoid monster, its face split in two, half rotten flesh, half bare bone. Just looking at it is enough to give you nightmares. Everyone was secretly sighing in their hearts, but no one dared act rashly. They all understood that in this world, strength and wisdom are the true keys that decide one's fate. Several people stared fixedly at Qin Chen, their envy written all over their faces. Their spirit beasts were not only plain in appearance, but their talents were utterly ordinary as well. Each of them was crying inside. Heaven gave Qin Chen everything, yet left only a tightly shut iron door for them. Brother Tian, let's move now. That Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon has been fighting for so long, it can hardly hold on anymore, someone urged in a low voice. There are 8 of us. Even if we split Qin Chen's points evenly, we can still rank near the top in the grand exam. I don't want to be a nobody for the rest of my life, another voice sounded, full of unwillingness. Brother Tian nodded, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. You're right. Everyone be careful. We'll circle around and launch a surprise attack on Qin Chen. Stay hidden. The group lay in ambush in the forest, holding their breath as they cautiously moved closer to Qin Chen. At this moment, sunlight filtered through the leaves in mottled patches, falling on Qin Chen, yet he wasn't the least bit nervous. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He had long since noticed these people's movements. A wave of helplessness rose in his heart. Why do they always think they can deal with me so casually? Isn't it good enough to just hunt honestly and earn points? If you insist on sending points my way, then I can only oblige you. Just as Brother Tian and his group were about to get close to Qin Chen, a low, icy voice tore through the silence. You dare lay a hand on my master? You really don't know what's good for you. Having received the order, Kangwea coldly raised his palm. In an instant, a mass of dense vines surged out from the ground, lashing down on them like steel whips. Damn it! He noticed us long ago. Brother Tian shouted. They had no choice but to order their spirit beasts to attack with everything they had. 8 spirit beasts howled as they charged at Kangwea, a blue flame monkey, a long-haired elephant, a rot-scale lizard, a rift-faced ghoul. Their methods of attack were all different.
However, the only one that could truly threaten Kangwoo was Brother Tian's blue flame monkey.
The others couldn't even reach her line of defense. Grass and vines dropped down, each one as sharp as a spear.
The long-haired elephant let out a roar and suddenly charged forward, using its thick rocky armor to block the vines.
Heavy impacts echoed through the forest.
Although the long-haired elephant managed to block part of the attack, blood was already pouring from its body, and its enormous wounds were gushing. It howled in pain, the scene gruesome to behold.
This scene made Brother Tian's face turn deathly pale. How is that possible? How can a wood-type attack be this strong? The mammoth is a defensive earth-type spirit beast. He began to reassess Qin Chen. In their expectations, Qin Chen's second awakened spirit beast should have been very average. Who could have imagined that a newly awakened spirit beast would suppress them so badly they couldn't even lift their heads? How does that make any sense?
They had originally regarded Kangwoo as support, thinking that so-called plant spirit beasts were only for control, but reality slapped them hard in the face.
Kangwoo, however, was somewhat dissatisfied.
His brows furrowed slightly as he reflected in a low voice, the attack power still isn't high enough. If I reduce the number of vines and increase the hardness of each one, I should be able to directly pierce through the mammoth's defense. The thought made Brother Tian and the others' hearts pound with terror. They didn't even dare move their feet.
If the other side launched another wave, they might not leave here alive.
But Brother Tian was unwilling to give up, his gaze turning crazed.
Don't worry about all that. As long as we grab the points, we can get into a good university and won't have to be mediocre for the rest of our lives.
The few people behind him also had their last bit of fighting spirit stirred up.
Yeah, Qin Chen is just some rich guy who isn't afraid of failing. We have no way out. Charge!
The 8 spirit beasts lunged together, forming an encircling force. At this moment, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon was trapped in the distance and couldn't possibly come to support. Kangwoo had become Qin Chen's only shield.
Tiange commanded the Green Flame Monkey, his face full of confidence. Watch closely. Fire restrains wood, and on top of that, my Green Flame Monkey's level is higher than yours. What are you going to use to fight me?
When he talked about type advantage, his tone was like that of a little teacher, as if he could already see victory. But Qin Chen only gave a faint smile, with nothing but contempt in his eyes.
Fire restrains wood is common sense, but you need actual strength first, don't you? Kangwoo, show them what true power really is. Kangwoo clenched her little fists, a flash of killing intent crossing her face. Yes, master.
She slowly took a step forward, and green light overflowed from her body. In an instant, a layer of teal dragon scale armor enveloped her whole body. Kangwoo's aegis. Although Kangwoo's attack power was not the strongest, she was, after all, a pure-blood holy dragon.
The toughness of her fleshly body was far beyond what an inferior spirit beast like the Azure Flame Monkey could compare to.
With a single leap, her figure swept through the forest like a whirlwind, her sharp claws slashing fiercely down toward the rift-faced ghoul.
The tremendous force sent the opponent flying on the spot.
For an instant, the master of the rift-faced ghoul went rigid all over. He simply could not believe his eyes.
That's my Gaixiao. She's only 2 stars higher than it. How can the gap be this huge? His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. The people around them were stunned as well. Someone shouted, "How is she some ordinary girl? She's a super strong monster girl. Get the long-haired mammoth to block her.
Brother Tian, hurry up and have Green Flame Monkey burn her with fire." The shouts grew more and more urgent.
Green Flame Monkey clenched its fists, then hurled a blazing fire punch carried by scorching air currents.
But Kangwoo simply reached out and grabbed at the air. A thick vine burst up from underground and wrapped tightly around Green Flame Monkey.
The fire punch slammed into Kangwoo's armor, yet didn't even leave a mark. The gap in power and stats immediately became apparent.
Even if there's some attribute advantage, as long as one's basic stats completely crush the opponent, the other side is simply helpless.
Facing 8 opponents, Kangwoo took less than 5 minutes to utterly defeat them.
Even in the very last second before they were knocked out of the combat space, those people were still dazed and confused, having no idea how they had lost. After finishing the fight, Kangwoo returned to Qin Chen's side, his attitude calm.
"Master, they're all taken care of. We can move on to the next target." Qin Chen patted her head and said with satisfaction, "Well done, let's go."
Meanwhile, in the school's monitoring room, several teachers and senior officials in charge of the Jiangnan province assessment were watching the surveillance footage, growing more and more excited.
"I thought the Kangwoo Holy Dragon only had control and support abilities. I didn't expect its offensive power to be so terrifying. That's just frightening. You're making it sound so casual. That's a top-tier dragon-type spirit beast. Its physical attributes are terrifying to begin with."
Qin Chen is first place in this year's major exam. His ranking is almost guaranteed.
No one can probably shake his first place anymore. But what's going on with second and third?
They've been entangled since the exam started.
Are they exes who broke up and are now having a fight?
The surveillance feed switched rapidly. Mo Rushuan could be seen riding her massive frosted black armored beast, charging ahead at full speed, while Yu Lingxian controlled his Vidra wild battle ape, gritting his teeth as he chased relentlessly behind.
The scene between the two was chaotic, and their relentless clashes were baffling. Mo Rushuan's face was pale with anger.
She stared at Yu Lingxian behind her, growing more and more agitated.
This is going too far. Why won't he let go at all?
If he keeps pestering me like this, there's no way my plan can work. She had no choice but to carefully take out a special crystal stone, inject her spiritual power into it, and try to contact the Shadow Crocodile president outside the exam hall. The Void Nether beast, a special kind of spirit beast, carried a pocket dimension within its body that could be used to hide contraband under normal circumstances. This was the reason she had been able to bring the forbidden drug in.
A moment later, a deep voice came from within the crystal stone. Rushan, why haven't you made your move yet? Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting?
Mo Rushuan gritted her teeth and replied in a low voice, President, something unexpected happened with the plan. She quickly explained what had happened.
The president's voice suddenly turned ice cold.
Stop stalling and initiate the plan directly.
I'll take care of everything else. Get rid of Yu Lingxian as soon as possible. Understood.
On the battlefield, Mo Rushuan put away the crystal and immediately took out a bottle of red medicinal powder from the Void Nether beast's mouth, then waved her hand and scattered it into the air.
Yu Lingxian frowned, looking puzzled.
But in the next second, he noticed that the originally timid demonic beasts around them now all had bloodshot eyes as they charged madly at him and the Vidra savage battle ape.
That's berserk beast powder.
Yu Lingxian ground his teeth and shouted angrily.
You're actually using banned drugs. To win, you really will stop at nothing. Mo Rushuan sneered coldly. Since you've already seen through my identity, I won't pretend anymore. Today I'm not just here to capture Qin Chen, you're not getting away either. Yu Lingxian's expression showed surprise for the first time. So you're from the Heavenly Demon Society. His voice carried both anger and ridicule.
Mo Rushuan said nothing more and directly ordered the Tianchuan black armored beast to engage. She then sat down cross-legged and took out another mysterious origin treasure from within the Void Nether beast. Once she infused it with spiritual power, the origin treasure burst forth with a blinding light that shot straight into the sky.
The entire assessment space could see this beam of light.
In the exam monitoring room, Qian and Jiangcheng's faces changed instantly.
The origin of the void.
The Heavenly Demon Society wants to seal off the exit of the small world and plans to tear open a temporary passage to connect with the demon realm. In the sky, the blazing flame golden Nixie beast looked down upon the land, scorching and majestic.
Its bestial eyes coldly watched everything below. With me here, you can forget about getting past.
President Shadow Croc walked over step by step, a cold and confident smile hanging on his face. His gaze was icy, his tone indifferent yet tinged with arrogance.
The Yao race ruling Blue Star is only a matter of time. Your humans' resistance is meaningless. Today marks the beginning of a new order.
The fiery golden lion beast glared furiously, completely ignoring the other's mockery as he roared back, Blue Star will always belong to humanity.
No one should even think about laying a finger on it.
Before his voice faded, he suddenly raised his massive claws, and a searing flame slashed toward the spatial entrance like a blade. He knew very well that although the opponent's control over the origin of the void was powerful, it was nowhere near Emperor level. What's more, this piece of void origin was only of 9th tier quality. As long as one's strength reached Emperor level, it was still possible to forcibly break through this blockade. If he could tear open the barrier, Qin Chen and the others would be able to escape. However, President Shadowcroc would never allow things to develop that way. A gigantic shadowy crocodile emerged from the darkness, blocking the entrance directly. It opened its maw wide, and a jet-black beam roared forth, forcibly devouring the flaming golden Nemean beast's attack. The flaming golden Nemean beast grew increasingly anxious, but he knew this was not the time for a head-on clash. He sent a mental transmission to Jiangcheng, his tone full of concern. Madam, there are too many people here. I need some time to deal with President Shadowcroc.
As for young master over there.
Jiangcheng's gaze was icy, her brows tightly knitted as she replied in a low voice, you go all out to hold off President Shadowcroc. I'll personally try to see if I can break the void blockade. Upon hearing this, the blazing gold Nai beast nodded solemnly.
Rest assured, mistress. Even if I burn up my very source, I won't let young master be in the slightest danger.
Clenching his teeth, he charged at President Shadowcroc with the resolve to die.
In midair, blazing flames collided and intertwined with shadows. Every clash could easily annihilate everything, This emperor-level slaughter resembled an apocalypse. On the other side, Qin was leading the elite powerhouses of Jiangnan province in a chaotic battle against the Heaven Fiend Society. At the same time, he was directing ordinary people to evacuate from the center of the examination grounds. He was incomparably anxious, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the live combat space, his voice filled with urgency. Madam Qin, do you have any way to open the gate? If we delay any longer, the temporary passage inside that leads to the demon realm will open, and when that happens, the situation will get even worse. Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly, her voice low. Unless a sovereign-level expert attacks with full strength, there's no way to tear open the seal. This fragment of void origin is far beyond my limit. He hurriedly asked, then can the Fire Emperor come and help right now? Jiang Wanqing refused outright. The Fire Emperor is desperately guarding the demon realm passage and can barely protect himself. Contact the Barbarian Emperor immediately and tell him his son's life is hanging by a thread. If there's any delay, he'll bear the consequences himself. He showed a helpless expression and could only agree. Understood, I'll go right away. Jiang Wanqing turned and flew toward the entrance of the spatial gate, unleashing the full power of the light origin. Ripples spread layer upon layer across the seal, yet there was no sign of loosening. Bitterness filled her heart, and she could only pray for Qin Chen in her mind. Qin Chen, Mommy can only place her faith in you now. At the same time, within the demon realm, in the Heavenly Wolf Imperial Dynasty. On the high platform, the Black Wolf stared at the gradually forming cross-realm passage, his eyes full of excitement. My Emperor, we've already completed half the work. You only need to have the Ice Wolf Demon Emperor hold off Qin Xiaotian, then keep sending low-level demon beasts in. Once we capture Qin Chen and Yu Lingxian, everything will be set. The Snow Wolf Emperor sat upon the throne, his expression calm and confident. He nodded slightly, his sharp gaze carrying a hint of cunning. Not bad, Black Wolf. If this succeeds, it won't be long before you have a chance to break through to the 11th rank as well. Black Wolf immediately bowed and loudly expressed his thanks. Among the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Wolf, some were envious, others worried. Someone reminded in a low voice, but although the Barbarian Emperor of Great Xia has been held back by the ancient Wood Dynasty, what if Qin Xiaotian abandons his post and breaks through the siege for his son? There's no one to guard the Everflame Great Wall, the risk is too great. The Snow Wolf Emperor waved his hand and sneered at their concerns. The Everflame Great Wall may be formidable, but activating it has its thresholds. For a single person to start it, their level must exceed 5-star Emperor, otherwise, at least 2 Emperors must defend it together. Jiang City has only 2 Emperors right now, and Qin Xiaotian hasn't brought any spirit beasts. He can't take care of everything. This time, the humans have no chance. After hearing this, the high-level officials all praised the Emperor Lord's foresight. The Snow Wolf Emperor Lord waved his hand to quiet the hall, then his sharp gaze fell on his youngest son, Qin Han. Qin Han, don't waste time. You will immediately lead a team. All demonic beasts below the 3rd rank will follow you and go straight through the passage. Qin Chen is the primary target. If it's convenient, bring Yu Lingxian back as well. If you truly can't capture both, returning with even one will do. Qin Han wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips, his eyes full of confidence. Father, rest assured, they're nothing but a few pieces of trash. A task like this is no pressure for me at all. As the Emperor's youngest son, Qin Han had displayed astonishing talent since childhood. He was able to speak human language at a very young age, and now, having just reached the 3rd tier, he was already invincible against all opponents of the same level. All the demon kings present knew that his strength towered over his peers among the younger generation. A life and death duel concerning the future of both the human race and the demon race was quietly beginning. In this world, conflict between humans and demon beasts was fraught with danger. The reason Qin Han was chosen to enter the temporary passage between the 2 realms was that the spacetime rift opened by this 9th-tier void origin was extremely demanding. The passage could last for at most 3 hours, and if the traveler's strength exceeded the 3rd tier, it would trigger a spatial collapse, causing the teleportation to fail completely. Qin Han, as the strongest among all 3rd-tier demon beasts, was the safest candidate for this operation. In fact, void origins were incredibly rare, barely seen even in the demon realm. The Snow Wolf Emperor had gone through countless hardships to obtain this one, and now there was only this single opportunity. If they failed, all their efforts would be in vain. Leading the demon beasts through time and space, Qin Han soon broke into the combat space of the Jiangnan Province Royal Beast Examination. Here, their sudden appearance instantly changed the situation. Mo Rushuan rushed forward at once and saluted respectfully. Prince Qin Han. Her tone was filled with reverence. Qin Han only gave a cool nod, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the surroundings. Not bad. When we return this time, I'll ask Father to reward you with some rare beast blood. Hearing this, Emo Rushuan could barely suppress her excitement. To her, obtaining beast blood was more important than anything. Thank you, Prince Qin Han. This is merely my duty. Blue Star will belong to the demon race sooner or later. Emo Rushuan and the other members of the Celestial Demon Society had long since had their minds eroded by beast blood. It not only remolded their power, but bit by bit altered their will. Once the beast blood brand was complete, they were no longer purely human, and would incessantly crave higher grade beast blood. To her, this was an irreversible bargain, the price paid for power. On the surface, the members of the Celestial Demon Society appeared indifferent to the fate of the human race, but in truth it was that they could no longer resist the wildness and desire in their hearts. At this moment, an enraged roar suddenly rang out on the battlefield. A bunch of nobodies. King Kong, help me wipe them all out. Yu Lingxian charged forward with his spirit beast. The demon beasts were instantly thrown into chaos. He was fearless, his gaze razor sharp, not taking these enemies seriously in the slightest. Shui Qinhan frowned, displeasure flashing in his eyes. Who is this guy? How can he be so stupid, doing things like he has no brain? A killing intent surfaced in Emo Rushuan's eyes as she hurriedly explained, Prince Qinhan, this man is called Yu Lingxian, the barbarian emperor's son. Don't underestimate him. My previous plan was almost ruined by this guy, though fortunately it still succeeded in the end. Shui Qinhan calmly reassessed Yu Lingxian, somewhat surprised that this youth from Earth was actually so troublesome. It's a pity he's only a substitute, the real target still has to be Qin Chen. Mocked, Yu Lingxian shot back furiously. He had always regarded himself as Jiangnan's number one, being treated as a supporting role naturally ignited his wrath. His spirit beast, the savage battle ape King Kong, erupted with a towering aura, forcing the surrounding demon beasts to involuntarily take a step back. Facing Shui Qinhan's provocation, King Kong never backed down, swinging its fist to meet Shui Qinhan's icy claw strike head-on. The collision produced a dull boom. Yu Lingxuan's heart clenched as he saw King Kong's fist actually torn open. He had always believed his spirit beast's defense to be invincible. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary third-rank demon beast to possess power that far surpassed common sense. No, this guy is too strong. Withdraw, we're retreating. Yu Lingxian made a decisive choice and withdrew from the battle with his spirit beast. Shui Qinhan sneered coldly as she gave the order, Emo Rushuan, take people and hunt him down. We still need to test whether he can become a true threat. I'm going to find Qin Chen. Emo Rushuan accepted the order and personally led the army of demon beasts in pursuit of Yu Lingxian, unable to hide the pleasure on her face. The pain of once being hunted was now finally repaid in full. At the same time, Qin Chen in the distance also sensed the strange fluctuations in the sky. He had been watching that sudden pillar of light, a strong unease rising in his heart. This space had originally been extremely stable, yet now a spacetime passage very similar to those in the demon realm had appeared. His vigilance grew sharper. What on earth is going on? Could it be that we haven't even found the target enemy yet, and something like this has appeared ahead of time? Qin Chen clenched his fists, knowing that this time, if he failed to seize the opportunity, he might be completely swept into this irreversible storm. The atmosphere in the dense forest suddenly grew tense. The assessment site was supposed to be nothing more than a training ground for novice beastmasters to show their skills, but now there was clearly something wrong here. Kangwei opened her eyes, filled with excitement. She reported that she had already found the person Qin Chen was looking for, but the situation at the scene was somewhat strange. Emo Rushuan and Yu Lingxian actually seemed to be playing a game, and it looked like one chasing while the other was fleeing. Qin Chen was completely baffled. At such a major exam venue, they're actually playing a game of tag? Don't tell me those two are slacking off? What a joke, how can they be so unserious? I've got to go over there and give them a dressing down. Kangwei described it with a blank look, not thinking much of it. She was just relaying what the plants had told her, saying that Yu Lingxian looked very happy, while Emo Rushuan had been chasing him the whole time. Qi Yan rolled his eyes outright when he heard this and corrected Kangwei with open disdain. You've got it backwards, that's called running for your life, okay? You think anyone's in the mood to play here? Kangwei pouted a little, feeling unconvinced. But the plants all said Yu Lingxian was smiling so wide his face was about to distort, so I really thought they were playing. At that moment, deep in the forest, Yu Lingxian was fleeing in a sorry state. The Vidra wild battle ape beside him was sprinting for its life, while the beast tied behind them surged forward like a flood. Countless ranged attacks howled through the air. Yu Lingxuan's clothes were already in tatters, and his body was covered in blood. Gritting his teeth, he roared furiously, Emo Rushuan, you traitor! Do you dare face me head-on? If you've got the guts, stop driving a horde of beasts to hunt me down. Emo Rushuan let out a cold laugh, nothing but contempt in her voice. You think just by standing here you're qualified to challenge me? If you hadn't let your guard down, maybe I really would have been the one to fall this time. But now the spatial entrance is already closed, your family can't save you anymore, and today you're dead for sure. Rage flushed Yu Lingxuan's face red. He thought of how cautious he'd always been, only to capsize in the gutter this time. He muttered, if I'd known you were the mole, how could I not have reported it in advance? And now look at me, I've actually become the one being hunted. Just as a thought of despair surfaced in his mind, a blazing pillar of fire suddenly fell from the sky with a shrill scream that tore through the air. It detonated in the midst of the monster horde, and the raging firestorm swallowed dozens of beasts, plunging the battlefield into chaos in an instant. Mo Rushuan's expression changed abruptly. She hastily summoned the Tianchuan Suanji, a beast, to shield her, and looked warily, unease in her eyes, toward the source of the flames. While everyone stared in shock, Qin Chen appeared behind the fire, 2 sacred dragons at his side, his expression cold and razor-sharp. You really are from the Heavenly Demon Society. Qin Chen's voice held not a trace of emotion. It's just a pity I didn't discover you a bit earlier and stop you from causing this disaster. Mo Rushuan's pupils contracted sharply. She couldn't figure it out. She'd always disguised herself so well, how could even Qin Chen see through her at a glance? Was it a problem with her own disguise, or had she slipped up somewhere? Or was it that the intuition of a top clan's descendant was many times sharper than that of ordinary people? Qin Chen glanced at Yu Lingxian again, his voice calm but tinged with mockery. How did you end up looking like a drowned rat? Yu Lingxian looked a bit embarrassed, but still lowered his voice to explain, that doesn't matter now. Let's team up and take her down first. This woman opened a passage to the demon realm and she wants to drag you there. Snow Wolf said he'll use you as a bargaining chip. Snow Wolf. Qin Chen almost instantly recognized the power behind it. A demonic beast from the Heavenly Wolf Imperial dynasty. Clearly they meant to use him as a breakthrough point to invade the human world. Unfortunately, they had underestimated his and his father's strength, and even more so his resolve and bottom line. A flash of killing intent passed through Qin Chen's eyes as he gave a direct order, wipe them all out. Leave no survivors. Qi Yan revealed a bloodthirsty smile and instantly transformed into his holy dragon true form. Flames scorched the air, and the dragon's might blotted out the sky. Though he was only at second rank, 4-star for now, his aura alone made every demonic beast on the field tremble, even suppressing the third-rank beasts. Qi Yan charged into the herd of beasts. With a single sweep of his tail, several of them were smashed to pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Mo Rushuan couldn't help but retreat a step, her heart filled with fear. She finally understood what the true power of a dragon-blooded spirit beast was. Even though she was also a dual spirit beast tamer, her strength was far inferior. Her void nether beast was indeed adept at spatial abilities, but right now it was nothing more than a decoration, completely unable to stir up even the slightest wave. Yu Lingxian was also so shocked that his scalp went numb. Watching Qi Yan rampage across the battlefield, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't impulsively made an enemy of Qin Chen. Compared with Qin Chen, Mo Rushuan was completely vulnerable, and he himself had no chance of defeating the man easily. At this moment, the suspense was at its peak, but everyone knew the danger was far from over. This life and death showdown had only just begun. Qi Yan and Sun Wu unleashed their strength together on the battlefield. Although the enemies far outnumbered them, the attacks of these two made the entire army of demonic beasts begin to collapse. The ground suddenly split open, and countless azure vines burst out like snakes, rapidly coiling upward to trap swaths of demonic beasts in airtight cages. This was no ordinary skill, it was Sun Wu's strongest technique, the prison of 10,000 trees. Even though Sun Wu's level was still quite low, by relying on the forest environment, this move could still hold many high-level demonic beasts for several seconds. Those few seconds marked the boundary between life and death. Qi Yan knew time was of the essence. With a furious roar he released his scarlet flame dragon form, then thrust both claws toward the sky. Searing dragon-shaped flames almost seemed to burn through the heavens. World-ending flame dragon claw. The violent claw shadows, carrying the aura of annihilating everything, slammed down toward the demonic beast army. Many demonic beasts, terrified, tried to flee, but no matter how they struggled they could not break through the cages. They could only grit their teeth and face death head-on. Explosions echoed one after another across the battlefield. In just an instant, swaths of demonic beasts fell, with only a very few still standing. Xian was panting heavily, but his eyes held nothing but a crazed lust for battle. It was as if he wanted everyone to see that he was the true master of this battlefield. Now this is real combat. This is what deserves to be called slaughter. The ferocious fighting sent his level soaring. He broke through his limits, reaching tier 2, 5 stars. Kangvia was just as unwilling to admit defeat. The air around her was distorted by azure wood energy, and the power of the forest surged into her body like the tide.
She felt the strength within her skyrocket, her level instantly rising to tier 2, 1 star. Her voice could not hide her excitement. Master, I've broken through.
Qin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. Keep it up, and don't let Xian pull too far ahead.
Kangwea nodded quickly, her heart full of motivation, because in this world, every advancement meant a stronger ability to survive. At the same time, Yulingshan had only just barely dodged a massive strike, tumbling awkwardly across the ground several times. His hair was full of dirt, and it was sheer luck he hadn't taken a fatal hit. But he couldn't suppress his anger and strode toward Qin Chen.
Do you know you almost blasted me away too?
Qin Chen tapped his fingers as he replied coolly, you charged in recklessly on your own.
You got yourself hurt, who else is there to blame?
If you keep rushing around like that, you'll only drag me down. Yulingshan was so furious he was at a loss for words. It wasn't as if he'd never seen a sharp tongue before, but Qin Chen's attitude made it clear he didn't take him seriously at all. In the distance, Emo Rushuan had just crawled out from a pile of demonic beast corpses, her body covered in bloodstains, her clothes in tatters. She looked at Qin Chen, her eyes full of fear.
He was simply inhuman.
Among the demonic beast army before her were several peak third-rank beasts, yet in front of Qin Chen and his companions, they died like small fry. Emo Rushuan understood that unless a truly top-tier powerhouse personally intervened, no one could do anything to Qin Chen.
Feeling as if facing a mortal enemy, she quickly swung herself onto the Tianchuan black-armored beast, attempting to flee.
Before she had even run 10 meters, her mount's forehooves were tightly bound by Kangwea's vines.
Kangweo had just awakened new powers, and the Tianchuan black-armored beast had no way to break free.
Panicking, Emo Rushuan gritted her teeth and gave the order for the void nether beast, which had been lurking in the shadows, to launch its attack. She pinned her hopes on spatial power to shatter this desperate situation. In an instant, a nearly imperceptible blade emerged in the air, slashing straight toward Qin Chen.
But Kangweo was extremely sensitive to danger. In that instant she released her protection, wrapping Qin Chen's entire body in verdant wood armor.
The void blade hacked viciously into Qin Chen's chest, yet only left a dent, failing to penetrate the protective armor. Qin Chen lowered his head to look at the depression in the armor, his heart tightening. If not for Kangwea's timely rescue, he probably couldn't have withstood that strike.
The power of space was far more terrifying than ordinary physical attacks.
Emo Rushuan stared blankly at Qin Chen, completely unscathed. She had never expected that even her final trump card couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Kangwea's warning and protection were already strong enough to drive one to despair.
She couldn't help but curse under her breath. Only someone blatantly cheating could pull this off, right? Emo Rushuan's final attack failed, and her face turned ashen.
At this moment, she understood her fate very clearly. In Great Xia, a traitor has only one end, death.
There is no possibility of pardon.
Qin Chen walked slowly up to her, his expression calm, a chill in his eyes.
Regretting it now is too late.
If you had never betrayed us, with your abilities there would definitely have been people willing to help you.
But the path you chose, no one can save you from it. Emo Rushuan gave a bitter smile, the look she turned on Qin Chen filled only with despair. You don't understand at all. Someone raised under love and protection could never comprehend the power of the demon race. Before she could finish, Yulingshan cut in mockingly, what's the point of saying all that? The demon race is nothing special, aren't they still blocked outside the world? Traitors have only one way out, death.
The air was filled with a grim, killing intent. The scarlet flame holy dragon swung its sharp claws, a flash of cold light cutting through the night sky, and Emo Rushuan's head tumbled to the ground in an instant. The void nether beast she had, already severely wounded, died together with its master. Qin Chen walked over and casually picked up the corpse of the void nether beast, but a look of regret surfaced on his face.
What a pity, its level is still too low.
If it could grow to the Emperor tier, I might be able to extract the void crystal in its body, and maybe that could help me awaken a holy dragon with the space attribute.
He muttered to himself.
In this world, demonic beasts with the space attribute were extremely rare existences. Even in a great empire like the Heavenly Wolf Imperial Dynasty, they were priceless treasures. For Qin Chen to obtain this 9th rank void nether beast, he had already paid a tremendous price. A void nether beast like this had a talent aptitude as high as 150, basically able to rival top-grade spirit beasts with 180 aptitude. It was already slightly stronger than an ordinary Vidra wild battle ape. Just then, Yulingshan staggered to his feet from the ground. Filled with rage, he spat at Emo Rushuan's corpse. Serves you right. That's what you get for hunting me all the way and betraying your own country. Qin Chen turned his head to look at him, clearly puzzled. He asked bluntly, what exactly happened? How could she possibly pull off something that big? Yulingshan clenched his jaw, his eyes full of resentment. Right after we entered the combat simulation space, that woman kept coming after me. I was planning to get rid of her first, but I didn't expect her to suddenly ambush me and hit me with berserk beast powder. While I was distracted, she actually took out a 9th rank Void Origin. He went on angrily. The appearance of the Void Origin not only sealed off our original exit, it also linked up with the demon realm and formed a passage. Through that temporary passage, a large number of tier 3 and below demon beasts poured into our world, and the snow wolf leading them was especially strong. I dare say its strength is not even inferior to your Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon.
Qin Chen was taken aback.
Although the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon was only tier 2, 5-star for now, its true power was such that even tier 3, 5-star demon beasts might not be able to defeat it.
That snow wolf clearly possessed an exceptionally powerful bloodline. Are you sure I'm their target? Qin Chen pressed. Yu Lingxian nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. Mo Rushuan and that snow wolf said it themselves. That snow wolf is looking everywhere for you right now. They want to drag you back to the demon realm. What's even more infuriating is that he actually called me a backup. I'm clearly one of the top geniuses in Jiangnan province, so why should I be treated as a substitute?
Qin Chen rolled his eyes. If you were really their primary target, you might already be dead. Since his first target was himself, Shui Qianhan only sent Mo Rushuan to hunt down Yu Lingxian instead of taking action personally. Otherwise, this guy would have lost his life long ago. By the way, Mo Rushuan called that snow wolf Prince Qin Han. Could that snow wolf be a prince of some great demon clan?
Qin Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. The Heavenly Wolf Imperial Dynasty.
Yu Lingxian finally understood, his eyes full of resentment and envy. So they want to capture you to threaten your dad.
That's so unfair. I'm also my dad's biological son. Why doesn't anyone use me as a bargaining chip?
Qin Chen was speechless.
He didn't continue wasting words with Yu Lingxian.
He turned around and led the 2 divine dragons toward the temporary passage. Yu Lingxian panicked at once and hurriedly grabbed Qin Chen.
Are you insane? There are savage beasts everywhere outside right now.
No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand them.
Just hold on a bit longer. Once our elders arrive to rescue us, we'll be fine.
Qin Chen let out a cold laugh.
He understood reality better than anyone. You're too naive. The rescue might never make it here at all.
If we don't seal the temporary passage quickly, every one of us will die here.
Yu Lingxuan's face was full of doubt, unwilling to accept it. That's impossible.
There are 2 of the 10 emperors in Jiangnan province, and even if there are people from the Heavenly Demon Society causing trouble outside the exam site, your dad's blazing fire golden lion beast is still guarding it. As long as my dad shows up, the world entrance can be reopened.
Qin Chen calmly countered. What if your dad were the one trapped on the demon side? Yu Lingxian suddenly fell silent.
A 3-hour temporary passage might only allow a limited number of demon beasts in at once, but as long as it stayed open long enough, hundreds or even thousands of low-level demon beasts would eventually overwhelm everyone here. Newbie beast tamers like them, who had only just awakened and possessed combat power of just 1st or 2nd rank, would ultimately have no chance of survival. With a grave expression, Qin Chen began assigning tasks.
I'll have Kangwia treat your injuries.
You hurry and gather all the examens so everyone can join forces against the demon beasts. As long as we can hold the temporary passage and keep them from getting through, we'll have a chance to survive.
Yu Lingxuan's voice trembled, tinged with despair. Can we really hold out against so many demon beasts?
A cold light flickered in Qin Chen's eyes as he spoke with firm resolve.
Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. Either the demonic beasts die, or we die. We have no other path to take. Unless you want to be a traitor too.
Yu Lingxian clenched his teeth, determination surfacing on his face.
I'd rather die than betray my own country.
Qin Chen looked at Yu Lingxian and spoke with a complicated expression. Brother, I apologize for reporting you last time, and for saying you were ugly. Yu Lingxian clenched his jaw, an unwilling glint flashing in his eyes.
I knew it was you all along.
He glared at Qin Chen, his breathing quickening. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, but Qin Chen suddenly smiled, taking the awkwardness upon himself.
It's nothing, don't dwell on it. Let's hurry and find someone to help. Our human race will never admit defeat.
He patted Yu Lingxian on the shoulder, his resolute gaze filled with determination. At this moment, Kangwia used his healing power to help Yu Lingxian mend his wounds. Just as everyone was about to move out, the nearby grass suddenly rustled. Several figures poked their heads out from within. Zhang Yanhu, with his booming voice, rushed over excitedly.
Brother Chen, you're actually still alive, that's great.
Qin Chen glanced at him expressionlessly.
Even if you died, I'd be just fine.
Zhang Yanhu scratched his head and gave an awkward smile.
I was really worried about you.
There's a mysterious snow wolf out there scouring the world for you.
We all thought you were done for.
Yu Lingxian smiled faintly.
Since we have help now, you all go notify the other examines. I also have to go and be a real man. That's right. Xiaohu, second, hurry and gather everyone. Tell all those who want to stay alive to rush to the temporary passage. If they don't come, they'll have to fend for themselves. After Qin Chen finished speaking, his gaze was unusually firm. Zhang Yanhu and the others clearly hadn't reacted yet and asked in confusion, Brother Chen, what on earth is going on? How did our royal beast exam turn into this? We can't worry about all that now, Qin Chen quickly explained. Demonic beasts have invaded. If we can't block that passage, every examinee will die. Do you understand? Zhang Yanhu also realized how serious the situation was. His expression immediately became much more solemn, and he quickly led his teammates to inform the others. Qin Chen and Yu Lingxian exchanged a look. Don't hold me back later, Qin Chen said. Yu Lingxian let out a cold snort, determination flashing in his eyes. I'm the son of the barbarian emperor of Great Xia. If anyone here is dragging the team down, it sure isn't me. The Imperial Beast Examination Center in Jiangcheng province had already become a scorched wasteland. The once solemn buildings were now nothing but ruins, fallen bodies scattered everywhere. The blazing gold lion beast and the shadow crocodile president were locked in a fierce standoff, and the energy surging across the battlefield made it nearly impossible to get close. Ian was drenched in sweat, staring intently at the urgent message on his phone. Fire Emperor couldn't make it in time, and the Barbarian Emperor was tied up as well. Reinforcements from outside were simply too late, and the temporary passage was about to fully stabilize. Sun Jianmin clutched his injured arm, his voice bitter. Powerful support from other provinces will never get here in time. These kids can't possibly hold on for long. An immense crisis swept through the entire exam area. Faced with the tide-like surge of demonic beasts, the novice beast masters before them could scarcely see any hope of survival. The seal on the void could not be broken. Jiangnan province would likely be completely wiped out this year. No, they can. Jiang Wangqing stared fixedly at the surveillance feed. In the footage, the senior students were charging toward the temporary passage, and the one leading them was her son Qin Chen. She couldn't guarantee that anyone else could do it, but she knew Qin Chen could. The path Qin Chen chose might be the most dangerous, but it could also be the only way out. If they could stop more demonic beasts from pouring into the small world, there would be a chance to turn the tide of this brutal battle. Qin Chen and Yu Lingxian led their spirit beasts in a charge toward the temporary passage. The 2 dragons and 1 ape displayed absolute combat power, directly carving out a bloody path. Yu Lingxian furrowed his brows tightly, feeling extremely uneasy inside. He asked in a low voice, Qin Chen, even if it's just a low-level temporary passage, it still takes at least the power of a 4th-rank beast to mess it up. Do you have any other way? Qin Chen gave him a look, making no attempt to hide his calmness. No. Then why did you bring me along? Isn't this sending us to our deaths? A trace of sarcasm tugged at the corner of Qin Chen's lips. The strongest thing about us humans isn't our strength, it's our brains. You should use yours sometimes, or it'll get completely rusty. At the critical moment, Qin Chen quickly ordered, Qian, set it on fire. Kangvyu, use plants to control the flames, don't let it get out of hand. Burn those demonic beasts to death. The 2 dragons instantly revealed their true forms and soared into the sky before diving down. Blazing flames swept across the ground, and very soon the fire took hold. The demonic beasts of the Heavenly Wolf dynasty howled incessantly in the inferno. This fire was both a hope for survival and a trial of death. The raging blaze spread as the creatures in the depths of the forest fled in a frenzy. Kangvya directly controlled the trees, encircling the flames and sealing off the last remaining makeshift passage. The demonic beasts that had just crawled out of the tunnel hadn't even caught their breath before they were thrown into the equivalent of a boiling oil cauldron, instantly swallowed by the searing flames as their miserable screams rose one after another. In just a few minutes, the once lush and verdant forest had turned into a massive sea of fire. Yu Lingxian watched all of this, hardly able to believe his eyes. In a short span of time, tens of thousands of demonic beasts were reduced to ashes. Even more terrifying was that the ones still alive were blocked outside the passage. The moment they came in, they became the next batch to be roasted. This operation is ruthless. Shocked and impressed at the same time, he looked at Qin Chen with completely different eyes. You're incredible. I'm totally convinced now. The title of #1 genius in Jiangnan province is truly well deserved. Qin Chen glanced at him, his expression calm. Does your acknowledgement even matter? Yu Lingxian didn't mind. He patted his chest, his expression turning serious. No matter what, if you need help with anything in the future, just say the word. I, Yu Lingxian, will never refuse. Qin Chen frowned slightly. Don't be happy too soon, it's not over yet. Haven't you already gotten the situation under control? Yu Lingxian thought everything was already decided. Don't forget about that snow wolf. Qin Chen's voice was low. As long as that guy makes a move, even my fire won't hold. He can put out the flames near the passage whenever he wants. As soon as he finished speaking, a great flurry of snow suddenly descended from the sky. The snow wolf, pure white from head to toe and exuding a powerful aura, landed steadily beside the passage. Cold spread outward, and the ice beneath its feet instantly smothered a vast swath of the sea of fire, finally buying the beasts a brief chance to catch their breath. Seeing the corpses of demon beasts strewn all over the ground, Shui Qianhan's anger almost burned through his reason. Qin Chen, get out here. His fury could no longer be contained, his whole body was trembling. He had been gone for barely half an hour, yet he had lost tens of thousands of comrades. Such a price made even the dignified Snow Wolf Prince feel heartache. What he could least accept, however, was that he still hadn't found the mastermind behind all this. Humans really are the species that can't win with words but have the most tricks with their hands, he roared through gritted teeth. You only know how to hide behind schemes. How is a piece of trash like you worthy of being the Fire Emperor's son? Before he even finished speaking, the crimson flame sacred dragon was already enraged. It opened its massive jaws, and a searing dragon's breath erupted out. The sky was once again wrapped in flames, and the already blazing sea of fire became even more violent. A trace of gravity flashed in Shui Qianhan's eyes. He swung a claw, and the cold wind turned into sharp blades that met the blazing dragon's breath head-on. At the instant the two forces collided, Shui Qianhan's gaze met that of the crimson flame sacred dragon. His heart suddenly trembled, as if he had seen some unbelievable existence. Dragon, a purebred spirit beast dragon. His voice was laced with uncontrollable fear. In the demon realm, the dragon race was the supreme sovereign. The oppressive aura in its bloodline made him shudder involuntarily. Reason told him he could not back down. He gave his head a fierce shake, forcing down the instinctive fear. Humph, it's nothing but a fake controlled by humans, unworthy of being compared to the true dragons of my demon race. Today, I will personally behead you all. The next instant, Shui Qianhan turned into a trailing afterimage, cold light glinting at the tips of his claws as he lunged straight at the crimson flame holy dragon. A frigid airflow swept in all directions, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The crimson flame holy dragon did not yield in the slightest, its body suddenly expanded, flames forming armor around it as it charged to meet the attack. Blazing fire and bitter frost clashed again and again, erupting into dense, roiling mist. Shui Qianhan let out a low roar, and a colossal phantom of an ice wolf gathered between his claws, carrying an aura that could freeze everything as it pounced toward the dragon's head. At this critical moment, several thick vines suddenly shot out from the ground and tightly bound his forelimbs. Snow Qianhan's movements halted as he was restrained. At the same time, a layer of turquoise plant armor covered the scarlet flame holy dragon, and the wounds on its body healed in the blink of an eye as if they had never existed. What the hell is this thing? Snow Qianhan's heart tightened. He instinctively tried to break free from the restraint, but in the next second, a massive dragon tail came roaring toward him. With a deafening boom, he was whipped flying and crashed into several large trees in a row. He hit the ground heavily, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his face instantly turned even paler. Bastard, he gnashed his teeth, his heart filled with shame and disbelief. He was the youngest son of the Snow Wolf Emperor, bearing imperial-level blood in his veins. By rights, with his third rank, 5-star cultivation, he was unrivaled throughout the Heavenly Wolf Empire. Yet now, he was actually being beaten back step by just 2 peak second-rank spirit beasts under Qin Chen's command. On one side were fierce battles and slaughter, on the other was Qin Chen's calm strategy and on-the-spot command. In that instant, everyone present realized the situation was far from as simple as it looked. The victory before their eyes was only temporary. To truly hold this land, everyone would have to put in far more effort, and would need stronger will and power. Shui Qianhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, murderous intent boiling in his eyes. He had no fear whatsoever of the crimson flame holy dragon circling ahead. Even when the holy dragon unleashed scorching fire element attacks, the violent shockwaves nearly tearing the air apart, Shui Qianhan still did not take a single step back. He knew very well that no matter how powerful, a burst-type skill could not last long. As long as he endured this moment, his own third-tier combat power would be the only key to victory. As they fought fiercely, the world around them was in turmoil. Waves of demonic beasts surged in like a tide, their roars shaking the earth. Zhang Yanhe had no time to hesitate and immediately organized the examines to band together and fight. In this life-and-death struggle, it was obvious that humans were at a disadvantage. Among the demonic beasts sent by the Heavenly Wolf Empire, third-tier monsters could be seen everywhere. Although Qin Chen, with his fire-setting arts, had burned quite a few enemies to death, there were still a frightening number of third-tier demonic beasts. The examines capable of dealing with third-tier monsters were few and far between,
and everyone was clenching their teeth just to hold on.
Zhao Xuning frowned and reminded Qin Chen worriedly, the gap between us is too big. If we keep this up, we definitely won't hold out. The world's source still needs 2 more hours to finish consuming. Just dragging it out isn't a solution. Someone suggested, how about we find a place that's easy to defend and just hold on there, then pull out when the entrance opens again.
But the remaining time was too long, and no one was sure they could hold out.
Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Chen in unison. Right now, only he could work a miracle.
There was no emotion visible on Qin Chen's face as he spoke in a low, firm voice. You help me hold off the other demonic beasts. I'll deal with the snow wolf myself. As long as we capture the snow wolf alive, these demonic beasts will lose control and stop attacking.
Everyone was stunned. Zhang Yanhe couldn't help but ask, is that snow wolf really that important? Qin Chen replied bluntly, he is a descendant of an emperor-level demonic beast. Everyone fell silent, the shock written plainly across each face. They had only ever heard the name of emperor demonic beasts, that was the kind of existence in legends that could destroy heaven and earth, and now, that we're going to face its child directly? Zhao Xuning bit her lip. We'll do everything we can to hold the line and buy you time. The battle ring suddenly went taut. Yu Lingxian fully unleashed his instincts, controlling his Vidra wild battle ape, transforming into a steel colossus. Every punch landed solidly, hammering the charging fiend beasts into blood mist by sheer force. Everyone was fighting with all their might, buying Qin Chen a chance. By now Qin Chen had quietly approached the edge of Shui Qianhan's battlefield with the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon. He assessed the situation and quickly spotted an opening. Shui Qianhan sensed him immediately and sneered provocatively, the Fire Emperor's son finally crawled out? To think your father is the dignified Fire Emperor, yet he sired such a coward. The corner of Qin Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he shot back without politeness, aren't you also just an imperial rank snow wolf cub? Struggling this hard against a second-tier opponent and you still dare call yourself invincible? Shui Qianhan burned with rage, his entire body trembling with fury. Believe it or not, I'll send you to your grave right now. Who gave you the right to talk back to me? The beast tamers of the human race in the distance were dumbstruck, and the atmosphere suddenly became heated. Zhang Yanhe couldn't help but exclaim, he really is the Fire Emperor's son. Everyone began talking at once, as if a new layer of hope had suddenly appeared. Yu Lingxian, while swatting a demon beast away, stubbornly boasted, if we're comparing lineage, I'm the barbarian emperor's seed. Zhang Yanhe rolled his eyes and mocked him, you? Bragging really is tax-free, huh? If your dad were really as handsome as you claim, his genes must be a total train wreck. On the battlefield, tension and dark humor mingled in the air. The crushing pressure carried a trace of inexplicable absurdity that briefly eased the overwhelming threat of death. Seeing this, Yu Lingxian shot him a glare, then let out a bitter laugh himself. Letting genes take the fall is way too tragic. After a brief bout of jokes, he suddenly let out a furious roar and once again unleashed the explosive power in his body. The Vidra wild battle ape launched a frenzied assault, swaths of fiend beasts being crushed and shredded like rotten wood. At the same time, the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon and Shui Qianhan fell back into a stalemate. Kangyu assisted the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon in launching attacks, but Shui Qianhan had long since prepared. The clash between two powerhouses was deadlocked in rhythm, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Qin Chen saw all of this clearly. He took a deep breath, knowing the situation could no longer be dragged out. The suppressed sense of responsibility and anger within him erupted completely at this moment. If he backed down now, everyone might die here. Fear, doubt, responsibility, and the will to fight back against adversity surged in his heart all at once. He decisively activated the beast taming mark within his body. In the next instant, 2 spirit beasts descended simultaneously, and the power within him soared to its peak. It was as if the very air on the battlefield had been ignited. A counterattack to overturn the situation was quietly brewing. Beast armament. In this moment, 2 incomparably powerful forces surged within Qin Chen's body, the holy dragon power from Qi Yan and Kangya. He felt as if his body would be torn apart by these powers in the very next second. Even his breathing began to grow heavy. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Qin Chen forcibly stabilized his body under Kangya's protection. But Kangya still couldn't help warning him anxiously, Master, this is too dangerous. You're not strong enough yet to withstand the full power of both of us. Qi Yan, however, roared in his heart, Master, let me fight that snow wolf. I definitely won't lose to him. Qin Chen's gaze was firm, and a resolute smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He shook his head and rejected Qi Yan's suggestion. Now is not the time for you two to fight separately and waste strength. Only by combining all our spiritual power and taking him down in one go can we survive. Then he gave a low order, Kangya, focus your wood-type power on helping me recover. Leave everything else to me. Kangya was filled with guilt inside, feeling that his lack of ability had driven Qin Chen into such peril. Gritting his teeth, he swore silently that he would redouble his efforts in the future and never again allow Qin Chen to fall into danger. At this moment, flames roared within the ruins as Qin Chen faced off against his enemy, Shueqian. Their gazes clashed, and both understood clearly that if they lost today, there would never be a chance to rise again. In this moment, the hatred between them eclipsed everything else. The Shueqian family and the Qin Chen family were mortal enemies who would never coexist. The air suddenly turned frigid as Shueqian's wolf claw slashed down in an instant, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Qin Chen did not retreat. He had already pushed his body to its strongest state. Flames formed strange crimson patterns across his skin. He smashed out with a punch, and blazing fire and icy cold clashed violently in midair. Human spirit beast armament can actually be this strong. Forced back several steps by Qin Chen's power, Shueqian was filled with disbelief. Qin Chen was clearly only a second-rank beast master. Logically, he shouldn't be his match at all. Yet the other man fought so fiercely that Shueqian could barely defend himself. Shueqian had once been incomparably confident, but now he was completely shaken by Qin Chen's strength. At this moment, Qin Chen gave him no chance to catch his breath. Flaming heavy punches came one after another, holding nothing back. Every strike carried the unique domineering aura of the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon. Driven back again and again, Shueqian gritted his teeth and used ice-type spiritual power to condense a solid ice shield, but Qin Chen's flaming fist seemed intent on shattering every obstacle. With a single blow, he smashed the ice shield to pieces, and the remaining force sent Shueqian hurtling dozens of meters through the air. Qin Chen raised his hand, controlling countless vines shooting up from the ground, tightly binding Shueqian, who was still rolling in midair, giving him no chance to catch his breath. A roar tore through the sky. Flame Dragon's World Breaker Claw. Terminate. The annihilating flaming dragon claw, carrying all his fury, slammed toward Shueqian. After a deafening boom, the vines and the enemy were swallowed together by the blazing flames. Through the smoke and dust, Shueqian was flung into the fiery ruins like a rag. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath. Chen Yanhua was so excited he almost jumped up. Did we win? His voice trembled. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. With the enemy prince Shueqian captured, none of the remaining demon beasts dared charge forward again. This battle might be about to end. But Zhao Xuaning narrowed her eyes. I've heard that the stronger a demon beast's bloodline, the harder it is to completely defeat. Before the words had even faded, the berserk energy erupted from the other side of the ruins. A wave of frigid air spread madly, countless massive ice spikes radiating outward in all directions. Shueqian actually hadn't fallen yet. Behind him, the phantom of a snow wolf forced itself up from the ground, snowy white breath surging toward Qin Chen like thunderclouds pressing down from the sky. Qin Chen swore under his breath. The Flame Dragon's World Breaker Claw he just unleashed was already the strongest move he could muster, yet it still hadn't finished off this opponent. Shueqian burned the bloodline power within his body and roared in fury, Snow Wolf Soul, kill him now. Every word dripped with irreconcilable hatred. He absolutely could not tolerate being driven to the brink by a mere second-rank beast tamer. The Snow Wolf Soul had lunged at him like a raging gale, and the suffocating sense of danger locked firmly onto Qin Chen in an instant. Confronted with the threat of death, Qin Chen instinctively wanted to dodge away, but Kangvia suddenly sent a prompt into his mind. Ding! Congrats, Kangvia comprehended a new skill. Tenfold Vine Prison. Qin Chen was stunned. Since when had this support learned such a brutal skill? He didn't have time to think further before, with him as the center, every plant between heaven and earth began to stir. Vast patches of grass and shrubs, as if hearing a summons, shot up from the ground and lashed toward the sky. Beneath his feet, wood-type spiritual power surged like a tide, scarlet thorns clicked and cracked into place, and in the blink of an eye formed a blood-colored cage with a diameter of 30 meters. Everyone was stunned. How was this still a normal support skill? This was clearly an out-and-out slaughter domain. Before the soul of the snow wolf could fully pounce, it was blocked in the center by the thorn cage. All the vines swept in from all directions like blades, binding it tightly. Immediately after, a tidal wave of energy surged. These thorns not only sealed the enemy in, but also frantically drained its life force, vowing to crush it completely. Qin Chen stood at the center of it all, watching Kangvia's new technique erupt around him, feeling the intertwining powers of Kangvia and Qi Yan. In that moment he understood that, even in the face of countless dangers, as long as one held on to the end and broke through their limits, everyone could find their own strength. In that moment, he deeply realized that victory will always belong to those who refuse to give up, who dare to challenge, and who have the courage to break through. The ground shook violently underfoot, and in everyone's sight, countless scarlet thorns suddenly erupted within 30 meters around Shueqian.
These thorns were like steel, instantly piercing the soul of the snow wolf until it was riddled like a sieve. Even Shui Qin himself was run through by several thick thorns. Blood gushed out as he let out a shrill, agonized scream, his foreclaws struggling but unable to break free. At this moment, Shui Qin's entire body was trembling. The confidence he had once been so proud of shattered in an instant. Only collapse and fear remained in his eyes, and the entire wolf seemed crushed to pieces.
What is this? Aren't you only second rank? How can you unleash such a terrifying skill? This is completely unreasonable. Shui Qin was utterly panicked. Qin Chen dispelled his spirit beast armament.
Although his body was slightly exhausted and his stamina was nearing its limit, the wood's spiritual powers healing just now left him with no serious problems. He reached out, grabbed Shui Qin by the neck, and lifted him up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
In this world, anything is possible. Qin Chen's tone was icy.
He himself was surprised, but the facts were right before his eyes. In truth, as the Aoki spirit of the Holy Dragon, Kangvyu was born able to communicate with nature and control all plants. For her to unleash such a powerful skill at a critical moment was perhaps not only due to her talent, but also her inner determination. She would never allow anyone to harm Qin Chen. That strike just now was not Kangvyu's strength alone, but the combined power of all the surrounding plants, coordinated into a lethal blow. As the guide of the skill, Kangvyu had exhausted her strength and was now slumbering within the beast taming mark. Standing beside Qin Chen, Xian said in a low voice, his expression complicated, "That little one Kangvyu has actually awakened a fourth skill already, and it's a top-tier one at that. If she can both attack and heal, what use am I?"
For the first time, Xian felt threatened and under pressure.
He made up his mind that he absolutely could not be surpassed by another holy dragon. He had to become stronger. Qin Chen knocked Shui Qin unconscious with a punch, then grabbed him and faced the group of demon beasts, threatening loudly, enunciating each word. "If you don't want your prince to die here, then obediently stand aside."
The demonic beasts looked at each other, flustered yet furious.
They knew what Shui Qin's status meant, but for the moment they had no way out. A burly third-rank fierce tiger roared at Qin Chen, its voice low but enraged, "Release our Prince Qin, or we will never let you go."
Qin Chen sneered, tightening his fingers.
Shui Qin woke up from the pain, his eyes bloodshot and almost bursting. "You have only 3 breaths of time to consider."
Qin Chen's threat was unmistakable.
As soon as he finished speaking, several third-rank demonic beasts rushed forward together and pinned the shouting tiger to the ground, beating it mercilessly as if to make it regret its loose tongue. They understood that threats would only make the prince die faster. The vicious beasts fixed their eyes on Qin Chen, growling one after another to show their compromise. "We can retreat, but you must also release our prince."
Qin Chen nodded and had the beasts move aside.
They all retreated unwillingly, treating Shui Qin's safety with utmost importance.
Just then, Qin Chen suddenly turned and ordered Qi Yan, "Light it up and burn them all."
Qi Yan let out a ferocious laugh, spread its wings and flew into the sky, then spewed out a torrent of scorching dragon breath. Waves of blazing fire swept out, turning the ground where the beasts were gathered into a sea of flames in an instant. Their companions at the side were instantly fired up, shouting as they launched a full-on assault. "Brothers, the counterattack begins."
Earth type, hold the exit. Wood type, add fuel. Wind type, fan the flames and burn them all.
At this moment, all the candidates cast aside their fear, filled with rage and tragic resolve, and unleashed their skills one after another. Having watched so many comrades die before their eyes, they had been holding back a belly full of fury, and now it finally erupted. Shui Qin stared fixedly at Qin Chen, her voice vicious and despairing.
"You're nothing short of a demon. You've clearly already won, so why do you still have to kill our demon race? Why can't you just let them go?"
Qin Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze seeming to pierce straight into the soul. "You demons brood over your kin who were slaughtered, but have you ever, even once, spared the humans you butchered?" His voice was low, yet brimming with intense fury and sarcasm. "You can kill humans, but humans aren't allowed to kill you." He stepped forward, his killing intent so dense it was almost tangible.
"Today is only the beginning. One day in the future, I will personally slaughter tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of your demon race. Until I trample your entire world into the ground, I will make sure to personally sever your clan chief's head."
Shui Qin's body began to tremble, and the arrogance and confidence in his eyes finally started to collapse. For some reason, the Shui Qin who claimed to fear neither heaven nor earth was now more terrified than when facing death itself. It was as if he truly saw the future of his homeland dyed red with blood, with countless clansmen falling into mountains of corpses and seas of blood.
"No, impossible. You humans can't win."
Shui Qin roared, his voice already laced with despair. A contemptuous, cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Chen's mouth.
"Then just wait and see. Oh, right, you won't live to see that day. Without the slightest hesitation, he crushed Shui Qianhan's neck. The sound of bones snapping made one's scalp tingle. Shui Qianhan's eyes bulged, and in the end he died in utter despair. With a look of disgust, Qin Chen tossed the corpse to the ground as if he were merely throwing away a piece of trash. At this moment, within the sea of flames, countless demonic beasts howled miserably in the blaze, and in no time more than half of them were dead or wounded. In the distance, new demonic beasts continued to surge out from the temporary passage connecting to the demon realm, but the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon guarded it firmly, slaughtering them all without a single one escaping. Qin Chen stroked his chin with a relaxed smile. He could feel the fighting spirit the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon had awakened under the pressure. The more combative his pets were, the happier he became. Perhaps in a war like this, Scarlet Flame could even break through its limits and comprehend powerful new skills. The skeleton directions would prison that Kangweo had just comprehended flashed through his mind. The terrifying aspect of this skill lay in its extreme dependence on the environment. In a desert or by the sea, its power would be greatly reduced, but in a forest, especially with high-level amplification, where would spiritual power surged, 10 directions would prison could become even more terrifying than world-annihilating Flame Dragon. Used well, it was a battle-defining divine skill that could overturn the entire situation. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shattered the excitement of everyone still locked in fierce combat. The entrance to the world in the sky opened once more, and a powerful figure descended, its entire body radiating dazzling power of light. The moment Qin Chen saw this figure, he immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Mom, you're finally here." A dozen or so minutes before all this happened, outside the Jiangnan Province College Entrance Examination Center, another brutal battle was raging on. The blazing gold-knee beast was still locked in a fierce fight with President Shadowcroc. President Shadowcroc and his spirit beast, the phantom giant crocodile, were already wounded, and it was nearly impossible for them to win if the battle continued. Yet he still clung to a sliver of hope, comforting himself that as long as he stalled a bit longer, Shui Qianhan would be able to take out the key target. Suddenly, a streak of fire fell from the sky like a meteor, its oppressive presence making it hard to breathe. Qin Xiaotian appeared, the flames he carried seeming capable of devouring heaven and earth. President Shadowcroc almost collapsed in terror. He couldn't believe Qin Xiaotian would show up here. Wasn't Jiangcheng base still under attack? Over there, only Qin Xiaotian alone was able to hold the defensive line, yet now he was here. This could only mean that Jiangcheng had very likely fallen. Qin Xiaotian couldn't be bothered to waste words. He stepped forward, the flames on his long blade like a judge from hell. His aura erupted to the extreme in an instant. The knife edge tore through the air, even with its full power focused on defense. The spectral giant crocodile was slashed flying by a single strike, the wound so deep bone was visible and blood gushed wildly. The shadow crocodile president finally fell into absolute despair and hastily merged with the spectral giant crocodile, trying to rely on speed to flee for his life. The shadow crocodile president frantically drove his shadow power, attempting to slip into the darkness and hide, but Qin Xiaotian only let out a cold laugh. "You're only thinking of running now? You're already too late." He directly unfolded the domain of blazing flames, countless scorching fires cutting off heaven and earth, the entire area swallowed by a sea of fire. The members of the Heavenly Demon Society trapped inside, regardless of strength, turned to ash in an instant. Even top 9th rank beastmasters couldn't hold out for more than a moment. Heian, Sunji and Min, and the others witnessed the Fire Emperor's terror with their own eyes and were left trembling with fear. They muttered in awe, "This is what a true powerhouse is like. Someone at the Shadow Crocodile President's level can only run for his life in front of the Fire Emperor. He can even fight a sovereign tier beast head-on. That's the difference," another person added. Everyone present understood one thing, that in front of a truly powerful being, so-called presidents and emperors were nothing but paper tigers. The giant crocodile and the fiery golden lion beast launched a joint attack. In fact, the fiery golden lion beast alone could easily deal with President Shadowcroc. Now that the Fire Emperor had also struck, President Shadowcroc had absolutely no hope of escaping. Surrounded by flames, President Shadowcroc was forced out of the shadows, unease and fear written across his face. He tried to negotiate. "Fire Emperor, spare my life. I'll take the members of the Heavenly Demon Society and leave Jiangnan Province forever. I will never come back in this lifetime. You're already a traitor to humanity. Join us, and Snowwolf Imperial Lord in the upper echelons of the demon race will definitely put you in an important position." His voice carried a hint of cunning and the desperation of bargaining. Qin Xiaotian ignored him, his face expressionless. With a single slash, he severed the Shadow Crocodile Guild leader's arm. Blood gushed out, but was instantly incinerated by the flames. "You want to harm my son, and you still want to live. Even if the Snow Wolf Emperor himself came, he couldn't save you."
Qin Xiaoshan's voice was as cold as iron, and the power of fire erupted like a tsunami as he slashed again.
The Shadow Crocodile Guild leader was utterly desperate. His all-out resistance was futile, and his body was quickly hacked to pieces. His true form, the Shadow Giant Crocodile, was cleaved in two by Qin Xiaotian, reduced to a pile of minced flesh. At this point, the Shadow Crocodile Guild leader, instead of showing any remorse, glared fiercely at Qin Xiaotian. Our plan wasn't entirely successful, but making you the villain of humanity and killing your most talented son is enough. Haha, you can't defend Jiangcheng base. Jiangcheng has been massacred, and even if you wanted to save it, it would be too late.
In the small world, Qin Chen will personally intervene. Your son won't escape his fate either. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiaoshan's blade flashed, and the Shadow Crocodile president's head fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Jiang Wanqing landed beside Qin Xiaotian, her face very pale.
If you leave, what will happen to Jiangcheng base? Qin Xiaotian grinned. Don't you know me yet? Jiang Wanqing was clearly worried. But if you leave, who will be able to stabilize the Spark Great Wall on short notice?
Qin Xiaotian threw his head back and laughed, full of confidence.
We still have to rely on little Xie.
He recently unearthed a relic of the demon race and gained quite a few treasures. Just now, he broke through to the Emperor level under pressure. With him and Old Qin joining forces, and with the power of the Fire-Kindle Great Wall, the Heavenly Wolf dynasty won't be able to take us down in a short time. He quickly changed the topic.
By the way, is our son okay?
He looked relaxed on the surface, but in reality everyone could feel that Qin Xiaoshan's emotions were always on the verge of collapse. His fury had already reached its limit.
If he couldn't destroy the Heavenly Demon Society today, he would never let it go.
Jiang Wanqing's lips curved in a smile, but her eyes were full of pride.
Your son is even more formidable than you think.
He took out Snow Wolf Emperor's youngest son, Qin, and the corpses of the beasts under his command are piled like a mountain.
Qin Xiaotian was stunned, unable to believe it. Really?
Qin is a third-rank beast, nearly invincible among those of the same rank.
Xiaoqian is only second rank, 4-star right now, isn't he?
Jiang Wanqing nodded with a smile.
He's already at tier 2, 5 stars now. Qin Xiaotian still found it unbelievable.
Even with 2 sacred dragons by his side, going up against Qin is way too dangerous, isn't it? He knew all too well how terrifying the Snow Wolf soul of the Snow Wolf clan was. Back then, the Snow Wolf Emperor had used this move as well. He had almost lost his life, and it was only thanks to the protection of the Everflame Great Wall that he survived. Jiang Wanqing explained solemnly, Chen's Kangwu Sacred Dragon has incredibly high potential and actually awakened a top-tier wood element attack skill, killing Qin in a single blow.
Even I find it unbelievable.
That little dragon girl may seem gentle, but she's tougher than anyone.
Qin Xiaotian drew in a sharp breath of cold air. A wood element ultimate technique? I thought it was Xian making a move. My son only has 2 dragons right now. Once he awakens more, who in this demon realm can possibly stop the 2 of us, father and son?
Jiang Wanqing rolled her eyes.
So you're planning to just stand on the sidelines and watch? Qin Xiaotian bristled a little. Are you kidding me? I'm the Fire Emperor of Daxia, and soon I'll be the Flame Sovereign. Just wait and see, I'll be able to come and go freely sooner or later. Jiang Wanqing ignored his bravado. Don't get cocky.
Hurry up and open the entrance to the little world. I'm bringing our son home.
Qin Xiaotian agreed readily.
He unleashed the power of flame and easily shattered the spatial barrier within the small world. The exit of the world immediately opened once again. This was precisely the power of an emperor-level expert. A barrier that those of king level could not shake in the slightest was as fragile as paper in his hands. Jiang Wanqing was the first to fly into the small world to search for her son.
Qin Xiaotian now stood before Qian, his expression stern. Qian, issue a nationwide announcement immediately.
His words were decisive and crisp. Qian wiped his cold sweat and respectfully awaited instructions.
From today on, in the name of the Fire Emperor, I declare a nationwide manhunt for the Tianyeo Society.
Anyone who kills a member of the Tianyeo Society can come to me to claim the bounty.
As long as you can provide their whereabouts, the reward will be just as generous.
There is no deadline. So long as there is even one member of the Tianyeo Society still alive, this bounty will remain in effect. Hearing this, Qian trembled all over with excitement and agreed at once.
Understood.
I'll wrap up the matters regarding the beast taming exam as soon as possible, then immediately spread this news throughout the entire empire. He was just about to leave when Qin Xiaotian called him back again.
Wait, tell me, how did my son do? With the Heavenly Demon Society pulling this stunt, it won't affect his chances of getting into a beast taming university, will it?
Qian gave a wry smile and shook his head.
My lord, you worry too much.
If even young Master Qin can't get in, I'm afraid no one in this empire could. He opened the exam rankings and handed the data over. According to the system, young Master Qin hunted 85,600 demonic beasts, with a total score of more than 4.5 million. Even if you add up the scores of all examines from the other provinces, they may not match his alone. Qin Xiaotian was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sure there wasn't a problem with the exam system? He hurriedly waved his hands. Absolutely no problem. The system didn't make a mistake. Young Master Qin's score can stand up to scrutiny. Although he used the setting the mountain on fire method to rack up points quickly, not just anyone can pull off that kind of operation. Not to mention young Master Qin also slew Shuiqianhan, who possessed an emperor-level beast bloodline. That's an even greater achievement. The corners of Qin Xiaoshan's mouth couldn't help but lift. His own son was even more formidable than he had been in his youth. He cleared his throat. All right, go take care of other matters. Make sure all the wounded are properly treated. I'll personally cover all the medical expenses this time. Heian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Many thanks, Your Majesty the Fire Emperor. In front of rich people, no matter how expensive something is, it somehow seems to stop mattering. Inside the combat simulation space, Qin Chen looked at Jiang Wangqing as she came in and couldn't help but smile. Mom, are the problems outside taken care of? Jiang Wangqing walked over and nodded. Your dad came. He's personally taken care of the president of the Heavenly Demon Society, so everything's over now. I'm here to take you home. Qin Chen scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Mom, since you're here, could you help heal everyone's injuries first? They were just fighting side by side with me. Jiang Wangqing stroked his head, her smile gentle. Qin Chen has such a soft heart. All right, I'll do you this favor. She summoned the light unicorn and stood in midair. Holy radiance poured out from its body. The wounded, bathed in the warm light, had their injuries rapidly healed, even broken bones mended at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock. Is that the Fire Emperor's wife? She's so beautiful, and that healing ability, she's insanely strong. You're not seriously telling me you don't know who she is, right? I usually just focus on my studies and rarely watch the news. Isn't it normal that I don't know her? Normal, my foot. She's the daughter of Jiang Di, one of the 3 major leaders of the empire. Both of her older brothers are in charge of key departments, and she herself is a top-tier king-level beastmaster. Tears of envy shimmered in Zhang Yanhe's eyes. So, the Fire Emperor is Brother Chen's dad, the daughter of the River Emperor is Brother Chen's mom, and one of the 3 great overlords, the River Emperor, is Brother Chen's grandpa. And I actually sit at the same desk as Brother Chen. Only then did everyone react, but none of them knew what to say. They looked at each other somewhat helplessly, as if even the chance to suffer a bit together had been taken from them. With a family like that, he actually still chose to risk his life together with us. Zhang Yanhe snorted disdainfully. You don't get it. That's exactly what makes Brother Chen so amazing. He's always been so low-key. This is what a true genius is. Jiang Wangqing put away the radiant unicorn and left the combat space with Qin Chen. The temporary passage from before had already collapsed after Qin Xiaotian shattered the space. Without the power of the void's source, nothing could sustain it. This time, the Grand Beastmaster examination was disrupted by a sudden attack from the Celestial Demon Society, and the mortality rate skyrocketed. In past years, the death rate never exceeded 1 in 1,000, but now nearly 10% died outright, leaving those in charge grief-stricken. If Qin Chen hadn't promptly called on everyone to form groups for self-rescue and set fires to wipe out large numbers of monsters, the mortality rate would only have been higher. It was very possible that more than half the people wouldn't have survived. What he did directly saved many lives. After the Qin family left, the barbarian emperor, still stained with blood, rushed to the scene. When he saw that his own son was still, Yu Lingxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could even catch his breath, he felt his father, Yu Zhenquan, pat him heavily on the shoulder several times. Not bad, not bad. Yu Zhenquan laughed proudly, shaking Yu Lingxian. You didn't let me down this time. To be honest, I almost thought you weren't coming back. Yu Lingxian rolled his eyes at him, muttering, your real father is such a jinx. Yu Zhenquan grinned, instantly switching back to his greedy expression. Since you're back alive, tell me quickly, did you beat Qin Chen? I'm still waiting to make a fortune from those 10,000 origin crystals. Yu Lingxian shook his head speechlessly, a few traces of helplessness and resentment in his eyes. He spread his hands. I've got not even 40,000 points. Qin Chen is a monster with more than 4 million. You want me to beat him? Why don't you go fight the Fire Emperor yourself? Yu Zhenquan was choked by his son's words. The smile on his face froze for a moment, then he let out a long sigh. pulled out the report card and stared at it for a long time, his eyes full of disbelief. He muttered under his breath, starting to regret his moment of impulsiveness. That old geezer Qin Chen had been scamming people for ages. Seeing that 10,000 origin crystals had just gone down the drain this time, he felt both hatred and regret. You have to understand, 10,000 origin crystals. If you don't get ridiculously lucky stumbling on some ruins, or risk your life hunting down countless 9th rank beasts, how could you possibly scrape that together? Now the whole stake was gone with no return, and the pain in his heart was unbearable. Seeing his father looking so lost, Yu Lingxian couldn't help but jab at him. Who told you to gamble? Maybe a hard loss will finally teach you a lesson. Just don't lose my tuition fees next. I'm still planning on going to college. Yu Zhenquang opened and closed his mouth a few times, and in the end could only look helpless. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate, Qin Chen stretched his limbs wearily, looking drained of energy. Jiang Wanqing gently stroked his hair, her voice full of concern. If you're tired, go to bed early. The exams are already over, now you should really catch up on some sleep. Qin Chen didn't put on any airs and burrowed straight into the covers, but still reminded his mother, Mom, remember to have the kitchen prepare more food for Xian and Kangwia. They went through a lot with me during this exam. Jiang Wanqing agreed with a smile and got everything properly arranged. Qin Chen drifted off to sleep. After merging with 2 great holy dragons this time, the burden on his body was immense. Even with Kangwia's wood-type spiritual power and his mother's healing light afterward, he still needed proper rest to return to peak condition. Kangwia, on the contrary, recovered very quickly and was already sitting at the dining table, happily drinking his favorite soup. Qi Yan was just poking at a few mouthfuls beside him, then hurriedly got up and left. Kangwia was baffled. Tilting his head, he asked Qi Yan, "Hey, how come you ate so little? Where are you going?" Qi Yan glanced back with a careless smile and said, pretending it was nothing, "Just going for a walk, to stretch my legs." He then transformed into his holy dragon form and flew toward the back mountain. Not long after, a series of anguished howls from demon beasts echoed from the back mountain, and the air rippled with a dangerous aura. At dawn, Qin Chen rubbed his eyes and turned over to get up. He took a sip of the water by the bed and finally sobered up completely. The immense strain from fusing with the holy dragon the day before had completely vanished, and he felt full of energy. Just as he finished getting dressed, the system suddenly popped up a new message. Ding! The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon has comprehended a new skill, Skyfire Dragon Soul. Skyfire Dragon Soul was an SS grade spirit beast skill. This move consumes Scarlet Flame's fire spiritual power, condensing it into a dragon soul and firing it out, possessing astonishing long-range attack capability. The dragon soul's flight trajectory could be controlled at will, and once it hit, it would violently explode, dealing large area damage. At the current stage, its maximum attack range was 1,000 meters. Qin Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He knew Scarlet Flame hadn't idled for a single day and had definitely gone to the back mountain again to fight monsters and train its new skill. Comprehending a skill like this was never easy. Scarlet Flame wasn't interested in low-level skills at all, and every time it had an insight, it would hammer the skill to at least S grade before stopping. That day when Kangwei unexpectedly awakened an SSS grade divine skill, Scarlet Flame had been chafing ever since. Today it had finally forced out a new move. Although the Heavenly Fire Dragon Soul can't compare to heaven-defying skills like Tenfold Wooden Prison, with its dual advantages of long range and area damage, it's more than enough to rank among the top fire-type skills. Once his level gets higher, he might even be able to kill enemies over a distance of more than 10 kilometers. How domineering would that be? Just as he walked out the door, Qi Yan trudged back dejectedly, his face full of disappointment at having fallen short of expectations. Qin Chen smiled faintly and asked him, "Didn't you already comprehend a new skill? Why do you still look so unhappy?" Qi Yan was somewhat unconvinced, his voice tinged with stubborn defiance. Kangwei awakened an SSS rank divine skill. No matter how good mine is, it's only SS rank, still a tier below hers. How can I be willing to accept that? Qin Chen looked at the 2 holy dragons beside him and knew very well that this was the drive for competition and improvement. Without comparison, no one would push past their limits. In fact, he also understood that both Qi Yan and Sang Wu were still far from reaching their limits, and the real challenge had only just begun. Qi Yan clenched his fists, his expression somewhat unwilling. He looked at Qin Chen, his eyes shining with determination. "As your first dragon, it's my responsibility to protect you, and I absolutely cannot fail. It must be that I haven't worked hard enough. I can't forgive myself for that. From now on, I'll train twice as hard." Qin Chen looked at Qi Yan, feeling both amused and helpless. He patted Qi Yan on the shoulder. "No need to be so tense. You've already done very well. As long as we work hard to improve every day, that's a victory."
Hearing his master's reassurance, a smile finally appeared on Qi Yan's face. But he quickly perked up again. I still need to continue cultivating. I'm going to the back mountain to hunt another 20 demonic beasts to improve myself. With that, he charged toward the back of the mountain, full of vigor. The security officer standing to the side, Commander Zhang, watched Qi Yan depart with deep envy. He couldn't help letting out a sigh. Compared with other people's spirit beasts, mine is far worse. If it had even half of Qi Yan's drive, it would have become a top-tier spirit beast long ago. Young master, the tier 3 demonic beasts in the back mountain are almost all killed by the holy dragon Qi Yan. Do you want me to go and restock? Commander Zhang asked helplessly. Qin Chen was clearly a bit surprised. Weren't there still more than 100 tier 3 demonic beasts in the back mountain? They were all hunted that quickly. Commander Zhang nodded. Yes, last night Qi Yan almost never stopped. It spent the entire night hunting. By this morning, when I went to check, there were hardly any left. Qin Chen rubbed his temples and said, then bring in a bit more. Add 200 head first, and we'll see if it's enough. Commander Zhang nodded and went to make arrangements immediately. Qin Chen walked into the dining room and sat down at the table. Kangguo at this moment was not anxious or impatient at all, leisurely finishing a few bowls of soup and slowly watching a TV drama, completely different from Qi Yan's desperate drive. Jiang Wangqing brought over a bowl of tonic soup and set it in front of him. Chen Chen, you need to nourish your body more. Since you're getting some rest these 2 days, you can also think about the university you like. Qin Chen drank a few sips of soup, then looked up and asked, Mom, which university do you think I should choose? Jiang Wangqing thought for a moment and said, the best beast taming universities in Daxia are Kyoto Beast Taming University and Magic City Beast Taming University. Both of these schools are fully supported by the state. You can't go wrong with either. Qin Chen rubbed his chin. Didn't you and Dad also graduate from Kyoto Beast Taming University back then? With a gentle smile on her face, Jiang Wangqing said, that's right. I grew up in Kyoto when I was little, and your second uncle also works there. If you choose Kyoto and run into any problems, you can just go to your second uncle. It's quite convenient. Qin Xiaotian, standing to the side, cleared his throat. I suggest you go to Kyoto Royal Beast University. The resources there are more suitable for cultivating your heavenly fire battle king body. Qin Chen's eyes lit up. Does Kyoto have a special fire element training ground? Qin Xiaotian nodded, a rare mysterious smile appearing on his face. That's right. Kyoto Royal Beast University controls an entrance to a small world where the fire-attributed spiritual power is exceptionally dense. There's also a fire spirit pool. If you use it well, your heavenly fire battle king body will definitely be upgraded by quite a bit. But you must be careful to control your absorption. Don't be greedy. Taking in too much at once will actually be bad for your body. Qin Chen immediately made up his mind. Then I'll choose Kyoto Royal Beast University. Ever since successfully fusing the two holy dragons, Qin Chen had come to fully understand the importance of physical conditioning. If his heavenly fire battle king body had been improved earlier, he wouldn't have been forced to his limits so many times in the past. That way, when using the powers of multiple holy dragons at the same time in the future, he would be able to sustain it for longer. If he wanted to try fusing with more dragons later on, relying on his current body alone would definitely be unbearable. Body refinement was a must. With a confident smile, Qin Xiaotian handed an admission notice to Qin Chen. Actually, I already guessed you'd choose the capital. A few days ago, I agreed to Principal Li's request. In a few days, the military will come to escort you all to Kyoto. Qin Chen looked at his father suspiciously. Dad, did you plan this long ago? Why didn't you tell me anything in advance? Putting on a stern expression, Qin Xiaotian glared at him. I'm your dad, would I ever set you up? Qin Chen looked skeptical. Really nothing going on. Jiang Wangqing couldn't help but chuckle. Your father actually wants you to defeat the Thunder Emperor's daughter to win him some face. Back then, the Thunder Emperor was also a senior at Kyoto Imperial Beast University, and your dad once lost to him. Now the Thunder Emperor's daughter has also received an admission letter from Kyoto, so that's why your dad agreed to let you go. Qin Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Dad, you're going to remember something this trivial for a lifetime? You're not magnanimous at all. Where's the bearing that a fire emperor should have? Qin Xiaotian coughed awkwardly, his face slightly flushed. The atmosphere relaxed, but the fighting spirit in Qin Chen's heart burned even brighter. From now on, he had to win higher honors not only for himself, but also for his father. Don't worry, your second uncle can help take care of you too. None of us in the family will have to worry. Qin Xiaoshan's tone carried a trace of pride and helplessness. Beating Lei Huang's daughter was just something you did in passing.
A beast master is supposed to grow through competition.
I'm tempering you here, how can you not see how well-intentioned I am? Qin Chen curled his lip and shot back, since you care about it so much, why don't you go challenge Lei Huang yourself? Are you actually scared? Qin Xiaotian choked for a moment. His expression twisted briefly, but he still retorted unwillingly, what do you mean, I'm scared of him? Back then I didn't go all out because I was afraid of damaging the harmony between us. If we really went all in, I'd be the only possible winner. Even your father-in-law said my talent is superior.
That guy is way out of his league compared to me. Jiang Wanqing smiled and teased softly, your dad's getting anxious. Qin Xiaoshan's tone immediately softened, and he lowered his head without a word. Qin Xiaotian suddenly put on a loving father act, resting his hand on Qin Chen's shoulder, his face full of strange confidence. Remember, once you knocked the Thunder Emperor's daughter flat and let them see that back then I was just going easy on him. If you can't win, forget about your living expenses.
Qin Chen rolled his eyes, not taking the threat seriously at all. I can't even finish spending my living expenses. Mom's the one sending me the money anyway, so you can't use that against me. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward.
Qin Xiaotian thought for a moment, realized he had miscalculated, and his expression grew even darker.
I'm asking you to do something and you're still whining. You're my son, Qin Xiaoshan's son. If you embarrass yourself, won't that make me lose face too? Qin Chen shrugged, completely unconcerned. Maybe they don't even remember beating you back then, right?
The corner of Qin Xiaoshan's mouth curled into a smile. He suddenly took out his phone and opened Thunder Emperor Lei Junlin's personal profile.
Right there in the profile, it said plainly, the man who easily one-shot the Flame Emperor of Daxia.
Qin Chen was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing.
Isn't this introduction a bit too blunt? No wonder Thunder Emperor has always been your sore spot.
In an instant, Qin Chen understood why his dad had been brooding over this for so many years. That single line in the introduction was basically a lifetime's worth of mockery. In this situation, the two former rivals actually had no chance to truly face off again, and the Thunder Emperor had long since stopped giving Qin Xiaotian any chance to turn the tables. This became the reason why Qin Xiaotian insisted on having his son defeat the Thunder Emperor's daughter. As long as Qin Chen defeated the Thunder Emperor's daughter, Qin Xiaotian could change his own introduction to defeated the Thunder Emperor's daughter in 3 punches, father of Qin Chen, the #1 prodigy of Great Xia. I can't beat you, but my son can let you taste the bitterness of defeat.
Don't worry, old man. This time I'll definitely win back your honor for you.
Qin Chen patted his chest with a smile.
Qin Xiaotian was finally satisfied and gave Qin Chen a heavy pat on the shoulder. That's more like it. Take a good rest for the next couple of days, someone will come specially to escort you to the capital. Qin Chen nodded and didn't give it much thought.
When it came down to it, most of the hard work was being done by the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon he had contracted. As for Qin Chen himself, his daily routine was basically resting. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon had a fierce temperament, training non-stop every day in pursuit of a breakthrough in strength. Although its level was still temporarily stuck at Tier 2, 6 stars, its physical body and aura were already extremely astonishing. The other contracted beast, Kangwea, was the typical laid-back type. She spent most of her time communing with nature, improving her wood spirit abilities, and occasionally sipping milk tea while binge-watching dramas, with not a hint of tension about her. After completing 50 rounds of fiery body tempering in a day, Xian's scales were radiating heat and his draconic aura was oppressive. He looked at Kangwea with some disdain. She was drinking milk tea and watching an idle drama, not bothering with cultivation at all.
Kangwea, you don't even cultivate for 10 hours a day. What if our master is in danger? As a holy dragon, you have to be strict with yourself.
Kangwea slowly put down her milk tea, a smile at the corner of her lips.
You're just a big dumb dragon. Qi Yan frowned in dissatisfaction.
You watch TV all day long, how could you possibly break through like that?
Kangwea was in an excellent mood and suddenly revealed his sign of advancement, Tier 2, 2 stars. Funny enough, I really did break through just now. We've been on different paths from the start.
I need to get close to nature and understand the essence of nature. That's the key to improving my strength.
If all you know is to train desperately, that's just a waste of time. You spend 18 hours a day training, in a way, so do I. It's just that my cultivation relies more on resonating with nature, so while it looks like I'm binge-watching shows, I'm actually improving myself too. Everyone has a growth path that suits them.
Kangwea blinked, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes.
As her master's most loyal dragon guard, how could she possibly allow herself to grow complacent? Even when she was just watching TV, she never wasted time, always splitting off a portion of her attention to sense nature and quietly strengthen her connection with it. This innate affinity made Kangwia's leveling speed far surpass that of other spirit beasts.
Even without any special resources around her, her pace of advancement had never slowed. If she hadn't awakened later than Qian, her level might have surpassed his long ago. After hearing Kangwia's confident words, the pressure in Qian's heart suddenly grew heavier.
He secretly gnashed his teeth. How can this Kangwia freak still be this monstrous? Am I going to be left in the dust again? Then he spun around and shot up toward the back mountain. Moments later, the miserable howls of demon beasts echoed from the forested hills.
Qin Chen only twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly when he heard them. He was already used to Qian venting his stress through battle.
This desperate kind of effort sometimes even made people worry whether he would snap from the strain.
However, Qin Chen also knew that Qian was only feeling down temporarily. Once they entered Kyoto Imperial Beast University, the fire spirit pool small world, there would be nothing short of a paradise for a flame holy dragon. As long as Qian cultivated there, his growth rate would absolutely keep pace with any rival. In truth, the reason Kangwio had been leveling so quickly recently was not only because she had comprehended the power of natural control, but also because her current level was relatively low.
All of this was exactly what Qin Chen was happy to see. My two dragons are working so hard, I might as well go take a hot bath and get a good night's sleep. Qin Chen smiled.
For him, training one more day or one less day didn't make much difference. Seizing the time to enjoy life was the proper way. Yingying, Yanyan, come over and scrub my back, he shouted loudly.
Right away, young master.
The two sisters immediately picked up the bath products and followed him into the bathroom with smiles all over their faces. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a special military train slowly pulled into Jiangnan province. Behind the bulletproof glass inside the carriage, several pairs of young, sharp eyes were sizing up the scenery outside the window. I heard that Qin Chen, the son of the Fire Emperor, directly broke the highest score record in the history of Great Xia in this year's beast taming examination. With results like that, I'm afraid no one will ever surpass him, right? One of them said in a low voice.
4.5 million points, that's insane. I even suspect he cheated.
How could he possibly have hunted that many fiend beasts while only at the second rank? Another muttered suspiciously.
He probably used some special tricks, who knows?
But anyone who can get a seat on this train, who among us isn't a heaven's favored child? Yet another person joined the discussion indifferently.
That's true. There are too many talented people in Great Xia, geniuses aren't rare at all.
They whispered under their breath, each one stubbornly maintaining confidence and composure. Most scores in the regular Beastmaster examination were under 30,000 points, and the highest record in history was only 50,000. Qin Chen's 4.5 million points were simply beyond all reason, and many people just couldn't believe such a thing.
Even if he claimed to be the son of the Flame Emperor, people still wouldn't fully acknowledge his talent. After all, there is no such thing as an absolute destiny in this world.
Just as the train came to a slow stop, a tall man in military uniform stepped down from the carriage.
The moment he saw Qin Xiaotian, he immediately snapped a salute. General Qin, Madam Qin. Qin Xiaotian smiled faintly. Han Feng, I didn't expect you to be the one escorting me. Still haven't broken through to king level in these 2 years? Han Feng showed a trace of a helpless smile. With talent like this, all I can do is try my best. The two had once shared a teacher-student relationship at Kyoto Beast Taming University.
Now each bore different responsibilities, yet they still deeply appreciated and admired each other. Qin Xiaotian patted Han Feng on the shoulder and reminded him, be careful on the road. The Heavenly Demon Society and the demon race have both been rather restless lately.
Don't worry, I've long since gotten used to it.
Han Feng replied with a smile as well.
This isn't my first time on this assignment.
There are always some minor troubles every year, but you don't need to worry about the safety of a military special train. On the Blue Star, where beast tides run rampant, trains being attacked while in motion is nothing new. Although air transport seems faster and safer, that's not actually the case. There are countless ferocious flying beasts in the sky, and if an air disaster happens, these second-tier students would have no chance of survival.
As for transporting sensitive targets on flying spirit beasts, that option has never been truly safe or feasible either.
The military's specially designed train rumbled along the tracks, its entire body thick and solid, laden with powerful defensive systems and heavy weaponry.
Dealing with ordinary low-tier beasts was no challenge at all for this train.
If any monster dared block the tracks, the driver didn't need to hesitate, he would simply accelerate and crush it. Students who can get into Kyoto Beast Taming University and Moto Beast Taming University are all considered future top-tier beast tamers. The number of admissions each year is extremely small, so protective measures are exceptionally tight. For Daxia, losing even one genius student would be a tremendous loss.
Qin Chen walked over slowly, a casual smile on his face. Dad, Mom, I'm off. Don't worry too much about me when I'm away at university.
He waved his hand and, with his back to his parents, stepped onto the train. Han Feng exchanged a glance with the conductor, signaling that the train could depart. The train slowly pulled out of Jiangnan province, leaving behind only a pair of parents on the platform staring into the distance. Jiang Wanqing watched her son gradually grow farther away, her eyes slightly reddening. Qin Chen has never been away from us since he was little. Now that he's going alone to study in the capital, he's bound to suffer a lot. Her voice was full of worry. The corner of Qin Xiaoshan's mouth twitched. That stinky brat of ours has money to burn. If we're talking about hardship, his uncle is right there in the capital. How could it ever come to him suffering? He had barely finished speaking when his wife shot him a fierce glare.
Do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there? Qin Chen has only just advanced to a second-tier beast tamer. How capable can he be? I have to call right away and tell his uncle to look after him more in the capital.
Inside the train, Qin Chen casually found a seat and sat down. A stewardess approached with a warm smile and asked softly, "Sir, would you like something to drink?"
Qin Chen glanced over the drink menu on the train. An apple juice, please. Thank you.
Before long, the stewardess brought over the drink, stealing several furtive glances at him, her face flushed red. At that moment, Yu Lingxian squeezed his way over, looking a little sour.
Why is it that you just sat down and the stewardess is all over you?
I've been sitting so long I'm about to grow roots, and nobody's paid me any attention.
Qin Chen helplessly touched his face.
Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Yu Lingxian's expression instantly went limp, as if the whole world had abandoned him. Looking at the carriage full of young people, Qin Chen was a little curious.
Why are there still dozens of people going to Kyoto for freshman registration this time? I thought the number of applicants was very small. Yu Lingxian curled his lip. Don't forget, these are just students from a few neighboring provinces.
The two beast taming universities in Kyoto and Moto together only have at most 1,000 spots a year.
What's this handful of people compared to that? Besides, you're a big name now. I doubt there's anyone on this train who doesn't know who you are. Qin Chen was stunned. I've always kept a low profile. How could I be famous? Yu Lingxian tried not to laugh and kept shaking his head.
You scored more than 4 million points on the college entrance exam.
The internet has practically stripped your life bare, and you're still pretending to be low-key. Qin Chen's head buzzed, and he suddenly felt the pressure. He had only wanted to be an ordinary person, yet he had become the focus of everyone's attention.
Ever since Shui Qianhan leaked his information, he'd felt even more helpless.
If he had the chance, he really wanted to go back and live an ordinary life.
Just then, two figures walked over from the end of the aisle and sat down in the row directly in front of them. The two girls, one had fair skin and big eyes, not very tall, named Su Qinghan. The other was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an impressive presence, a sharp aura paired with an icy aloofness. This was Ling Xuanyu. The two of them also shared a resounding title, the Qingling Twin Beauties, and were both geniuses from their respective hometowns.
Su Qinghan blinked her big eyes, looking Qin Chen up and down in curiosity. With a childish tone, she said, "See? He's actually just like us. How come his exam score is so much higher? Could he really have 3 heads and 6 arms?"
Ling Xianyu shot her a disdainful sidelong glance.
"With how lively you are, it should be 2 heads and 2 arms." Su Qinghan shrank her neck a little in embarrassment.
In both temperament and strength, the two of them stood out in Qingling. Their college entrance exam scores both exceeded 30,000, and the talent of their awakened spirit beasts was outstanding even among elites. Ling Xianyu's gaze, however, was the kind one used to size up a potential rival.
Qin Chen looks on the skinny side, and he doesn't give off any kingly aura. Compared to the legendary strength they say you have, you actually seem pretty ordinary. You just look decent, I don't see anything else.
Sensing the atmosphere turning a bit stiff, Su Qinghan couldn't help but smile and say to Qin Chen, "Sorry, we were being a bit rude.
It's just that everyone's really curious, how did you do it?" Xianyu had a very straightforward personality and always spoke her mind. This time she was only acting out of curiosity as well.
"Don't get the wrong idea," she said directly, "we're just curious about why you're always trending." Qin Chen curled his lips slightly and teased, "It's fine. The fact that you can appreciate this face of mine shows your taste isn't bad." Su Qinghan secretly glanced at Qin Chen a few more times, and her face couldn't help but flush with a faint blush.
Yu Lingxian, feeling a bit displeased at the side, deliberately raised his voice in protest. "Who has a stronger presence than me, the son of the barbarian emperor? Qin Chen, you're only a tiny bit better than me. If we really fought, it's not certain who would lose." Ling Xianyu shot him a glance and said mercilessly, Your presence is way too sloppy. Don't insult the word domineering. Yu Lingxian gnashed his teeth, practically about to explode with anger. Are you out of your mind? Take a good look at me. Whose presence is lacking? Xianyu's gaze was cold. I have no interest in looking at that kind of filthy stuff. Why don't you go look in the mirror yourself?
Yu Lingxian almost collapsed on the spot, his face paler than dust.
He couldn't help thinking, did he have to get plastic surgery or something?
Su Qinghan hurried to smooth things over, trying to ease the tension.
Sorry, Xianyu actually didn't mean any harm. She's just saying you might look average, but you're a great person and very confident. Yu Lingxian weakly waved his hand. Please, just stop talking.
Crescent Moon folded her arms across her chest, a faint smile at the corner of her lips.
You're upset this easily? With a mentality like that, the title son of the barbarian emperor is pretty mediocre, huh?
Seeing this, Su Qinghan could only sigh and fall into helpless silence.
The tension dragged on. Looking at the completely shut down Yu Lingxian, Qin Chen couldn't help letting a small smile slip.
The way you two are talking, you're about to talk him into social withdrawal.
How about we go a little easier on him?
Qin Chen sized up the two girls across from him.
To be honest, this was his first time meeting girls this straightforward. Their candor and sense of humor were completely different from the type he was used to.
He got straight to the point and asked, "You didn't come all this way just to see whether I have 3 heads and 6 arms, did you?" Crescent Moon smiled softly, the corners of her lips lifting slightly.
You're not completely dense after all. We want to work with you. Qin Chen pretended to be clueless. Work with me? Do you mean you want to hold my hand?
Crescent Moon's face flushed red, her ears burning, and her voice rose unconsciously.
Drop the act. You definitely know about the freshman trial, right? We want to team up with you and cooperate during the trial so that our classes can stay together when the classes are split.
Only then did Qin Chen understand their intention. As a student of Kyoto Royal Beast University, he naturally knew how important the freshman trial was. Every year, only the students with the best results could select higher-level cultivation resources and better classes, and even earn spots to enter the special cultivation zones. All these benefits belonged solely to those whose trial results were at the very top.
Qin Chen himself was planning to compete for the qualification to enter the Fire Attribute Cultivation Holy Land. He looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. Sure, as long as you don't hold me back.
Xianyu lifted her head confidently, her eyes bright and resolute.
Don't think too highly of yourself. You're not the only genius around. I'm definitely not worse than you. Qin Chen replied with ease, then I'll be waiting to see how you perform.
At this moment, Su Qinghan also joined in, her tone tinged with some pride.
Qin Chen, don't underestimate us. The spirit beast I awakened is the Ice Soul Spirit Fox with dual ice and illusion attributes.
Xianyu's is even more powerful. She awakened a top-tier metal attribute spirit beast, the Golden Rock.
We're not going to be your burden.
Qin Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. He was extremely familiar with these two kinds of spirit beasts. The Ice Soul Spirit Fox not only possessed powerful ice attribute attacks, but could also use its illusion attribute to confuse opponents, even affecting the enemy's consciousness. As for the Golden Rock, it was the king among metal attribute spirit beasts, not only impervious to blades and spears, but also capable of high-speed flight, its speed far surpassing that of most wind attribute spirit beasts. With spirit beasts like these, their strength was several levels above ordinary people. Normal opponents would be no problem at all. At this moment, Qin Chen realized this freshman trial was not just a simple competition, but more like a test of talent and strength. And the two girls standing before him were definitely not the weaklings he had imagined. Even Kangvia's vine bindings wouldn't be able to stop the Golden Rock's fierce momentum. No wonder Ling Xianyu had been so confident when she spoke of her spirit beast. Su Qinghan stared at Qin Chen excitedly, her tone full of longing. Qin Chen, I heard you've awakened 2 pure-blood dragon species. Could you let me see your spirit beasts?
Just one look is fine. Ling Xianyu rolled her eyes and sneered, are you stupid? Dragons are huge. If he really summoned his spirit beasts, the whole carriage would explode from being packed. Su Qinghan instantly felt a bit embarrassed and apologized in a low voice. Sorry, I didn't think of that.
Seeing the sincerity on Su Qinghan's face, the corners of Qin Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile.
Actually, it's not that you can't see them.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xian and Kangvia, the 2 half-dragon folk, emerged from his beast taming mark. The space in the carriage wasn't large, yet the sudden appearance of the 2 dragons didn't make it feel crowded at all. Xian's aura was blazing and overwhelmingly domineering. Kangvia, on the other hand, was cool and reserved, unusually quiet. The contrast of cold and hot presences instantly seized the attention of everyone in the carriage. A low murmur of exclamation rose around them. My god, his spirit beasts can even transform.
And their aura is so strong, even his second spirit beast has reached tier 2. I'm a tier 2 beast tamer as well, but my spirit beasts got so scared at the sight of them that they hid back in their marks. How can the gap be this huge? Qi Yan's eyes are terrifying. I feel like it could charge over and eat me at any moment. They're all spirit beasts, so why does Qin Chen's look so powerful? That gap made many of the other students feel a mix of emotions. Su Qinghan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly moved closer to the two dragons, so excited that even her breathing became cautious. Oh my god, these dragon scales are so beautiful, and that dragon horn is just too cute. Her eyes were practically sparkling. The ice soul spirit fox in her arms had always thought it was the cutest, but now it realized its master's attention was completely on the two dragons, and instantly looked dejected. Qi Yan frowned and glanced at Su Qinghan, his voice tinged with impatience. Little girl, if you keep staring like that, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Su Qinghan was startled and hurriedly retreated to Ling Xianyu's side, blinking nonstop. It can actually talk? I remember spirit beasts only start speaking after they reach king rank, right? Ling Xianyu's eyes lit up as she calmly explained, spirit beasts with powerful bloodlines are just as intelligent as humans and learn language much earlier. My golden rock could almost speak by the time it reached the 3rd or 4th tier, your spirit fox will probably take a bit longer. Kangwei lowered his head to look around, then quietly stood behind Qin Chen together with Qi Yan. Master, what do you need us to do? Kangwei asked obediently. Qin Chen said softly, it's fine, I just wanted to let you two come out and get some fresh air. If you get thirsty, call the server and order a drink. Remember to be polite. Kangwei immediately broke into a radiant smile. Okay, master. The two dragons sat quietly behind Qin Chen and, just like ordinary passengers, called for drinks and slowly sipped them. This left the waitress who came over to serve them utterly stunned. This is the first time in my life I've ever taken an order from a dragon. In the circle of beast tamers, dragons had always been the top-tier spirit beasts of countless legends. Everyone knew that once you possessed a dragon-type spirit beast, it was equivalent to standing at the very pinnacle of this world. Ling Xianyu's gaze burned with intensity. It was obvious he could no longer suppress his desire to challenge. Qin Chen, when we get to Kyoto, how about we have a match? I'd like to see whether my golden rock is stronger, or your dragon is superior. Qi Yan rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with disdain. That bird of a golden rock of yours dares to compare itself with me? If it weren't for your relationship with Master, I'd have roasted it to ashes long ago. Ling Xianyu's face flushed red as he shot back in anger. Don't be so arrogant. When it comes to speed, you can't compare with the golden rock. Qi Yan was full of scorn. Speed? That's just a means for the weak to run for their lives. True power lies in the strength to destroy heaven and earth. My dragon fire can burn everything to nothing. Kangwei gently nudged Xian, whispering a reminder, Master told you to be polite. Xian pouted, Master said to be polite to waiters. She's not a waiter, I don't owe her anything. Ling Xianyu's chest heaved with anger, suppressing her rage. Damn it! Dare to fight me one-on-one? Come on, let's have a match. Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement, pretty brave. Although you're as weak as a stray dog, considering your master's friend, I can reluctantly play along. Don't be afraid, I'll try my best not to hurt you. Ling Xianyu instantly lost her composure and shouted in fury, I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Su Qinghan hurriedly grabbed hold of her and tried to calm her down. Don't be impulsive, he's very strong, we can't beat him. A hint of appreciative amusement flashed across Xian's face. Little girl, you've got a good eye, you know how to recognize reality. In the train cab, Commander Han Feng stared at the surveillance screen, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. His men's gazes were locked tightly on Xian and Kangwei, their faces full of awe. Whenever the pure-blooded dragon race was mentioned, these veterans felt a chill in their hearts. Even through a layer of screen, they could sense that overwhelming pressure. Pureblood Dragon Clan, an absolutely top-tier race. There are no weaklings. Xiao Li muttered under his breath. He was still amazed that Qin Chen's wood attribute Holy Dragon had instantly killed the Snow Wolf Emperor's son. Who would have thought that the wood attribute could be this strong, and she's only at tier 2. Han Feng looked calm, but his tone carried commanding force. The military has long treated Qin Chen as a key protection target. On this escort mission, everyone must give it their all. If anything happens, no one can bear the responsibility. No one in the carriage dared to be careless, even though they were equipped with powerful Chinook cannons and were confident that an ordinary beast tide could hardly threaten the train's safety. After all, Han Feng himself was an 8th Order 9-star Grandmaster Beast Tamer, a top expert even by Blue Star standards. Watching the distant scenery, Xiao Li couldn't help but sigh. Rich and capable, young Master Qin basically lacks nothing. Maybe he'll become a new legendary powerhouse in the future. How about I go ask for an autograph? It'll definitely go up in value later.
Han Feng shook his head with a cold snort and gave his shoulder a hard slap. Cut the nonsense and focus on the mission.
At such a sensitive moment, any negligence could lead to disaster.
Born a soldier, Han Feng knew very well that if the train were attacked and plunged into chaos, the consequences would be extremely severe. Suddenly, all the alarm lights in the cockpit lit up, and countless dense red dots began flashing on the Chinook radar screen, gradually merging into one mass.
Xiao Li's expression instantly turned grave. Just our luck, we really ran into a beast tide.
Han Feng immediately walked over and pulled up all the surveillance feeds, his voice calm and firm.
Estimated over 10,000 beasts, already meeting the standard for a minor beast tide.
All weapons prepare, broadcast to the whole train, ready to enter combat mode at any time. At the same time, the conductor immediately activated the defense system and the auto-attack mode of the Chinook cannons.
As long as the beasts posed any threat, the train could automatically defend and counterattack. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly grew tense.
Red lights flashed overhead, and then an emergency announcement sounded, "Attention, passengers, a beast tide has been detected in the area ahead, and the train may come under attack.
We have entered an armed defense state.
Everyone, please return to your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and do not move around unnecessarily." The carriage quieted down, and people instinctively looked out the window. Qin Chen frowned slightly, watching as the demonic beasts that had originally been distant specks in the sky were now closing in swarms, each one locking onto the train as its target. "What rotten luck, we even ran into a beast tide," he muttered to himself, yet he wasn't surprised.
In truth, beast attacks weren't that rare.
Many of the demonic beasts on Blue Star had surged in from other worlds, they weren't native species. Even a powerful nation like Descendant could not guarantee that every passage to the demon realm was fully under control. Throughout history, all countries had suffered disasters where tides of demonic beasts broke through the defensive lines. In those years, people could only remember everything with blood and tears. Every breach meant corpses strewn across the land, yet the survivors always managed to rebuild the defenses in the shortest time, drive the beasts back, and guard their homeland once more. Now, everyone on the train had to stay completely alert. Their fate would be decided by what happened next. A long time ago, there were actually no demonic beasts on Blue Star, only ordinary wild animals. Until one day, creatures from the demon realm broke into Blue Star and shattered the original balance. Now, some of the demonic beasts on Blue Star are actually hybrids of demon realm creatures and native beasts. The relationship is extremely complex, and no one can fully explain it. The train sped along the tracks as the roars of wild beasts came from outside. Ling Xuanyu frowned deeply, she sensed the danger immediately. The beast tide outside is massive, otherwise the train's defense system wouldn't have activated. Beside her, Yu Lingxian looked relaxed, as if unconcerned. What's there to be afraid of? The train has Chinook cannons that can take down beasts above level 5, and there's a whole squad of soldiers.
Ling Xuanyu snorted coldly. You're too naive.
The Chinook cannons are powerful, but their energy is limited.
There's no way they can kill all the beasts. Isn't that what the army is for? Captain Han is an 8th tier, a Grandmaster level beast tamer.
She looked at him as if she were looking at a child who didn't understand reality at all.
A small squad can handle that many demonic beasts? What do you think this is, some kind of game?
Yu Lingxian was instantly at a loss for words. On this military train of theirs, there were at most 300 soldiers. Facing the tens of thousands of demonic beasts outside, it was like a cup of water trying to put out a cartload of firewood. At that moment, the train suddenly jolted so hard it was almost impossible to stand. That was the impact of the beasts ramming into it. This wasn't a big issue in itself, since the defense system was still functioning, but it did prove one thing: the beasts were preparing for a full-on assault. Qin Chen leaned back against his seat with a helpless look, sipping his drink, his tone full of complaints. "You have to pass through so many gates of hell just to go to college. If I'd known, I might as well have stayed home and taken online classes." The scarlet flame by his side licked his lips, looking eager to try. "Master, don't worry. As long as those demon beasts dare come close, I'll go out there and tear them all apart. I guarantee you won't lose a single hair." Clearly, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Kangwei also clenched her fists softly to cheer herself on. "That's right, my tenfold wood prison is no joke either. With so many trees around, this is the perfect time for me to shine." Though she felt nervous inside, she was even more eager to show what she could do. In the train's control cabin, Han Feng wore a grim expression, staring fixedly at the Chinook radar. His voice was stern. "The number of demon beasts has reached 30,000, with the highest level at Tier 7. Attention, everyone, danger warning upgraded. All personnel on the train, enter combat readiness." The soldiers responded in unison. Through the windows, waves of demon beasts could be seen fearlessly throwing themselves against the train, unafraid of death. Under the steel carriages, blood had dyed the rails red. Although the Shinnik defenses were active, faced with such a terrifying number, the tension only grew thicker. The very nature of a beast tide is a horde of creatures utterly unafraid of death, relying on sheer will and flesh and blood to smash through everything.
Han Feng clenched his jaw and gave the order. Fire!
Aim all Shinnik cannons at the densest part of the beasts and carve me a path.
Thick cannon barrels suddenly extended from both sides of the train.
After an intense surge of energy, Shinnik shells hurled into the beast horde. Each shot could blow hundreds or even thousands of demon beasts to pieces, the blast shockwaves flaring in the night. The muzzles fired in sequence, the thunderous roar never ceasing. Qin Chen, however, watched it all calmly, unmoved by the spectacle.
The Shinnik cannons consume too much.
At this rate the energy will be exhausted in about 2 hours.
As he silently calculated, he pondered in his heart.
Shinnik cannons were made from special ore. Every shot was a massive expense, something you normally couldn't afford to use more than a few times no matter how rich you were. Only when a base was in dire straits would top-tier Shinnik cannons be activated. The Shinnik cannons mounted on the train now could indeed inflict devastating damage on fifth-order demon beasts, but once you added regular bombardment and defensive systems, the energy consumption spiked even faster and wouldn't last long. Suddenly, the train felt as though it had been forcibly yanked to a stop.
The emergency braking made everyone's hearts clench. Fortunately, everyone had fastened their seat belts, so no accidents occurred. Su Qinghan turned pale with fright. The train has stopped. Doesn't that make us sitting ducks now?
Ling Xianyu firmly grasped her hand and comforted her.
Don't be afraid.
If something really happens, I'll use Jinpeng to fly you out of here. Su Qinghan was moved by her words and leaned in tightly, her eyes filled even more with trust and reliance. Outside, more and more demonic beasts gathered in the darkness and firelight, and the atmosphere of battle reached a true climax.
The train shook violently.
Qin Chen leaned back in his seat, watching the scenery outside the window rapidly stream past. He felt very safe. After all, no matter what danger he encountered, he still had one trump card. He could mount his 2 dragons at any time and fly straight to Kyoto. As long as he couldn't win, he could run. Thinking of this, the panic in his heart lessened considerably.
But the tense atmosphere inside the cab was completely different.
Han Feng's face had already darkened like the sky before a storm. The deputy, Xiao Li, clutched the Shinnik radar, his voice trembling as he reported, "Captain, the tracks ahead have been destroyed by demon beasts. They didn't have to go to so much trouble. This is clearly a beast king with intelligence giving orders, not some chaotic beast tide." Han Feng's expression did not change as he drew the large machete he carried with him, his gaze razor sharp. "Xiao Li, you stay in the cab and use the radar at full power to locate the beast king. Once you find it, send me the coordinates immediately. Everyone else, step out and disembark with me to block the beast tide." He paused, then reminded them again, "Make sure the Shinnik defenses stay on and don't fail, we've got too many students on board."
"Roger, Captain," Xiao Li answered quickly.
The soldiers quickly broke into groups and rushed out of the train.
Outside, a gigantic elephant strode out with steady steps. This was Han Feng's spirit beast, the Tier 8 heavy earth giant elephant. Its thick, earth-colored hide was like a tank, and its tusks could pierce steel with a single thrust. As the giant elephant trampled across the ground, it crushed swarms of low-tier demon beasts underfoot, sending blood and flesh flying in its wake. But the number of beasts in the tide was far too great. That 300-strong army looked incomparably tiny beneath the overwhelming wave of demonic beasts. Their only option was to find and take down the Beast King as quickly as possible. As long as the Beast King died, the demonic beasts would scatter. After that, they could repair the tracks and everyone could resume their journey. Inside the carriage, the students all showed unease. Ling Xianyu was the first to stand up. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "We can't just rely on the soldiers to protect us. We are beast tamers, we should be fighting side by side with them." Su Qinghan quietly reminded her, "Are you crazy? The beast tide is full of third-tier and above demonic beasts, we won't last at all." But Ling Xianyu's gaze was firm as she retorted, "Are their lives not lives too? Are we supposed to just stand here and watch others die in our place?" She turned and rushed toward the carriage door, her emotions stirring more students to their feet. Someone spoke up in agreement, "We're about to become students of Kyoto Beast Taming University. We're bound to face even more dangerous battles in the future. Since that's the case, if we run away today, where will we find the courage tomorrow?" "That's right. Killing a few Tier 2 demon beasts counts as sharing the burden," a student shouted. With someone yelling, "Tell my mom I'm not a coward," more and more students surged toward the bus door, their eyes incomparably resolute. Watching this scene, Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh. They really are a bunch of hot-blooded youths. Makes me feel embarrassed to keep sitting here. Su Qinghan looked at him suspiciously. Aren't you that rich young master who's the most afraid of dying? Qin Chen shrugged and grinned. Of course I'm afraid of dying, but sitting around waiting for death isn't my style. As descendants of the dragon, we've got to have some sense of responsibility. Su Qinghan froze for a moment, then couldn't help complaining, "You're not the dragon's descendant, you're the dragon's master." Close enough. Qin Chen waved dismissively. He was brimming with confidence. No matter what, he had a dragon. He got off the carriage with Xian and Kengguo and saw hordes of demonic beasts swarming toward the train. Even though the Shin'ik cannons kept blasting away, the beasts still charged forward fearlessly. Spurred on by their classmates, many students summoned their own spirit beasts and prepared to fight. At this moment, Han Feng strode over, his gaze falling on these young students. "You students shouldn't be on the battlefield. It's very dangerous here right now. Take everyone back in the vehicles and retreat to the rear. The beast tide will be handled by our army." Qin Chen did not back down in the slightest and said in a deep voice, "This is an era where everyone is a soldier. Anyone who can take up a weapon has the right to go to the battlefield. Do you really think we'll drag you down?" Yu Lingxian roared roughly, "I've killed a third-tier demonic beast. I'm the son of the barbarian emperor. What major scenes haven't I seen? Don't underestimate us." Ling Xianyu nodded in agreement. "That's right. We won't let anyone look down on our courage." Han Feng was at a loss for words for a moment. He thought of his younger self. The hot blood in his heart had never gone cold. In the end, he nodded, leaving a few soldiers behind to protect the students while the rest continued to charge into the beast tide. He instructed them solemnly, "Your intentions are appreciated, but you must stay alive. If you can't hold out, fall back into the Shin'ik defense. Only the track was destroyed, the train still has plenty of energy. As long as we kill the Beast King, all of this will come to an end." Captain Han issued his orders, and the team members immediately split up and moved out. Qin Chen fell into deep thought. He knew the real crisis was only just beginning. In this world, the Beast King is the core of every beast tide. With its innate power, it can control all demonic beasts weaker than itself. Even the cleverest low-tier demonic beasts, once under the Beast King's control, will charge to their deaths without the slightest hesitation if commanded. This is what makes a beast tide so terrifying. Once a Beast King appears, if it isn't killed as early as possible, new beast tides will keep emerging without end, bringing an unceasing threat to human society. Yu Lingxian raised his arm and shouted, "Eyes full of ferocity, everyone, go. As long as someone kills 100 demonic beasts, I'll get them the barbarian emperor's personal autograph." The previously low mood instantly turned boiling with excitement. Someone in the team couldn't help shouting, "I like the Fire Emperor, can I trade it for the Fire Emperor's autograph? I want the Thunder Emperor's, please sign it on my vest. The Ice Emperor's signature is the one I want most." Looking at these fake fans, Yu Lingxian could only swallow a stomachful of helplessness. Did his own father, the barbarian emperor, really not have a single fan? Ending up like this was just too bitter. More and more enemies surged in as the demonic beast army poured in from all directions, as if they would never be finished off. But the new type Shin'ik cannons roared without pause, sweeping down swaths of beasts in an instant. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered across the ground, and the air was thick with a choking stench of blood. Almost all beast tides on Blue Star were low-level demonic beasts below Tier 3. They looked like cannon fodder worth next to nothing, but by sheer numbers they could still tear anything apart. Qin Chen and the companions around him were all top elites selected from thousands. Among the few dozen of them, roughly 60% possessed the strength to fight a third-rank demonic beast, and they were by no means going to sit and wait for death in the face of a beast tide. Everyone summoned their own spirit beasts, and their power and aura instantly ignited the entire field. Ling Xianyu's beast was particularly eye-catching. A great rock wreathed in golden light burst out from within her, its feathers bristling like a forest of golden swords. The moment it appeared, it let out a piercing screech. Qin Chen looked at the golden rock, his eyes full of admiration. Its offensive power far surpassed that of ordinary spirit beasts. At second rank, 5 stars, with high defense and extreme speed, its overall capability was even stronger than Yu Lingxuan's wild battle ape. A confident smile hung on Ling Xianyu's lips. "I told you, I'm not weaker than you. Dare to see who kills more demonic beasts." Before Qin Chen could answer, the Xian Holy Dragon had already spoken. With a sweep of its claw, it instantly slapped several demonic beasts to death, a trace of mockery crossing its face. "If that little bird of yours can kill half as many as I do, I'll count it as your win. Don't say I'm bullying you." Ling Xianyu gnashed her teeth in fury. "Just you wait, I'll show you what it really means to get slapped in the face." She directed the golden rock to join the battle. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon laughed disdainfully. "I can fly. Even if you jump, don't even think about touching my knee. With that, it transformed into a colossal divine dragon and plunged into the herd of beasts. Flames swept out like a blazing sun, effortlessly reaping third-tier demonic beasts. Unwilling to admit defeat, Ling Xianyu ordered the Golden Rock to launch a full assault. Golden Rock, give it all you've got. We can't lose to this venom-tongued dragon. With a piercing cry, the Golden Rock rapidly gathered metallic energy, its feathers turned into a rainstorm of arrows, instantly shooting down 30 demonic beasts, its power astonishing. Su Qinghan reminded Ling Xianyu, don't overdo it. The most important thing for us is to hold the line. Ling Xuanyu threw herself in without hesitation. Even if you lose, you can't lose your momentum. A golden rock will never be inferior to that dead dragon. Her eyes were still resolute. Qin Chen couldn't help but complain, aren't you a girl too? Ling Xuanyu glared at him. You'd better give it everything you've got. Don't make me look down on you. The atmosphere on site was explosive. No one was willing to admit defeat. The Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon swept its gaze over, its voice deafening, you dare insult my master? Today I'll let you understand what true failure feels like. The battle between the two top-tier spirit beasts erupted in full force. A dozen blazing fire dragon souls descended from the sky, exploding precisely within the pack of demonic beasts. Each strike was like a high-explosive bomb, instantly blowing dozens of low-level demonic beasts to death. The power of the explosions left everyone around in shock. This was the SSS-level skill, Heavenly Fire Dragon Soul. Although this skill was not as powerful in a single strike as Flame Dragon Doomsday Claw, it consumed less energy, while its attack range and distance were far greater. Using it to deal with the beast tied before them was simply tailor-made for the job. With just one round of bombardment, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon had slaughtered several hundred demonic beasts. Ling Xianyu's face was full of anxiety as she complained, that sharp-tongued dragon's skill is way too strong. And it even has area damage, what kind of absurd spirit beast is that? Su Qinghan hurried to comfort her. Don't panic, I'll have the Ice Soul Spirit Fox help you. As soon as she finished speaking, the Ice Soul Spirit Fox released a wave of frigid air, and a large number of spirit beasts were instantly frozen. Right after that, the Golden Rock beat its golden wings, and razor-sharp feather slashes fell one after another, piling up the corpses of demonic beasts. Working in tandem, the two quickly caught up in their kill count. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon realized how formidable its opponent was and felt a bit surprised. Little girl, you even called in reinforcements. Kangwea, are you just going to watch? Standing beside Qin Chen, Kangwea said helplessly, you're a legendary holy dragon, do you really need my help? The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon retorted as it gave chase, if I lose, you won't get off easy either. As soon as it spoke, the wood spiritual power inside Kangwea began to boil. Everyone felt the ground tremble lightly, as if something were about to burst out from beneath the earth. Sensing that something was wrong, Su Qinghan asked in a low voice, isn't she a wood attribute dragon? How can she manipulate the earth? Ling Xianyu analyzed, it's not the earth shaking, it's the plants growing madly. Before the words had fallen, countless thick vines burst through the ground. As if alive, they accurately locked down large numbers of demon beasts, rendering them immobile. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon immediately cooperated, opening its mouth to unleash scorching dragon breath. Flames rolled across the sky, burning all the beasts on the vines to ashes. With wood feeding the fire, the flames devoured even faster and grew more powerful. With the two sacred dragons joining forces, countless demon beasts were killed or wounded on the battlefield in an instant. This move, they called Firewood Combo Strike. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon laughed wildly, its voice full of confidence and excitement, as if only battle could prove its worth. Watching the soaring hunting stats, Ling Xianyu sighed helplessly. Faced with their powerful skills and coordination, she could only admit defeat. Forget it, I lost this time. She knew very well that the fire attribute held an absolute advantage in such large-scale battles. No matter how hard Golden Rock tried, it was impossible to surpass the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon in number of kills, not to mention it also had Kangwea's support. Fire could attack groups with extremely fierce power, the metal attribute excelled in penetration and single target burst, but the gap in hunting quantity was far too large. Qin Chen consoled her, saying, don't you want to give it another try? Maybe there's still a chance to turn the tables. Ling Xianyu shot him a look and admitted defeat. I'm not someone who can't accept losing. The fact that you have this level of strength is a good thing for our team. Qin Chen looked relaxed and said confidently, don't worry. Even if I run into the Thunder Emperor's daughter, I can still win. Ling Xianyu's heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out, you're that confident? The Thunder Emperor's daughter has received true inheritance, and she even has a rare lightning attribute spirit beast. Lightning is widely acknowledged to be an even fiercer attribute than fire. Even the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon might not be able to beat it, right? Qin Chen smiled with confidence and said, "What, did you think I didn't receive the Fire Emperor's secret inheritance as well?" Ling Xianyu suddenly came to her senses. Qin Chen was the son of the Fire Emperor, no wonder he was so confident. The clash of fire and lightning had carried on from the previous generation into theirs. A smile also appeared on her face, her fighting spirit surging. "That's perfect. I really want to see between the two of you, who is truly the strongest freshman at Kyoto Royal Beast University this year." With the Beast King hunted down, Han Feng had nearly exhausted all his physical strength and spiritual power, yet he never relaxed his vigilance. The scene before his eyes shocked him to the core. Dozens of newly adult freshman beastmasters had slain thousands of low-tier spirit beasts relying solely on their own power, and not a single one of them was injured. In his eyes, there was only one word to describe these young people: stunning. Qin Chen, in particular, was unquestionably the center of attention with his two holy dragons. Qi Yan and Sang Wu led the team in sweeping across the battlefield, killing more demonic beasts than everyone else combined. Their performance was unmatched. It wasn't that the others were weak, but holy dragons themselves possessed an overwhelming advantage. Beasts like the Golden Rock and the Vajra Wild Battle Ape excelled at one-on-one combat, yet in group battles they were far inferior to the holy dragons. Even so, these two spirit beasts were of extremely high quality. Looking across the entire Great Xia dynasty, they were still top-tier existences. On the other side, Su Qinghan's Ice Soul Spirit Fox was equally eye-catching. With its dual attributes of ice and illusion, its growth potential was enormous. The illusion attributes' mental control and charm abilities repeatedly produced miraculous effects amid the chaotic melee. Han Feng watched the battle while listening to his teammates' hushed discussions. They were all amazed by the courage and strength of these newcomers. Students who can get into Kyoto Royal Beast University really are gifted beyond compare, one person sighed. Another joked self-deprecatingly, "Comparing myself to these young geniuses is just overestimating my own abilities." Within the group, Qin Chen was the one people talked about the most. Someone said, "The Fire Emperor's son truly lives up to his name, scoring over 4.8 million points, he's even fiercer than the previous Fire Emperor. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm completely convinced." A score of more than 4.8 million had never appeared in the history of Great Xia. Even over several thousand years, one could not find a second person like that. Han Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone sinking as he turned to his men. "Stay on alert. Since these students can handle low-level demonic beasts, you focus on wiping out those at 4th rank and above. Find out exactly where the Beast King is hiding." Everyone responded in unison. Then he activated the communicator on his ear and contacted Shaoli. Only the Chinook radar could lock onto traces of powerful alien beasts in this chaotic environment. "Shaoli, have you found the Beast King yet?" His tone was tense. "Not yet." Shaoli's voice was hoarse, his face drenched in sweat. "Captain, I've been glued to the radar for a long time. There are only 3 demonic beasts above 7th rank in this beast tide. You just killed 2 of them, and the remaining one is being chased by the buried earth giant elephant. There's absolutely no sign of the Beast King." Han Feng frowned and lowered his voice. "Turn the radar power to maximum." "It's already at the maximum." Shaoli gave a bitter smile. This made Han Feng's pressure soar. A psi radar running at full capacity could cover a radius of 10 kilometers. A small beast tide couldn't possibly exceed that range. By common sense, 7th rank and above fiends were the upper limit for a Beast King, yet it simply couldn't be detected. The only explanation was that this Beast King could cleverly conceal its own Chinook fluctuations and evade radar detection. Shaoli said in surprise, "Captain, that's almost impossible. As long as there's powerful Chinook energy in the body, it will definitely be picked up by the radar." Could the Beast King actually completely block its Chinook power? Han Feng slowly shook his head. "For now, that's the only explanation. Keep a close watch on the radar. The moment there's any change, tell me immediately." "Understood." Han Feng looked toward the beast tide, and his heart settled on a firm decision. If they couldn't force the Beast King out, the battle would never end. He commanded, "Old Zhao, pull out half the people to intercept the main force of the beast tide with me, the rest will protect the train and the students. We can die, but they can't." Old Zhao nodded without the slightest hesitation. Hundreds of beast tamers immediately split into 2 groups. Han Feng led the main force to charge head-on into the beast tide, forcibly tearing open a gap among the fiend beasts ahead. On the other side, Qin Chen and the others were also fiercely battling groups of low-level fiend beasts. Although everyone was performing quite well, their stamina was being heavily drained. Yu Lingxian panted heavily, and the wild Vajra battle ape at his side was so exhausted it lay flat on the ground.
Ling Xianya's golden rock also appeared extremely tired.
There are too many. Yu Lingxian was a bit anxious. There's only this few of us, we simply can't hold them off. Why don't we just set the mountain on fire? Qin Chen, we cooperated really well last time.
Qin Chen rolled his eyes. The air was thick with tension. Qin Chen scanned the surroundings. The harsh situation had everyone's nerves stretched taut.
Waves of demonic beasts surged in like a tide, surrounding them in the mountains. This time, there was no way out. Yu Lingxian looked around uneasily and muttered under his breath, "Do you even understand the situation? Last time when Shui Qinhan led the beast army, at least we could predict their movements.
But now, forget taking the initiative, we're the ones trapped in a hunter's snare.
If you set the mountain on fire again, are you planning to roast us all alive?"
Their teammates were already at the limits of their stamina. Many could barely even hold onto their weapons. Yu Lingxian was right, what they needed most now was time and a chance to recover. Ling Xianya frowned in thought. She knew that if they kept fighting, they would be wiped out.
How about we fall back to the train for now and take cover there?
We can use the spirit cannons to provide suppressing fire, catch our breath, and once we've recovered, we'll come back and fight again, she suggested. Just when they were at their wits' end, Qin Chen suddenly turned to the girl beside him.
Kangvyu, it's up to you now. Kangvyu gave a small nod, her gaze unwavering.
A dense green radiance surged up around her. She gently closed her eyes, her spiritual power rolled out like green waves. The flowers, grass, and trees around them seemed to awaken at her call, swaying with life as wood element spiritual power poured toward everyone like a tide. This was her verdant wood halo, a level 1 nature communication ability. As the halo spread out, their wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their exhaustion rapidly melted away. It was as if their stamina were being washed clean by a clear mountain stream. In just a few minutes, everyone felt as refreshed and energized as if they had just woken from a deep sleep.
Yu Lingxian stared at his own hands in disbelief. My god, this is way too over the top. Kangvyu, when did you suddenly become this strong? Last time you definitely didn't have such monstrous recovery. Qin Chen only smiled faintly. Kangvyu is improving too.
His tone was calm, but in his eyes there was a kind of innate confidence. Yu Lingxian grew even more dissatisfied, feeling that Qin Chen had never once gone all out.
The others looked around in awe.
This scale of healing and stamina recovery, not to mention ordinary spirit beasts, even some top-tier team supports couldn't achieve it.
Ling Xianyu leaned close to Su Qinghan and whispered in amazement, "Have you noticed?
Both of Qin Chen's spirit beasts are unusual, one support, one damage dealer, and their abilities are basically at the limit for people their age. No wonder they always get full scores in every evaluation." Su Qinghan fondly patted her hair and said softly, "In my heart, you're the strongest one."
Ling Xianyu complained that he was just sweet-talking her, but she couldn't help letting out a laugh.
With the blessing of the Aoki Halo, not only were the people's conditions rapidly recovering, the spirit beasts were also brimming with vitality again.
Large numbers of demon beasts fell under their counterattack, but the flood still surged in endlessly, as if it would never stop.
Having shifted from bystanders to an active defensive line, everyone's combat power had clearly risen by a large margin. Watching Kangvyu's dazzling display, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's competitive spirit was stirred as well. Although it was the big brother of the team, at this moment it felt its thunder had been stolen. It stared fixedly at the ground below, reddened by the glow of flames, and a bold idea suddenly rose in its heart.
If Kangvyu could mobilize wood spiritual power, then could it also use the same method to mobilize fire spiritual power? Inspiration flashed through Scarlet Flame's mind like an electric current.
Qin Chen was lowering his head, drinking his beverage while observing the changes on the battlefield, muttering to himself, "Captain Han still hasn't found the Beast King's position.
Looks like this guy is anything but simple." Su Qinghan asked him in puzzlement, "Wasn't the Beast King the strongest of the monsters? Wouldn't it show up right away on the Shinnik radar?"
Qin Chen shook his head, his voice low. "That's exactly what makes us uneasy. If the Shinnik radar can't lock onto it, that means this Beast King might have some sort of counter-reconnaissance ability that can completely conceal its presence."
A brief silence fell around them. Everyone understood what this implied.
If the Beast King kept lurking in the dark, the beast tide could keep crashing against the train endlessly until all defenses collapsed and humans became their prey. The current terrain was extremely unfavorable to them, the tracks had been destroyed, and the train couldn't move forward. They could only wait passively, and with every passing minute, the pressure mounted. There was no doubt this Beast King wasn't just stronger in raw power, it also knew how to plan and scheme. Just as everyone's nerves were stretched taut, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. It realized that its new skill was awakening. The Earth's core suddenly trembled, as if the entire land were responding to the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's summons. Before Qin Chen could understand what was happening, the system notification abruptly sounded. He had actually comprehended a new skill, and it was the rarest SSS grade skill, Core Lava Burst. This skill was suffocatingly powerful. It could draw upon the searing magma beneath the ground, erupting from the planet's core to swallow and incinerate all enemies within a vast area. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon began to move. Its entire body was wreathed in blazing fire as it raised its head and roared at the sky, its eyes filled with absolute confidence. He was always like this no matter who was around him. He had to prove he was the strongest. Without the slightest restraint, he shouted at the other dragon, "If you want to be the boss, you need the strength of a boss. Kangwia, you still can't compare to me." Almost at the same time, the surrounding air began to heat up, and the ground trembled slightly. Someone instinctively shouted that it was an earthquake, while more people panicked, completely at a loss as to what was happening. But this time, it was definitely no ordinary earthquake. Qin Chen stared tensely into the distance. Several kilometers away, where the beast tide was densest, the ground suddenly bulged violently, then exploded with a thunderous roar before everyone's eyes. Towering lava erupted like a raging, storm-tossed sea. Surging magma formed a river of fire that instantly engulfed countless demonic beasts, leaving not even their bones behind. The sight was so terrifying that everyone was struck dumb with shock. Even powerful fourth-tier demonic beasts, if they failed to dodge in time, were completely burned into nothingness. Qin Chen had never seen such a powerful skill before. He drew in a sharp breath as his heart began to race. He hadn't expected that the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon at his side could change the course of the battle in an instant. This river of magma cut off the demonic beast army, and the vast majority of enemies could no longer draw near. Even if a few flying-type demonic beasts managed to cross over, they posed no real threat at all. Is this really a move a second-ranked demonic beast can use? Yu Lingxuan's eyes were filled with disbelief, mixed with a hint of jealousy and frustration. Does your family have the Fire Emperor backing you? For a moment, the onlookers broke into chatter. Someone joked that if they were a demonic beast, they'd probably have already run away in fright. A freshman from the first year half-jokingly shouted, with such a terrifying skill, if Qin Chen gets upset one day, could he just burn us all to nothing? Qin Chen tried to ease the atmosphere. He wanted to come across as a bit more friendly, but his classmates' reactions left him somewhat embarrassed. Don't be nervous, I never hurt my own people for no reason. My deskmate can vouch for me. But the classmates still whispered among themselves, if someone happened to provoke him one day, the core lava eruption could come crashing down on them at any moment with just a slight misstep. How were they supposed to sleep in peace? Everyone instinctively kept their distance from him and the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon. Su Qinghan and Ling Xuanyu were even more stunned by the scene. It was their first time seeing the power of the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon with their own eyes, feeling its absolute oppression. Only now did Ling Xuanyu reluctantly admit that no matter how arrogant she was, she had absolutely no chance of fighting back against this skill. This could easily crush all low and mid-tier fiend beasts. The only drawback is that it needs to charge up before casting. The movements are too big, so it's not suitable for dealing with sudden changes. But he has 2 dragons. This kind of consumption means nothing to him. In that moment, everyone clearly realized that Qin Chen had completely become the center of the entire field. He and his Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon had used overwhelming superiority to utterly rewrite the rules of the battlefield. Everyone understood that after today, no one would ever dare underestimate this freshman again. With the powerful control of the Kangwil Holy Dragon, plus the almost unstoppable burst power of the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon, the 2 giant dragons together were enough to sweep aside all enemies on the current battlefield. Any opponent who dared confront them head-on probably wouldn't even have the chance to be reborn. At this moment, the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon was bathing in the searing magma. Not only was he completely unharmed, he even looked as relaxed as if he were enjoying a hot spring. As the ruler of the world of flame, Crimson Flame was born able to control blazing fire, and his resistance to flames was extremely high. Ordinary fire not only couldn't harm him, it instead continuously replenished his energy. This trait was almost identical to Kangwia's method of boosting her power by borrowing the force of nature. Each of them had their own unique way of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Crimson Flame couldn't help sounding smug. Kangwia, did you see that? I've already mastered 5 skills. You're still way behind. Kangwia shot him a cold glance and retorted indifferently, saying that is pointless. Do you think I care about your progress? Kangwia silently cheered herself on. Although her opponent had learned one more S-grade skill, sheer quantity couldn't decide everything. Only those efficient and powerful skills could make her a true strongest. She would not admit defeat and would never back down. Even if she was slightly behind, she would fight to the very end. In the distance, Han Feng and the others were still locked in fierce battle with the main force of the beast tide. They had witnessed the breathtaking spectacle created by Qin Chen's two dragons and were deeply shaken. In the previous exam, Qin Chen had accumulated points through clever arson tactics. But this time, he proved himself with sheer strength. Relying on a single skill, he unleashed such terrifying destructive power that all the veteran soldiers felt ashamed in comparison. Even 5th and 6th rank beastmasters with many years of combat experience had slain fewer monsters than the students led by Qin Chen. Han Feng gritted his teeth with a wry smile. Senior Qin's son is 100 times more formidable than he was in his youth. He's only a 2nd rank beastmaster, yet he's done something others wouldn't even dare to imagine. The other beastmasters also sighed in admiration. He brought nothing but a group of students who were still learning, yet he managed to hold back tens of thousands of demonic beasts and still keep everyone safe. That kind of battle feat is simply unimaginable. His two dragons are practically existences that defy common sense. If they one day grow to the level of the Fire Emperor, even the Demon Emperor might be suppressed by him. Everyone kept talking. Because the magma river triggered by the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon had directly blocked the advancing beast tide, the enemy was forced to change its attack route. If the beast tide army wanted to keep attacking the train, they had to mass along the magma river, otherwise, they would have to take a long detour. As a result, the spirit cannons could perform far better. The concentrated bombardment in a single volley could wipe out hundreds of demonic beasts, lifting everyone's spirits. No one would have thought that this life and death beast tide crisis would actually have its outcome changed by an 18-year-old novice beast master. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief and directed everyone, those who are exhausted can take turns resting, but we must locate the Beast King as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the train runs out of energy and we still can't reach Kyoto before dark, we'll be in big trouble. Old Zhao frowned and muttered, "Captain, this situation is really strange. We've seen beast tides before, but this time we can't even find a trace of the Beast King. It's way too abnormal." He then guessed, could it be that this time the Beast King's level is lower than we expected, and it's hiding among the herd? Han Feng firmly denied it. Impossible. The Beast King commands the beast tide through spiritual power. Those 3 7th-rank demonic beasts are under its control. Low-rank demonic beasts simply don't have enough spiritual power. The Beast King must be at least 7th rank. Old Zhao complained helplessly, "Don't tell me the Beast King flew up into the sky." Han Feng shook his head. The situation was deadlocked. If they didn't deal with the Beast King, they wouldn't be able to send anyone to repair the train tracks, nor would they ever know how many more demon beasts were lurking nearby. If the stalemate continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them as guardians, especially since the train's energy could be depleted at any moment. On the other side, the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon had finished resting in the magma, and his spiritual power had almost fully recovered. He flew back to Qin Chen's side, lifted his head to look expectantly at his master, his face full of a desire for praise. Qin Chen smiled and patted his head, affirming, "You did very well, but that skill you used just now consumes far too much spiritual power, and the charge time can still be shortened. There's room for improvement in the future." Crimson Flame grinned, his voice tinged with a bit of pride. "Master is right. As for spiritual power, don't worry, I stayed in the magma for a while just now, and my spiritual power's already fully restored. I'll keep thinking about how to charge it up better." "Very good, keep it up." Hearing her master's approval, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon instantly straightened his back, lifting his chin high as if announcing his power to the whole world. "Thank you for the praise, Master. I'll keep working hard and strive to be Master's best spirit beast." Kangwia, standing to the side, immediately refused to accept that and protested angrily, "Why are you the best spirit beast? Master didn't say anything, what right do you have to call yourself that? You're way too full of yourself." Scarlet Flame raised his chin proudly. "I'm Master's first spirit beast, the strongest, and the most responsible, so of course I'm the best spirit beast." "You make it sound so easy." Kangwia clenched his teeth. "It's obviously supposed to be me. I'm Master's protector, it has to be me." Xian gave her a glance, his tone full of provocation. "You do have some skill, but you're still far from enough. Face reality, you can just be number 2. Stop coveting things you don't deserve." Battle intent flared in Kangwia's eyes, she refused to back down. "Don't think looking down on me will make me submit. A dragon must fight for first place, I will never resign myself to being number 2. In truth, she had her own calculations. Ever since discovering that she could not only provide support but also attack, Kangwia was no longer willing to be just a backup role. Xian's combat strength was indeed terrifying, but she felt that she was the truly all-round one. She could control, heal, defend, and deal damage. That was the proper way to protect her master. The title of Best Spirit Beast was hers for the taking. Qin Chen watched the two dragons face off, feeling helpless. He could only pat them both lightly, hoping to ease the tension a little.
You're both wonderful, both my best spirit beasts. There's no need to compete, each of you is the best.
Qi Yan insisted on his own opinion, shaking his head in refutation.
There can only be one best, and that's me.
But don't worry, Master, we're just engaged in healthy competition.
Kangweo and I are the best comrades in arms. It's just that I'm the leader, and she's my deputy, that's all.
Kangweo retorted through gritted teeth. No, there must be one best,
and it has to be me.
I'm not your support. I want to stand at the very front to protect Master, so that Master doesn't suffer even the slightest harm. The two dragons confronted each other head-on, neither willing to back down, ready to start a fight at any moment.
Qin Chen couldn't help covering his face with a sigh. There were only two of them now. If he had a few more holy dragons in the future, wouldn't the house be in utter chaos?
He started to suspect he needed to read some books on family relationships and properly learn how to mediate between siblings. Qin Chen rubbed his brow and muttered to himself, I just hope my earth element holy dragon will be a bit more honest and well-behaved.
I'm counting on you.
If I get one more with a stubborn temper, this home will really be unlivable. Beside them, Ling Xianyu and the others watched as the two dragons of Qin Chen's family fought tooth and nail over the title of Best Spirit Beast, all of them staring, dumbfounded.
Just how prince and the pauper level important was this Best Spirit Beast title supposed to be? Was there really any need to fight over it so fiercely? Su Qinghan asked curiously, her face full of interest. Qin Chen, how good is the food for your Best Spirit Beast? How can they be arguing like this? Qin Chen's mouth twitched as he explained, actually, everyone's food is the same. They're just overflowing with energy and love to compete over titles, that's all.
Ling Xianyu stared at him, deep in thought, then suddenly looked at him with a face full of admiration and sudden realization.
I understand now. Qin Chen looked completely puzzled. Understand what?
Ling Xianyu nodded confidently, her tone certain.
You're using psychology here.
You're taking advantage of the dragon's competitive nature, making your two dragons compete with each other, turning it into positive rivalry, which forces them to grow faster and become stronger.
You've combined psychology with a beastmaster's experience. That's really impressive. Qin Chen was utterly confused. Psychology.
He didn't think he was that sophisticated, he just felt these guys were way too noisy, and he was being forced to bear all the consequences. Yu Lingxian, standing beside him, could hardly believe his ears.
You're saying this actually works? You're not messing with me, are you?
Ling Xuanyu explained earnestly, there really are similar studies.
Experts have written about this online before. When analyzing multi-beast beastmasters, they found that putting spirit beasts with different personalities into moderate competition genuinely brings quite a few benefits. Everyone wants their own spirit beast to become stronger, no one is willing to fall behind.
When this mentality is cleverly exploited, a beastmaster can guide it to create a positive competitive atmosphere among the spirit beasts, making them grind harder at cultivation. They train more diligently, and their progress naturally speeds up. When Qin Chen casually mentioned the title of Best Spirit Beast, the two holy dragons instantly got fired up. Both of them were proud and competitive, neither willing to admit defeat. This formed a closed loop of competition, neither wanted to be overshadowed by the other, so they desperately pushed themselves to improve.
The onlookers couldn't help exclaiming, I really didn't expect you to actually put that theory into practice. Your talent isn't just high, your beast taming skills are amazing too. Qin Chen could only give an awkward smile.
In truth, he had stumbled into it completely by accident and hadn't thought it through at all.
Present Yu Lingxian turned to look at the Vajra wild battle ape beside him after listening.
He patted the massive head of the King Kong ape and said firmly, King Kong, as long as you work a bit harder, I'll confer on you the title of Best Spirit Beast.
If you cultivate just half an hour more every day, won't we catch up?
After hearing this, the King Kong ape looked as if it were staring at an idiot.
I'm your only spirit beast. If you don't give me best, what other choice is there? Is some other ape going to pop up out of nowhere? Besides, that title can't be eaten. Half an hour more cultivation every day? Why don't you sleep half an hour less yourself?
It flopped straight down onto the ground, turned over, and began snoring away, completely ignoring Yu Lingxian. Yu Lingxian watched helplessly, utterly unable to understand why his script was so different from everyone else's. Ling Xianyu rolled her eyes and said helplessly, you only talk about hard work and never about rewards.
Of course the spirit beast won't bother with you. My golden rock trains an extra hour every day and gets gourmet food. I don't even need to urge it, it fights to practice on its own. Su Qinghan also nodded in agreement. Yeah, my ice soul spirit fox is the same way.
If you want a spirit beast to work hard on its own, you have to know how to motivate it. She then looked at Qin Chen curiously.
Qin Chen, how many hours a day does your spirit beast train?
Qin Chen thought about it seriously.
Kangwoo works really hard and can train 18 hours a day.
Qian consumes a lot of stamina and can hold out for around 16 hours, but he's been working on extending that lately, trying to catch up with Kangwoo's progress. As soon as they heard this, the dozens of classmates around them were all dumbfounded.
Is your spirit beast a robot or something? It cultivates 18 hours a day. If this isn't exploitation, then what is? Even capitalists would be put to shame.
This is the first time I've ever heard of a spirit beast working this hard.
No wonder your spirit beast is so strong, we can't compare at all.
My little calf practices for 8 hours and then just flops down and plays dead.
I'm even worried it'll hurt itself if it trains too hard. Even with this much pressure, your spirit beasts don't throw tantrums? Aren't dragons supposed to be the hardest to handle? How did they become model children with you?
Everyone looked at Qin Chen and his spirit beasts and fell silent, each of them struggling inwardly between shock and self-reproach. As they were speaking, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon was absorbing fire spiritual power in the magma. Riding on the momentum of the fierce battle just now, his strength actually began to rise. He quickly broke through to second rank, 7 stars, and said with a broad, satisfied grin, "I still have to rely on real combat to improve this fast. Master, I request to have the same training time as Kangwoo from now on. Only heavy pressure gives me motivation."
Qin Chen was a bit worried. Don't push yourself too hard. You still need proper rest. But the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon was extremely resolute. If you want to become stronger, you can't complain about being tired. Every minute is precious. Qin Chen could only nod. Then you handle it yourself. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon grinned in satisfaction.
Suddenly sensing an even stronger enemy in the magma, it excitedly transformed into a true dragon and sped away, its eyes filled with intense battle intent.
Seeing this, Kangwoo refused to be outdone and immediately followed. So it's just breaking a record. What's the big deal? I can definitely surpass it too.
As the two dragons both rushed forward to take on the challenge, Qin Chen shrugged helplessly at everyone.
You all saw it. I'm not forcing them, really. This is all their own choice. I couldn't stop them even if I tried. Su Qinghan looked full of envy. Why are your spirit beasts so motivated? Other people's won't listen no matter how they're persuaded, but yours are so self-driven it's scary.
Ling Xianyu puffed out her cheeks, as if struggling in her heart.
18 hours a day is too brutal. Even for my golden rock, I can't let it train that hard.
But if we cut it down a bit, 14 hours a day would still work. Just then, the golden rock flying in midair suddenly felt a dangerous aura surge up from behind. My feathers felt a slight chill. It was obvious my master's pressure had increased yet again. I could sense that my days of ease were probably coming to an end. I secretly cursed those people who always push themselves to the limit. They make the competition more and more intense.
I hate them.
But in the distance, that Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon swimming in the magma seemed completely oblivious to my helplessness and complaints.
It was fiercely battling a demonic beast hidden in the magma. You think that just by hiding in the magma deep underground, there's nothing I can do to you? The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon let out a mocking laugh.
The fire spiritual power within its body surged out as it directly cast Earthcore magma burst. The searing magma churned like a fountain, and in the flames was wrapped a huge, long-shaped creature. At the same time, the alarm in the train cab suddenly blared, and a massive red dot appeared on the screen of the Chinook radar. A trace of excitement flashed across Xiaoli's face as he hurriedly notified Han Feng, "Captain, we've found the Beast King." Han Feng looked at the coordinates on the screen, and everything instantly became clear. So the Beast King has always been the lava python. No wonder we couldn't find it no matter how we searched before. His expression grew grave as he drove the earth-burdened giant elephant toward the scene of the incident. The lava python was a demonic beast that lived in magma. It wasn't the most powerful existence, but it was extremely good at hiding. The dense fire spiritual power in the magma concealed all traces of it. Even the most advanced modern Chinook radar couldn't detect its presence. On top of that, Chinook radar had limited underground detection capability and became useless beyond a few hundred meters, which allowed the lava python to evade human pursuit. If not for the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's keen perception and decisive attack, this monster would never have shown itself. A very blunt reality was that sometimes so-called technology and hard work were all shattered and routed by true talent and fortuitous encounters. Now, forced up to the surface, the lava python let out an angry roar, its eyes full of hatred.
Are you done yet? I just want to stay quietly by myself.
It stared at the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon, its fury laced with a trace of disdain.
A fire dragon whose strength was merely at the second rank actually dared to challenge its territory. The lava python lunged forward, its whole body whipping up searing magma.
But the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon only raised its head and lightly leaped higher into the air, cleanly dodging the attack.
You can't even fly, and you think you're worthy of fighting me?
The enraged lava giant python realized it was helpless against the dragon. All it could do was twist its massive body around, preparing to dive back underground and escape.
At that moment, Han Feng snapped coldly, trying to run? No way.
The earth-burrowing giant elephant erupted with immense earth spiritual power and brought its foot down heavily on the ground. With a deafening crack, the entire surface instantly became as solid as bronze walls and iron ramparts. Even the tunnel entrance blasted open by the crimson flame holy dragon was sealed shut.
The lava giant python rammed straight into it, knocking itself silly.
Before it could even muster a resistance, the earth-burrowing giant elephant stomped it into the dirt. After 2 more steps, its body was crushed as if run over, and its life was completely snuffed out. No exquisite techniques, no need for complicated maneuvers, sheer overwhelming power alone resolved this crisis. Before the dying giant python could even react, the surrounding hordes of controlled demon beasts instantly lost their command and scattered in all directions.
Han Feng finally let out a breath of relief.
What he had feared most was that this crisis would lead to students being injured or even killed, but now the outcome could be called perfect.
Thankfully, no one was hurt.
He turned and instructed old Zhao, "The rail line is damaged, it must be repaired immediately.
Strive to restore operations within half an hour. We have to depart as soon as possible, or we won't make it to Kyoto before nightfall."
Old Zhao accepted the order straightforwardly.
"Understood, I'll take people over to fix it right away."
At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon, who had previously been locked in fierce battle in the sky and in the magma, also descended to the ground. It stretched out its dragon claw and scooped a few fiery red stones from deep within the magma, its face full of confusion.
It handed them to Qin Chen, its voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of longing. "Master, I found a few special stones. There's a very strong fire spiritual power inside them. Can they be eaten?"
Qin Chen took the stones and examined them carefully, feeling he had seen something like them somewhere before. Just then, Han Feng entered the carriage, and a rare smile appeared on his face. "That's flame marrow," Han Feng explained slowly. "Flame marrow is a rare fire attribute treasure. It's greatly beneficial both for a demonic beast like the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon and for you yourself. It's very hard to come by, but it happens to be the resource we need most right now." In this brief yet perilous incident, everyone experienced growth. Whether it was the courage to face crisis, unwavering teamwork, or the surprise brought by an unexpected gift, they all came to understand one thing: only by refusing to give up easily can one seize every opportunity that fate offers. On Blue Star, flame marrow is not expensive because it is rarely seen, but because it is the vital energy source for many demon beasts that live in the magma at the planet's core. These demon beasts devour large quantities of flame marrow, making the already scarce deposits even harder to extract. In fact, obtaining flame marrow from the depths of magma is fraught with danger and far beyond the current limits of human technology. Most humans can only pick up a tiny amount of flame marrow on the cooled edges of lava after a volcanic eruption. This is why flame marrow is rarely seen for sale on the market.
Just as Han Feng finished speaking, Qin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't wait to ask, "Can flame marrow really help me cultivate the heavenly fire battle king body?"
With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Han Feng nodded, confirming his guess.
"That's right.
Back then, your father also obtained flame marrow in the blazing fire small world of Kyoto Imperial Beast University. I saw with my own eyes how he used it to strengthen his power." When Qin Chen heard this, he immediately thought of the fire spirit pool his father had once mentioned. Now he finally understood that it was actually the blazing fire small world, and there must be flame essence within it. The corners of his mouth curved into a confident smile as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to run into such a treasure this time.
Looks like my luck is really pretty good."
Han Feng, however, shook his head and sighed after listening, unable to hide the shock in his expression.
"This isn't luck at all, it's pure fantasy.
All these years, I've never seen a second-rank spirit beast that can use its own fire spiritual power to communicate with a geocentric fire vein.
Don't even mention controlling it, the geocentric fire vein could erupt at any time. Even the slightest fluctuation and the volcano will immediately explode. What you're doing is basically gambling with your life."
Before he could finish, Qi Yin snorted coldly, his voice brimming with arrogance. "Ignorant human, all the flames between heaven and earth must submit to me.
How could the mundane fire wielded by a mere human possibly harm me? I am destined to be the future sovereign of flame."
Hearing Qi Yan's words, Ling Xianya couldn't help but laugh quietly. She realized that this sharp-tongued dragon dared to snap at anyone, heaven or earth, regardless of who he was facing, utterly without scruples. One had to know that Han Feng was an 8th-rank grandmaster who could stand on equal footing with a provincial governor. In Great Xia, a beastmaster of his level held a status comparable to a top-tier leader.
Yet Qi Chen seemed afraid of nothing, his confidence bordering on sheer madness. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh, then he looked at Qin Chen and the teammates, his tone turning solemn. This time, it's thanks to you taking the initiative to step forward. If you hadn't joined in, us old guys might not have been able to suppress this beast tide. If all the young people of Desia were as brave and responsible as you, then the future of our nation would surely be full of hope. Hearing the praise, Ling Xianyu's expression became solemn and resolute. This is our responsibility. Desia has given us opportunities and resources, so we should work hard to protect Desia. When Han Feng heard this, a trace of relief flashed across his expression. You are the finest generation we've had in many years. If all of you can keep persevering like this, Desia will definitely become better and better. We will. The few of them nodded vigorously. After Han Feng finished explaining, he turned and walked toward the train's driving cab. By now the track repairs were nearly complete, and the train would soon be able to depart again. Fortunately, not too much time had been lost. They still hoped to reach Kyoto before dark. If they were delayed into the night, the risk of facing a beast tide would rise sharply. When that happened, not only the students, but even grandmasters like them would find it hard to guarantee everyone's safety. Before each train departure, the railway authorities carefully plan the schedule with the sole purpose of ensuring that no trains run at night. In this way, they can minimize casualties in the event of encountering a beast tide. Moments later, the train started up again, carrying everyone toward Daxia's Kyoto. Qin Chen sat in his seat, holding 2 scorching fire marrows in his hands. Fire spiritual power surged like a tide through his palms, pouring frenziedly into his body and permeating every inch of flesh and blood. The Heaven Flame Battle King body cultivation method began to circulate on its own, strengthening his physique. In just half an hour, the 2 fire marrows were completely spent, turning to ash. His Heaven Flame Battle King body also advanced smoothly, breaking through to a new second revolution level. Now I can arm 2 spirit beasts at the same time. My body will no longer suffer backlash, and I can even unleash the full power of the fused Holy Dragon. Qin Chen muttered under his breath, unable to hide the excitement and satisfaction on his face. This harvest filled him with confidence for the challenges ahead. At the same time, relying on its recent breakthrough, Qi Yin advanced another star, reaching Tier 2, 7 stars, just one step away from becoming a Tier 3 spirit beast. Qin Chen was already calculating in his mind, once the freshman trial ended, he would send Qi Yin to the small world of blazing fire to cultivate. As long as it broke through to Tier 3, he himself could become a Tier 3 beast master, and might even be able to bring out the slumbering honest Dragonatu as well. With 3 holy dragons gathered together, the scene would be something to look forward to. Across the way, Su Qinghan was looking at messages on her phone when she suddenly broke into a goofy grin and quietly tugged on Ling Xianyu's sleeve. Hey, I heard someone posted an online battle challenge to Qin Chen. I've already observed 3 seconds of silence for him in advance. Ling Xianyu was instantly intrigued. He hasn't even reported to Kyoto Royal Beast University yet. Who's in such a hurry to mess with him? The one who challenged you is called Huang Haoshan, also a freshman. Ling Xianyu raised her brows, her sharp gaze falling on Qin Chen. He was the top scorer in the Royal Beast examination of Panan Province, and he's the Stone Emperor's personally taught disciple. No wonder he's so eager to challenge you. Qin Chen was completely baffled. I don't know him at all. Is there something wrong with his brain? Ling Xianyu's expression turned a bit strange. You really don't know why you've been targeted. At this moment, Yu Lingxian yawned, as if everything was perfectly natural. Isn't it all because of your dad, the Fire Emperor? Back in the day, the Stone Emperor was a genius at the Moda Royal Beast University, but in an interschool competition, he got utterly humiliated by your dad. Because of that, his first love even dumped him. Now that your dad's reputation is sky high, the Stone Emperor can't beat him, so he can only send his disciple to vent for him. Qin Chen could only roll his eyes. What a damn celebrity effect. He had long guessed that his college life wouldn't be peaceful. Sure enough, before he even stepped through the school gates, trouble had already come knocking. Xian curled his lip in disdain. He's nothing more than a jumping clown. Once we get into the school, master, you can rest easy in the dorm. Kangvyu and I will go teach that Huang Haoshan a lesson and show him the rules. Kangvyu wore the same look of agreement, but spoke stubbornly. That's right. Does he think he can challenge Master just because he wants to? As Master's strongest partner, of course I have to clear the obstacles for you. Xian was so angry his nose practically went crooked. In his heart he thought, is my Geocore lava not domineering enough? Is that why you, Kangvyu, keep challenging my status again and again? This little dragon girl really cares less and less about me. Qin Chen shook his head and said calmly, we've been sitting on a train all the way here, that's tiring enough. When you see that guy, go easy on him. We're all new classmates, don't cause any big trouble. We still have to get along peacefully.
Qi Yen grinned, agreeing readily on the surface, but inwardly calculating. The master said we should go easy, but if I'm the only one making a move, then I can do whatever I feel like. He dared to challenge my master no matter what. I have to teach him a lesson so he remembers. Seeing Qi Yen's clearly malicious smile, Su Qinghan couldn't help shivering and muttered, I just feel like Huang Haoshan is in for some bad luck.
As his classmate, I should at least give him a hand.
Su Qinghan directly commented under the post, Beastmaster's battles can easily cause injuries. Remember to buy insurance in advance. Injuries can be reimbursed and guaranteed.
In less than 3 seconds, Huang Haoshan snapped back, idiot, if you're sick go get treated. If you dare provoke young master again, I'll drag you out through the internet cable. Su Qinghan angrily picked up her phone. Baby, he insulted me. Ling Xianyu's face darkened.
She snatched the phone and fired back a rapid reply, her fingers flying over the screen as she typed a long paragraph.
Your mouth smells worse than my second uncle's athlete's foot.
My neighbor's old grandma hasn't gotten out of bed for 3 years, but if she heard you talk, she'd be able to climb up just to smack you on the head. If you dare curse again, hurry up and stick your head in the toilet and give your mouth a good wash before you come out to talk.
Stop disgusting other people.
Far away in his dorm at Kyoto University, Huang Haoshan saw this reply and almost fainted from anger. His hands shaking, he replied, do you dare to fight one-on-one? Come have an offline showdown.
Su Qinghan piled on with more mockery, I'm not getting mixed up with some filthy mutt. If you wanna go play with mud in the bathroom, go by yourself.
After Huang Haoshan replied with a long string of asterisks, Ling Xianyu simply and decisively blocked him, cutting off his harassment on the spot.
Su Qinghan put away her phone, beaming, baby, you're amazing. Ling Xianyu raised an eyebrow, as if imparting some secret technique.
Actually, there's a formula for cursing people out: subject, relative, body part. Just mix and match however you like, and you'll never be scared of arguing with anyone.
Next time some mutt dares to yap, just use this to curse them out. Qin Chen was speechless, secretly impressed.
If anyone started mouthing off at him online in the future, he probably wouldn't have to worry about losing. In his eyes, Ling Xianyu was simply born to stir things up, even daring to snap back at the Stone Emperor's personal disciple, utterly unafraid of any retaliation. The journey went smoothly all the way. As they traveled in the carriage, they gradually became more familiar, chatting about everything, and the mood grew relaxed.
Soon, the train pulled into Kyoto Station.
They weren't in a hurry to rush off, since the school had arranged a special bus to pick up the new students. By dusk, Qin Chen and his companions finally stood at the main gate of Kyoto Beast Taming University. As one of the top beast taming universities in the entire alliance, its gate was constructed from the bones of a top-tier emperor-level monster. The towering structure was magnificent, exuding an aura that naturally inspired awe. On the lofty gateway, traces of the monster's former ferocity still lingered, as if silently reminding every freshman who stepped through, this is not an easy cradle for success.
2 mismatched beast eyes looked eerily strange under the sunlight.
The name Kyoto Beast Taming University, in dazzling gold, was deeply engraved on a massive stone stele. This grand gate was overwhelming in its presence, a pure symbol of power and wealth. Su Qinghan stared in amazement, her mouth hanging open.
She had never seen such a majestic building.
It was on a completely different level from the schools back in her home province of Qingling. Ling Xuanyu patted Su Qinghan on the head and comforted her softly. Don't worry, you'll see all this every day from now on.
Don't just stand here in a daze at the gate, it'd be embarrassing if people laugh at you.
She took Su Qinghan by the hand and led her through the school gate. The gate guard, Xiaozhang, came over and checked everyone's admission letters one by one. When it was Qin Chen's turn, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Classmate, can you do me a favor?
Qin Chen looked a bit helpless. He had already guessed what the other party wanted.
Don't tell me you want my dad to sign something for you.
Xiaozhang was visibly excited and nodded repeatedly.
Exactly. I'm a super fan of Huo Huang.
I became a security guard here specially because of Huo Huang.
My biggest dream is to get a few autographs personally signed by Huo Huang.
Qin Chen smiled and readily agreed.
No problem. I'll ask my dad to sign a few more for you and have them sent by courier in a few days.
Xiaozhang instantly changed his demeanor and roared at the security guard Xiao Wang beside him. Why are you dawdling?
Hurry up and open the gate. Can't you see classmate Qin Chen has been on the road all day? If he gets exhausted, who's going to take responsibility?
Xiao Wang was a bit speechless, but he still hurried over to open the gate. He understood in his heart that this was the difference between them. When even regular security guards can be this competitive, no wonder the other guy can be the team leader. The main gate slowly swung open, and Qin Chen walked in together with the companions at his side. Just then, Yu Lingxian strolled over lazily, a playful smile on his face.
Hey, security guard, do you want Man Emperor's autograph? I can help you get in touch and have someone mail it to you.
Xiao Zhang pulled out his phone, opened a certain app, searched for a while, then waved his hand in refusal. Thanks, classmate, but Man Emperor's autograph doesn't sell for much now, it's not even worth the postage. It's Fire Emperor and Thunder Emperor's autographs that are valuable, each one goes for tens of thousands.
Yu Lingxian felt a bit awkward.
He had thought the other man was a hardcore fan, but it turned out he only cared about the collection's monetary value. As soon as Qin Chen and the others stepped through the gates of Kyoto Imperial Beast University, they immediately sensed a special aura. The air was filled with an unprecedented spiritual power that made their whole bodies feel invigorated. As everyone knows, the spiritual energy in the demon realm of the beast taming world is far more abundant than in the human world, so the resources of the demon realm also far surpass those of the human world. However, there are too many humans on Blue Star, and an enormous amount of cultivation materials is consumed every day. Relying on their own land alone is far from enough. Therefore, humans must continuously seize resources from the demon realm in order to keep improving their overall strength and development.
For humans, the demon realm passages are both danger and opportunity.
Competing for the treasures of the demon realm is a path that all nations on Blue Star must take to develop their capabilities. While Qin Chen and the others were observing their surroundings, they gathered together with the other freshmen. At that moment, a young man and woman walked toward them. The boy wore a gentle smile.
Welcome, everyone, to Kyoto Beast Taming University. My name is Jiangcheng, currently a sophomore. This is senior sister Zhao Yu. We're in charge of today's reception. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us at any time. Su Qinghan couldn't help asking, Senior, has the spiritual energy always been this dense here? Jiangcheng smiled proudly. That's right.
The beast taming universities in Kyoto and the magic capital are both key universities strongly supported by the state. At present, only the military and our school have this kind of technology to enhance spiritual energy.
Some small foreign countries can't even generate spiritual energy at all. Zhao Yu added, don't just look at this. Spiritual energy is only the foundation. Kyoto Beast Taming University offers tons of benefits.
All three main cafeterias provide free, highly nutritious meals every day, catering to the tastes of students from different regions. As long as you're here, you don't have to worry about food or housing, you can focus entirely on cultivation.
New students will all be placed in standard dormitories at first.
After the trial ends, those who perform well will be assigned to exclusive dorms, that's where the real high-level treatment begins. The senior sister reminded us very seriously, during the freshman trial, don't hold back.
Show everything you've got. The better you perform, the better the dorm you'll be assigned to.
Qin Chen listened and raised his brows slightly, his tone carrying a hint of puzzlement.
Senior, isn't a dorm just a place to sleep and live? What remarkable difference could there be?
A smile hung at the corner of Zhao Yu's lips, but her tone became serious.
You might not know this, most of the spiritual energy in the air is actually attributeless.
It works for everyone, but it's not very efficient. The school's exclusive dorms, however, provide attribute aspect spiritual energy. The higher the dorm's ranking, the more attribute spiritual energy you get each day.
There are 10 hours of supply every day. This is a special program funded by the state for us, and it's free to use. This information surprised even Qin Chen.
Although his family was well off and he had seen all kinds of rare treasures, a welfare program on this scale was something a single clan could never afford. It required the power of a nation.
Some resources can only be realized through the state. Jiangcheng looked at everyone, a trace of pride in his voice.
Our country's investment in cultivating beastmasters is among the very best in the world. I hope all of you will work hard and strive to become top-tier powerhouses.
Everyone expressed their thanks, morale soaring.
Leading the way, Jiangcheng introduced the school as they walked. To the east is the library, which has information on spirit beasts, training plans, and all kinds of secret manuals.
All of that can be consulted for free. To the west is the teaching building. We actually don't have that many classes, especially for experts like Qin Chen. You can always look up resources in the academic system and study on your own. As he spoke, he pointed north.
To the north are the entrances to several small worlds. Some are suited for tempering experience, some are prime cultivation grounds. These are very important to us.
Qin Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, what are the requirements to enter those small worlds?
Jiangcheng froze for a moment before explaining, anyone can enter the training-type small worlds, but you can't stay overnight in them. If you get caught, you'll be publicly criticized by the entire school. As for the small worlds that are cultivation treasure grounds, you need a special permit. The top 5 in the freshman trials can all obtain a permit to enter any one of the treasure grounds.
The permit is valid for 1 year, you can go in any time you want, and you can even sleep in there if you like. Being able to cultivate in a treasure ground is a tremendous advantage in itself.
Every year, only a handful of newcomers manage to grab those permits. Not only are they gifted, they also get a resource boost, and the gap widens very quickly.
Su Qinghan's face was full of expectation. That's great.
With us teaming up with Qin Chen, getting into the top 5 will definitely be no problem.
Ling Xianya lifted the corner of her lips, equally confident. Of course.
We weren't weak to begin with, and with Qin Chen we're even more certain. Off to the side, Yu Lingxian coughed twice, but no one paid him any attention. He had to exaggerate his movements again, trying to draw their eyes. The 3 of you are certainly impressive, but if you add me, we'll be the strongest team among all the freshmen.
How about taking me along?
Ling Xianyu glanced at him and replied dismissively, "We're not crabs, there's no need for us to walk sideways."
Yu Lingxian was both angry and anxious. Last time we fought side by side, we had great teamwork. This time we're definitely solid for the top 5.
Qin Chen nodded.
Let him join.
That wild battle gorilla of his can both take hits and dish them out.
Having it as our front line isn't a loss.
Yu Lingxian felt a bit aggrieved.
His own King Kong wild battle gorilla actually had extremely high attack power. How had it become a dedicated meat shield? But securing a top 5 spot was what really mattered, so he'd have to swallow the grievance for now.
In the end, even the usually sharp-tongued Ling Xianya nodded in agreement.
Fine. You may be ugly, but you're decent enough. Join us.
Yu Lingxian was both speechless and delighted.
He was certainly happy to get into the squad, but why did they have to bring up his looks?
He secretly swore that sooner or later he would rely on his strength to win everyone over. Holding back their laughter, Jiangcheng and Zhaoyu continued leading everyone to get familiar with every corner of the campus. The tense trial was about to begin, and both teamwork and individual strength would face a true test. For them, this wasn't just a cultivation opportunity, but a fork in the road of destiny.
The administrator briefly introduced the dormitory environment, said they could be contacted at any time if there were any problems, and then left.
Su Qinghan smiled and waved in thanks.
Goodbye, senior brothers and sisters.
Her politeness and gentleness left a good impression on everyone present.
As soon as they entered the building, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange.
With a serious expression, Yu Lingxian walked straight up to Jiangcheng and Zhaoyu and bluntly asked, "Senior, let me ask you a very serious question. Am I really that ugly?" Jiangcheng clearly looked a bit embarrassed when he heard that and forced out a smile.
Well, actually, Junior, your look is just a bit more distinctive. It doesn't count as ugly.
These days a lot of girls like the more gentle, refined type, that's why everyone said what they did. Yu Lingxian instantly relaxed when he heard this, immediately pulled out a stack of money and stuffed it into Jiangcheng's hands, saying gratefully, "Senior, you really know how to judge people.
Take this as milk tea money, thank you, Senior."
Jiangcheng's eyes lit up, his heart bursting with joy.
"Junior, you're really straightforward, just like your father.
You're destined to achieve great things." Before he could finish, Yu Lingxian flung out another stack of money.
"Drink a few more cups of milk tea, order whatever you like."
After all this, Yu Lingxian finally felt satisfied and went upstairs with a grin. Zhaoyu had witnessed the whole thing and looked utterly contemptuous.
"You'll take any kind of money, huh? Talking like that doesn't make you feel even a bit guilty." Jiangcheng replied with complete confidence, stuffing the cash away as he mocked himself. "Guilty? You need a conscience for that. Besides, not being handsome doesn't mean I'm not charming. Everything I said is the truth."
Zhaoyu was speechless and could only shake her head with a sigh. Qin Chen took the key from the administrator and stepped into the shared dormitory, carefully looking around. It wasn't as comfortable as home, but the more than 40 square meters were clean and tidy, and all the living facilities were in place already quite good.
Qin Chen muttered to himself, "I'll just make do for a few days. After they assign me a private dorm, I'll decide. If I'm really not satisfied, I'll just buy a new place."
For him, money wasn't an issue at all. Most things at school were free, and spending money instead felt like a burden. After his shower, Qin Chen had just lain down on the bed and hadn't even had time to rest when Qi Yan and Song Wu popped out together from the beast taming mark. With a serious expression, Qi Yan said, "Master, I want to go train for a bit in the school's small world.
Is that okay?"
Song Wu eagerly raised his hand as well.
"Master, I want to go too. I feel like I'm about to break through. I need more training." Qin Chen was full of question marks. "Isn't it getting dark?
You can't stay in the small world after dark.
How about just lying around in the dorm instead?"
But Qi Yan firmly shook his head.
"Even just 1 more hour is enough to get more practice in. I haven't even met my training quota today." Qin Chen could only agree helplessly. Fine, but remember to follow the school rules. The two dragons exchanged a look and headed out excitedly.
Qi Yan walked with a spring in his step, finally smiling, and dashed straight toward the entrance to the small world. He was calculating inwardly, as long as I break through to Tier 3 first, Master can awaken the third holy dragon, and then I'll get to be the boss, with my own underling. With that thought, his motivation surged, and he swore he'd advance before Tsangwu because in Qi Yan's eyes, a support type should obediently stay a support and stop dreaming about stealing the spotlight. Qi Yan threw himself into training, with the air of someone ready to outgrind every opponent. Meanwhile, Qin Chen didn't spare cultivation a single thought. The moment he lay down, he fell sound asleep. After traveling the whole day, he was exhausted and had no desire to push himself. He was the textbook definition of a rich second generation, a salted fish lifestyle suited him best. With two dragons working themselves to the bone, all he had to do was wait for talent and level ups to come knocking. In another dormitory room on the same floor, Huang Haoshen's mood was completely different. He stared at his phone, gritting his teeth in anger. He kept sending messages, but a red exclamation mark kept popping up on his phone. The other party had clearly blocked him. Damn it, someone dares to humiliate me to my face? She'll see. Just then, a figure approached, his henchman. Brother Tian, we found it. Su Qinghan, a freshman, one of the Qingling twin beauties, a second-tier, 4-star beast tamer. Her awakened spirit beast is the ice soul spirit fox, and her talents are all very high. Huang Haoshen sneered, his expression full of disdain. A mere so-called Qingling twin beauties, am I, a second-tier, 5-star beast tamer, afraid of her? She dared to insult me, this isn't over. He gritted his teeth, preparing his next move. Do you have her photo? Tomorrow I'm going to make her. After Qin Chen teaches her a lesson, I'm going to settle accounts with Su Qinghan. No problem, brother Tian. The henchman immediately pulled up Su Qinghan's photo and handed it to Huang Haoshen. He'd only intended to glance at it casually, but when his eyes landed on the picture, he froze. My god, she's so cute. The underling looked at him in disbelief. Boss, where did your fierce, clenched teeth attitude go? How could you have changed so drastically from cursing at the phone screen just moments ago? Brother, this girl insulted you in public, she completely disregards you. We have to teach her a lesson, show her the price of offending you. The underling continued to fan the flames. Huang Haoshen glared at him. Shut up. How could such a cute girl say such nasty things? I don't believe in that stuff. Don't talk nonsense. The underling was speechless for a moment. Huang Haoshen tossed back his phone and calmly said, it's definitely not her who insulted me. Someone's definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. Give me Su Qinghan's contact information. I want to find her myself and get to the bottom of this, and I need to keep her away from those strange people. Understood, boss. The sky was beginning to brighten, the first rays of light just beginning to appear outside. Qin Chen, as usual, lingered in bed, never getting up before 9 o'clock. In contrast, Qi Yan and Tsangwu had already finished their training. Now, they were preparing to go out for another match. Qi Yan suddenly rolled his eyes, thinking of something new. Tsangwu, why don't you go buy breakfast for Master first? He can eat as soon as he wakes up. Tsangwu crossed his arms, his tone unconvinced. Why shouldn't you go? Are you trying to sneak away by sending me away? How could I run away? I need to find out where Huang Haoshen is challenging me. You go to the kitchen to pack breakfast, and then we can go find him together. Qi Yan's attitude was natural. Tsangwu thought about it and thought it made sense. Alright, what do you want to eat? I'll get you something too. Qi Yan ordered without hesitation, get a charcoal grilled volcano goat, a bowl of fire spirit bird egg porridge, and a cup of fresh fire spirit mushroom drink, anything will do. Okay, then don't run around. Tsangwu went straight to the cafeteria. After he walked away, Qi Yan closed the door and slipped to the playground. He had scouted the challenge location last night, and today he was just waiting to show off his skills. Today I'll make everyone remember my name, Qi Yan, and make sure none of the 500 new students dare to underestimate my master. Qi Yan muttered to himself, completely ignoring the surrounding chatter. On the playground, Huang Haoshen was already standing on the fighting arena. He surveyed his surroundings, his morale high. There were dozens of fighting arenas here, designed specifically for student competitions. Usually, only the spirit beasts of the beast tamers participated, the masters rarely participated. The reason was simple. Firstly, novice beast tamers didn't have much offensive power, at most using spirit beasts for equipment. The real competition relied on spirit beasts, not humans. Secondly, if a beast tamer was accidentally injured by a spirit beast, the consequences were severe. A minor injury to a spirit beast could be fatal to a human. More and more freshmen gathered around, all waiting to see Qin Chen take on the challenge. It's already 8:30 and Qin Chen still isn't here.
Could it be that he doesn't dare to accept the fight? That's impossible, isn't it?
I heard Qin Chen has 2 dragon-class spirit beasts and scored insanely high in the graduation exam.
As the Fire Emperor's son, he shouldn't be too cowardly to even fight once, right?
His score was controversial to begin with, and now he's late even for the agreed challenge.
Did he get scared?
In the crowd, Ling Xianyu and Su Qinghan were standing together, both wearing odd expressions. In fact, they had come to see Huang Haoshan suffer a loss.
Baby, could it be that Qin Chen cultivated too late last night and still hasn't gotten up today? Su Qinghan was a bit worried. Could be.
Qin Chen's spirit beasts push themselves hard, so he definitely works just as hard. They just finished fighting a beast tide last night, so he was already exhausted.
If he even stayed up late to cultivate, of course he wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. How about giving him a call? If he doesn't show up, people will laugh at him for being a coward. Okay, I'll have Golden Rock go look for him.
Su Qinghan and Ling Xianyu both knew Qin Chen's 2 holy dragons were extremely powerful, and that Huang Haoshan was no match for him at all. They certainly didn't believe Qin Chen would run from this challenge. On the beast fighting stage, Huang Haoshan swept his gaze across the crowd but still didn't see any sign of Qin Chen. He grew more and more agitated.
Qin Chen, you don't even dare show your face, you really are a coward. He cursed in a low voice, his expression dark.
This challenge actually had little to do with the Stone Emperor. But as the Stone Emperor's personal disciple, he wanted to use his own way to humiliate Qin Chen and restore his reputation in everyone's eyes. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon barged aggressively into everyone's view, abruptly cutting off Huang Haoshan's preparations. Carrying overwhelming confidence and disdain, it fixed a provocative stare on Huang Haoshan, as if this long-anticipated challenge wasn't worth mentioning at all in its eyes. Huang Haoshan froze for a moment, just about to respond, but when he confirmed the other party wasn't human, both anger and confusion surfaced on his face. He had never imagined that Qin Chen would actually send his own spirit beast to fight in his place. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly turned tense, and the watching students whispered among themselves no important duel had ever been fought without a human stepping into the arena, and none of them had ever seen a spirit beast so brazenly challenge a human. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon stepped onto the high platform and looked down over the arena. Within half an hour, I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Remember, this is my master's order. In that moment, the anger on Huang Haoshan's face grew stronger. He couldn't accept that his opponent wasn't even willing to show up. He had always believed that defeating Qin Chen would be the first step in restoring his master's honor. Yet Qin Chen's absence felt like being slapped in the face in front of everyone. The humiliation and resentment that had weighed on his heart for years were suddenly ignited.
Does he look down on me so much that he doesn't even dare show his face?
Huang Haoshan's voice trembled. He forced himself to steady his emotions, turning his fury into fighting spirit. He kept telling himself that this wasn't just about his master's reputation, it was also his chance to prove himself. The students below the stage were all talking at once. Some felt that Qin Chen was far too arrogant, while others thought Huang Haoshan was being treated unfairly. Only Ling Xianyu couldn't help but give a wry smile. Qin Chen never joked. Letting a spirit beast compete in his stead, he truly did have absolute confidence.
The arrogance of the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon enraged everyone present.
A fool like you isn't even qualified to make my master take the field personally. Every word was like a brutal stomp on Huang Haoshan's pride.
Anger and humiliation left Huang Haoshan with no way to back down. He took a deep breath and instantly summoned his own spirit beast.
With a thunderous boom, a massive beast, its whole body formed of rock, appeared at the center of the beast fighting platform, the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast.
A crushing pressure descended all at once, like a rock wall that could grind everything to dust.
All gazes below the stage instantly converged on this spirit beast. The mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast, that was the Stone Emperor's natal spirit beast. In terms of spirit beast quality alone, among beasts of the same age, there were almost none that could surpass it. Su Qinghan couldn't help asking Ling Xianyu beside her how strong this spirit beast was. Ling Xianyu patiently explained, the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast's entire body is made of hard stone and is almost insensitive to pain. Wounds mean practically nothing to it. Even more shocking, this kind of special lifeform has no concept of stamina. It can continuously repair itself with earth element spiritual power and will only stop fighting when its energy is completely exhausted. By comparison, even dragonkind rarely possesses such endurance and tenacious defense. The Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon let out a cold laugh, his gaze filled with contempt.
A pile of rocks dares to challenge my master? Let Grandpa teach you what it means to be human.
His arrogance made the atmosphere heat up once more. Some even felt this wasn't a competition at all, but blatant humiliation. With no way out, Huang Haoshan roared out his command, Xiaoshan, show him how powerful we are.
The mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast bellowed, and a mighty earth attribute aura burst forth. The gravity within the entire beast fighting arena instantly surged to 10 times normal.
The scene erupted in an uproar. Even the students in the stands could barely keep their balance, and though the Crimson Flame Sacred Dragon on the stage felt the pressure, he still held his head high.
The watching students held their breath.
In that moment, they finally realized this battle was far more than a simple contest of victory and defeat. For Huang Haoshan, it was a struggle of dignity and self-proving. He wanted to shatter all doubt, to break the shackles of humiliation. Every spotlight was focused on these two spirit beasts. What came next would be a clash of power and conviction. Dragon claws bared, the Crimson Flame's eyes were full of longing and fighting spirit. The corners of his mouth curled up as he took his battle stance. A bit interesting. Finally, an opponent who can make me get serious, he said, activating his SSS-level skill, Crimson Flame Dragon Body.
Flames instantly wrapped around his entire body.
He still maintained his small, lithe dragonkin form, but his speed soared to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he flashed in front of the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast, leaving no time for anyone to react. Qian was the kind of guy who underwent brutal flame tempering and body forging every single day. His dragon scales were far harder than before, and his physical strength far surpassed ordinary people. Even if defense wasn't his specialty, among spirit beasts he was more than qualified to be called a top-tier defender. With one claw wreathed in scorching flames, he struck downward, as if even the air itself was about to ignite. The mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast's eyes were blood-red, its battle spirit surging. Its rocky palm rapidly transformed into a heavy hammer, swinging up to counter Qian's dragon claw. The two forces collided, flames and shards of rock scattering, dust and smoke billowing across the entire arena. Within the haze of dust, chunks of stone kept crashing to the ground. They were pieces Qian had forcibly torn off the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast. The Stone King Beast was famed for its indestructible defense, but Qian's dragon claws could rip through steel plates. At this moment, the Stone King Beast finally felt threatened.
Scarlet Flame became unbearably arrogant.
With a thunderous boom, he suddenly kicked out, his foot smashing into the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast's head and sending it flying. However, a terrifying scene followed. The mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast didn't care in the slightest that its head had flown off. It simply bent down, picked it back up, and threw itself into the fight again, completely ignoring its injuries.
The sight made Su Qinghan involuntarily suck in a cold breath. His voice trembled as he said, "Bao, this monster is too bizarre. Its head's fallen off, and it can still keep fighting." Ling Xianyu, beside him, wore a grave expression. He can not only put his head back on if the head shatters, he can even use the earth element to reshape it. He's basically immortal. Then who can win? Isn't this unwinnable? Su Qinghan's voice quivered with fear. Ling Xuanyu shook her head.
No, inside the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast's body there is a stone core. As long as that stone core is shattered, it will die. The problem is, this is only a sparring match. Qian can't directly destroy the stone core, he can only keep draining the opponent's spiritual power until it can't hold out anymore.
The Fire Emperor once used this method to endure until victory. This explanation made Su Qinghan even more anxious. Qian is the explosive type spirit beast, peak burst output is no problem, but in a war of attrition he's definitely at a disadvantage.
Ling Xuanyu analyzed calmly. Since Qin Chen is letting Qian take on the Stone King Beast alone, he must have his own plan.
That guy is very scheming, there's no way he came unprepared.
In the dorm room, Qin Chen stretched lazily and climbed out of bed, his face still hazy with sleep. He had originally wanted to sleep a little longer, but Kangvio happened to come in with breakfast. "Wow, master, you're up so early.
Did the sun rise in the west today?" Kangvio joked with a smile. Qin Chen scratched his head and gave an awkward grin. "College is really stressful, I've got to work harder. I'll train an extra half hour today." Kangvio sighed with deep emotion. "Master, you're really so self-disciplined." Qin Chen looked around and suddenly sensed something was off. Where did Qian go? Don't tell me he went into the small world to train at the crack of dawn.
Kangvio was about to explain, but her expression suddenly changed, flames of anger igniting in her eyes. "What the hell, Qian actually tricked me. He went off on his own to clash with Huang Haoshan and didn't even call me." Kangvio looked at Qin Chen aggrievedly. "Master, Qian has damaged the trust between us like this. I strongly recommend punishing him. Don't let him leave the house for 3 days, and don't give him any food. He has to learn his lesson." Qin Chen chuckled and rubbed her head. "Alright, let Qian handle this kind of thing. Don't take it to heart. Just focus on cultivating with me, we're not competing in fights." Kangvio puffed out her cheeks in anger. But I want to protect you too. I don't want to be someone who only knows how to support from the sidelines.
Qin Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's fine. Once you get stronger, you can be either support or main offense. For now, just dig into your breakfast. Only then did Kangwoo obediently sit down. MHM, master is the best. The two of them chatted and laughed as they enjoyed breakfast. Kangwoo was still mulling over how next time he absolutely couldn't let Qian steal the spotlight. After a short while, a tapping sound came from the window. Kangwoo immediately ran over to open it. Isn't this your classmate's golden rock, master?
Qin Chen looked up to see Jinping casting them a proud glance.
With a clear cry, Li, master wants you to hurry to the training field. It flapped its wings and left. Qin Chen was stunned. Qian already went, and he still wants me too. What's going on? Kangwoo's gaze suddenly sharpened.
Her brows lifted as she murmured softly, I get it. Qian must be too confident, so he sent Jinping to find backup.
Just as I expected, Qian always slips up sooner or later. If I were the one in this match, the result would have been decided long ago.
In fact, Kangwoo had trained through the night for this match and had just broken through to second rank, 3 stars. Although there was still some gap between her and Qian's second rank, 7 stars, she had always been confident. After all, she could command the natural power of wood and had been the most unique Kangwoo holy dragon since childhood.
Defeating Huang Haoshan? She found it effortlessly easy.
Qin Chen listened and rubbed his chin with a smile.
It's not that exaggerated, is it? Qian's strength is practically unmatched among the freshmen.
Even if it's the daughter of the Thunder Emperor, Lei Xinjiao's spirit beast might not be able to win so easily.
His words made Kangwoo a bit unconvinced. Kangwoo lifted her chin, a confident smile playing at her lips. Master, Qian may be strong, but he always underestimates his opponents. Unlike me, I'm always calm and rational. If you made me your primary spirit beast, I would have helped you take first place long ago. Qian is only suited to be an assistant.
Her tone was full of barely concealed stubbornness and pride, completely unlike her usual quiet and reserved self.
Qin Chen couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Where had Kangwoo's former steadiness gone?
It seemed the atmosphere of the competition had ignited her fighting spirit. Supporting his forehead, Qin Chen spoke half in persuasion and half in jest. Kangwoo, both Qian and you are my partners.
Don't keep competing with him. Remember, understanding each other and supporting one another is what really matters. Kangwoo nodded solemnly. Master is right. The elder one should take care of the younger brother. I'll definitely be more tolerant of Qian from now on.
Qin Chen smiled wryly. It seemed she hadn't taken his words to heart at all. He could only shrug helplessly and take Kangwoo to have breakfast. After they finished eating, they headed toward the school's playground. As soon as they arrived, Qin Chen was stunned by the crowd before him. The playground was packed with students pressed tightly around the beast fighting platform, a dark, seething mass. The calm from just moments ago was instantly shattered by a chorus of heated discussions.
This dragon can really hold out, huh?
It's been fighting Huang Haoshan's mountain-suppressing Stone King beast for so long any other spirit beast would have collapsed by now. Qin Chen truly lives up to being the son of the Fire Emperor. His Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon is incredible.
But I'm afraid it's burning through its stamina too fast.
It still has to watch out for the Stone King beast's war of attrition. I heard the Scarlet Flame Sacred Dragon has an ultimate skill that can detonate the magma at the Earth's core.
If that gets unleashed, everyone's going to be in trouble. Qin Chen noticed that no one recognized him as the main participant in the battle.
He cleared his throat, reached out, and patted a few students in the front row on the shoulder, trying to get them to move aside. In the end, they couldn't even be bothered to turn their heads, their tone full of impatience.
It's this crowded, I don't want to give up my seat either. If you wanted to watch, why didn't you come earlier?
Seeing this, Kangwoo simply transformed directly into her massive Saint Dragon true form and carried her master to the very front. The whole place erupted in gasps. The crowd was so stunned by her oppressive aura and draconic might that no one dared make a sound.
Some students were displeased and kept muttering, "Who is this guy?
So arrogant he actually cuts the line, riding a dragon into the venue. Talk about full of himself."
Someone beside them quietly added, "He's Qin Chen." The air fell silent in an instant.
On stage, Ling Xianyu was startled to see Qin Chen suddenly appear and hurriedly asked, "Why are you here?"
Qin Chen was a bit confused. "Didn't you tell Jinping to call me over?" Ling Xianyu gave an awkward little laugh. "Ah, I kind of forgot about that just now."
At this moment, Kangwoo's gaze shifted to Qian, who was locked in fierce battle with the mountain-suppressing Stone King beast, his face full of provocation.
"Qian, so that's all you amount to? You still haven't won by now. Master is going to be disappointed."
On the stage, Qian noticed Qin Chen's arrival, and the flames on his body surged, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. He was eager to prove his strength, to give Master and the entire audience an answer. Qi Chen clenched his jaw, his gaze icy as he locked onto the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast.
This rock is actually this stubborn. Let me teach you what power is. With that, searing flames erupted all around Qi Chen as he soared into the air.
More than 10 blazing dragon souls of fire coiled out and blasted toward the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast all at once. The dragon souls exploded, and the Stone King Beast's body shattered, blown to pieces. Before it could use Earth's spiritual power to recover, the second wave of fire dragon souls came crashing down at high speed. Under Qi Yan's relentless heavy blows, the beast fighting arena broke apart, stone fragments flying and shockwaves sweeping across the entire venue. In the end, the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast was completely buried under rubble, its spiritual power exhausted, until it finally fell silent.
The audience seats fell silent.
Huang Haoshan stared at his own spirit beast in disbelief, his face pale, on the verge of collapse.
Impossible. My mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast is invincible.
Yet reality proved that no matter how strong one's defense and regeneration were, they still couldn't withstand an opponent's full effort and precise strategy. For Qin Chen and his spirit beast, this victory was not only a display of strength, but also a testament to faith and teamwork. And the students watching from the sidelines, once their shock subsided, found a trace of respect for the winner in their hearts. He had never considered the possibility of losing from beginning to end.
Qin Chen's lips curved into a smile, his tone carrying a hint of teasing.
Your spirit beast is indeed impressive, but unfortunately it's too bulky and can only stand there and take the hits.
Huang Haoshan's face burned with fury, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Don't get too full of yourself. The only reason you won is because your red flame holy dragon's level is higher than mine. Once I catch up to you, the winner will definitely be me.
Qin Chen let out a soft snort, his smile deepening.
You can't even beat one of my dragons, so save your strength and cut the bragging. The atmosphere on the scene instantly froze.
Everyone knew very well that the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's strength clearly crushed the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast. In fact, the only reason the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast had managed to hold out this long was entirely due to its astonishing self-recovery. In a real life and death duel, the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon would have long since smashed the layer of stone skin and shattered its core. The only reason Qi Chen had slowed its offensive was that it didn't want to cause too much trouble for Qin Chen. Otherwise, in some secluded place, the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast would have been sent off to reincarnate long ago. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon jumped down from the beast fighting arena and cast an indifferent glance at Huang Haoshan, its tone ostentatious.
Want to know why I'm called Qi Chen? Show some real skill first.
Huang Haoshan's face was full of unwillingness, but he could only recall his spirit beast and slink off the stage in dejection. He really had no face to keep staying in front of everyone, and the spectators gradually dispersed as well. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon strode up to Qin Chen, reporting somewhat excitedly, Master, the task you gave me is done.
Next time he dares to provoke you again, I'll just make him admit defeat completely.
Qin Chen gave him a word of praise, then his expression turned stern.
You did well.
However, you're not allowed to pull cheap tricks to deceive Kangview ever again.
Scarlet Flame scratched his head, his voice a little anxious. Master, I only did that because I was afraid others would think your victory wasn't honorable.
I had no choice but to take this roundabout approach in order to protect your reputation.
Kangview finished listening and angrily put his hands on his hips.
I don't believe you did it for Master at all, you just want to steal the boss's position.
Qi Chen lowered his head and snorted arrogantly. I don't need to steal it. I've always been the boss.
Qin Chen immediately put on a stern face, a warning flashing in his eyes.
All of you, stop arguing. If you keep this up, I'll let ATU be the boss.
Qi Chen and Kangview froze, then hurriedly admitted their mistake.
Master, we were wrong.
To them, anything else could be sacrificed, but the title of boss was absolutely non-negotiable, and it was even more impossible to let the still unawakened ATU be their leader.
Qin Chen let them practice on their own, finally quieting the atmosphere down.
At this moment, Su Qinghan, who had been silently watching from the side, walked over with a gentle smile on her face.
Qin Chen, would you like to walk around the campus together? Qin Chen nodded in agreement. Sure, I was just thinking of checking out the campus scenery.
After the two of them left, a girl in the corner of the playground slowly walked away. She was the Thunder Emperor's daughter, Lei Xinjiao. She had seen the entire clash between the Crimson Flame Holy Dragon and the mountain-suppressing Stone King Beast.
She murmured softly, a worthy opponent.
With that, she turned around and quickly disappeared into the crowd. And on the rooftop of a distant teaching building stood two people. One was Li Xianqing, the principal of Kyoto Beast University, and the other was the city's chief defense commander Jiangcheng, who was also Qin Chen's second uncle on his mother's side, the second older brother of Qin Chen's mother, Jiangcheng. Principal Li nodded slightly, his eyes full of appreciation.
Your Jiang family truly produces talent in abundance.
I think Qin Chen is very likely the most gifted beastmaster of the past 30 years.
Jiang Konggaya laughed heartily.
Principal, you're praising him too much.
Owning 2 dragon-type spirit beasts is indeed impressive, but there are far too many geniuses in the world.
If he wins the championship of the Global Royal Beast League, then that would really be remarkable. Principal Li stroked his beard with a smile.
You're his second uncle. Don't you have confidence in him?
Jiang Konggaya shook his head, his tone serious. Of course he has confidence. Although Xiaoqian is a bit lazy by nature, his mind is extremely quick.
He looks like me, handsomer than I was at his age, and he's a born leader.
Add those 2 powerful spirit beasts, and no one can match his talent. Not just in our country, a lot of geniuses have appeared internationally this year too. In countries like White Eagle, Ice Bear, Sakura, Europa, none of them are easy to deal with. Daxia hasn't won the Global League Championship in a long time, so the pressure on Xiaoqian is huge.
Principal Li said softly, there's still time before the tournament.
As long as Qin Chen can continue to nurture his 2 holy dragons, his strength will keep growing, and there probably won't be many opponents who can defeat him.
Konggaya gave a cold laugh. A few years ago you said the same thing about Qin Xiaotian, but hasn't he stayed stuck at that level?
He's already 40, and he still hasn't broken through to a higher tier. His tone was full of distrust.
Principal Li sighed, looking somewhat helpless. The earliest anyone in Daxia has ever broken through that tier is 50.
He still has a chance to set a new record.
Weariness crept into his voice, as if he no longer wished to argue.
Jiang Konggaya clenched his teeth, his expression turning completely dark. He doesn't deserve her. My sister has suffered too much with him. They're not even married yet, and he's already made her a mother. If it weren't for the sake of my nephew, Qin Xiaotian can forget about marrying my sister. Principal Li saw the conversation about to spiral out of control and hurriedly cut in.
Commander Jiang, it's just right that you came by today. This saves me a trip to find you. There's something I'd like to ask your help with.
Jiang Konggaya raised an eyebrow.
With Daxia giving so much support to Kyoto Imperial Beast University, is there still anything Principal Li could be lacking?
I want the Sinking Sands ruins, Principal Li said bluntly. After listening, Jiang Konggaya rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
My people have just finished developing the Sunken Sand ruins, and you're planning to use it as a training ground for the freshmen?
Principal Li nodded in confirmation.
That's right.
I've reviewed the information on the Sunken Sand ruins. Its risks are low, making it very suitable for beginner beastmasters. Qin Chen and Lei Xinjiao's recent performance has given me hope that we can win the national championship. So this year, I'm planning to set up a special hidden dragon class for them, to go all out for the national tournament.
Jiang Konggaya couldn't help but laugh. Perfect. Then I'll give the Sunken Sand ruins to Kyoto Beast Taming University. I'll station a squad there to ensure the students' safety.
Excellent. I didn't expect Commander Jiang to be so straightforward. The Jiang family's reputation is truly well deserved.
Principal Li couldn't hide his delight. Jiang Konggaya just curled his lip. Isn't it because my nephew wants to go? How could I not help?
The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Although Qin Chen's surname was Qin, he was practically half a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianjing had always doted on this grandson. If he hadn't been stationed on the border all year round, Qin Chen should have grown up in the Jiang family, not with the Qin family in Jiangnan province. Jiang Wanqing had even specially called earlier to ask him to take good care of Qin Chen. Since Principal Li wanted to use the Sinking Sands ruins to train Qin Chen, of course he didn't dare refuse. If the old man ever found out, he'd probably have his hide peeled off. As for deploying soldiers for protection, that was entirely because he was afraid something might happen to Qin Chen on his turf. Then as the second uncle he really wouldn't be able to explain himself.
If anything did happen, Qin Chen would be left with only one uncle. Thinking of this, Jiang Konggaya suddenly looked up and asked, Principal Li, do you know what spirit beast the Thunder Emperor's daughter awakened? From what you said, her talent doesn't seem any worse than my nephew's. My nephew has 2 dragons, you know.
Lei Xinjiao's spirit beast had never been made public, and there was nothing about it online.
Clearly, the school was keeping this a tight secret. For it to be handled so discreetly, it showed that her spirit beast was anything but ordinary.
Principal Li stroked his beard with a squinty smile.
This old man won't spoil it today.
When the freshman trial comes, you might really get a good scare. Jiang Konggaya cursed under his breath. You're just doing this on purpose to keep me in suspense, so I'll come running here every day and you can squeeze all the resources out of my hands. Principal Li put on a serious face.
It doesn't count as taking advantage of you if it's for cultivating the future pillars of Descendant. Besides, everything will also be used for your nephew. Jiangcheng rolled his eyes. He knew perfectly well the other party was just sweet-talking him, but he still had to play along. At the same time, on a tree-lined path at Kyoto Beast Taming University, Qin Chen and Ling Xianyu were strolling with a few others, admiring the campus scenery while chatting. As comrades about to take part in the freshman trial, they all wanted to get a feel for their teammates' personalities so they could trust and cooperate with one another at critical moments. Does anyone know what exactly they test in the freshman trial? Qin Chen voiced the question on everyone's mind. Yu Lingxian rushed to answer, I know. The other one joked, didn't expect you to go and find out about all this in advance. Yu Lingxian touched his nose a bit awkwardly. My dad gave a direct order, if I can't make the top 5 in the trial, he won't give me living expenses during college, so how can I not give it my all? Su Qinghan couldn't help but burst out laughing. No wonder you insisted on teaming up with us. So this is what it was for. Yu Lingxian looked utterly helpless. Don't joke about it. My dad means what he says. If I don't get into the top 5, my college life is going to be miserable. Ling Xianyu said with full confidence, with the strength our squad has right now, none of the participants can really be called our opponents. Qin Chen asked curiously, you can form teams for the trial. On Blue Star, humanity had always relied on collective strength to survive and develop. Universities were no exception, courses and training programs were all built around teamwork. There was no individual-focused training, everyone had to learn how to make the most of their strengths within a team. Our university's goal is very clear. The school aims to cultivate the strongest elites of the future, so that these people can support one another, jointly elevate our standing in the world, and unite to resist external threats. The freshman trial exists to help us get used to this kind of combat model. The school spent a huge amount of money to build a massive trial secret realm. All students can freely form teams in advance, but no more than 5 people per team. After entering the secret realm, all kinds of demon beasts will appear and threaten everyone. Our mission is to fight our way to the very center and defeat the final boss. Each person will also receive an individual score, and there will be a ranking based on the final scores. Hearing this, I couldn't help rubbing my chin, calculating in my mind, besides demon beasts, will there be other threats in the trial? That phrase wait for the threat just now was anything but ordinary. Next to me, Yu Lingxian revealed a faint, mysterious smile and quietly added that the school doesn't just care about everyone's combat strength, it also wants to train our ability to identify danger. The secret realm doesn't only have demon beasts, there are also man-made obstacles, such as Shinik robots. Sometimes it's even second-year seniors, and one year a third-year senior actually served as the boss. What will appear this year, no one knows. It might even be an entirely new set of rules. Su Qinghan could see everyone was a bit nervous and comforted them, saying, don't worry, we're only second-tier beast tamers right now. Even in team mode, our opponents will at most be around the 4th tier. Qin Chen's twin dragons are very strong, Yu Lingxuan's Vidra is great at defense, my Ice Soul Spirit Fox can freeze and control, and Golden Rock can provide aerial support. Our lineup is definitely the strongest. I smiled, actually quite interested in this trial. The scoring criteria don't just look at individual strength, but also at performance on the spot. Some people may defeat many enemies, but if they seem panicked and flustered, they still won't get a high score. You have to stay calm and confident to make the top 5. Fortunately, I'm full of confidence. My 2 dragons Qian and Kangwea are outstanding in both damage output and battlefield control. Kangwea can also sense danger from afar and can even detect others' malice in advance. In short, as long as our team plays it steady, it'll be really hard for us to lose. Suddenly, Su Qinghan mentioned the Hidden Dragon class. I was taken aback, I didn't know much about this class. Yu Lingxian explained that this class, newly established this year, was specially put together by the principal, with the goal of competing for the Global Beast Taming League Championship. As long as they win the championship, it will let the whole world see our country's strength. Unfortunately, we haven't won the title for many years. Yu Lingxian even sighed that the last time we won was when his father and Fire Emperor's generation swept through the competition, letting the entire world witness Daxia's might in that moment. Ling Xianyu's eyes were full of fighting spirit, her expression serious. If our predecessors could do it, we definitely can too. How could our country possibly lose to that tiny place that has earthquakes every other day? The few of them became more and more excited as they chatted, and in the end the conversation even drifted to the current global situation, and even gossip from the entertainment industry. After we parted, I returned to the dorm. Qian and Kangwea were still cultivating in their own little world, so I didn't need to worry about them.
Qin Chen was about to put down his phone when a video call suddenly popped up. It was Qin Xiaotian. As soon as he connected, hearty laughter rang out from the other end.
You brat, not bad. It's only your second day at school and you've already knocked down a disciple of the Stone Emperor. But why haven't you gone to challenge the Thunder Emperor's daughter yet? Since when are college students this lazy? Qin Chen let out a sigh, clearly helpless. Dad, what are you so anxious about? The freshman trial is in just 2 days, won't I run into her then?
Qin Xiaotian shook his head with a smile.
Alright then, I'll wait 2 more days. By the way, have you seen your second uncle? Qin Chen scratched his head, apparently not wanting to say much. No, I haven't. My second uncle is probably pretty busy, and I don't really have anything to go to him for. Qin Xiaotian suddenly became mysterious. When you see your second uncle, remember not to tell him about my current strength right away, got it? Why can't you tell me? You know very well that when someone's in the spotlight, they're more likely to be targeted. Your second uncle has never gotten along with me. I want to break through to another major realm first, then make him look at me with new respect. Qin Chen rolled his eyes. Dad, you really care about saving face? Qin Xiaotian pretended to be angry.
I recently found another rare lightning attribute treasure, but it seems you're not interested in it. Qin Chen was instantly intrigued, his eyes lighting up.
Dad, you're amazing. Hurry, tell me, what attribute is it? Qin Xiaotian nodded proudly. It's an Emperor-grade lightning attribute supreme treasure. You'll definitely be able to use it. It's just that the relic has also been targeted by the Snow Wolf Imperial Dynasty. I'll do my best to grab it for you. Qin Chen was deeply moved and half-jokingly said, Dad, you've worked hard, but you must be careful. If something really happens to you and my mom remarries in the future, will I have to call someone else Dad? I won't recognize anyone but you.
Qin Xiaotian was so angry his teeth itched, he wanted to smack him through the screen.
Your mom will only ever be your mom. Now get lost and go cultivate.
If you lose to the Thunder Emperor's daughter in the freshman trial, you can forget about getting any lightning attribute treasure.
Got it. 3 days passed quickly.
Today, more than 400 new students of Kyoto Imperial Beast University all gathered in the Northern Plaza, rubbing their fists and palms, eagerly waiting for the freshman trial to begin. The school had already announced the day before yesterday, freshmen are free to form teams, with 3 to 5 people making up a squad.
The school will not interfere with who cooperates with whom.
In the school's view, those who are strong should naturally unite and work together in order to exert greater power.
Choosing suitable teammates is just as important as improving one's strength.
This is actually also to teach everyone to adapt to reality, and advance resources will always be prioritized for the most outstanding people. Early in the morning, Qin Chen, who rarely got up so early, climbed out of bed. After eating the breakfast brought by Tsang Wu, he met up with Ling Xianyu and the others, and they headed to the plaza together. The new students in the plaza were all talking at once, and the scene was unusually lively. Someone sighed, the ability to create a secret realm in a separate dimension like this really isn't something an ordinary country can have. This isn't just about money, it's even more about national strength.
Exactly.
China can pull it off, and fewer than 5 countries in the whole world can do that. And I heard some small countries just use existing ruins as a cover, and end up becoming a laughingstock. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Qin Chen suddenly spotted Jiangcheng, his second uncle, on the central rostrum, and couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled.
Doesn't second uncle always say he's very busy? How does he have time to show up at a small event like the freshman trial? Ling Xuanyu's eyes widened. Jiangcheng is your second uncle? Yeah, why? Is that very strange? Ling Xuanyu curled her lip speechlessly. Didn't we just hear a few days ago that Commander Jiang specially sponsored a ruin for the school?
So it's all because of your family's connections. Casually gifting a ruin like that, rich people really don't treat money as money.
Su Qinghan gazed intently at the stage. I heard Commander Jiang himself is an emperor-level beastmaster. I'm really curious when we'll be able to become as strong as he is.
Ling Xuanyu said with a mix of envy and helplessness, our talent is pretty good, and we still have some hope of becoming kings in the future.
But to reach emperor level, that's just too hard. It probably all comes down to luck.
They all understood that to become a top-tier powerhouse, talent alone wasn't enough.
Resources and opportunities were just as decisive.
As long as they could seize the chance, any one of them geniuses handpicked from all over the country might stand on the very highest stage. Just as they were quietly looking forward to the future, a teacher stepped out and announced the rules for the upcoming trial. The rules were almost the same as what they had heard before. The only difference was that the school had decided to send in a team of 20 second-year students to enter the secret realm ahead of them. Those 20 seniors were at least 3rd rank, and among them was even a 4th rank main force. As soon as the news was announced, the freshmen in the audience erupted.
Heavens, 20 upperclassmen and even a fourth rank. Won't we just get beaten right back out the moment we go in?
Talking about charging into the center of the secret realm to challenge the boss, I'm not even sure we can make it to the middle alive.
What on earth is the school trying to do? Do they think our lives are too long or something?
The students were all talking at once, their emotions growing tense and uneasy. Principal Lee stood up, swept his gaze across the room, and spoke in a calm voice to reassure everyone. He told the gathered freshmen clearly that the upperclassmen's positions would be completely random and scattered, making it very difficult to regroup without communication devices. As long as they made good use of teamwork and stayed highly alert, there would still be a way out. He warned them all here, apart from your teammates, anyone else could become your opponent at any moment. Remember, this is not just a trial, it is also your first true battle since entering university. I look forward to seeing how you perform. As the principal's speech ended, the entrance to the trial mystic realm slowly opened. Under the teacher's direction, all the squads lined up and entered in an orderly fashion. They would be scattered and teleported to the outermost edge of the realm, so they wouldn't run into one another at the start. Only by constantly pushing inward could they complete the trial objectives. A crucial point was that, although they were classmates in reality, inside the mystic realm every squad could be either an ally or a competitor at any moment. Even though true killing was forbidden in the realm, anyone defeated would be immediately teleported out, and the school doctors could guarantee their lives. Danger was still everywhere. The beasts in the mystic realm came from creatures the school had prepared in advance, covering all kinds of ranks but never exceeding third rank. The school had also introduced Qin technology, those intricate, hidden traps and mechanisms that concealed lethal intent and were even harder to detect beforehand. Beyond that, what the newcomers feared most were the upperclassmen's teams, especially the fourth-rank core squads, who could practically defeat every rookie team on the field. A burst of intense light flashed past as Qin Chen and the other 3 members of his squad passed through the entrance, and the scenery around them changed abruptly. They had been sent into a dense forest, with a gigantic artificial sun hanging overhead. The bright light almost created the illusion of standing in the natural world. But everyone knew this place was more dangerous than anywhere else. Crises were closing in on them at every moment. Su Qinghan said in a low voice, "You must be careful. Whatever you do, don't run into the seniors." In the past few years, too many newcomers were eliminated outright by upper-year teams.
Yu Lingxian let out a sigh. The upper-year seniors like hunting freshmen for fun. There are rewards for defeating us, of course they're going to keep their eyes on us. Qin Chen asked curiously, "What kind of rewards are there?"
As long as they defeat one team, the upper-year students can get 5 days of cultivation time at any treasure ground they choose, or one-on-one guidance from a gold-ranked teacher, Su Qinghan added. Don't be fooled by how many freshmen there are in the trial. This year alone there are 500 people.
That's over 100 freshman teams, and they get a reward for every team they beat. For the older students, this is the most straightforward kind of resource windfall.
Calculated out, with just over 20 people splitting it, each person would gain nearly an extra month of cultivation time in the treasured land on average.
For upperclassmen, that much resource was incredibly tempting.
As for the new students, only those who made it into the top 5 could obtain a full year's usage rights to the treasured land, not to mention the other privileges. In the remaining time, the team members quickly adjusted their mindsets and began discussing countermeasures.
Qin Chen directly summoned his subordinates Qi Yan and Sang Wu.
Then he calmly assigned tasks. Our goal is first place. We must rush to the center of the secret realm and defeat the boss as fast as possible. Division of labor is as follows: Jinpeng, you're in charge of scouting, finding the safest and fastest route forward. Qi Yan and King Kong will be our main damage dealers. Sang Wu, you're responsible for sensing the environment, intercepting ambushes in advance, and preventing sneak attacks. Ling Hu, you'll fully ensure our safety and focus on control.
Everyone, advance at full speed. Don't worry, we can definitely do it.
The few of them responded in unison, their expressions full of determination, and immediately threw themselves into the intense competition within the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the teachers of Kyoto Royal Beast University were tensely staring at the monitoring screens, observing the performance of every student team in real time. The secret realm was filled with cameras, leaving almost no blind spots.
Once a student's life was in danger, they could be teleported out at the first possible moment.
At this moment, Jiangcheng's gaze fell on Principal Li, his tone carrying a hint of teasing.
This year you even let 4th-rank seniors enter the secret realm, Principal Li. Are you cranking up the difficulty for the students?
Principal Li stroked his beard, his expression calm. The overall strength of this year's freshmen is stronger than ever before. If we kept the same difficulty as in previous years, it would be far too easy. Besides, without 4th rank combat power participating, those two squads would never experience a real challenge.
Jiangcheng nodded in agreement.
The squads that Qin Chen and Lei Xinjiao belonged to were the absolute top tier among the freshmen. In one-on-one fights, they were still a bit lacking, but once they joined forces, they might not necessarily lose even to a 4th rank Beastmaster. However, for the other squads, this setup was practically a nightmare. After all, that 4th rank senior was essentially equivalent to the final boss of the dungeon in previous years. Seeing how invested Principal Li was in the competition, Jiang Konggaya asked curiously, "Since you're planning to establish the hidden dragon class, have you picked the teacher who'll lead them yet?
Do you need me to recommend a real hard hitter from the army?"
Principal Li shook his head with a smile. "No need to trouble yourself, I've already found a suitable candidate long ago, and he's already arrived at the school."
Jiang Konggaya raised an eyebrow. "You move pretty fast.
So this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea, you've been planning it for a while." Principal Li sighed, his expression growing more solemn. The Beast Taming League may look like just a competition, but in reality it's an international showdown between the new generation.
Our Daxia nation hasn't won a championship in over 20 years.
Those countries like White Eagle and Sakura now think we've declined, and every few days they try to step on us to climb higher. Some time ago, the 3 imperial leaders already set a goal, demanding that the beast taming universities of Kyoto and Moto go all out to seize the Global League Championship a year from now.
The pressure on me is really immense.
The Global Beast Taming League is held only once every 3 years, and there's only 1 year left until the next one. Precisely because of this, Qin Chen and Lei Xinjiao's talents are being valued so highly that even the school's training programs have undergone huge adjustments.
The single goal is to put Daxia back at the very top of the international stage. Jiang Konggaya took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Since you have this plan, just tell me where you need my help." Principal Li laughed when he heard this. "Since you put it that way, then I won't stand on ceremony."
As soon as Jiang Konggaya heard that, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Just a moment ago the man had seemed so open and sincere, yet in the blink of an eye he was asking for help again. He couldn't help griping inwardly, a principal who can teach a student like that bandit Qin is definitely no easy character himself. He shrugged helplessly and changed the subject.
"I can help you, but for now, can you let me see what spirit beast that so-called daughter of the Thunder Emperor has awakened? I really don't believe she can live up to my nephew's talent."
"Of course."
Principal Li brought up the surveillance feed and switched to Lei Xinjiao's location.
On the screen, a young girl appeared side by side with a massive spirit beast. Jiang Konggaya stared at the image, standing up in disbelief, his face full of shock.
"Thunder Kylan? It's really a Thunder Kylan. No wonder there's not a trace of information about her on the internet."
Principal Li explained calmly, "Among the demon clans, the strongest race used to be the dragons, and the Kylan could stand toe-to-toe with them.
The Thunder Kylan is an exceptionally rare king among Kylan.
Legend has it that they carry a sacred aura within their bodies and are hailed as an auspicious divine beast among spirit beasts. If she's nurtured properly, Lei Xinjiao has the potential to become a 12th order saint, the level most coveted by all beastmasters. Since the dawn of the new human era on Blue Star, no one has ever awakened a Thunder Kylan. Lei Xinjiao is the first. In the ancient texts preserved by Daxia, there is mention of only one top-tier beastmaster who relied on a Thunder Kylan to rise step by step to godhood."
Jiang Konggaya clicked his tongue in amazement.
Thunder Emperor really is lucky to have a daughter with a background like that. But he refused to be outdone and added, "Still, my nephew awakened a pure-blood dragon.
His potential is definitely no lower than that of the Thunder Kylan."
Principal Li nodded, eyes burning with hope. "Indeed, both of them are prodigies we place great expectations on. I'm counting on the two of them to bring back the championship trophy."
Jiang Konggaya smiled with confidence. "My nephew is definitely still the strongest, but this clash is going to be spectacular."
The two elders rarely laughed so freely, but they both understood in their hearts that this contest concerned the future and honor of the entire nation. Inside the trial's secret realm, Qin Chen's group had already advanced a long distance. Along the way, every demonic beast they encountered was effortlessly slain. Xian and King Kong were already strong enough that these beasts couldn't even make them take things seriously. Xian casually crushed a third-rank demonic beast to death, his face full of disdain.
He muttered, "These demonic beasts are way too weak, it's like we haven't even fought.
With this time, I might as well just break through to the third rank." Qin Chen shook his head with a smile. If the demonic beasts were too strong, it would be far too difficult for the other teams. Qian scratched his head and seriously suggested, "Then let's split into 2 areas. We'll go fight the monsters, and the others can go deal with the easier stuff." To them, the other so-called genius squads were like little kids grinding levels.
If those people heard this, their faces would probably turn red with anger. At this moment, Kangvia tilted her head, as if she had heard something. Her expression suddenly became very strange. Master, there are some glowing little dogs in the grass ahead, and they can even breathe fire. The plants told me about them. Everyone was immediately intrigued. Su Qinghan couldn't help guessing, could they be Shinik hounds? The latest Shinik tech from Daxia. Before anyone could react, Jinping had already fired several golden feathers from the air. The feathers shot precisely into the grass, producing the sound of metal clashing. The next second, 3 mechanical dogs burst out. Their eyes glowed bright red, and their bodies were very similar to ordinary demonic beast hounds, their exteriors covered with simulated materials. However, several black barrels were embedded in their backs, capable of firing Shinik flames. These Shinik hounds were a high-end technological product that Daxia had focused on in recent years. Globally, Daxia's intelligent Shinik technology was already among the very best. With current technology, the most powerful Shinik machines could rival 8th-tier powerful demonic beasts, but they were extremely difficult to manufacture. Only monsters that had mastered origin powers could reach the 9th tier and above. Ordinary technology could not achieve that level. The 3 Shinik hounds before them were 3rd-tier models. Yu Lingxian curled his lips into a grin and said to King Kong, help me tidy up these little dogs. This bit of steel thinks it can stop us. The wild adamantine battle ape was brimming with energy, swinging its fist straight at the mechanical hounds. But those 3 mechanical hounds were incredibly agile. They leapt away in an instant, not even a single hair was touched. Yu Lingxian froze, muttering under his breath, there are actually mechanical dogs this agile. The adamantine ape kept punching, and beneath the flurry of blows, the mechanical hounds nimbly dodged every attack. The Shinik flames on their backs kept blasting out. The ape could only take them head-on, but his defenses were extremely strong. He wasn't afraid of those flames at all. Yu Lingxian was a bit shocked. I didn't expect Shinik hounds not only to fight, but also to analyze the enemy's attack direction and avoid counterattacks. This level of intelligence is way too high, isn't it? As Daxia's Shinik technology really developed this far already. A few years ago they were just stiff test models that anyone could kick over with one strike. Now they can already stand toe-to-toe with real spirit beasts. Su Qinghan watched in a daze, deep in thought. If this can be rolled out on a large scale, Great Xia might not even need soldiers to sacrifice their lives in future wars. For regions below the king level, it would be an absolutely overwhelming force. Qin Chen raised an eyebrow. But these spirit energy machines consume spirit energy ore at a tremendous rate. At present only the demon realm can supply enough ore. Without going to the demon realm, it'll be hard to popularize them in the short term. Longing filled Ling Xianyu's eyes. We must launch an offensive against the demon realm. As long as we have enough ore, Great Xia's spirit energy technology will definitely be able to display its true power. Xian was already running out of patience. Let's deal with these few Shinik dogs first. He didn't dodge the flame sprayed by the Shinik hounds. Instead, he simply swung his dragon claw, incredibly fast. Although the Shinik hounds could evade part of the attack, they were no match in the end and were smashed into pieces with a single swipe. Just as Xian was about to finish off the last one, this Shinik hound actually activated a self-destruction program. The force of the explosion was considerable. Xian was blasted back several steps before he managed to steady himself. He widened his eyes. This little dog can self-destruct. Qin Chen smiled slightly and reminded everyone seriously, Shinik technology has no fear of death and can self-destruct without any scruples. Moreover, these mechanical hounds can communicate with each other. If they show up in batches, they are definitely the rulers of low-level battlefields. Everyone needs to be careful from now on. Shinik self-destruction is no small threat. If you're not paying attention, you could be seriously injured. Xian curled his lip and nodded, then continued to follow the team forward. The air was still filled with the dust and smoke from the explosion, and their adventure had only just begun. In this jungle full of danger, creatures and Shinik technology are constantly emerging. Ordinary demon beasts can still be handled with experience, but humans are truly at a loss when facing creations made by Shinik tech. Ones that spit flames, fire special bullets, fling chains, and even mechanical beasts that can instantly electrocute and paralyze a person. Even the iron-willed Qiyan was now trembling from the shocks. The terrifying aspect of these things is not just their endless variety of attack methods, but that they possess almost no signs of life and can easily lurk underground or in the shadows. Even team members who can communicate with plants are unable to ferret them all out. Danger arrives without warning, throwing many squads into trouble and even forcing them to withdraw from the freshman trial. It's not that these teams lack strength, but that they react too slowly and cooperate too poorly. In fact, when facing demon beasts and technological creations head-on,
the freshmen are not without a chance of victory.
The problem is that they lack vigilance and team coordination far too much.
By contrast, the squad led by Qin Chen advanced with ease all the way, their pace astonishing. Compared with them, the performance of the other squads was downright unbearable to watch. In the dense forest, Qi Yan and King Kong served as shields at the very front line, fiercely attacking demon beasts and Chinook hounds. In the sky, Jin Pun let out a piercing screech that ripped through the night, its golden feathers shooting out like bullets, striking rocks and throwing off sparks. Qin Chen stood at the rear, his gaze calm and perceptive.
He suddenly spoke, his tone even, come out. The next instant, a voice tinged with amusement and slight provocation echoed through the forest. You juniors really are careful and alert. To notice us from so far away, now that's not easy. Two people walked out from the trees, both second-year seniors. Seeing who it was, Su Qinghan's expression changed at once. He muttered under his breath, our luck is really rotten today. We actually ran into seniors working together, the odds of that are way too low.
The others also showed helpless expressions. The trial space was so vast that hundreds of teams had never crossed paths, yet these two upperclassmen just had to appear right in front of them. This was practically the worst possible random encounter. They might not fear an ordinary third-rank beastmaster, but second-year seniors were different. Not only were they at the third rank in strength, their growth potential and combat experience far surpassed those of freshmen, and worst of all, there were two of them this time. One of the upperclassmen stepped to the front of the group, a disdainful yet confident smile on his face.
My name is Chen Zaiwen, and this less handsome companion of mine is Ma Heiran.
Both of us are ranked within the top 100 of the second years.
If you want to suffer less, hurry up and surrender. Your seniors really don't want to bully you.
Yu Lingxian snorted in defiance.
Who do you think you are? Trying to scare us won't be that easy.
The situation was on the verge of erupting. Qin Chen turned his head to look at his teammates, his tone firm.
I'll handle Chen Zaiwen. The three of you work together to take down Ma Heiran. Make it quick. If the fight attracts too much attention, we'll be in trouble.
Understood, the team members replied in low voices. In fact, with two dragon-type spirit beasts at his command, Qin Chen was fully capable of taking on a powerful enemy by himself. Though his three companions were slightly weaker overall, the difficulty of dealing with a seasoned upperclassman together wasn't high.
As the battle erupted, the air instantly grew tense.
Chen Zaiwen's spirit beast was a green wind wolf, its whole body covered in green fur, wind attribute, speed unmatched. Before anyone could see clearly, the green wind wolf crossed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, pouncing straight toward Qin Chen.
The corners of Chen Zaiwen's mouth lifted.
Junior brother Qin, you are indeed a genius, but in the face of a spirit beast with such terrifying speed, your guards won't be able to save you.
Better surrender and spare yourself the trouble. Qin Chen replied coldly, you talk too much. Chen Zaiwen chuckled softly. Green Wind Wolf, go. As his voice fell, a clear wind swept past, and the green wind wolf was so fast it left only after images. Qi Yan flew into a rage, lunging with all his might, but only caught empty air. Kangyu, pin it down. Qi Yan growled in a low voice. Kangyu reacted at once, suddenly summoning a mass of vines and letting out a low roar. You don't need to remind me, I know.
Thick vines burst from the earth like crashing waves, almost sealing off all paths of retreat for the green wind wolf.
But the Azure Wind Wolf still didn't stop. Countless sharp wind blades shot from its mouth, easily ripping open an opening for it to pass through. Kangyu puffed up his cheeks in anger. Let's see how long you can keep dodging.
Don't forget I'm the strongest defender on the team. A rich azure wood spiritual power burst forth from her body, and more giant trees sprouted up, surrounding the Azure Wind Wolf. The enhanced trees were extremely sturdy, even with the wind blades constantly slashing, they couldn't be easily destroyed. The Azure Wind Wolf's speed finally slowed down. At that moment, the red flame lunged forward with a roar. Seeing the situation shift, Chen Zaiwen's expression finally turned gloomy. He realized these freshmen were not nearly as easy to deal with as he had imagined. As expected of the so-called son of the Fire Emperor that everyone online hypes up like a legend, both of his spirit beasts are strong enough to make people question their life choices. Especially that Kangyu Holy Dragon, it can actually lock onto the Azure Wind Wolf's position with perfect precision.
It doesn't feel like they're even in the same league. The person opposite was feeling quite uncomfortable.
He thought he was already very strong after all, he was a third-rank, 5-star Beastmaster, and his level should by rights be far higher than that of the Wu Sacred Dragon. And the Green Wind Wolf was no ordinary spirit beast either, it was a rare wind attribute type, not only extremely fast but with excellent reflexes.
Very few opponents could land an accurate hit on it.
But now, the Wu Sacred Dragon was locking onto its target again and again, its attacks precise and vicious. With Qi Yan's suppression on top of that, the two spirit beasts worked together as if they'd trained in tandem thousands of times, not giving the Greenwind Wolf the slightest chance. Every move they made prevented the Greenwind Wolf from organizing any counterattack. After just a few intense exchanges, Qin Chen suddenly struck the Greenwind Wolf with a single claw, sending it flying straight into a large tree in the distance. The Greenwind Wolf fell to the ground in a wretched heap, its fur scorched black, and the claw marks on its body were shocking to behold.
Chen Ziwen's expression completely changed.
He had never imagined his main spirit beast would lose so quickly, even against opponents of the same level. It had never been defeated so decisively.
He suddenly realized that this duel had started less than 5 minutes ago. Was it already over?
And this opponent was actually a freshman who had only just enrolled this semester.
A wave of shame and frustration surged into his chest. Chen Ziwen recalled the wolf spirit and turned to slip away without looking back.
However, after just a few steps, he found his feet tightly bound by wooden vines. Looking down, he saw countless sharp thorns coiled around his body, leaving him unable to move at all. He was so frightened he nearly burst into tears, in an utterly humiliating state. He hurriedly surrendered and begged for mercy, not caring about his dignity as a senior anymore. "Junior, don't be impulsive, it's all a misunderstanding. I admit defeat, hurry up and let me out."
Chen Ziwen's voice carried a sob.
Qin Chen waved his hand casually, letting Kangwir release the control, his face still wearing a calm and courteous smile.
"Senior, take care. I won't see you off."
Head lowered and heart full of unwillingness, Chen Ziwen disappeared into the secret realm under everyone's gaze. On the other side, Ma Heiran, who was teamed up with him, had long since run out of patience and couldn't help complaining.
"Chen Ziwen, you're way too unreliable. You couldn't even last 5 minutes against a freshman before getting taken out. I actually teamed up with you. Must be retribution from 8 past lives."
If he had to deal with 3 freshmen on his own, he felt confident he could at least hold out for a while.
But Chen Ziwen just had to lose so cleanly and decisively.
Qin Chen walked over with his 2 dragons, exuding an overwhelming presence that made Ma Heiran's heart waver. Qin Chen stopped in front of him, his voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable confidence and pressure. "Senior, do you still want to continue?"
Ma Heiran sighed, looking dejected.
"Junior Qin Chen, your reputation is truly well deserved.
I admit defeat."
With that, he tactfully recalled his spirit beast and quickly exited the battle space. For those second-year students, this should have been an easy opportunity to harvest resources, but they never expected it to end in such an embarrassing way. Su Qinghan let out a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Good thing Qin Chen was here. Otherwise, we really might not have been able to hold out for so long today." Yu Lingxian shook his head helplessly, looking a bit dejected.
"Our luck is just too bad. We actually ran into 2 senior students in a row.
If it had only been one, the 4 of us could have handled it. Even if we ran into a 4th-year senior, it wouldn't have been hopeless."
Qin Chen's eyes turned wary. "I don't think this is a matter of luck."
"What is that?"
Yu Lingxian asked.
Qin Chen pointed to the distant fragments of the Shinnik dog on the ground and slowly analyzed. "This trial's secret realm is originally very large, so the chance of randomly running into other teams is very low. There are only 20 upperclassmen, so logically, the likelihood that each group of freshmen is targeted separately is also small. But don't forget, Shinnik technology can be used for short-range communication. As long as they prepared in advance and assembled scattered parts into a set of communication equipment, it would be much easier for them to gather together. So, Chen Ziwen and Ma Heiran most likely met up ahead of time using this method.
It's even possible the other upperclassmen are also coordinating, planning to gather and jointly attack the freshman strongholds." Yu Lingxuan's expression changed, and he couldn't help feeling somewhat angry. "This is basically cheating. How are we supposed to keep playing like this?"
Ling Xuanyu analyzed calmly. "Actually, the school never banned it. Not bringing communication devices is a requirement, but they assembled theirs through their own abilities, and the rules never said that wasn't allowed."
"You could say the senior students have been planning this for a long time." Su Qinghan's voice was a little anxious. "But if that's the case, won't we freshmen be completely wiped out? There are so many seniors, all of them experienced, and they have powerful spirit beasts. What are we supposed to do if our squad runs into them?" Qin Chen smiled slightly, full of confidence. "Don't worry. This secret realm may be complicated, but the environment actually works in our favor. It's modeled after Blue Star's terrain. There are magma fire veins underground. As long as Xian unleashes a core lava burst, no matter how many of them there are, victory isn't theirs just because they have the numbers. The only slight problem is that Kangwyu's level is a bit low for now, but..." He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the companions behind him, his eyes filled with both vigilance and excitement. Danger was closing in, but this game was only just beginning.
Under the night sky, the air felt weighed down by a tense atmosphere, turning somewhat heavy. Qin Chen was standing at the edge of the training field, quietly listening to his teammates argue. He had to admit that he wasn't completely confident about facing the fourth-tier upperclassmen. No matter how explosive Kangvyu's temper was, he still couldn't fully control the situation at critical moments. Arguments between Qi Yin and Kangvyu had long become an everyday occurrence. They were like a quarrelsome brother and sister, constantly fighting over who got to be the boss, neither willing to admit defeat. Qi Yin had loudly declared he would show off his strength with his earth core lava burst, while Kangvyu wasn't intimidated at all, ready to counter with wood prison at any moment. Qin Chen rubbed his temples off to the side. A bit helpless. Escalating conflicts had practically become their daily routine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the trial mystic realm, the upperclassmen's squad was quietly beginning to move. Here, 7 or 8 upperclassmen had surrounded a newly enrolled freshman squad. Faced with the overwhelming strength of the upperclassmen, the freshmen had almost no ability to fight back and were directly suppressed. One freshman's eyes were slightly red, his anger tinged with helplessness. "You're going way too far. Don't you have any bottom line at all? This is completely unfair." "Humph, don't be naive. Welcome to the real world. No one here cares about fairness. Junior, once you graduate, you'll understand what society is really like." An upperclassman replied carelessly, his eyes full of superiority. Facing defeat, someone gritted their teeth and said, "Once Qin Chen and Lei Xinjiao regroup, just wait for a good show. Don't think you can keep cruising along forever." Before he could finish, that squad was forcibly teleported out of the secret realm by the system, and the struggle came to an abrupt end. The upperclassmen didn't take the freshmen's threats seriously at all. By now, their numbers had already piled up and the team was steadily growing. Another 6 or 7 upperclassmen were hurrying over from nearby. This year, they had finally mastered the trick of staying in contact and could gather the strength of all the upperclassmen. The captain, Zhou Yan, stepped forward and spoke in a low voice, "Don't underestimate them. There are quite a few tough characters hidden among these freshmen. Geniuses like Qin Chen and Lei Xinjiao one-on-one, we might not be able to beat them for sure. But with numbers on our side, they won't last long. As long as we knock the freshmen out one by one, we can monopolize all the cultivation resources." Someone heckled, "Brother Yin, why don't we take the initiative and just sweep the entire secret realm?" Zhou Yan shook his head, his gaze calm and resolute. "There's no need to take risks. Any freshman who can get into Kyoto Royal Beast University is no pushover. The vast majority of teams will naturally move toward the center of the secret realm. We'll just sit here and wait, like a hunter by the stump, for them to walk right into the trap." He immediately called to the signal operator. "Old Zhang, tally the number of senior students." Old Zhang hurriedly checked the communicator, his expression grave. "We just lost 4 more. Chen Zaiwen and Ma Heron's signals disappeared at the same place at the same time. They might have run into a tough nut." Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. After all, those 2 were 3rd-tier, 5-star beastmasters, far stronger than ordinary people. Who had that kind of ability? The crowd quickly reached a consensus. Only Qin Chen or Lei Xinjiao could possibly defeat those 2. A trace of interest curled at the corner of Zhou Yan's lips. "Looks like we're about to meet real opponents." As a top sophomore contender who had just broken through to 4th tier, 1 star before the trial, caution was his greatest advantage. He would never underestimate any freshman's potential. Staring at the cameras hidden among the trees, he thought to himself, this trial was supposed to temper the newcomers, but who could have expected the situation to turn into a living hell the moment it began? Inside the monitoring room, Jiang Konggaya was calmly watching the footage, and beside him Li Xianqing had also furrowed his brows. Zhou Yan's play this time directly cranked the trial's difficulty up to the maximum. Jiang Konggaya let out a cold laugh, clearly feeling both surprised and excited by the current situation. The freshmen who had just been brutally beaten by the seniors were already cursing furiously in the square. The trial had originally been merely a stage for growth, but in an instant it had become the eye of the storm. Clashes between the strong could no longer be avoided, and everyone's fate now hung by a thread. No one knew whether Qin Chen and Lei Xinjiao could create a miracle. But one thing was clear, this trial would absolutely not be a simple training exercise. Everyone's choices, cowardice or courage, would completely determine the path of their future. Li Xianqing stood there with an awkward smile, trying his best to maintain his composure. He understood that the overall difficulty of the trial was on the high side, but that was precisely what matched the conditions of a real battlefield in a true crisis. No one is willing to be just a background character, everyone is fighting to prove themselves. Only under fierce competition can each person's potential be fully drawn out. Jiang Konggaya leaned back in his chair, a hint of teasing at the corner of his lips. "So what about the final boss you prepared? Looks like it won't be needed now, huh?"
Li Xianqing was taken aback for a moment but did not back down. How could that be? I'm only having him appear a bit later, that's all. His tone sounded mysterious and confident, unwilling to reveal his trump card so easily. Jiang Kongyo had a faint smile at the corner of his lips and said nothing more, his gaze returning to the surveillance feed in front of him. He focused on Qin Chen's performance. The young man was actually able to single-handedly face Chen Zaiwen, a Tier 3 5-star, and his display pleasantly surprised Jiang. The power Qin Chen was showing at this moment was already no weaker than that of an ordinary Tier 4 demonic beast. Such talent was almost unbelievable. The Thunder Kylan that Lei Xinjiao brought is far too ferocious, Jiang Kongyo muttered to himself. As the most explosive of all elements, the lightning attribute possessed astonishing speed and attack power. The Thunder Kylan's abilities were among the very best of all the spirit beasts that had appeared so far. Unfortunately, under such elemental suppression, Qin Chen's dual spirit beasts had little chance of gaining the upper hand. Jiang Kongyo stroked his chin, quietly feeling proud. His younger sister had said that Qin Chen not only possessed 2 spirit beasts, but was also hiding a third one. This meant Qin Chen might be a 3-spirit beast tamer, a genius rarely seen in Great Xia in 100 years. Even if Xiaochen loses at Tier 2, it doesn't matter. Once all 3 of his spirit beasts are summoned, Lei Xinjiao will only be completely overwhelmed by him. Li Xianqing hurriedly corrected Jiang Kongyo's slip of the tongue. Don't say things like beat him in bed. If Lei Junlin heard you, he'd fight you to the death. They all knew that with Lei Junlin's explosive temper, he would never tolerate that kind of joke. Jiang Kongyo gave a dry cough and reined in his expression. Just kidding, just kidding. Anyway, I can guarantee this kid will definitely be 10 times stronger than his grandfather in the future. If that old man knew, he would have been over the moon long ago. Deep within the trial's secret realm, the situation was tense. Lei Xinjiao led the team in pursuit of a senior student. Her Thunder Kylan needed only a single step to turn into an arc of lightning, closing in instantly. The senior's Rage Bear fought desperately, but it couldn't withstand the powerful current unleashed by the Thunder Kylan. He collapsed in an instant, convulsing continuously. Fear surfaced on his face. His cultivation was clearly a full major realm higher than Lei Xinjiao's, yet he didn't even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, Huang Haoshan stared warily at the defeated senior. We just took care of 2 opponents, and you came straight to us. Do you seniors have some way to get location information in advance? The senior spread his hands, no longer tense. He spoke calmly, I'll just tell you. Yanji has already gathered the last 15 seniors and is waiting in the center of the secret realm. This batch of freshmen can forget about ever seeing the boss. Huang Xiaoa snorted disdainfully. Just you lot? Yaojia can beat you easily, and the others aren't scary either. When the time comes, we'll team up with a few squads. Are we supposed to be afraid of just a dozen or so seniors? The senior student shrugged. Brother Yin will make you despair. With that, he turned and disappeared, leaving the group lost in thought. Lei Xinjiao said nothing, her expression as icy as her aura. Her short hair was neat and capable, her tracksuit wrapping a lithe body that drew attention in spite of itself. She was always silent, yet impossible to ignore. At this moment, Huang Xiaoa asked cautiously, Sister Yao, are we really no match for Zhou Yan's team? You're so strong, you took care of a senior in just a few minutes. How could we still lose? Lei Xinjiao's brows lifted slightly as she said calmly, just our squad alone can't win. Zhou Yan was a top 10 expert in sophomore year, and Thunder Kirin's level is still too low. There's no chance in a one-on-one. I need to go find Qin Chen to team up. Huang Haoshan immediately voiced his objection. Can't we switch to someone else? There are so many people among the freshmen. We could just call in more teammates and overwhelm Zhou Yan with numbers, right? Lei Xinjiao cast a cold glance at him, her voice firm and calm. Go ahead and throw a tantrum and show everyone how upset you are, then? If you challenge someone and lose without saying anything nasty, why act like you can't accept defeat? Huang Haoshan was speechless for a moment. What he felt most was shame. After all, he had been the one to initiate the challenge, yet he had lost so miserably. Lei Xinjiao ignored him and decisively made up her mind. That's it, go contact Qin Chen's team. If I join forces with him, it'll be much easier to defeat Zhou Yan. If we want a higher ranking, this is the best way. If anyone's not happy about it, you can switch groups yourselves. Stop whining like little kids. Huang Haoshan muttered under his breath, I never said I wasn't convinced. I did lose to Qin Chen, but sooner or later I'll fight him again and win back my pride. Lei Xinjiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. With your tiny mindset, don't even dream of ever beating him in this lifetime. Those words dealt another blow to Huang Haoshan's self-esteem. Lei Xinjiao paused for a moment, looked at him, and said, Don't think I'm putting you down, that's just the truth. She calmly analyzed, Qin Chen's awakened spirit beast is every bit as good as mine.
For now, I can rely on everyone else's lower level, plus the fact that lightning is a strong attribute in itself, so I'm confident I can beat him.
But you're way too far behind him. You're the Stone Emperor's disciple, yet you don't even understand the basics of dealing with people. Before he even responded, you posted a public challenge to the whole school. After losing, you still wouldn't accept it, and even said I'll win it back sooner or later. In the end, your mind just isn't broad enough. The sense of responsibility Qin Chen has is what a real man should have.
Huang Haoshan was almost in tears.
Sister Yao, don't roast me anymore, I admit defeat.
Lei Xinjiao gave him a faint glance.
The one you conceded to is me, not Qin Chen.
I'll go apologize to him, and from now on I'll stop giving him trouble for no reason, okay?
Lei Xinjiao nodded. That's more like it. If it weren't for the bit of friendship between my father and the Stone Emperor, I wouldn't bother with you.
Huang Xiaoa and the others nearby couldn't help but snicker, making Huang Haoshan feel even more ashamed.
Alright, come with me. Let's deal with Zhou Yan early.
I'm really curious what difference there will be with this year's final boss arranged by the principal.
Qin Chen and his 3 teammates continued to push forward.
Their speed was far faster than that of any other squad. With Xian and Jinggang in the team, they were incomparably powerful. No matter what kind of demonic beasts they encountered, or Shinik technology developed by humans, everything was effortlessly crushed. Kangwia's special ability brought an extremely high rate of stamina recovery to the team, so they almost never felt tired.
Everyone's spirit beasts also grew more and more in sync during battle, coordinating better and better. A brief lull fell over the battlefield.
Just as a wave of beasts had been cleared, a crisp sound of applause suddenly came from the distance. A man stood on the trunk of a tree, his smile confident and arrogant.
Not bad strength.
You truly deserve to be one of this year's freshman kings. His tone carried both scrutiny and appreciation.
Qin Chen met his gaze. A Tier 4 beast tamer, you must be Senior Zhou Yan, right?
Zhou Yan jumped down from the tree trunk. At that moment, 14 other people emerged from the bushes and surrounded them.
That's right, it's me.
I'm quite surprised that after seeing us, you didn't think about retreating immediately.
Do you really think your 4-person team can beat more than a dozen of us? There was provocation in Zhou Yan's smile.
Qin Chen calmly hooked the corner of his lips.
It's not entirely impossible.
Zhou Yan's teammates burst into laughter, their faces full of disdain. Compared to Qin Chen, they were far more experienced and naturally thought highly of themselves.
Qin Chen, you really have no idea how big the gap is between you and us. Every one of us has the strength to fight you one-on-one.
Don't talk about just the 4 of you. Even if you had Lei Xinjiao, you still wouldn't be able to beat us. The other teams have pretty much all been eliminated by us.
There are less than 15 teams left now.
You won't find any helpers, so you'd better surrender early and save yourselves the trouble. If you don't want to suffer, you'd best admit defeat yourselves. Their tone was full of superiority and contempt. Qin Chen turned his head and asked his teammates, "What do you think? Do we go all out and fight, or save our strength and surrender?"
Yu Lingxian refused to back down in the slightest. Are you kidding me? I've never taken a step back even when facing a beast tide. These people think they're worthy of making me retreat.
Ling Xianya called her golden rot back, her gaze firm.
Let's fight them. So what if they're a few senior students? We have no reason to be afraid of them.
Su Qinghan clenched her fists. We're a team. If we win together. If we lose together. A smile surfaced on Qin Chen's face as he looked ahead with a resolute gaze.
Qi Yan, Kangwia, whoever of you defeats Zhou Yan today will be the boss for the day. How about it?
Qi Yan instantly perked up after hearing that, the flames burning in his eyes almost overflowing.
Haha, I, Qi Yan, am finally going to become famous. I'm definitely the boss today. Kangwia refused to admit defeat. Nonsense. Today is my first day as the boss. No one's stealing it from me. Qi Yan refused to back down. Whoever wins gets it. That's what Master said.
This exchange left Zhou Yan and the others a bit stunned. They'd never seen someone who played so completely outside the rules.
He mocked, "You so-called dragon breeds aren't really this ridiculous, are you? Do you really think you can stand against us?"
Qi Yan flashed a disdainful smile as he looked at the senior students across from him.
You really are underestimating me, a 4th-tier beastmaster.
Before his words had even faded, Sangwu coldly licked his lips, full of ambition and the confidence of certain victory, and spoke up directly, "That's right.
Let's clear out these insignificant nobodies. The boss's seat is about to be mine." Almost all of the upperclassmen froze, staring at the two in disbelief.
No one had expected Qi Yan and Sangwu to treat them as if they were nothing, even daring to say something so arrogant. In an instant, the atmosphere turned sharply tense.
We're also some of the top geniuses in the academy, and they're calling us small fry. One of the upperclassmen's face went dark as he took the lead and shouted, "Everyone, go together and teach these freshmen a lesson." With that command, the 15 upperclassmen almost simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts. With overwhelming momentum, they charged at Qi Yan and Sang Wu. The air began to ripple with Wu's spiritual power surging like the tide. Sang Wu calmly recited an incantation, "Prison of myriad trees, wooden jail of the 10 directions." In an instant, countless vines and thorns burst from the ground like snakes, gleaming sharply as they bound all the spirit beasts the upperclassmen had summoned. Qi Yan let out a low roar, "Dragon body of scarlet flame, core lava eruption." The ground suddenly shook, and a wave of scorching fire swept forth. Flames and magma rapidly engulfed everything within dozens of meters. None of the veteran students had even seen clearly what was happening before they were forcibly ejected by the secret realm's mechanisms. By the time they crashed heavily to the ground, their faces were still blank and bewildered. They didn't even know what had just happened. This is definitely not an ordinary skill. How can 2 second-tier demonic beasts unleash such a powerful move? One of the veterans began doubting life itself. 15 veteran students, all wiped out in a single strike? This is ridiculous. In the stands, Jiangcheng's face was full of smiles, his eyes hiding in uncontrollable pride. Even the well-traveled Li Xianqing couldn't help his pupils contracting. He knew Xian could control fire elements, but he hadn't expected it to be to this extent. So this is that rumored fire-type skill that can detonate magma from the Earth's core? So the rumor was true. The Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon's control over fire is simply beyond common sense. Jiang Konggaya chuckled softly. How could my nephew be lacking? Once these 2 holy dragons advance again, even the Thunder Kylan may not be a match for them. Li Xianqing, however, reminded him, but the one opposite you is Zhou Yan, who possesses 4th-tier strength. He's only lightly injured right now. To completely defeat him won't be that easy. Jiang Konggaya touched his chin, his eyes still full of confidence. I believe in him. Inside the secret realm, Zhou Yan looked at the still rolling lava beneath his feet, sweat constantly sliding down his forehead. His heart was filled with shock and vigilance. If I'd been a step slower just now, I'd probably have been blasted out as well. How can these 2 second-tier spirit beasts unleash such a terrifying ultimate move? Qi Yan and Sang Wu advanced toward him step by step, their oppressive aura almost making Zhou Yan unable to breathe. He suddenly realized that these 2 dragons had already regarded the other side as their sole competitor. In their eyes at this moment, there was no room for anyone else. Under the pressure, Zhou Yan gritted his teeth hard and shouted confidently, "I'm a 4th-tier beastmaster ranked in the top 10. I will never lose to 2nd-tier opponents. Blazing 2-headed lizard, go." With a single command, Zhou Yan's spirit beast and the opponent's spirit beast collided fiercely. Fire and wood spiritual power intertwined in midair, even forming a storm. The scene descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the companions watching from afar wore complex expressions. Ling Xianya couldn't help muttering under her breath, "With things like this, Qin Chen, you could beat them by yourself. Do you really still need our help?" Qin Chen shrugged and gave a faint smile. "If you want to join in, you can, but you'd better keep your distance. These 2 have already slipped the leash, they might accidentally hurt you." Yu Lingxian was speechless. Then why did you ask what we were preparing for earlier? I even seriously worked out an escape plan. Ling Xuanyu added somewhat shamefacedly, "I've even started plotting an escape plan with Jin Peng." Su Qinghan rubbed her cheeks and whispered, "I've been worried all along that if we lost, we'd get beaten up." Qin Chen swept his gaze confidently over the crowd. "Relax, we've still got what it takes. Otherwise, how would I dare come challenge the final big boss?" Ling Xuanyu and the others wore strange expressions, facing 15 second-year seniors, with one of them even being an ace rank 4 beastmaster. How were they supposed to have confidence in a rank 2? They had only hoped Qin Chen could hold out a little longer, but never imagined that once Xian and Kangvu erupted, it would turn into an overwhelming slaughter. The entire showdown not only taught everyone what a true gap in strength looks like, but also made it clear to all present that truly powerful people have no need to prove themselves with words. The blazing twin-headed lizard was an extremely rare spirit beast, said to be the product of an evolved mutation of the spirit beast blazing lizard. Unlike ordinary lizards, the blazing twin-headed lizard had 2 heads, and each head possessed independent thinking, able to launch different attacks at the same time. Even if it was not as rare as a true twin spirit beast, its exceptionally high attack frequency meant its overall strength far surpassed most spirit beasts of the same kind. This was especially true for this 4-tier, 1-star blazing twin-headed lizard. Every fireball it spat was extraordinarily powerful. What Zhou Yan could not accept, however, was that the Xian Holy Dragon charged straight through those flames, utterly fearless as it confronted the blazing twin-headed lizard head-on.
Seeing this, Zhou felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his back. A certain intuition told him that the Qin Holy Dragon's physical constitution had already far exceeded the normal range. He cried out inwardly, "What on earth is the origin of this spirit beast? How can it possibly have mastered a top-tier body strengthening skill at such a low level as Tier 2? Only the very finest SSS grade enhancement skills could produce such an overwhelming display." Within the entire Sub-King realm, this counted as the kind of power every beast master dreamed of. With that kind of extreme growth, it even had a chance to rival true king-rank demon beasts. Qi Yan, however, didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he laughed freely, even a bit arrogantly. Fixing his gaze on Sangwu, his tone was full of provocation and superiority. "Sangwu, your level is lower than mine, and your strength is far behind. You might as well go back and play with your little grass attribute tricks." Stung by the mockery, Kangvu's face flushed scarlet, and the unwillingness and anger in her heart were on the verge of erupting. "No, I will break my limits. I'll prove I can become the boss," she shouted. True to her word, Kangvu fully roused her affinity with the wood element, drawing a vast tide of wood attribute spiritual power into her body. Not only did it surpass the normal limit for a third-rank demonic beast, it even shattered the upper boundary of her current level in an instant. With a dull boom, azure spiritual power burst forth around her, and green radiance surged like a tide. Kangvu's strength broke through 2 stars in a row, rocketing from second-rank 3-star to second-rank 5-star in a heartbeat. The aura erupting from her was more than 50% stronger than before. She cast Kangvu's aegis on herself, then, clad in an azure cuirass, charged fearlessly at the blazing two-headed lizard to engage it in close combat. Under her control, sharp thorns continuously burst from underground, launching surprise attacks on the blazing two-headed lizard. Caught off guard, it could barely defend itself and could only howl in fury. The sudden reversal left Qi Yan somewhat dazed. He froze for a few seconds, then cried out in disbelief. She actually broke through to 2-star. You have to know, Kangvu awakened a full half-month later than he did. At that time he was already at Tier 2, while Kangvu was still just an ordinary person. Yet now, there was only a 2-star gap between them. A smile appeared at the corner of Kangvu's lips as she met his gaze with firm determination. "Don't underestimate my resolve. Today, I'm going to prove that I can become the boss." The system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Kangvu's Holy Dragon has comprehended a brand new skill, Bloodflesh Thorns. Bloodflesh Thorns, this was an extremely terrifying SSS level skill. Drawing on her wood attribute spiritual power, Kangvu condensed seeds of Bloodflesh Thorns. These seeds could parasitize any creature's wounds, absorbing blood and spiritual power to grow rapidly. Once planted, the thorns would bore through and torment a person from the inside. If they weren't countered in time, it was highly likely the victim would be drained into a dried corpse. Almost at the very instant he comprehended the skill, Kangvu created a seed of flesh thorn and accurately implanted it into the wound of the blazing two-headed lizard. Once the seed was tainted by the lizard's blood, it immediately began to grow inward at incredible speed. Realizing it was being devoured from within, the blazing two-headed lizard roared in agony, both heads howling together, yet it could do nothing to stop the thorns rampaging inside its body. It frantically mobilized its fire attribute spiritual power, trying to expel the flesh thorn, but at most could only limit its growth and could not completely clear it out. In the end, the blazing two-headed lizard collapsed weakly to the ground, raising its 4 claws in a gesture of surrender, tears of grievance welling in both its eyes. Its mind was on the verge of collapse, feeling as if it had been dragged into hell for no reason. From the very beginning it faced a coordinated assault. By the time it reacted, the situation was already irretrievable. Had it known things would turn out like this, it would have been better to admit defeat from the start and be directly teleported away by the system. Zhou stood frozen in place, his throat so dry he couldn't speak. In disbelief, he muttered to himself, "I lost. I actually lost to a mere second-tier freshman." He had always considered himself powerful after all. He had just advanced to the 4th tier and was already a true 4th-tier beastmaster, yet he had been defeated so easily. At this moment, Kangvu wore a confident, triumphant smile. With a light wave of her finger, she recalled the bloody thorns back into her body, and even healed the blazing twin-headed lizard's injuries. She smiled and comforted it. "Thank you, little lizard. From now on at school, if anyone bullies you again, just report my name. I, Kangvu, will cover you." The blazing twin-headed lizard let out a low growl, then retreated helplessly to Zhou side. Zhou sighed heavily, unable to refute anything, and turned to Qin Chen. "You're the most unreasonable beastmaster I've ever seen. Seriously, among all the geniuses I've met, only you are this outrageous. Even Lei Xinjiao pales in comparison to you." Qin Chen only gave a faint smile and said casually, "Let's just take it as your way of recognizing me." Zhou rolled his eyes, then could only force a bitter smile. withdrawing from the secret realm space with mixed feelings. Meanwhile, the many freshmen and seniors in the plaza, as well as the teachers of Kyoto Beast Taming University, were all stunned by the battle just now. At this moment, everyone understood that even a powerhouse like Zhou Yan, leading more than a dozen senior team members, was far from invincible in the secret realm. Hardly anyone had expected that Qin Chen would actually challenge all his opponents alone. The atmosphere on-site instantly turned explosive. People could hardly believe their eyes. They had originally been eagerly looking forward to Qin Chen teaming up with Lei Xinjiao, thinking there might be a chance for a comeback victory, but instead they saw Qin Chen step out by himself. My god, isn't this straight out of a novel? A spirit beast actually broke through its limits twice in a row on the spot, and even directly defeated a fourth-tier contestant, Zhou Yan, someone exclaimed in the stands, their voice echoing throughout the arena. I've never seen such a powerful wood attribute spirit beast. Who says grass type can only play support? I've really learned something today. The wood attribute spirit beast trainers nearby were so excited they nearly jumped up. They had always been told they could only play a supporting role, but today they could finally hold their heads high. My Vinewood is going to learn to deal damage from now on. Crowd control and that stuff, that's earth attribute business. We wood types are all about damage output. Zhou Yan and his 20 men huddled in a corner, not daring to utter a sound. They had just been utterly thrashed by Qin Chen, the whole ordeal broadcast live. It was incredibly humiliating. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Old Zhang grinned, complaining with a wry smile, that was too brutal. Everyone watched us get beaten up. It felt like we were being publicly humiliated. Chen Zaiwen scratched his head helplessly, trying to salvage some self-respect. Actually, it's not so bad for me. I got beaten up last year, so I'm used to it. I can hold my own against Qin Chen for 5 minutes. That's not bad. Old Shen, consider Brother Yan's feelings. He was one of those who got instantly killed too. Everyone looked wordlessly at Chen Zaiwen. His words might have been meant to comfort himself, but everyone knew that with Qin Chen's terrifying skills, let alone 5 minutes, even the Green Wind Wolf wouldn't last a few moves. This guy was obviously just showing off. On the stage, Jiang Konggaya was also stunned by Qin Chen's performance. He was well informed, yet he had never seen a wood attribute spirit beast like this before. His comprehension and potential are simply overwhelming. Even Lin Qinglan among the 10 wood emperors, with her emerald spirit deer king, hasn't reached this level. Li Xianqing nodded in agreement. Lin Qinglan's spirit deer is better at healing and support, but in terms of control it's inferior to this Kangvio holy dragon. Its affinity with the wood of nature is extremely rare. Jiang Konggaya couldn't help bursting into laughter. This kid Qin Chen doesn't follow common sense at all. Who would think to use a wood attribute spirit beast as the main damage dealer? Yet he did it, and did it this brilliantly. He's a true genius. Li Xianqing could only give a wry smile. How can ordinary people understand a genius's ideas? Qin Chen's father was also able to innovate techniques from the lower realms. The two of them really are father and son. At the mention of Qin Chen's father, Jiang Konggaya's expression shifted slightly, and he gave a cold snort. He was just lucky, stumbled into a big stroke of fortune, that's all. If you gave him one more chance, he'd probably already be dead. The scene was particularly lively at this moment. Some were excited, while others were despondent. With the outcome decided, Kangwei walked out from the ranks of the wood attribute spirit beasts to the very front, his aura stronger than anyone's. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. Even when he merely glanced at Xian, he looked every bit like a boss. Xian, however, had lowered his head and was sitting under a tree, his entire dragon body silent and his mood downcast. Not long ago, Xian had just, through a brutal battle, comprehended a powerful skill, Earth Core Lava Burst. He originally thought he could be the boss, but who knew that just a few days after university started, he had become Kangvia's underling. What hit him even harder was that he thought he could at least beat ATU, yet he was easily defeated by Kangvia and completely lost his confidence. Watching the victorious Kangvia, Xian brooded to himself, I was just a little bit short. If my opponent could have held on a bit longer and let me accumulate some more power, maybe I could have turned the tables. That would have been better than getting brutally abused by Kangvia's flesh thorn so miserably. Kangvia, on the other hand, was all smiles. He patted Xian on the shoulder and struck a big brother pose. Life has its ups and downs, just accept your fate. Your opponent was the all-rounder Kangvia, after all. You already did pretty well. Stick with your boss from now on, and you won't miss out on the good life, plenty to eat and drink. A bitter feeling welled up in Xian's heart. He didn't want to say anything. Right now, he just wanted to be alone for a while. Ling Xuanyu, watching Qi Yan's dejected look from the side, asked Qin Chen with some concern, are you sure your Xian sacred dragon is okay? He looks so down he's about to cry. Qin Chen shook his head, his expression complicated.
Don't worry, Qin is very strong inside. A small setback like this won't beat him. But Su Qinghan stared doubtfully at the tear marks on the dragon's head. But he really looks like he's about to cry. Qin Chen paused for a moment and started to doubt it as well. At that moment, Qin suddenly wiped his eyes and shouted stubbornly, "Don't talk nonsense. I wasn't crying. The wind is just too strong and sand got in my eyes. I, Qin, will never be knocked down so easily." In the world of the dragon race, no dragon is doomed to fail forever, and no dragon is willing to be someone else's lackey for life. Qin stood ramrod straight, his eyes burning with defiance and longing. He clenched his fists tightly, forcing all his humiliation and fighting spirit down into his heart. He was no longer that timid shadow. He wanted only, one day, to stand before all dragons and prove he wasn't born a loser. Qin Chen looked at Qin, the corner of his mouth lifting in an approving smile. He deliberately spoke in a tone that no one could refuse. "Not bad, Qin. If you've got this kind of drive, I'm very pleased. The boss's seat doesn't belong to any one person forever. If, in the future, you can surpass Kangwea, you can sit in that boss's seat too." Those words seemed to unbolt the floodgates in Qian's heart. His eyes suddenly lit up, his voice trembling with delighted surprise. "Really? I can." Qin Chen nodded, his tone firm. "Of course. You're right, there can only be one boss, and it has to be the most powerful dragon. Kangwea performed the best this time, she deserves this position. If you can surpass her in the future, the honor will naturally be yours." Qin thumped his chest in excitement. "Thank you, master. I'll definitely work hard. Next time it'll be my turn to be the best one." Qin Chen turned to Kangwea and asked if she had any objections. Kangwea tilted her chin up confidently, an even more unquestionable aura radiating from her. "As long as you have the strength to snatch the boss's position from my hands, I'll accept it wholeheartedly." The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. The struggle and frustration in Qian's heart ignited his fighting spirit. This time, he swore to himself that he would never again be a small character trampled underfoot. Outsiders might not understand their obsession with being the boss, but he knew very well that this was about self-recognition and dignity. Everyone wants a chance to rise. Ling Xuanyu, Yu Lingxian, and Su Qinghan, who had been quietly watching from the side, all felt a bit emotional. They couldn't understand how a mere boss position could be fought over so fiercely. Yu Lingxian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "I suspect Qin Chen is basically some kind of brainwashing salesman. He's talked both dragons into being utterly devoted to him." Su Qinghan, however, showed a look of admiration. "Honestly, Qin Chen's beast-taming methods are truly impressive. He doesn't just yell and force them, he uses psychological tactics to draw out the inner potential of the spirit beasts. This way of nurturing completely overturns my preconceived notions. He practically deserves to be called a master-level beast tamer." Ling Xuanyu nodded seriously, her expression uncharacteristically solemn. "Exactly. Most people only know how to train beasts by brute forcing it, making wishes, or handing out rewards, but Qin Chen really knows how to use psychology, even making the spirit beast strive proactively for recognition and growth. That's what you call a truly brilliant training method. You have to know, in all of Great Xia, there aren't even 50 beast tamers who have actually reached the Grandmaster level. For Qin Chen to have such profound insight, he must have put in an astonishing amount of effort." Yu Lingxian couldn't help but click his tongue. "So that means on top of cultivating, he also has to study a massive pile of theoretical knowledge? No wonder he gets up so late every day. Turns out he's been mulling over all this stuff." Su Qinghan said with emotion, "We should all learn from him. No wonder he can train top-tier spirit beasts." Just as everyone was awed by Qin Chen's ability and the counseling session for the 3 spirit beasts had only just ended, Qin Chen found himself stared at by 3 pairs of reverent eyes. He scratched his head in confusion. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Aren't we supposed to go fight the boss? We can't go back and rest until it's over. We've been going nonstop all day, don't you feel tired?" He turned around and took the lead, even feeling a bit curious about what arrangements the principal had made this time in the center of the secret realm. With the main storyline pushed to its climax, everyone moved on. But upon reaching the center of the secret realm, they were surprised to find that someone had beaten them to it. Standing opposite them were Huang Haoshan and that capable short-haired girl, Lei Xinjiao. Ling Xianya subconsciously analyzed the reason. "There are many paths leading to the center. They must have slipped in from another route while we were fighting Zhouyan to the bitter end." Yu Lingxian felt a little indignant. "Doesn't that mean we were basically their bullet shield while they just swooped in to reap the benefits?" Qin Chen, however, remained very calm and said lightly, "It doesn't matter. We took out Zhouyan's team of veteran students, so our actual score will definitely be higher. Being able to defeat them already proves our performance is outstanding enough. Even if they end up landing the final blow on the boss,
that doesn't mean we've lost. In this kind of competition, the scoring doesn't just depend on who reaches the finish line first.
That was indeed the case.
As a 4th-tier Beastmaster, Zhou was able to confront the boss head-on, and thanks to Qin Chen's recent victory, his score would not be much lower than Lei Xinjiao's.
When Lei Xinjiao saw them approaching, there was a subtle smile on her face. I was actually planning to find you so we could team up against those dozen or so senior students with Zhou Yan. Didn't expect to miss you entirely.
Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh and shrugged in reply.
Then you really ought to thank me.
That bunch has already been taken care of by us.
You don't have to worry about them at all.
Lei Xinjiao frowned slightly, looking at Qin Chen in disbelief.
You defeated them? That's not really possible.
She knew her own strengths very well. If she had to face Zhou Yan himself, her chances of winning were no more than 30%. On top of that, he had more than a dozen third-rank Beastmasters on his side. One versus many was a lineup she had no way of overcoming. That was exactly why she'd planned to team up with Qin Chen. Going solo, she had no confidence at all.
Many times, the chance to surpass others flashes by in an instant.
If you can't seize it, you can only remain someone else's shadow forever.
But now, it seems a new winner is quietly being born.
Sister Yao, are they just bragging or what? Zhou Yan is a 4th-rank beast tamer, and one of the top 10 experts in the sophomore year.
Huang Haoshan asked with a puzzled look.
Lei Xinjiao's gaze fell on Qin Chen, and she suddenly felt the pressure increase sharply.
He has no reason to lie to us. As soon as the trial ends, we'll be able to verify it right away.
If he dares to say this, it means that not only did he defeat Zhou Yan, Qin Chen even led a team to wipe out an entire squad of 15 senior students. The other 4 people in the party were all stunned. In their eyes, Lei Xinjiao was already so strong it was beyond imagination, yet something she couldn't do had been done by Qin Chen.
Just how strong was this guy?
You're impressive, even stronger than I expected. Lei Xinjiao fixed her bright gaze on Qin Chen. Since you're the ones who defeated Zhou Yan, this boss is yours.
Our team will withdraw.
Qin Chen shook his head.
No need. We're still competitors right now. But I'm on a quest and I'll have to trouble you to let me win once.
Ha!
Lei Xinjiao was stunned. What do you mean? You want to duel me one-on-one? What the hell does beat you once even mean?
Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh.
Don't get the wrong idea, this is my father's hard requirement. I have to beat you. This is the perfect chance. Don't you want to spar with me and see where the gap between us really is?
Lei Xinjiao bit her lip, looking a bit unconvinced.
You can beat Zhou Yan, so maybe you really are stronger than me. But you've just spent so much energy. If you really go one-on-one with me now, will you still have the strength to go in and fight the secret realm boss?
If no one in our cohort can take down the boss, it'll be insanely embarrassing.
How about I go into the secret realm first, finish off the boss, and then come back to settle things with you? Give me 2 minutes.
With that, Qin Chen decisively led his teammates toward the center of the secret realm.
Watching Qin Chen's back, Lei Xinjiao's head was full of question marks. Where does Qin Chen get this confidence from? He's acting like the boss doesn't even exist.
Huang Xiao muttered under her breath.
Huang Haoshan sighed helplessly.
Hard to say. He managed to beat Zhou Yan's team. Swatting a boss like this probably doesn't even take much effort for him. This guy is a real monster. I'm starting to wonder if I'm even a genius anymore. Watching everyone around her fall into a daze, Lei Xinjiao's expression grew increasingly complicated. My dad wants me to beat Qin Chen, but this mission is way too hard. Lei Junlin beat Qin Xiaotian back in college, so he wants me to beat his son too. But judging from how things look now, I might not have even the slightest chance. She subconsciously recalled the suppressive power Qin Chen had just displayed. Sure enough, Qin Chen's 2 holy dragons were now both harder to deal with than her own spirit beasts. Maybe her only hope of winning lay in relying on the Thunder Kailan's overwhelming attacks or surpassing him in speed. As she was still pondering, the ground ahead suddenly shook violently. Countless cyan trees burst out of the soil, followed by blazing magma erupting into the sky. A 4th-tier demonic beast struggled in the lava and was quickly burned until not even its bones remained. Huang Haoshan's eyes nearly popped out. Is this an SSS-level skill? This sense of oppression is insane. Isn't Qin Chen only at the 2nd tier? He remembered how he had boasted of being a genius just for having one SS-level skill. Yet now, the other party's spirit beast not only had mastered several SSS-level skills, but also cast them so casually. It was simply unbelievable. Not long after, Qin Chen and the others indeed walked out completely unscathed. Although the Scarlet Flame Holy Dragon had consumed a huge amount of energy, it quickly recovered by absorbing the fire element in the lava. The same was true for Kangwia, with the wood-type elements around her being so abundant, she recovered even faster.
Qin Chen smiled faintly. Alright, now we can have a fight, right?
Lei Xinjiao looked at him and couldn't help muttering under her breath, freak. She had thought Qin Chen was already strong enough, but she hadn't expected him to be so outrageously powerful.
A fourth-rank demonic beast couldn't even hold out for 2 minutes.
If a move like that were to land on the Thunder Kylan,
Qin Chen and Lei Xinjiao finally stood face to face.
As this showdown began, everyone held their breath.
Qin Chen understood he could not let himself be hit by the Thunder Kylan's control skill, or everything would be over. He kept reminding himself that he must not get trapped. Losing a single arena match would cost him all his dignity and opportunities.
Lei Xinjiao's gaze was firm as she said quietly, "I've been looking forward to fighting you.
I hope you use your full strength."
Qin Chen nodded and replied without hesitation, "Same to you." But in his heart, the newly emerged threat kept him from relaxing for even a moment.
Accompanied by violet lightning, a massive figure landed in front of Qin Chen, the Thunder Kylan, Lei Xinjiao's spirit beast.
This was his first time seeing such a rare creature. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This Thunder Kylan's entire body was covered in lightning scales wreathed with baleful aura. Its speed and power were both maxed out. Even its defense was enough to crush spirit beasts of the same rank.
This kind of existence practically has no weakness.
Qin Chen had to admit that his chances of victory were now much lower than he had initially predicted. Defeating Lei Xinjiao would be much harder than defeating Zhou Yan. It was likely equivalent to facing two top-tier experts at once.
The atmosphere grew tense.
Qi Yan's eyes widened, battle intent surging.
Finally, a challenging opponent.
Song Wu cleared his throat and cut in with feigned ease, "That's my line.
Don't steal it." The two spirit beasts mocked each other, neither willing to back down.
The Thunder Kylan looked at them indifferently and sneered, "You two idiots."
The atmosphere ignited in an instant as Qi Yan and Kengwia charged forward in fury almost simultaneously.
To them, this was no longer just a battle, but a clash of dignity.
They went all out the moment they struck.
Two streaks of green light tore through the air as Kengwia cast a defensive barrier over both dragons, adding armor to himself and Qi Yan. Even under this pressure, the Thunder Kylan remained remarkably calm. Lightning flickered across its body, and the energy surging from its electric scales caused its speed to spike sharply. Its figure blurred as it flashed in front of Kengwia, raising its sharp claws to strike down at him. Kengwia reacted with astonishing speed, gathering wood element power to condense a giant verdant tree in front of him as a shield. Lightning and greenwood collided head-on, instantly filling the air with the stench of scorching and a flurry of flying wood chips. However, this was only the beginning. Kengwia retreated a step and shouted up, "Boss will acknowledge your strength, but if you want to beat us, you've got a long way to go." Before Qin Chen could counterattack, Kengwia unleashed the greenwood prison. A gigantic wooden cage suddenly rose from the ground, surging straight toward the Thunder Kylan. At the same time, Qi Yan activated Heavenly Flame Dragon Soul, and more than a dozen afterimages of fire dragons descended from the sky, crashing toward the Thunder Kylan in unison. Huang Haoshan, watching from the side, couldn't help but tremble. He recalled the miserable state of his own spirit beast when it was previously bombarded by Qi Yan's overwhelming firepower, and his mind went blank for a moment. Qi Yan's offensives were always direct and brutal, never holding back in the slightest. Spirit beasts of the same rank stood almost no chance once they ran into him. At this moment, the Thunder Kylan swept its gaze around, eyes calm, then suddenly erupted with a surge of powerful violet lightning energy. Qin Chen drew in a sharp breath. He knew this was the terrifying skill the Thunder Kylan was famous for, violet lightning frenzy. In an instant, the overwhelming power of thunder shattered Kengwia's wooden prison directly. Wood attribute defense, under the fierce assault of a top-tier lightning attribute spirit beast, was as fragile as paper. The Thunder Kylan vanished like a gust of wind, while all of Qi Yan's summoned heavenly fire dragon souls struck nothing but empty air, crashing to the ground and burning weakly. Qin Chen knew very well that this battle had only just begun, and every step from here on was destined to be perilously dangerous. Everyone was watching him to see whether he would display his true worth, or be utterly crushed here and now.